Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you are enjoying our takes on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. This video includes a self-edited human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generation for creative shadowing purposes. So today we're gonna see second part. What if Harry Potter walked back into Hogwarts as Voldemort's here? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. Raised by the Dark Lord himself, Harry Potter returns to Hogwarts not as a student, but as Voldemort's heir. As the wizarding world trembles, Harry must decide whether he will conquer it or reshape it. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. The next morning Harish awoke early and went to the Great Hall for breakfast without the twins. He sat in the center of the table and served himself some food. Then, after 10 minutes, the twins showed up with the rest of Harish's crew. "You're up early," the twins said in unison as they sat on either side of their best friend. Harish shrugged. "I guess I slept well," he replied simply. Everyone started eating and Harish leaned back slightly as he finished his own plate. He watched conversations bounce back and forth with mild interest and Engelbert hopped along the table, snatching bananas out of students' hands. Then, Professor Snape went down the Slytherin table, handing out schedule. While Fred and George were talking about what their father had said about prisoners of Azkaban going mad, Hermione leaned over and inspected her schedule. "Oh, look, we're starting some new classes today." Everyone leaned forward over her shoulders to view it. Draco looked confused, Daphne looked skeptical, and the twins' mouths fell open in shock. "Hermione," Fred said weakly. "I think they've got your schedule wrong." Hermione shook her head and buttered her toast. "Look," Draco said pointing to it. "They have her down for about 10 subjects a day." "I already talked to Professor McGonagall about it," Hermione replied. "I've got it all worked out. Can you pass the marmalade?" "But look," George exclaimed. 9 o'clock, ancient runes. 9 o'clock arithmancy, Fred added. And, 9 o'clock, transfiguration. Both twins ended in disbelief. "So my schedule is a bit full," Hermione replied. "What's it to you?" "Hermione, there's not enough time in one day," Harish finally said. Everyone nodded, as if him saying this finalized it. The 5th year's first class was Care of Magical Creatures, just like the year before. As the class went down to gather outside of Hagrid's hut, Harish vaguely wondered if he would be as good as Professor Kettleburn. Hagrid was waiting for them down at his hut. He wore his moleskin overcoat and a giant boarhound, Fang, quivered at his heels. "Come on now, get a move on," Hagrid called to the class as they rounded the grassy hill. "Got a real treat for ye today. Everyone here. Right, follow me." For one hopeful minute, Harish thought the giant man was leading them into the forest, but then he drew short and turned a corner, revealing a large paddock. "Everyone gather round the fence here," he called. "That's it, make sure ye can see. Now, first thing you'll need to do is open your books." "And how exactly do we do that?" Harish drawled. How do we open our books?" Harish said slowly. He pulled out his copy of Monster Book of Monsters. Hasn't anyone been able to tear open their books?" Hagrid asked, looking crestfallen. All of the 5th years shook their heads. "You've got tear stroke M," Hagrid stated as if this was the most obvious thing in the world. "Look." He took Harish's book from him and ripped off the rope the boy had bound it with. The book tried to bite, but Hagrid ran a giant finger down its spine, the book quivered, and then fell open. Soon, the class did as he demonstrated and he handed Harish his book back. Harish flipped through it, making sure that it wasn't going to bite him. "Now ye have books, ye need magical creatures. So I'll go and get 'em. Hang on." He strode away from them and out of sight. "He doesn't seem to know what he's doing, does he?" Harish asked the twins quietly. "What are those?" a Ravenclaw asked suddenly. The trio turned to see Hagrid leading several bizarre creatures towards them. They had bodies, hind legs, and tails of horses, but the front legs, wings, and heads of what seemed to be giant eagles. The talons on the front legs were a foot long and deadly looking. Each of the beasts had a thick leather collar around its neck, which was attached to a chain. Hagrid trotted up there and tethered them to the paddock. "Hippogriffs," he roared happily, waving a wand at them. "Beautiful, aren't they?" Harish could kind of see what the giant man meant. Once one got over the giant talons and beady eyes, they would be able to appreciate the hippogriff's gleaming fathers. So, Hagrid said, rubbing his hands together and beaming around, if ye want, tear come a bit nearer. No one seemed to want to, but the giant man didn't seem to notice. Now first thing ye gotta know about hippogriffs is they're proud. Easily offended, hippogriffs are. Don't ever insult one cuz it might be the last thing ye do. Ye always wait for the hippogriff to make the furs move. The man continued on how to approach the hippogriffs and how to get one to let you come near. Then, he finally said, right, who wants to go first? All of the class backed up slightly, Harish included. Those creatures might have looked interesting and a little bit cool, but Harish did not have a death wish. No one, Hagrid pleaded. Either out of sudden boldness or pity for their new professor, a Ravenclaw stepped tentatively forward. Good lad, Hagrid said, clapping the boy on the back so hard it made his knees buckle. Then, he helped the boy come up to the hippogriff. Once the boy was seated firmly on the beast's back, everyone else was allowed to pair up with a hippogriff. Harish and the twins went and stood over towards a dappled, gray one. Harish bowed low to it and waited for a moment. Then, the creature bowed in return on one knee. Harish then nervously stepped forward and touched its beak. When it didn't seem to mind, Harish started rubbing it. You're a fine thing, aren't you? He asked. The hippogriff tossed its head in agreement. Harish then swung himself onto the beast's back. George stood down in front of it, petting its beak now. Then, he slipped a yellow sweet out of his pocket. The creature sniffed at it with interest. You want it? George asked. The hippogriff tossed its head. All right, George replied. He held it out in the palm of his hand and the hippogriff gulped it down. Then, its eye widened and suddenly it reared back. Harish, who had no idea what was going on, clung on for dear life as the hippogriff ripped through the chain it was tethered with and flew off. Fred and George ran desperately after it until it took off into the air. When it did, they ran back and grabbed 2 hippogriffs of their own. Oi! Hagrid shouted, but they couldn't hear him, even as he bellowed and waved his arms back and forth. The 3 boys were all flying away from their class. In textbooks, the flight of the hippogriff might be described as graceful or calm, but this flight was far from that. It was evident that whatever George fed that bird, it contained a high amount of caffeine. Within a minute, it was flying in circles, blasting by trees, and soaring through archways. But, even with all the chaos, Harish loved it. It was thrilling. The wind rushed past his ears in a roar, ruffling his hair. After a few minutes, he heard faint shouting coming from behind him. The teen glanced back and saw Fred and George on hippogriffs, flying after him. Then, the twins started shouting louder, and waving their arms. Harish was slightly confused, but he turned around. It was then that he saw that the beast he was on was flying at very fast speed straight towards the astronomy tower. Harish yelled and dug his knees into it, making it go even faster. Then, the twins flew up underneath him and he jumped off, onto George's hippogriff. When they touched back down, Hagrid was very angry. He assigned the 3 of them extra essays on hippogriffs and stomped off to retrieve the one Harish had jumped from, which had swerved out of the way in the last second and started flying in loops. Poor Buckbeak. How do we get up? Ron asked, gazing around, trying to figure out how to get into their divination classroom. He, Neville, and the other Gryffindors were gathered on a platform, ready for their first class. Just then, the trapdoor opened and a silvery ladder descended right at the boys' feet. Everyone got quiet. Then, Ron climbed up it, followed by the rest of the class. They emerged into the strangest classroom in all of Hogwarts. In fact, it didn't look like a classroom at all but more like a cross between an old attic and Madame Puddifoot's tea shop down in Hogsmeade. At least 20 round tables were crammed into the room, each one surrounded by a number of poufs and chintz armchairs. Everything was lit with a dim crimson light, the curtains were a dark red and Arlette scarves draped over all of the lamps. It was stiflingly hot, and the fire that was burning in the fireplace was giving off a sickly sweet perfume that was very strong. There were shelves lining the circular walls full of an assortment of quills, large glass balls, packs of playing cards, old candle stubs and a wide array of different teacups. All of it combined created a very sleepy atmosphere, and Ron couldn't help yawning. "Where's Professor Trelawney?" Parvati Patil whispered. The room had a whole feel to it that was similar to a library. A voice suddenly came out of the shadows, a soft misty sort of voice. "Welcome," it said. "How nice it is to see you all in the physical world at last." As she spoke, nearly everyone jumped out of their skins. Professor Trelawney emerged from the shadows. She was just as odd as her classroom was. The professor was very thin and her eyes were magnified to 10 times their regular size by a pair of large, round glasses. She was draped in many shawls. Innumerable beads hung from her thin neck and bangles and rings adorned her hands. "Welcome to divination," the professor said in hardly a whisper. "My name is Professor Trelawney. You may not have seen me much because I find that leaving my tower and joining the regular hustle and bustle of the rest of the castle clouds my inner eye." No one said a word to this peculiar announcement. Trelawney seated herself in a winged armchair and indicated for the class to do the same. She delicately arranged her shawl and continued, "So you have chosen to study divination, the most difficult of all magical arts. I must warn you at the outset that if you do not have the sight, there is very little I will be able to teach you. Books can take you only so far in this field. It is a gift granted to very few." "You, boy," she said suddenly to Neville. "Is your grandmother well?" "Yeah," he mumbled, sounding somewhat confused. "I wouldn't be so sure of that if I were you, dear," she replied, the firelight glinting on her long emerald earrings. "We will be covering the basic methods of divination this year. The first term will be devoted to reading the tea leaves. Next term we shall progress to palmistry. By the way, my dear," she said to Parvati, "beware red-haired men." Parvati glanced at Ron before scooting her chair away. "In the second term," Professor Trelawney went on, "we shall progress to the crystal ball, if we have finished fire omens, that is. Unfortunately classes will be disrupted in March by a nasty bout of flu. I myself will lose my voice. I wonder, dear, if you could pass me that teapot." Lavender Brown stood up, took an enormous teapot from the shelf, and put it on the table in front of the batty professor. Trelawney then spoke again, this time to her. "Thank you, my dear. Incidentally, that thing you are dreading, it will happen on Friday the 16th of October. Now I want you all to divide into pairs. Collect a teacup from the shelf, come to me, and I will fill it. Then sit down and drink until only the dregs remain. Swill these around the cup 3 times with the left hand, then turn the cup upside down on its saucer, wait for the last of the tea to drain out, then give your cup to your partner for them to decipher. You will use pages 5 and 6 of Unfogging the Future to interpret the tea leaves. Oh, and dear," she caught Neville's arm as he made to stand up. "After you've broken your first cup, can you use a blue one instead? I rather like the pink ones." Ron sighed and stood up, following Neville. They got their cups and sure enough, Neville broke the first one. Then, after Neville got a new cup, they sat down and drank their tea until only the dregs remained, as instructed. They swilled them and then swapped cups. After they opened their books to pages 5 and 6, Neville asked Ron, "All right, what can you see in mine?" "A load of brown soggy stuff," the boy replied yawning. The room was making him feel very stupid and sleepy. "How about I do yours?" Neville asked. Ron nodded, yawning. "Well, you've got a sort of crooked cross." He consulted his book to see what that meant. "That means you're going to have trials and suffering." "Yeah, that's right, but that looks like the sun, which I think is happiness. So you're going to suffer but you'll be happy about it. You need your inner eye tested, if you ask me," Ron muttered, and they both had to stifle their laughter as Trelawney gazed in their direction. "Suffer happily, Ron." After the fiasco in Care of Magical Creatures, the 5th-year Slytherins went to Transfiguration sore and dusty. Harish chose a seat towards the back and the twins sat on either side of him. Then, Professor McGonagall came into the room as the bell rang. "As you know," she said grimly, "your owls are coming up this year. You cannot pass an OWL without serious application, practice, and study. I see no reason why everyone in this class should not gain an owl in Transfiguration as long as they put in the work. So today we are starting vanishing spells. These are easier than conjuring spells, which you would not usually attempt until Newt level, but they are still among the most difficult magic you will be tested on in your owl." She was right. The vanishing spell was slightly difficult. It took Harish several tries to manage to perform it, and the twins still hadn't vanished their snails by the end of the class. George sadly poked his snail with his wand, mumbling about how it looked slightly paler. "But, he was not the only one who hadn't managed to vanish his snail. In fact, Harish was the only one that actually did. Once again, he was the only one not given homework. Everyone else was told to practice the spell overnight and be ready for a fresh attempt on the spell the following afternoon. At lunch, all of the 5th years were doing some sort of homework. Harish finished up his essay on hippogriffs. The twins lazily flicked their wands while they ate, practicing for transfiguration. The Gryffindors were all working hard, looking up the uses of moonstone for potions. By the time they had herbology, Harish's head was aching. In that class, they got the same spiel about owls and studying. Harish shook his head sadly. It looked like he would actually have to work hard this year. Work? It's the end of the world. The 3rd year Slytherins went to their first class of defense against the dark arts of the year while the 5th years were in herbology. Professor Lupin wasn't in the classroom when they first arrived. They all sat down, took out their books, quills, and parchment, and were talking when he finally arrived. Lupin smiled vaguely, looking just as shabby as he had on the train. He set down his tattered briefcase on the desk and then turned to address them. "Good afternoon," he said. "Would you please put all your books back in your bags? Today's lesson will be a practical one. You will need only your wands." The Slytherins exchanged curious looks. They had never had any practical lessons before. From what they heard, the Gryffindors had had one the previous year, but it had been a disaster. Still, Hermione, Draco, and Daphne pulled their wands out. Right then, Lupin said once everyone was ready. "If you'd follow me, then." Puzzled but interested, the class got to its feet and followed Lupin out of the room. He led them along an empty corridor, around a corner, and through the nearest door. Inside was a paneled room full of old, mismatched chairs. The room was completely empty. After the class had filed in, Lupin shut the door behind them. "Now, then," he said, walking to stand in front of the wardrobe in the corner. "I will need a volunteer." Hermione shot her hand up instantly while everyone else stood looking around. Lupin waited a moment to be sure no one else wanted to volunteer. After a second, Theodore Knott slowly put his hand up. Then, he said, "All right then, Mr. Knott. If you would come and stand up here please." As the boy stopped beside him, the wardrobe rattled rather violently. Draco jumped and whimpered, causing a bemused look from Daphne and Hermione. "Nothing to worry about," Lupin said calmly. "There's a boggart in there. Boggarts like dark, enclosed spaces. Wardrobes, underneath beds, the cupboards under sinks. I once met one that had lodged itself in a grandfather clock. This one moved in this morning, and I asked the headmaster if the staff would leave to give my 3rd years some practice. So, can anyone tell me what a boggart is?" Hermione's hand shot up once again. "Miss Granger," Lupin called. "It's a shapeshifter," she stated. "It can take shape of whatever it thinks will frighten us most." "Couldn't have put it better myself," Professor Lupin replied, causing Hermione to glow with pride. "So the boggart sitting in the darkness has not yet assumed a form. He does not yet know what will frighten the person on the other side of the door. Nobody knows what a boggart looks like when he is alone, but when I let him out, he will immediately become whatever each of us most fears. This means that we have a huge advantage over it. Why, Miss Greengrass?" Daphne put her hand back down and replied, "There will be so many of us, it won't know what shape to assume." "Precisely," Lupin replied. "It's always best to have company when dealing with a boggart. He becomes confused. Which should he become? A headless corpse of a flesh-eating slug? I once saw a boggart make that mistake. He tried to frighten 2 people at once and turned himself into a headless slug. Not remotely frightening. The charm that repels a boggart is simple, yet it requires force of mind. You see, the thing that really finishes a boggart is laughter. What you need to do is to force it to assume a shape you find amusing. We will practice the charm without wands first. After me, please ridiculous. Ridiculous." The class chanted together. "Good," Lupin said. "Very good. But that was the easy part. I'm afraid. You see, the word alone is not enough. And this is where you come in, Mr. Knott." The wardrobe shook again. "Right, Mr. Knott. What would you say frightens you the most?" "The grim," Theo replied in hardly a whisper. Lupin bit back a chuckle. It wasn't uncommon to be afraid of it, as it was an omen of death, but it was slightly amusing. "The grim, huh? Well, could you think of something that would make a grim funny?" Theo shook his head. No, well, can you picture a chihuahua? Theo nodded. Well, when the boggart bursts out of the wardrobe, Mr. Not, and sees you, it will assume the form of a grim. You will raise your wand, thus, and cry, ridiculous, and concentrate hard on that chihuahua. If all goes well, it should turn into one. A few people giggled, causing the wardrobe to shake more violently. Lupin had the rest of the class back away, and then he opened the wardrobe. Then, out came a large black dog, the size of a bear. Its fur was shaggy, its eyes were wild, its teeth were bared. You could practically see the hairs stand up on the back of Theo's neck as he froze in fright. "R ridiculous," he cried. There was a noise like a whip crack, and in a blink of an eye, the large black dog had transformed into a small, shaking chihuahua that was wearing a pink tutu. Laughter rang through the room and Lupin motioned for the next person to step forward. Later in that week, Sirius Black was spotted. Other than that, the week passed in a monotony of more complex work and studying. In all years and all houses, defense against the dark arts had suddenly become everyone's favorite class. Lupin was the best professor Hogwarts had had in over a decade. They covered real spells and creatures, with practical lessons at least once a week. Then, in October, Flint started holding Quidditch practices. Harish was glad, for this made his days more enjoyable and gave him an excuse not to do homework. They had training sessions 3 times a week. As the season progressed, it got colder and wetter. One evening, Harish returned to the common room stiff and cold, to find that everyone was talking excitedly. "What is going on?" Harish asked Daphne and Hermione. "Our first Hogsmeade weekend," Hermione replied, pointing to the notice board. "It was put up after lunch," Daphne added. "It's going to be at the end of October." "Halloween," Hermione said. "Excellent," said Fred from behind Harish. "I need to visit Zonko's. I'm nearly out of stink pellets." "What do you need stink pellets for?" Hermione asked. "You wouldn't want to know," George replied, walking up. The 3 boys said quick goodbyes before heading downstairs to put up their brooms. They never kept them in the broom cupboards, for fear of someone tampering with them. "So are you looking forward to this particular Hogsmeade weekend?" Fred asked. "Why?" Harish asked, opening his trunk. "It won't be all that different from the other visits. Except for the fact that a certain 3rd year can go now," George said, sitting on his bed and stowing his broom underneath it. Harish's face grew hot. "I do not know what you mean," he said. He be lying." In divination, a week before Halloween, Harish was wishing that the Hogsmeade weekend would be later. Ever since the twins had talked to him, he had been worrying about asking Daphne out. He knew that he really did like the 3rd year, but he was afraid she would turn him down. So, he had been worrying about it non-stop, trying to find a good opportunity to ask her. Professor Trelawney passed by their table. Harish stopped staring out the window and looked at George's tea leaves. They had been reviewing cup reading that week before they moved on to the meaning of dreams. "What do you see in my cup?" he asked Fred. Fred turned the cup slightly before saying, "Well, this here looks like an acorn, which means a windfall of unexpected gold." "Excellent, you can lend us some in this here." He turned the cup again. "Looks like an animal. Yeah, that's a head. It looks like a bear, no, a sheep." Trelawney swirled around as Harish bit back a snort. It was a bit pathetic that the boy couldn't tell what animal the leaves looked like. "Let me see that," she said. The students at the tables nearby stopped to watch as she rotated the cup. "The falcon, my dear, you have a deadly enemy." Was it sad that Harish's mind immediately jumped to Professor Dumbledore? The club and attack. Dear, this is not a happy cup." Everyone was staring, transfixed, at the professor who gave the cup a final turn, gasped, and then screamed. "My dear boy, my poor, dear boy, no, it is kinder not to say." Harish felt a vein in his forehead tick in annoyance. Whatever she saw in his cup, she was way over-dramatizing it. "What is it?" he asked impatiently. Everyone had gotten up and crowded around to see his cup. "My dear," Trelawney replied dramatically, her eyes wide, "you have the Grim." Dramatic pause. Everyone was still talking about Grims when they went down for lunch. Honestly, Harish thought that the fact that Grims preceded death was just a superstition. Still, if he was going to die, he might as well ask Daphne out while he still had a chance. The twins were talking about their uncle Bilius, who had died after seeing a Grim when Draco, Hermione, and Daphne sat down. "Why are we talking about Grims?" Hermione asked. Harish saw one in his cup in divination, the twins replied in unison. Technically I didn't see it, he specified. Trelawney did. It was still there. Fred said. I saw it. You thought it was a bear, Harish said. They do look similar. Harish shook his head. I think that all of that stuff is just a superstition, Hermione replied. Chances are, people just die from fright when they see them. The twins were mortified when she said this. As they argued, Harish looked across the table to see Daphne shaking her head at them, half laughing. Harish looked at her for a moment before glancing at the others. They seemed busy. Daphne, he said nervously. She turned to him, her smile still on her face. Harish liked that smile. Yes, she asked. I was wondering, Harish said, pausing as his cheeks flushed. I was wondering if you wanted to come to Hogsmeade with me, I mean, just the two of us. Daphne looked shocked. Unbeknownst to either of them, the twins froze mid-argument and started listening. Daphne's cheeks tinged pink and she replied, her smile even wider, yeah, that would be nice. Really? Harish asked. Now it was his turn to look shocked. Yeah, she replied shyly. They both smiled at their plates. Across from George, Draco huffed and pulled 5 galleons out of his pocket and handed it to the twins. George pulled out a clipboard and scratched out Draco's name. Beside it were scrawled the words, 7th, 5th year. Fred crossed out Hermione's name as he was handed 1 galleon. Beside her name was, 4th, 6th year. Then, everyone who hadn't written, 3rd, 5th year, started digging money out of their pockets. When it got out that Harish had asked Daphne Greengrass to Hogsmeade, people from other houses started chipping in as well. By the end of the month, the twins had added nearly another 100 galleons to their joke shop funds. On Halloween, Harish and Daphne both got ready and met each other in the common room. Then, they went down to the village together. Where do you want to go? Harish asked. How about the 3 broomsticks? She suggested. Harish nodded and they walked there together, but drew short when they reached the pub. On the door was a wanted poster with a picture of Sirius Black on it. Do you really think he'll come here? Daphne asked. Harish nodded. I think it is a high probability. Isn't it ridiculous that the ministry hasn't found him yet? She asked as they entered the pub. Harish nodded once again. My father is annoyed. He says that the ministry has deteriorated greatly ever since Fudge came into office. He is a bit inept. Harish snorted. That he is, he said. And he is more likely to turn on his own when he is threatened. He is too comfortable in his position. He doesn't accept that anything can happen while he is in power. Daphne nodded. Rosmerta, the rather pretty bartender, walked up to take their order. 2 butterbeers, please, Harish said, laying some gold down on the table. Rosmerta nodded and walked off. The couple sat in silence for a minute until the woman returned with their drinks. Then, they took sips of their drink. You know, Daphne said after a moment. Your father should run for Minister of Magic. Harish shook his head. He doesn't want to be minister. He just wants to get people to accept how corrupt our society is becoming. Daphne nodded. A half-smile tugged at Harish's cheeks. This was one of the main reasons he liked Daphne as a person so much. As her family was neutral, she was able to talk about her opinions about the wizarding world and no one would think twice about it. She didn't have to like Voldemort, but she didn't have to like Dumbledore. She was also the one person he could talk politics with. Draco thought they were boring, and no one else knew enough about them to have major opinions. Once Daphne finished her drink, Harish stood up. Come on, he said. Let's go have a look at the Shrieking Shack. Daphne set her mug down and allowed Harish to help her up. Then, she followed him out into the sunlight. They walked the path down to the Shrieking Shack. It was one of the oldest buildings in the village, and it had been rumored to be haunted. The couple stopped at a fence and looked at it. You know, he told the 3rd year. Some say the Shrieking Shack used to be haunted. Used to. Yeah, one of the villagers told me that there used to be howling coming from the shack. Do you know everyone? Daphne asked with a laugh. Yeah, Harish replied. One of the perks of being me. Daphne shook her head and laughed again. You really are silly sometimes. Of course I am, Harish replied. I hang out with the twins after all. Yes. Speaking of, where are they? Daphne asked. I half expected them to be stalking us. They are at Zonko's, I think, Harish replied, turned around and leaning back to look around a couple trees. At least, that's where they went first. They may be stalking us now. Daphne rolled her eyes. Well, if you find out that they are, give them a nice punch for me. Do you want to head back? The fifth year asked. The feast may be starting soon. That sounds fine with me. Could we stop by Honeyduke's first, though? I was hoping to get some sweets there. I've heard they are really good. They are, the teen replied. So, they stopped at Honeyduke's long enough to buy a bag of chocolates to share along with several other trick sweets. The shop was somewhat empty as most everyone were returning to the castle. Then, the two of them headed for Hogwarts. They went straight to the feast together. The twins, Ginny, Hermione, and Harish were all already there with a seat in the middle saved for Harish and a seat across from him saved for Daphne. Some people turned and whispered when they entered together, but they didn't really mind. Most people gossiped when anyone started dating. They sat down and Harish put the bag of chocolate in between him and his girlfriend so that they could finish them up. They talked about the Shrieking Shack with the others as well as a number of other topics. Halfway through the feast, skeletons danced through the Great Hall, and then after the desserts, more entertainment was provided by the ghosts. They popped out of walls and tables to do a formation of gliding. Nearly headless Nick, the Gryffindor ghost, had a great success with a reenactment of his own botched beheading. The Gryffindors enjoyed it as well. Even Neville, who hadn't been allowed to go to Hogsmeade because of Sirius Black. After the feast ended, they walked up to Gryffindor Tower, but when they reached the corridor where the fat lady was located, they found it jammed with students. Why isn't anyone going in? Ron asked curiously. Neville craned his neck, peering over the heads in front him. It didn't look like the portrait had been opened. Let me through please, came Percy's, Ron's brother's, voice. He came bustling through the crowd importantly. What's the holdup here? You can't all have forgotten the password. Excuse me, I'm head boy. Then, the crowd fell silent, from the front first, and then down the rest of the corridor. They heard Percy say suddenly in a completely different voice, "Somebody get Professor Dumbledore, quick." What's going on? Ron asked. Someone turned around and replied, "The fat lady's gone. It's Sirius Black." Everyone was tired from all the sweets and food they ate. They trudged slowly down to the dungeons. Then, as soon as they entered their common room, Snape walked in. "I need you all to return to the Great Hall. Prefects, make sure everyone gets there," he said before sweeping out of the room. "Why are we going back?" Harish demanded, but no one seemed to know the answer. They just did as they were told and trudged all the way back up to the Great Hall, Harish grumpily herding everyone. As soon as they were out of the dungeons, they were joined by the Hufflepuffs, and then the Ravenclaws appeared outside the Great Hall. Once they entered, Dumbledore told them, "Sirius Black is loose in the castle. The teachers and I need to conduct a thorough search. I am afraid that, for your own safety, you will have to spend the night here. I want 4 of the prefects to stand guard over the entrances to the hall, and I am appointing the head boy and head girl in charge. Any disturbance should be reported to me immediately. Send word with one of the ghosts." The dotty old headmaster paused, about to leave the hall, and said, "Oh, yes, you'll be needing." He waved his wand lazily and the long tables flew to the edges of the hall and the floor was covered in hundreds of squashy purple sleeping bags. Dumbledore called up the 2 prefects from Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, and the other 4 were told to remain behind and watch the students in the hall. "Sleep well," Dumbledore said, closing the door behind him. The hall was silent for only a moment before everyone started whispering excitedly. The Gryffindors told the rest of the school what had happened. "Everyone into their sleeping bags." Percy shouted. "Come on, no more talking. Lights out in 10 minutes. Harish and his friends chose sleeping bags near the door. Harish slept in between the twins. Hermione and Daphne slept above them and Draco and Dean slept below them. Neville and Ron slept near Dean and all the other Gryffindors beyond that. Luna got a sleeping bag by Ginny and the rest of the Ravenclaws went in that direction. Then, the Hufflepuffs all pulled their sleeping bags into a huddle near the Ravenclaws. "Do you think Black is still in the castle?" Hermione asked. "Possibly," Harish replied. "The question is, how did he get in? Maybe he knows how to apparate," a Ravenclaw nearby said. "Just appear out of thin air, you know." "Disguised himself probably," said a Hufflepuff 5th year. "He could have flown in," Dean suggested. "Honestly, am I the only one who has read Hogwarts, a history?" Hermione asked crossly. Probably, Harish and the twins replied together. Hermione rolled her eyes. Why? Draco questioned. Because the castle is protected by more than walls, you know, Hermione supplied. There are all sorts of enchantments on it, to stop people entering by stealth. You can't just apparate in here. And I'd like to see anyone who could get past the Dementors in a mere disguise. They are guarding all of the entrances on the grounds. They would have seen him fly in too. The lights are going out now. Percy shouted. I want everyone in their sleeping bags and no more talking. The candles all blew out at once. In the light of the ghosts, the twins both shot Harish a look. Using the Marauder's map, they knew that there were at least 3 passageways that Filch didn't know about. There was no way he had gotten in through Honeydukes, but he could have gotten in through the pathway that runs underneath the Whomping Willow. There was always the fact that the tree was insane and you couldn't even use charms to immobilize it, but it was still a possibility. And, chances were, they were the only ones that knew about it. Harish sighed and rolled over, closing his eyes. As the fat lady was so shaken from her encounter with Sirius Black, they had found a new portrait to take her place. As it turns out, the new portrait was Sir Cadogan. He was absolutely insane. The pompous knight changed the password twice a day, not to mention the fact that he often challenged everyone to duels so that they could get inside. But, he was there to stay, at least until the fat lady's painting had been repaired. The Quidditch match was coming up and their 3-day practices had become a practice every day of the week except Sundays. It was going to be between Slytherin and Gryffindor. Tensions were running high and nerves even higher. Not to mention Hermione bursting into tears before breakfast one morning. What's wrong, Hermione? Fred had asked. She's lost her cat, Daphne replied. Crookshanks, Ginny said. He's been missing for a week. I'm sure he's fine, Fred said. Maybe you should put up missing signs. Hermione perked up. I hadn't thought of that. She exclaimed. Oh, thank you, Fred. You're welcome, Fred replied. Problem solved, George exclaimed, throwing an arm around his twin's shoulder. Now, let's go get our bags. Charms starts soon. Oh, Hermione said to Daphne and Draco. We probably need to get going too. Yeah, wouldn't want to be late, Draco replied sarcastically. So, they went to their defense against the dark arts classroom. They were expecting to see Lupin, as he was their professor, so they were slightly shocked when it wasn't he that was at his desk, but Professor Snape. Where's Professor Lupin? Hermione asked curiously. He says he is too ill to teach today, Snape replied with a twisted smile. Once the class had filed in, Snape stood and said, Today we shall discuss werewolves. But sir, Hermione said. We're not supposed to start learning about werewolves for weeks. We only just finished learning about hinky punks. Miss Granger, Snape said. I am teaching this lesson. Your year is far behind where you should be. Therefore, I thought I might test you with more difficult material. I need you all to turn to page 394. Everyone pulled out their books and flipped to the proper page. Which of you can tell me what the difference is between a werewolf and an animagus? Hermione's hand shot into the air. Miss Granger. An animagus is a person who can transform into an animal form. They are not always wolves or dogs either. Also, the animagus can choose to change form when the werewolf has no choice. Correct. 5 points to Slytherin. Snape went on to explain the difference between a werewolf and a regular wolf. Then, he had them read about how to recognize a werewolf. Hermione finished the reading first and then sat back, mulling the information over. One of the ways to recognize a werewolf was that they have more dog-like tendencies, though dog animaguses do as well. Werewolves, even when in human form, like rare meats. Also, they would disappear once a month to transform. In fact, now that she thought about it, their very own Professor Lupin fit the criteria for being a werewolf. He was always sick once a month, and he had wolf-like tendencies. Hermione pulled her calendar out of her bag and checked the days he had been missing from the dinner table or class. Each of them fell on a full moon. Hermione put a hand up to her mouth in shock. Then she glanced around. No one had noticed. She figured that she should keep to herself about this. Her theory may not even be correct. Hermione, brightest witch in her year. Ron and Neville sat in the Gryffindor common room. They were sitting at a table near a window, doing homework. Ron's rat, Scabbers, was quivering in the front pocket of his shirt. Ever since their trip to Egypt, Scabbers hadn't been looking very well. Where he used to be fat and sleek, he was now thin with little clumps of fur falling out. Neville was afraid that Scabbers might die soon. He had never shown any qualities of a magical rat, so if he was just a regular one, he would be getting pretty old. Just then, an enormous ginger cat stalked into the common room. "Whose cat is this?" Parvati cooed, petting him. The cat purred, rubbing its face on her hand. Then, its beady eyes caught on Ron's front pocket. It seemed to sense the rat that was there. It stood there allowing itself to be petted. Seconds later, there was a loud mreeow. And the cat had launched itself onto Ron's chest. Ron tried to wrench it off, but it scrabbled at his shirt with its claws. Then, Neville helped him get the cat off. He took it outside the portrait and dropped it there. "Whose cat was that?" Ron asked in disgust. "Evil cat, stinky cat, GOA way." Sirius had finally made it to Hogwarts. Though he was quite annoyed that the fat lady wouldn't let him in, he had fled the castle and hidden in the Shrieking Shack. He knew he had to leave on the full moon, so he had traveled to Hogsmeade in dog form. There he nicked some food and saw hundreds of students leave the castle together. Sirius cocked his head and sniffed a little. Then, he followed them. All of the students went into the Quidditch pitch. Sirius guessed that this meant that there was a Quidditch match that day. So, he naturally hopped into the stands. Harry would surely been on the Quidditch team, because of his father. He had shown a love for riding the broom before. Sirius shook his head, much like shaking water off of his ears. He waited and then the two teams came out onto the pitch, Gryffindor and Slytherin. Sirius searched the Gryffindors, but he couldn't pick Harry out. They took off, and one Slytherin boy, the Seeker no doubt, flew close by, scanning the entire stadium. Then, as their eyes caught, both of them nearly fell over. Sirius recognized the shape of Lily's eyes from there. It was Harry. His eyes were paler than they used to be, and so was his hair. Though it was more of a shade of brown instead of black, Sirius still recognized James's trademark messy hair. Also, if you looked for it, you could find Lily's features in Harry's nose and jaw as well. Sirius didn't know what to think as he trotted out of the stadium. Harry was a Slytherin. Harish nearly fell off his broom when he saw an enormous black dog. It was the Grim. The fifth year glanced back at the stadium, but the Grim was gone. As it was the second Grim Harish had seen, he was shaken slightly. So, he zoomed off and searched for the snitch. The wind was blowing in full blasts now, bringing rain in with it. Harish was having a difficult time trying to stay on course. If the crowd was cheering, he couldn't hear it over the thunder. Luckily, he had already cast a spell to keep the rain off of his face so that he could see, but the rest of him was completely soaked through. Suddenly a strange feel came over the stadium. The wind was blasting Harish off course, but it had suddenly forgotten to howl. Lightning was still flashing, illuminating the stands, but the thunder had forgotten to clap. It felt as if he had gone deaf. A chill swept over Harish as he looked down and saw hundreds of Dementors standing on the ground below him, their hidden faces pointed to the sky. It felt as if frozen water was filling and freezing Harish's insides. And then he heard it again. Someone was screaming inside his head, a woman. "Not Harry, not Harry, please not Harry. Stand aside, girl, stand aside now. Not Harry, please no, take me, kill me instead." Numbing, swirling white fog filled Harish's brain. He might have wondered who this woman and more specifically who Harry was, but he was no longer conscious enough to wonder anything of the sort. He was falling through the icy mist. "Not Harry. Please have mercy, have mercy." A shrill voice was laughing, the woman was screaming, and Harish knew no more. "He looks a bit peaky." "Peaky? How would you look if you fell 10 stories? Lucky the ground was so soft. I thought he was dead for sure." It took a moment for Harish to make sense of anything as he could hear the voices of his friends. "That was the scariest thing I've ever seen in my life. Scariest, the scariest thing." Hooded black figures cold screaming. Harish's eyes snapped open. He was lying in a hospital bed with the entire Quidditch team standing around him, soaked and mud-spattered. Hermione, Daphne, and Ginny were there as well, looking as though they had just climbed out of the Black Lake. "Harish!" Fred exclaimed. He looked extremely white underneath all the mud. "How are you feeling?" It was as though Harish's memory was on fast forward. The lightning, the Grim, the snitch, and the Dementors. "What happened?" he asked, sitting up so suddenly they all gasped. "You fell off," Fred replied. "Must have been, what, 50 feet. We thought you'd died, Daphne said. She was shaking and her eyes were extremely bloodshot. I know I fell. I meant the match. Who won? No one answered. Everyone just looked down and shuffled their feet. The horrible truth sank into Harish like a stone in water. We did not. We lost. The other seeker got the snitch, George replied. Just after you fell. He didn't realize what had happened. When he realized that you had fallen, he tried to call it off, but they had won fair and square. Harish rested his head on his knees and gripped his head with his hands. He had never lost before. In all 4 years he had been playing, they hadn't lost once. Don't worry, Harish, George said, shaking Harish's shoulder. It's not over. As long as Gryffindor loses to Ravenclaw and we beat them in Hufflepuff, the cup'll be ours. Harish sat back and tried his best not to feel absolutely miserable. After about 10 minutes of the others talking, Madame Pomfrey told the others to let him rest, so everyone except the twins and Draco left. Dumbledore was really angry, Draco said. I have never seen him like that before. He ran onto the field as you fell and kind of slowed you down before you hit the ground. Then, he whirled his wand toward the Dementors and shot silvery stuff at them, making them go away. Then he magicked you onto a stretcher, Fred said. And sent you up to school. Everyone thought you were. George's voice trailed off, but Harish hardly noticed. He was thinking about what the Dementors had done to him. No one else had obviously fainted. Why was he the only one that was affected so much? Not to mention the woman screaming. He didn't even have any bad memories that he could think of. That woman screaming certainly wasn't one of them. Did someone get my Nimbus? He asked finally. The twins and Draco glanced at each other. Harish noticed that George was holding an odd-shaped bundle. Well, George said hesitantly. When you fell off, it got blown away. And it hit, Draco replied. It hit the Whomping Willow. Harish's insides froze again. The Whomping Willow was a particularly vicious tree that had nearly killed him the year before. It doesn't exactly like things getting near it. Professor Flitwick brought it back just before you woke up, George said, laying the bundle on Harish's bed. He unwrapped the blankets to reveal several huge shards of wood and more bristles. Harish picked up one where the golden words, Nimbus 2001, were etched. They were all that was left of his faithful broomstick. Madame Pomfrey insisted on keeping Harish in the hospital wing for the rest of the weekend. Harish didn't complain like he usually would have. He was too upset, humiliated and annoyed at himself for fainting every time he got near a Dementor. Downtrodden about his broom, he wouldn't let the nurse throw away the shards of it. He had never broken one before, and it felt like losing a friend. It was a huge relief when he finally had to return to the bustle of school on Monday. But, he was determined that he would never lose a Quidditch game again. So, any free time was devoted to studying up on Patronus charms. He taught himself how to perform it, but had still not managed to produce a corporeal Patronus. Professor Lupin had returned by their next defense against the dark arts class. After class, Lupin held Harish back. Now Lupin was just as close to James and Lily as Sirius was. If anything, he was closer to Lily than the dog Animagus ever was. Because of this, he had instantly recognized the shape of Lily's eyes. This had instantly sparked the werewolf's curiosity. Ever since then, he had been wanting a chance to talk to the boy. Yes, Professor. Harish asked awkwardly. I heard about your broom. Is there no chance of repairing it? No, he replied, shaking his head. It flew into the Whomping Willow. The Whomping Willow was planted the year I started at Hogwarts, Lupin told him. Students used to try to get close to it until it took out Davy Gudgeon's eye and they were banned from going near it. No broom would stand a chance. Did you hear about the Dementors too? Harish asked, not looking at the professor. Yes, I did. Dumbledore was furious. They were the reason you fell, I suppose. Yes, Harish replied. He hesitated for a moment until all of his questions burst out at once. Why? Why did they affect me so much? Am I just? It has nothing to do with weakness, Lupin replied sharply. There must be some sort of horror in your past. Dementors affect you according to how bad your memories are. They feed on your good ones and leave you with your worst memories. I already knew that, Harish said. It's just I don't have any bad memories. Not that bad anyway. I've racked my brain trying to figure it out, but it's useless. And, whenever they get near me I hear this voice, a woman's voice. Lupin's stomach plummeted. He thought he might know where this was going. What does this voice say? He asked warily. She's pleading. It's horrible. I can't help but hear it. This woman pleading for her son's life. Her son. I'm guessing it's her son. She keeps trying to protect Harry. Harry's his name. Getting warmer. 2 weeks before the end of the term, the sky lightened to a stunning white and the muddy grounds were covered in frost. Inside the castle, there was a buzz of Christmas in the air. Flitwick had already decorated his classroom with shimmering lights that turned out to be real, fluttering fairies. The students were discussing their plans for Christmas. Harish was intending on inviting everyone over to his manor over the break. All of his immediate friends were sending letters back and forth to their parents, asking to stay there. Draco had already been over so much, his parents had no problem with it. The twins' parents had already given up on keeping them away from the Slytherin boy. Those three were going to be staying with him most of the break. Then, he was going to host a Christmas party. The fifth year was planning on inviting the Weasleys, Daphne, and possibly her sister, as well as Dean Thomas, Luna Lovegood because of Ginny, and Justin Finch Fletchley and his friends. And, to everyone's delight, there was another Hogsmeade trip on the very last weekend of the term. We can all do our Christmas shopping there. Hermione exclaimed. Mum and Dad would love those tooth-flossing string mints from Honeydukes. So, on Saturday morning they all, except the twins, they had to finish last-minute homework bundled up in many coats, hats, and scarves and went down to Hogsmeade together. Harish figured that it would be best to not go on a date with Daphne that week so that he could buy her presents without her knowing. Living in a marshmallow world. Neville was thoroughly miserable. He wasn't allowed to go to Hogsmeade. Professor McGonagall had pulled him aside after Transfiguration one day and told him that Black was after him. Because of this, he was not allowed to leave the castle as a safety precaution. Ron hadn't wanted to leave Neville alone in the castle, but eventually Neville told him to go. He went down to the entrance hall to bid his friend goodbye. Then, pissed, Neville. He turned to see Fred and George peering out at him behind a statue of a humpbacked, one-eyed witch. What are you doing here? Neville asked in concern. How come you're not going to Hogsmeade? We've come to bring you a bit of festive cheer before we leave, Fred said with a mysterious wink. Come in here. He nodded to the nearest disused classroom, which was located to the left of the statue. Neville hesitated for a moment, torn between curiosity and worry. Then, his curiosity got the better of him and he followed them in. George shut the door behind them and then turned, beaming to Neville. We wanted to tell you of a way into Hogsmeade, he said. Why? Neville asked. Why would you help me? Both twins gave a little shrug. Kindness is good for the heart, they said in unison. Well, Fred said. Most of the time, half of the time, occasionally, they ended together. So how do I get in without going past Filch? Neville finally asked. A bit eager as he. George asked, tilting one eyebrow up. Perhaps looking forward to breaking the rules. Neville shuffled his feet, looking down. No, it's all right, both twins interrupted. A bit of rebellion is healthy too. Can you just tell me already? Tusk, don't speak to your superiors like that, Fred said. Now what you want to do is go to the statue just outside this classroom. The one of the one-eyed witch. And then, you'll need to tap it with your wand. And say, Disindium. And then, just toddle along the secret passageway to Hogsmeade. Where does it come out? Neville asked curiously. Right under Honeydukes. Don't worry about when you get there though. You should blend in with the crowd as so many people will be there. Good luck, they both said with winks. See you in Honeydukes. The twins then went out the front door and walked to Hogsmeade. The two of them met Harish and the three broomsticks. He had a bag full of purchases sitting next to him and he was lounging back in his seat. So, did you tell him? The boy asked. The twins nodded in reply. He seemed rather happy to get out of the castle. I could imagine, Harish replied. I would go insane if I was stuck inside. Why did you have us? Tell him how to get here. Harish shrugged. I figured I may need a favor in a couple years. The twins rolled their eyes. I think you think too far ahead, mate, George said. Just then a bell tinkled in the distance and the door to the pub opened. Harish grumbled and turned around to watch as snow was blasted in the door. Then, the Minister of Magic walked through the door. Hello, he murmured. What is he doing here? He continued to watch as Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and Hagrid walked in as well. While they were busy, Harish slowly moved to the other side of the table so that he could watch without drawing attention to them. Harish motioned for the twins to do something, so they both pulled out books and pretended to read, though they were really listening to the adults' conversation. A small gilly water, Madame Rosmerta was saying. Mine, Professor McGonagall said, raising her hand slightly. 4 pints of mulled mead. Ta, Rosmerta, Hagrid replied. A cherry syrup and soda with ice and umbrella. Professor Flitwick hummed, licking his lips. So you'll be the red currant rum, Minister. Thank you, Rosmerta, Fudge said. Harish noticed that he looked a little tired. Lovely to see you again, I must say. Have one yourself, won't you? Come and join us. Well, thank you very much, Minister. Rosmerta walked away, her high heels glittering slightly. Then, she returned with her own drink and pulled up a chair. So what brings you to the neck of the woods, Minister? Rosmerta asked. Fudge turned, checking for eavesdroppers. Harish made certain to glance over to the door before pulling out a book. If Fudge had noticed him, he would have thought that Harish was simply looking out the window on the door. Harish looked back up when he heard Fudge speak. What else but Sirius Black? I dare say you heard what happened up at the school on Halloween. I did hear a rumor, Madame Rosmerta admitted. Did you tell the whole pub, Hagrid? McGonagall asked exasperatedly. Hagrid shook his head and took a swig of his drink. Do you think Black is still in the area, Minister? Rosmerta whispered. I'm sure of it, Fudge replied shortly. You know that the Dementors have searched my pub twice. Scared all my customers away, very bad for business, Minister. Rosmerta, my dear, I don't like them any more than you do, Fudge replied uncomfortably. Necessary precaution. I've just met a few of them. They're in a fury against Dumbledore, he won't let them inside the castle grounds. I should think not, McGonagall said sharply. How are we supposed to teach with those cloaked horrors floating around? Here, Flitwick squeaked. All the same, demurred Fudge, they are here to protect you from something much worse. We all know what Black's capable of. Do you know, I still have trouble believing it, Rosmerta said thoughtfully. Of all the people to go over to the dark side, Sirius Black was the last I'd have thought. I remember him when he was a boy at Hogwarts. If you'd told me then what he was going to become, I would have said you'd had too much mead. You don't know half of it, Rosmerta, Fudge said gruffly. The worst he did isn't widely known. The worst? Rosmerta asked, her voice alive with curiosity. Worse than killing all those people, you mean? I certainly do, Fudge replied. I can't believe that. What could possibly be worse? You say you remember him at Hogwarts, Rosmerta, McGonagall murmured. Do you remember who his best friend was? Naturally, Rosmerta replied with a laugh. Never saw one without the other, thick as thieves, they were quite the double act, Sirius Black and James Potter. Precisely, Professor McGonagall said. Black and Potter, ringleaders of their little gang. Both very bright, of course, exceptionally bright, in fact, but I don't think we've had a pair of troublemakers such as them. I dunno, Hagrid chuckled. Harish Blake and the Weasley twins could give him a run for their money. You'd have thought Black and Potter were brothers. Flitwick chimed. Inseparable. Of course they were, Fudge replied. Potter trusted Black beyond all of his other friends. Nothing changed when they left school. Black was best man when James and Lily were married. Then they named him godfather to their son, Harry. Harry. The name piqued Harish's interest. As the minister had said the name, McGonagall's eyes had teared up and she gave a little sniff. Of course, Fudge said. Not many people are aware that the Potters knew who was after them. Dumbledore, who was working tirelessly against him, had a useful number of spies. One of them had tipped him off, and he alerted James and Lily at once. He advised them to go into hiding. Well, of course who isn't the easiest to hide from, so they were forced to use the Fidelis charm. How does that work? Rosmerta asked breathlessly. Flitwick cleared his throat. An immensely complex spell, he said, involving the magical concealment of a secret inside a single, living soul. The information is hidden inside the chosen person, or secret keeper who, as long as they refuse to speak, who could search the village where Lily and James were staying for years and never find them, not even if he had his nose pressed against their sitting room window. So Black was the Potter's secret keeper, whispered Rosmerta. Naturally. James Potter told Dumbledore that Black would rather die than tell where they were, that Black was planning on going into hiding himself, and yet, Dumbledore remained worried. I remember him offering to be the Potter's secret keeper himself. He suspected Black. Rosmerta gasped. He was sure someone close to the Potters had been slipping information to you-know-who, McGonagall replied darkly. Indeed, he had suspected for some time that someone on our side had turned traitor. And was passing a lot of information to you-know-who. But James Potter insisted on using Black. He did, Fudge said heavily. And then, barely a week after the Fidelis charm had been performed, Black betrayed them. He did indeed. Black was tired of his double agent role, and was ready to declare his support openly for you-know-who. Harish shook his head, glancing down at his book. How could they be so sure he was a follower of Voldemort without proof? But, as we all know, you-know-who met his downfall in little Harry Potter. It was a shame the boy died as well. Powers gone, horribly weakened, he fled, and this left Black in a terrible position. His master had fallen at the very moment when he had shown his true colors. He had no choice but to run for it. Filthy stinkin' turncoat, Hagrid said, so loudly that half the bar went quiet. Shish. McGonagall hushed him. I met him, Hagrid growled. I must have been the last to see him before he killed all those people. I was sent there by Dumbledore to check on the Potters when Dumbledore heard of Voldemort's forces moving. The house was blown to smithereens. Sirius shows up on his motorbike, wantin' to know what was going on. Never occurred ter me what he was doing there. Thought he'd just heard the news, oh you know who's attackin', come ter see what he could do. White as a sheet, shaken, and ye know what I did. I comforted the murderin', traitor. Hagrid roared. Hagrid, please. McGonagall scolded. Keep your voice down. How was I ter know he wasn't, upset Abu, Lillian, James and, Harry. And, Harry. A baby. Black's own godson, and, he turns him straight over to you-know-who. And, then he asks me, where's Harry? Can I see, I am. But of course he was dead. I didn't, have the heart everyone wiped at their eyes or blew their noses. Then, he gave me, his motorbike. Told me he didn't need it anymore. I shoulda known there was something fishy going on then. Why was he giving it ter me? Fact was, it was too east ter trace. Black knew he had ter run fair it. But he didn't disappear, did he? Rosmerta asked. Didn't the ministry catch up with him the next day? Alas, if only we had, Fudge said bitterly. It was not we who found him but poor little Peter Pettigrew, another one of Potter's friends. Harish stood up then and told the twins that he needed to buy more gifts before they headed back. Once they were outside the pub, they headed to the Shrieking Shack so that they could talk. It was empty as they had suspected, but they still spoke in low voices. Is all of that true? The twins asked. Harish shook his head. My father told me when we came back from Egypt that Peter Pettigrew had been working as a double agent for him. He was the secret keeper. Black was innocent. They both asked in disbelief. Harish nodded. That's the curious thing. He's been in Azkaban for 13 years, innocent. He never said a word. He never tried to escape, until now. What could have caused his sudden want for freedom? Maybe he got bored. Fred suggested. I would have gotten bored 13 weeks into the sentence. Well, he was insane, George said. He was probably in shock the first month or so. Still, Harish said. My father reckons he left for a reason. He did come here after all. The question is, what is that reason? This question resonated in their minds at the beginning of the break as the four boys left the train and went with Voldemort to Harish's manor. While they were leaving, Ron and Neville were sitting in the common room, bored. Ron got Scabbers out and inspected him, giving him some of his rat tonic. That maniacal cat tormented Ron day and night. He was afraid that the stress was making Scabbers worse. Currently the boy was petting the rat, as he had nothing better to do. Do you want to play gobstones? Neville asked. We've already done that, Ron whined. What about exploding snap? Ron shook his head. Hey, it's not dark yet. Why not visit Hagrid? I'm game with that, Neville said, standing up. They walked down to the giant man's hut. Neville knocked on the doors and they stood there in silence for a moment. Is that Fang? Neville asked. Coming from behind the door was a series of odd, low-mo, ns. Think we'd better go and get someone? Ron asked nervously. Hagrid, Neville called, thumping the door with his foot. Hagrid, are you in there? There was a sound of heavy footsteps, and then the door was pulled open. Hagrid stood there, his eyes bloodshot, tears splashing down his front. "You've heard," he bellowed, flinging himself onto Neville's neck. Since Hagrid was over twice his size, this was a serious matter. Neville was about to collapse when he was rescued by Ron, who seized Hagrid and managed to hoist him onto his feet. Hagrid allowed himself to be steered into a chair and slumped over the table, sobbing uncontrollably. Neville spotted an official-looking letter lying open on the table. "What's this, Hagrid?" he asked. Instead of replying, Hagrid's sobs redoubled. He shoved the letter toward Neville, who picked it up and read aloud. "Dear Mr. Hagrid, further to inquiry of the matter of the conduct of the Hippogriff, Buckbeak, we have accepted that you bear no responsibility. However, we must register our concern about the Hippogriff in question. It had been decided that it is unsafe to leave the beast near our own young. The matter will be taken to the Committee of Dangerous Creatures. The hearing will take place on April 20th, and we ask you to present yourself and your Hippogriff at the committee's offices in London on that date. In the meantime, the Hippogriff should be kept tethered and isolated. Yours in fellowship." There followed a list of school governors. What exactly happened with Buckbeak? He went insane. I've never seen anything like it. He was flying in loops and into trees, and poor Harish Blake was stuck on his back. Blake was there? Ron asked. Along with her twin brothers. It was the fifth-year Slytherin class. Ronnie Make, grumpy cat face. Harish, the twins, and Draco held so many 2-on-2 Quidditch matches that they were sick of either sitting on a broom or losing. Then, they played so many different games that they were so bored they had nothing left to do. One day, just a few days before Christmas, they were all slouching down in chairs in Harish's sitting room. "I want to do some sort of prank," George said. Harish grunted in reply. "Yeah, it's too quiet," Fred said, trailing off. "Do you just pull pranks whenever it's too quiet?" Draco asked. "Yes," the trio replied. So, after a day of planning, Harish walked up to Bellatrix. "Hey, Father wants you," he said, leaning nonchalantly on the wall. "Wants me?" Bellatrix asked. Harish nodded. "He wants you to wait on him in the dining room." "Why the dining room?" Bellatrix asked. Harish shrugged. "It was convenient, I guess." He watched Bella walk down the corridor and then turn toward the kitchen. Then, he dashed out of her wing into the main wing where he and Voldemort stayed. He entered his father's study and said, "Quick, you're going to be late." "Late?" Voldemort asked uninterestedly. "For what?" "Dinner." "How can I be late for dinner? This is my house." Harish groaned. "Just go and eat dinner." It said a lot that this behavior didn't even cause the Dark Lord to become angry. He simply smirked at his son's antics. "Fine," he replied. "I was just about to send an elf for a snack anyway." He set his newspaper down and stood up, walking out of his study. "Yes," Harish exclaimed. The Dark Lord shot him a look. "Sorry, I mean, that's good. I hope you enjoy your food. You are not coming with me?" His father asked, stopping and turning to look at this insane teenager. "I fixed the food okay," Harish exclaimed, acting as if he did not want to divulge this information. "That's why I want you to go eat." Voldemort shook his head and headed for the dining room. Harish grinned behind his back and turned to go to his bedroom. From there, he snuck back toward the dining room, collected the twins and Draco, who had just finished fixing the room for them. "This is the oddest sort of prank I've ever pulled," Fred whispered to him as they walked back. "Agreed," George said. "Yes, but you have to admit it is fun," Harish said. "Why exactly are you trying to get them together?" Draco asked. They entered Harish's bedroom again. "I dunno," Harish mumbled awkwardly, looking down at his bedspread. "I've always wanted a real family." They there for a moment and then Harish seemed to snap out of some sort of wistful state. "Anyway, it's fun messing with them. My father especially." The twins shot each other a look. They were the only ones there that didn't understand Harish's want for a real family. They had too much family in their opinion. This caused them to feel slightly awkward. Draco, on the other hand, didn't think anything of it. He was ignored by his own parents anyway. Not to mention he was an only child. Harish then started talking with the other three boys to distract them from what he had just said. He most likely hadn't meant to say it at all. The next day they got dressed and ready for the party. Harish had to do some serious planning the day before, wondering what he was going to do with who. He was inviting everyone's families. In most parts this wouldn't be a problem, but Harish knew that his father was going to have Death Eaters coming through the whole time. So, in case of the Weasleys, he would have to keep them distracted. People were due to arrive at 3 o'clock. Harish was then going to show them into his father's meeting room. That was the main room that was big enough for a large party of people. Harish and his 3 friends threw some streamers over some dark-looking artifacts, the throne at the front of the room, and no one could tell what the room was really used for. Harish had the elves set tables up along the side of the room for food and a couple round tables in the center to sit at. Then, there was still a rather large open space where people could move around. The first person to arrive was Dean. He was alone, as Harish thought it a bad idea to invite his Muggle mother. Harish directed him to the ballroom, and stayed by the door to greet his other guests. Dean walked up and stood awkwardly next to Draco. Both of them were painfully aware that they belonged to enemy houses. Then, after Dean, Hermione arrived, also by herself. Once Hermione found her way to the correct room, Ginny showed up with her parents. Harish was glad to notice that Ron hadn't come. He didn't know what he would have done if that idiot had showed up. Next, Luna Lovegood and her father arrived, followed by Angelina Johnson and Justin Finch Fletchley. Hannah Abbott came as well along with Amelia Bones and her niece. Finally, Daphne came with both of her parents and her little sister, Astoria. As they were the last guests Harish had invited, he walked with them to the ballroom. Then he, Daphne, and Astoria joined the other kids while the older Greengrasses joined the gaggle of parents. Harish was pleased to see that all of his guests, the children, anyhow, were getting along quite well. Dean was talking with the twins about joke products. Hermione was talking with Ginny about Muggle inventions. Draco was talking with Luna, though he looked a bit confused. And the Hufflepuffs were keeping to themselves. They spent the time eating and catching up with each other. They all did not do much more than talk the entire party. After the party ended, the twins and Draco still remained at Harish's house for the rest of the break. The day after Harish's Christmas Eve party, he was woken up by a pillow being thrown in his face. "Harish, it's Christmas," Draco exclaimed, throwing another pillow at his friend. Harish groaned and flicked his wand. There was an odd popping sound, and the next moment, Draco was hanging in the air by his ankle. "Will that teach you to not wake me up again?" Harish asked, releasing his friend. The bee-owned boy laughed. "Whatever you say, Harish." Harish shook his head, but went down to the sitting room nevertheless. The twins were already down there, opening their presents that were under the tree. Harish and Draco joined them. The 3 older boys got sweaters from Mrs. Weasley along with a tin of homemade fudge, Christmas cake, and a box of nut brittle. As Harish moved all these things aside, he noticed a long, thin package. "What is that?" Draco asked, looking over, a box of chocolates in his hand. "I don't know." Harish ripped the packaging open and gasped as a magnificent, gleaming broomstick rolled out onto his lap. Draco gasped and the twins dropped a pair of silver knitted socks they were each holding. The other 3 boys hopped up for a closer look. "I don't believe it," the twins whispered in awe. It was a firebolt, the latest model of broom that had come out that summer. Its handle glittered as he picked it up. He could feel it vibrating. The teen stood up and let go. The broom hung in midair at the perfect height for Harish to mount. His eyes moved from the golden registration number at the top handle, right down to the perfectly smooth birch twigs that made up the tail. "Who sent it to you?" Draco asked in a hushed voice. All 4 boys ripped through the wrappings, looking for a card of some sorts. There was none. All there was a little tag with the name Harry scrawled on it. "It's addressed to Harry," Harish murmured. "We don't know any Harrys," Draco said. "Maybe they just misspelled your name." Harish nodded. "Or maybe it's a nickname or something," George said. "But who would spend this much money on you?" Draco asked incredulously. "Because I can tell you, it wasn't me. We could afford something like this, but I would totally have one first." Harish shook his head. "I don't know who could have sent it." "You don't think?" Fred wondered aloud, trailing off. "What?" Draco and Harish asked. "You don't think Sirius Black could have sent it, do you?" "Why Sirius Black? I dunno, he may think that Harry Potter is still alive." "Yeah," George said, catching on. "So he sent a jinxed broom addressed to Harry, trying to get rid of him." But since there is no Harry in Hogwarts, the owl got confused and brought it to you because your name is close enough. That is the most far-fetched story I have ever heard in my life, Draco said doubtfully. Draco is right, Harish said. It was probably a secret admirer of mine, or something, that sent it. It doesn't matter anyway. He paused, looking down at the shining, brand-new broom. Who wants to have a go on it? Term started up again right after New Year's. Ron and Neville spent their free time tirelessly trying to find a case where a hippogriff went to a trial, but got off. Hagrid was so grateful that he was beyond tears. It made Ron sore to know that this whole incident was caused by his brothers. He was really getting to the point where he hated them now as well as their Death Eater friend. Ginny being sorted into Slytherin didn't help matters. The two boys had checked numerous books out of the library and then sat by the roaring fire, reading silently. The quiet was only broken when one of them found something worth noting. Here's something: there was a case in 1722 but the hippogriff was convicted. Look what they did to it. That's cool. Sorry. This might help. Look, a manticore savaged someone in 1296 and they let the manticore off. Oh, no, that was only because everyone was too scared to go near it. Just then the evil ginger menace stalked into the room. Ron bolted up and dashed to the dormitory, closing the door behind him. He did not want Scabbers to be terrorized. Bad kitty, no Scabbers no. Harish was ahead in all of his classes. He had studied ahead, enough that he didn't really need to study all that much anymore. Because of this, he decided that he needed practice on his Patronus charm on a real Dementor. Or at least the closest thing he could find. That was why he could be seen in a disused classroom with a chest that held a boggart in it. Harish unlocked the trunk with a flick of his wand. Immediately, the temperature in the room plummeted and a thick fog swirled around him. Expecto Patronum, he exclaimed, imagining in his mind receiving his Nimbus 2000. The fog swirled thicker and denser. Not Harry, no. Harish bolted upright. He was lying on the ground with his wand beside his head. The Dementor had been dragged back into the chest the moment Harish lost consciousness. He had cast a spell on it to where it wouldn't escape out into the castle. The teenage boy groaned and checked his watch. Then, he cursed under his breath, grabbed his book bag, and dashed out of the room. From there he ran straight to Transfiguration and made it just in time before the bell rang. He was still panting heavily when Professor McGonagall entered the room. She began a lecture about who knows what. As she spoke, Harish's attention swam and he shivered uncontrollably. Finally Professor McGonagall stopped and asked, "Mr. Blake, are you quite all right?" Harish knew that he was clammy and vaguely sick feeling, but he denied feeling ill. McGonagall would not have any of it, though, and she sent him straight to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey hadn't asked, simply tsked at him and handed him a huge brick of chocolate. She's definitely given up. Having just finished a recently assigned paper, Remus Lupin sat back in his desk and surveyed his class of third-year Gryffindors. They were all reading out of their books, as they were supposed to be doing. Remus let out a soft, tired sigh and looked down at his desk. Sitting facing him was a picture. In it were he, James, Sirius, and Peter. Beside it was a picture of James, Lily, and Harry. Lily was holding the baby, and James was bending over, making it laugh. Baby Harry's emerald eyes were lit up with sheer happiness. Seeing the picture of Harry, it made Remus think back to a revelation he had reached on the train as soon as the Blake boy opened his eyes. The first thing Remus had noticed was that they were shaped exactly like lilies. They weren't such a vibrant shade, but they were most definitely green. The second thing he noticed was that the boy had features of lilies in the eyes and the shape of the head. Lastly, the boy's hair, though not the black of James's, stuck up at the back just like the man's did. The only conclusion Remus could come to was that this boy was Harry Potter. The only thing was, if this was Harry Potter, who should he tell? And who would believe him? Plus, Remus may not have even been right. So, he never told anyone his suspicions. Getting warmer, 2 people now. Ron walked back from Defense Against the Dark Arts class to find Neville already standing outside the common room. "I wrote them down. I must have dropped them somewhere," Neville was saying. "A likely tale." Sir Cadogan roared. "What's going on?" Ron asked his friend. "I've lost the passwords," Neville told him miserably. "I made him tell me what the passwords are for the week because he keeps changing them, but I must have lost the list." The password's Oddsbotikins, Ron said. Sir Cadogan's painting swung forward to let them inside. Then he told Neville, come on. I need to go give Scabbers his rat tonic. The two of them bounded up the stairs to their dormitory. Ron let a strangled yell when he caught sight of his bed. Neville stepped forward to see what the matter was with curiosity. On it was something that looked horribly like blood. Beside the blood, sitting on the sheets, were several thick ginger hairs. Don't fall for it, the rat's not dead. That afternoon, Harish returned to his abandoned classroom, now armed with half of an enormous slab of chocolate. The Slytherin boy practiced the charm and the wand movement over and over again. Then, he flicked his wand, and once again the trunk holding the boggart flew open. Freezing water filled the teen's lungs, causing his to gasp. The Dementor swooped out, turning to face Harish. Even though he paled, Harish exclaimed, Expecto Patronum. A small wisp of silvery light shot out of the end of his wand. The woman screaming faded to the background, sounding more like a broken radio. Harish smiled weakly. It was stronger. But not strong enough. The teen decided he needed a stronger memory. He searched all of his good memories until he found the perfect one. Expecto Patronum, he shouted. A small 7-year-old boy sat with his legs curled underneath him. He licked his dry lips and wiggled his fingers as they fell asleep again. The boy's hands were chained to the column behind him. Young Harish Blake sat brooding, as there was nothing better to do in that dark room. He had always known that there was something wrong with his father. He was broken, like a toy. Voldemort never showed any emotion, any affection. He was never happy, always seeming slightly haunted. On top of that, he had a temper that no one could compete with. The smallest thing would happen, and he would blow up. Harish felt sorry for his father. He loved him very much. Just then, a loud thump came from above him. The young boy swiveled his pale green eyes upward, toward the ceiling. He tilted his head and listened very intently. Footsteps were walking across the floor above. Then, they moved down into the hallway outside. A flash of bright light crept under the door and a grunt escaped into the prisoner's room. Then, the door was blasted away. Harish's father dashed into the room, easily melted the chains binding the boy with a swish of his wand, and scooped his son into his arms. Kneeling down, the Dark Lord hugged Harish tightly. Harish sat there, in shock. The Dark Lord had never shown any sign that he loved the son that adored him so much. You are safe, Voldemort murmured softly. Harish looked up at the man, his hair falling into his pale, grimy face. Was he supposed to hear that? Surely not. His father swiped the hair out of his son's eyes and Harish was surprised that when he looked into his father's icy blue ones, they reflected relief. Of course I'm safe, Harish whispered as soon as he found his voice again. I knew you would find me. Harish hugged his father tightly, burying his face in the man's dark robes. Even though Voldemort was broken, the fact that he loved Harish was all that counted. Out of the end of his wand blasted a smooth body. It started out small, but then it grew and grew until it was the size of a house. The basilisk displayed its razor-sharp teeth, stared the mock Dementor down, and the creature of sorrows fled. Harish guided it back into the chest and locked it inside. Then, he straightened up and wiped tears out of his eyes. Harish returned to the common room that evening after finishing his chocolate bar. There, he found the twins talking about joke products, Draco snoozing on a chair, and Hermione sitting at a table in the back, surrounded by piles of books. Harish walked over to her, moved a tall stack of parchment, and sat down. This looks like quite a bit of work, he said, picking up her heavy ancient runes book. I'm managing fine, Hermione replied stiffly, writing paragraphs quickly on her essay. Can't you drop a few subjects? How are you even getting to your classes on time? Hermione looked scandalized. I can't drop any subjects. Harish gestured to a piece of parchment sitting nearby. Arithmancy looks hard. It's my favorite subject, Hermione exclaimed, snatching up the paper. Harish shook his head and made his way to get up, just then something brushed against his leg. He looked down to see a furry, orange cat. It jumped up on the table and Hermione started pleasantly. Crookshanks, she exclaimed. You came back. He was probably just going on a short hunting trip, Harish said with a yawn, walking down to the dormitories. Facing the Dementor had been exhausting. He climbed in bed fully clothed and fell asleep quickly. Very nice hunting trip, yum. On the Friday before the next Quidditch game, which was on Saturday, they had practice until nearly dark. Then, Flint had rushed them back to the castle, as they didn't want to be caught outside past hours. Harish walked back slowly, however, for he did not to be rushed. His firebolt was slung across one shoulder. The twins were on either side of him with Draco lagging behind. As they walked, night slowly fell. Soon it was very dark. Harish spotted movement out of the corner of his eye when they were about halfway to the castle. "Lumos!" he exclaimed, lighting up the area. A beam of light fell across the grass, hit the bottom of a tree, and illuminated its branches. Crouching there was Crookshanks. Harish sighed in relief. For a moment, he had thought that he had seen eyes belonging to the Grim. It seemed as if it was only Hermione's cat, out for a midnight snack. They set back off for the castle. Harish took a deep breath. Slightly ashamed of his panic, he didn't say anything the rest of the trip. The next morning, they walked down to breakfast confidently. Harish knew that they would win the match that day. He was absolutely sure of it. His positive attitude seemed to rub off on his team, and it also helped that they were now equipped with the best broom. Harish held his firebolt and the other Slytherins looked about, as if they were ready for it to be stolen at any moment. The rest of the castle were too thunderstruck to do such a thing though. The Gryffindors especially looked rather sour. "Put it here, Harish," Flint said, motioning to the center of the table. Harish gladly obliged and dug into his breakfast. People wandered over to have a look at it throughout the meal. Justin congratulated Harish on having such a great broom, Luna made an odd comment about Raxperts, and Dean asked if he could just hold it. "Can you manage that broom, Blake?" Ron asked, coming over angrily. "Yeah, I reckon so," Harish replied casually. This seemed to make the boy even more angry. "Shame it doesn't come with a parachute. Sure you won't fall off your broom this time?" "Shove off, Ron," Fred said. Ron stalked off, mumbling angrily under his breath. At 11:15, the Slytherin team set off for the locker rooms. The weather couldn't have been more perfect. It was a clear, cool day with a very light breeze. There would be no problem seeing this time, and Harish was beginning to feel the excitement that only a Quidditch match could bring. As he pulled on his Quidditch robes and stuffed his wand in a holster in his arm, he could hear the rest of the school coming out to the stadium. Flint gave them a usual speech about winning and playing their best. Half the team was rolling their eyes at the speech they had heard countless times, while others were sitting nervously, waiting on the edge of their seat for the match to begin. And it did, not much later. The team captains shook hands and then the separate teams mounted their brooms. When Madame Hooch blew her whistle to signify the start of the match, Harish kicked off and instantly began scanning the pitch for any glimmer of gold. He soared around the stadium, only half listening to the commentation. "They're off, and the big excitement of this match is the firebolt that Harish Blake is riding on," Lee Jordan, the regular commentator, said. "According to which broomstick, the firebolt's going to be the choice for the national teams at this year's World Championship. Jordan, would you mind telling us what's going on in the match?" McGonagall interrupted. "Right you are, Professor, just giving a bit of a background information. The firebolt, incidentally, has built-in auto break-in." Jordan. Okay, Slytherin in possession, Draco Malfoy of Slytherin heading for goal." Harish streaked past Draco in the opposite direction, gazing around for a glint of gold and noticing that Cho Chang, the Ravenclaw Seeker, was tailing him closely. "Hoping I'll lead you to victory, huh?" Harish muttered before pulling into a sharp dive. He pushed the broom as fast as it would go, heading straight for the ground near the goal posts. "It seems as if Slytherin's Seeker has spotted the snitch," Lee Jordan shouted. "Chong isn't far behind." Harish glanced back to see Cho struggling to keep up with him. As he got nearer to the ground, he slowed down, but Cho kept going just as fast. Then, with only seconds before he could have crashed, he pulled up sharply and shot into the air like a bullet. Cho landed on the ground with a thud. Harish grinned. That got rid of her. Then, just as Draco was scoring, the Slytherin section went wild. Harish looked down, and he saw it. The snitch was hovering near one of the barriers. He accelerated towards it. Then, he looked down and saw two tall, black, hooded Dementors looking up at him. Harish didn't stop to think. He whipped his wand out of his holster, whirled it at the Dementors, and roared, "Expecto Patronum." Harish's enormous basilisk shot out of the end and the entire stadium let out a collective gasp. He turned back around and stretched out his arm, ready to intercept the snitch. A bludger flew towards him, but he dodged it. Then, his hand closed on cool metal and he held the snitch up high for the stadium to see. Slytherin wins. Lee shouted. 120-0. 6 green blurs shot toward Harish and he was surrounded by his team, all congratulating him. They landed together on the grassy lawn with a bump and people flooded out of the stands. "That's my boy," Flint bellowed. "Yes," Draco exclaimed, yanking Harish's arm into the air. "Yes, yes, we'll have the match now," George shouted. "For sure," Fred agreed. "Good for you, Harish," Ginny said. Daphne was with her and she nodded approvingly. "That was quite some Patronus," said a voice in Harish's ear. He turned to see Professor Lupin, who looked both shaken and pleased. "May I ask where you learned?" he asked. "I taught myself," Harish told him happily over the noise of the crowd. Lupin looked rather impressed. "I didn't even feel the Dementors. They didn't affect me at all." "That would be because they, weren't Dementors," Lupin told him. "Come see." Harish followed him out of the crowd where 2 figures lay sprawled on the ground. There, trying to get out of the robes and off of some sort of stilts were Ron Weasley and a sandy-haired Gryffindor. "You gave Mr. Weasley quite the scare." Standing over them were Professors McGonagall and Snape. Harish couldn't tell which looked more angry. "An unworthy trick," McGonagall shouted. "Detention," Snape spat. "And 50 points from Gryffindor. A low and cowardly attempt to sabotage the game. You will be doing detention with me as well, and 10 points from Gryffindor." Harish turned to see Neville and Dean standing at the edge of the crowd, watching their classmates. Both seemed torn between shame and loyalty to their house. As the Slytherin walked toward them, Neville started quaking in fear. "I told him not to," he said. "It really is ridiculous," Dean said. "The whole house will probably hate them too." 60 points from Gryffindor. "We're surely out of the running now. Come on," the twins said as he rejoined them. Party in the common room. It felt as though they had already won the Quidditch Cup. The party went on all day and well into the night. Fred and George disappeared for a couple of hours and returned, arms full of butterbeer, pumpkin fizz, and several bags of Honeydew sweets. "Where'd you get all of that?" Hermione squealed as they began throwing peppermint toads out to the crowd. The twins smirked at Harish and he nodded knowingly. They had used a little help from Moony, Padfoot, Prongs, and Wormtail. Then, Harish turned to see that Hermione was still doing homework. Fred joined Harish to talk to her as George started juggling butterbeer bottles. "Did you even come to the match?" Fred asked her. "Of course I did," Hermione replied in a strangely high voice, not looking up. "And I'm very glad we won, and I think Harish did really well, but I need to read this by Monday." "Come on, Hermione, come and have some food," Harish said. "I can't, Harish. I've still got 422 pages left," Hermione said, now sounding hysterical. Harish shook his head and he led Fred back over to the main party. The Slytherin party only ended when Professor Snape turned up, looking really sour, and barked at them all to go to bed. The house scattered, doing as they were told, and went to sleep. "Celebrate good times, come on. RRRRRRRRGGGGHHH. No. Neville awoke suddenly as though he had been hit in the face. Disoriented, he fumbled to get out of his twisted sheets and pull back the hangings that blocked his view of the room. "What's going on?" Seamus asked. Neville thought he heard the dormitory door slam. At last, finding the divide in his curtains, he ripped them apart just as Dean was lighting a lamp. Ron was sitting up in his bed, his hangings torn from one side, a look of utmost terror on his face. "Black, serious black. With a knife. What? Here. Just now. Slashed the curtains. Woke me up. You sure you weren't dreaming?" Dean asked skeptically. "Look at the curtains. I tell you, he was here." They all scrambled out of bed. Neville reached the dormitory door first, and they all sprinted back on the staircase. Doors opened behind them, and sleepy voices called after them. Who shouted, "What are you doing?" The common room was lit with the glow of a dying fire, but was deserted. "Are you sure you weren't dreaming, Ron? I tell you, I saw him." "What's all that noise?" "Professor McGonagall told us to go to bed." A few girls had come down the staircase. Boys too, were reappearing. "Everyone back upstairs," Percy commanded, pinning his head boy badge onto his pajamas as he spoke. "Percy, Sirius Black, Ron said faintly. In our dormitory. With a knife. Woke me up. Nonsense. Percy said, looking startled. You had too much to eat, had a nightmare. Now really, what is all the commotion? McGonagall asked, slamming the portrait behind her. I didn't authorize this, Professor. Percy shouted. It was my brother, had a nightmare. It wasn't a nightmare. Ron bellowed. Professor, I woke up because Sirius Black was standing over me with a knife. Professor McGonagall stared at him. Don't be ridiculous, Weasley, how could he have possibly gotten through the portrait hole? Ask him, Ron said, pointing a shaking finger at the back of Sir Cadogan's picture. Ask him if he saw. Glaring suspiciously at Ron, McGonagall pushed the portrait back open and went outside. The whole common room listened with bated breath. Sir Cadogan, did you just let a man enter Gryffindor Tower? Certainly, good lady. There was stunned silence, both inside and outside the common room. You did. But the password. He had him. Sir Cadogan informed her proudly. Had the whole week's milady. Read him off a little piece of paper. McGonagall pulled herself back through the portrait hole to face the silent crowd. She was white as chalk. Which person, she said in a shaking voice, which abysmally foolish person wrote down this week's passwords and left them lying around? There was utter silence, broken by the smallest of squeaks. Neville, trembling from head to fluffy slippered toes, raised his hand slowly into the air. Headmaster of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore sat behind his desk, a headache already forming in his temples. 13 years ago, when young Harry Potter died at the hands of Lord Voldemort, he knew that he had to find a new savior. This was necessary because he was certain Voldemort would be returning. The only other boy the prophecy could have referred to was a boy that we all know was named Neville Longbottom. Dumbledore sent the child to his grandmother, knowing he wouldn't be coddled. He had set up obstacles in the boy's first year to test him. Not only had the boy broken his wrist from falling off a broom, of all things, he was practically forced into solving the puzzle of the stone. Then, the next year the boy had shown his incompetence in almost every single class. Now, to add to Dumbledore's misery, the boy had left a slip of paper lying around for Black to find, because he was too imbecilic to remember the passwords. Dumbledore wouldn't have dared said any of this in front of anyone else, though. He had to keep up his old, dotty appearance after all. The old man sighed, wondering if the Longbottom boy would ever become the warrior he needed. Bad Dumby, messing with poor Neville. Very quickly, Ron became a hero and Neville was in total disgrace. Ron relayed what he saw over and over again, dramatically to anyone would listen. Tighter security was set in place the very next day. The next weekend, there was a Hogsmeade trip and Harish made sure to use this as another chance to spend more time with Daphne. The two of them went into most of the shops and enjoyed the other's presence immensely. While they were doing that, the twins were zonkos looking at some dung bombs. After a little while, Ron and Neville walked in and the three of them seemed to do their best at not noticing the other. At the front desk, Ron and Neville were whispering to each other while they waited to purchase their selections. Fred and George, who were standing behind them, began to listen intently. Do you think that stuff we gave Hagrid is enough to get Buckbeak off? Neville asked. Ron nodded. I still think it's ridiculous he has to go on trial in the first place, their brother replied. All because the hippogriff went a little wild in Hagrid's first class. Poor Hagrid is devastated, though, Neville mumbled. Devastated? Ron questioned. Mad, more like. I don't get why he's attached to the creature, anyway. The twins looked at each other guiltily. They had guessed pretty accurately that their brother had been talking about the hippogriff they had fed the energy sweet to. After they left, they found Harish. He and Daphne were sitting in a booth in the Three Broomsticks. Harish shot them an annoyed look and Daphne seemed mildly amused. What are you doing here? Harish asked in a quiet voice. You know that sweet we fed to the hippogriff. In our first class of the year. How could I not? Harish asked angrily. I was sitting on that monster when it took off, flying in circles and loops. Well, apparently the Committee of the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures got wind of it and are planning on executing the hippogriff, Buckbeak. There's going to be a trial first, though. Really? Harish asked. Why are you telling me this? The twins shrugged and shook their heads. Just feeling guilty, I guess. Harish shook his head at them before shooing them off. Leave me alone, with my date. That night, Harish sat up in his bed, shining a light on the Marauder's map. All of the other boys were fast asleep and it was pitch dark down in their dormitory. Harish had started checking the map each night after the others fell asleep ever since Black had gotten into the castle for the second time. He knew that the 2 passageways to Hogsmeade weren't blocked in any way, or guarded. The boy guessed that these could have been how the man had gotten into the castle. Because of this, he intended on making sure that he didn't see the escapee anywhere on the map before he went to sleep. He wasn't being paranoid. He was simply curious on why Black had broken out of Azkaban. While he was staring at the map, Harish's eyes happened to fall on a dot labeled, Peter Pettigrew. When he saw this, Harish stopped and stared at it. He knew that Peter Pettigrew was dead. All that had been found of him was his finger. That was why Harish was greatly confused. Then, in less than a minute, Harish had climbed out of bed and was rummaging in his trunk for his invisibility cloak. The teen pulled it around himself and, holding the map below his nose, left the room. As he walked along, he held his wand out of his cloak for light. The light bounced off of portraits and around the hallways, casting odd shadows. Harish watched as Pettigrew's dot grew closer and closer. The young man glanced up when he should have been face to face with the man, but there was nothing there. When the teen glanced down at the map again, the dot had disappeared and now a new one, saying, Severus Snape, was about to round the corner, coming toward him. Quickly, Harish muttered, Knox, turning his light out. Then, he pointed it at the map. Mischief managed. No more than a minute later, Snape had indeed round the corner and was shining his wand light directly in Harish's face. Mr. Blake, Snape murmured. Fancy seeing you here, out of bed after hours. You know, I have been wanting to speak with you alone for some time now. He motioned for Harish to follow and the 5th year had no choice, but to allow himself to be led to Snape's office. He had never been inside it before. It was filled with jars of different creatures of body parts. Harish's nose wrinkled when an eyeball swiveled to look at him. What do you want to speak with me about? Harish finally asked. Some strange things have been happening in the castle these past 5 years. Oh, Harish asked. Subconsciously, he strengthened his occlumency shields. Like what? Like all of the 7th years showing up in the hospital wing in your 1st year, appearing to have been submitted to the Cruciatus curse. But of course, no student could cast such a spell. Harish shrugged. I wouldn't know, see. Or perhaps the same thing happening the next year. Or possibly the stone being stolen the next, but we find Quirrell without possession with anything like it. Or maybe you could explain how you knew where to find the Chamber of Secrets. Let me tell you, Mr. Blake, I know there is something going on here. Something that is more than meets the eye, and I can assure you I am going to find out what it is. I'm sure I don't know what you are talking about, sir, Harish replied innocently, his eyes wide. He stuck his hands in his pocket, seeming perfectly nonchalant, that is until his hand caused the map to crinkle a little in his pocket. Turn out your pockets. Snape suddenly snapped. Harish stopped himself from closing his eyes in dread. Then, he pulled the map out of his pocket silently and set it on his professor's desk. All the 5 years he had owned it, and he had not been caught with it. Snape picked up the map with an odd look on his face. Spare bit of parchment, Harish said with a shrug. Snape turned it over, his eyes on Harish. Surely you don't need such an old piece of parchment, he said. Why don't I just throw it away? His hand moved toward the fire crackling behind him. No, Harish exclaimed. So, Snape said triumphantly. Harish scowled. What is it? Some sort of dark magic. A note written in invisible ink. Harish blinked. Snape's eyes gleamed. Let me see, he muttered, taking out his wand and smoothing the map out on his desk. Reveal your secrets, he said. Nothing happened. Harish watched, trying not to show any emotion. Show yourself, Snape said, tapping the map sharply. It stayed blank. Harish took a deep breath. Professor Severus Snape, master of this school, commands you to yield the information you conceal. Snape said, hitting the map with his wand. As though an invisible hand was scrawling across it, words appeared on the smooth surface of the map. Harish shuddered. It reminded him slightly of his father's diary that a demon had possessed the year before. Mr. Mooney present his compliments to Professor Snape, and begs him to keep his abnormally large nose out of other people's business. Snape froze. Harish froze dumbstruck, at the message. The map didn't stop there, though. More writing was appearing below the first. Mr. Prongs would like to agree with Mr. Mooney, and would like to add that Professor Snape is an ugly git. Harish bit back a snort, really working hard to keep his face passive. Snape's expression was priceless. The boy half wished that the twins were there to see it. Mr. Padfoot would like to register his astonishment that an idiot like that ever became a professor. Harish closed his eyes, trying to center himself so that he wouldn't get himself into more trouble. When he'd opened them, the map had had its last word. Mr. Wormtail bids Professor Snape good day, and advises him to wash his hair, the slimeball. Harish waited silently for his head of house to lash out. So, Snape said softly. We'll see about this. He strode across to the fire, seized a fistful of flow powder, and threw it into the flames. Lupin, Snape called into the fire. I want a word. There was a moment's pause and then Professor Lupin came spinning out of the fire, covered in ashes and looking quite tired. He clambered out of the fireplace and brushed the ash off of his shabby robes. You called, Severus? Lupin asked mildly. I certainly did, Snape replied, his face contorted in fury. I just asked Mr. Blake, here to empty his pockets. He was carrying this. He pointed to the map that still contained the Marauders' message. Lupin glanced at Harish, only just noticing that he was there, and then looked back at the parchment with an odd, closed expression on his face. Well? Snape queried. Lupin continued to stare at the map. Harish thought that he looked like he was doing some quick thinking. Well? Snape repeated. This parchment is plainly full of dark magic. This is supposed to be your area of expertise, Lupin. Where do you imagine Blake could have got such a thing? Lupin looked up and, by the merest half-glance in Harish's direction, warned him not to interrupt. Full of dark magic, he repeated mildly. Do you really think so, Severus? It looks as though it is merely a piece of parchment that insults anybody who reads it. Childish, but surely not dangerous. I imagine Harish got it from a joke shop. Indeed? Snape asked with a set jaw, his nostrils flaring. You think a joke shop could supply him with such a thing? You don't think it more likely that he got it directly from the manufacturers? Harish didn't quite understand what Snape was getting at. Nor, apparently did Lupin. You mean, by Mr. Wormtail or one of these people? He asked. Harish, do you know these men? No, Harish replied quickly. You see, Severus? Lupin asked, turning back to Snape. It looks like a Zonko's product to me. Now I think I shall retire to bed. Mr. Blake, I think you should as well. He tucked the map into his robes and stepped behind Harish, following him out of the room. Then, once they were in the corridor once again, Lupin walked up to stand beside the fifth year, and stopped him. Now, he said, I happen to know that this map was confiscated by Filch many years ago. Yes, I know it's a map, and I don't know how it fell into your possession. I am astounded, however, that you did not immediately turn it in. Did it ever occur to you that this could fall into the hands of Sirius Black? Not to mention you wandering around past hours while we have a killer on the loose. I am sure that this will not happen again, for I am keeping the map. Harish's mouth fell open in outrage. Then, he asked, why did Professor Snape think I had gotten it from the manufacturers? Because, Lupin hesitated. Because these map makers would have wanted to lure you out of the school, they'd have found it extremely entertaining. Now, I want you to return to bed. And don't make any detours on the way. If you do, I shall know. Harish nodded and made his way toward the end of the corridor. Then, he paused, turning back. I don't think that map works right anyway, he replied. Why do you say that? Because I saw someone on there, who I know to be dead Peter Pettigrew. That's not possible, Lupin whispered. He looked even more tired just then. I'm just telling you what I saw, Harish replied before turning back to leave. As he walked down the corridor, Lupin stared at the map once again. The next day Ron and Neville learned that Buckbeak had been sentenced to death and the twins found out, not much later. Easter holidays passed in a blur of studying and mounds of work. Hermione had so much, that she hardly got any sleep anymore. After the holidays, the teachers gave up on homework and began reviewing all of the information they had learned in the past 5 years. The common room was silent each night as the 3rd and 4th years trudged through mounds of homework, and the 5th and 7th years studied for their exams. The 5th years had to take their owl's ordinary wizard levels, and the 7th years had NEWT's nastily exhausting wizard tests. Prefects would give detentions out and take points from any student that made too much noise. Then, the Friday after Easter, there was a new notice put up in the entrance hall. Career advice. All 5th years are required to attend a short meeting with their head of house during the first week of the summer term, in which they will be given the opportunity to discuss their future careers. Times of individual appointments are listed below. Harish looked down at the list and saw that he was expected in Professor Snape's office at 2:30 on the next Wednesday, which would mean that he would be missing most of Care of Magical Creatures. The rest of the weekend was then spent reading up on different careers. There were several different pamphlets, one for healing, business, muggle relations, curse breaking, horrors, troll training, and the list went on. Harish and the twins each looked at the business pamphlet. That would be the career they would have to list in their meeting if they wanted to start a joke shop. The main thing was, Harish knew absolutely for certain that he didn't want to work for the ministry, not while it was under the influence of Dumbledore, anyway. Harish also didn't want to be a healer. He would have to make and exceeds expectations on his newt in almost every class to qualify. Curse breaking did sound interesting, though. He suggested it to the twins as a backup for if they couldn't find the funds to start a joke shop. So, that Wednesday, instead of going to Care of Magical Creatures, the 5th year headed for Professor Snape's office. He waited outside until it was 2:30 before knocking. "Come in," Snape replied. Harish smoothed his hair down slightly before going in. "Sit," the surly professor said shortly, indicating to the chair across from his desk. Harish plopped down. His back was fully straight, making it feel as though he were in attention. "Well, Blake, this meeting is to talk about any career ideas you might have, and to help you decide which subjects you should continue into 6th and 7th years, Snape said in a bored tone. "Have you thought about what sort of career you might want to go into when you leave Hogwarts?" The teen said. "I would like to go into business." "Business?" Snape asked. All boredness left his voice. The thought of the Blake boy in business was a strange one, what with his prankster reputation. Harish nodded in reply. "Well," Snape said, extracting a little leaflet from his desk and opening it. "You don't need much for business. Just an acceptable in ancient runes and arithmancy. I suppose it really depends on what sort of business you are looking into." "I was thinking of starting a joke shop," Harish mumbled, almost ashamed of saying something like this out loud. Snape cracked a smile. So that was why the boy wanted to go into business. It made a lot more sense, knowing that he wasn't planning on getting a job where he sat behind a desk all day. "In that case," Snape replied, "you will need high grades in potions, charms, and transfiguration as well. To create your own business, you really only need to have a clean record. The other subjects just help if you are making your own products." Harish smiled and nodded. "If that is all, you may leave," Snape said, waving a hand at the door. Business, no joke shop business. The next week, owls finally came. The examiners arrived during dinner the night before, causing even the twins to lose their appetite. That night everyone did some last-minute cramming, stuffing their brain with so much information that was near to bursting. None of the 5th years talked all that much at breakfast the next morning either. Some would be practicing wand movements at the table while others would flick through their books in between bites. Marcus Belby sat with his fork stuck, motionless above his plate. Harish had almost thought that the boy had been stunned until he noticed that the boy was mouthing spells silently. Once breakfast was over, all of the 5th years milled around in the entrance hall, waiting for their exams to start. Then, at 9:30, they were called forward class by class to take their written exams. When they entered the hall, Harish almost didn't recognize it. All of the tables were gone, each replaced with many desks, all facing the staff table end of the hall where Professor Flitwick stood facing them all. Once everyone was seating and quiet, he turned over an enormous hourglass squeaking, "You may begin." On the desk beside him were spare rolls of parchment, quills, and ink. Harish turned over his paper, his heart thumping hard. He lowered his eyes to the first question. A. Give the incantation, and B. Describe the wand movement to make objects fly. When Fred read this question, he had a fleeting memory of enfolding string, a troll, and a soaring club. With a smile, he jotted down the answer with ease. "That wasn't as bad as I expected, George said lazily as the three of them exited the great hall together nearly 2 hours later. Yeah, Fred replied. I thought it was going to be horrible. It was actually quite easy, Harish said. That's for you to say, George complained. Mister, I could cast the Cruciatus when I was 11. Shish. Harish hushed them, smiling nonetheless. They ate lunch with the rest of the school before returning to the small antechamber where they were to wait for their practical exam. Then, each of the students were called forward in alphabetical order. Harish grinned. As he was A, B, he got to get it over with. The pale teen entered with the first group of students and went over to one of the examiners and slid his wand out of his holster. No need to be nervous, son, the examiner said in a quivery, old voice. I just need you to make this eggshell here do some cartwheels for me. On the whole, Harish thought that he did pretty well. His levitation charm was perfect, of course. He had almost mixed up the incantations for the color change and the growth charms, but he had caught himself before he had cast anything. Everything else was relatively easy. Then, that night there was no time to relax. They went straight to the common room and submerged themselves into defense against the dark arts for the next day. The trio went to bed, their heads buzzing with complicated theories and numerous wand movements. The next day he did his written exam fairly well and he knew every single spell for the practical. Then, his examiner had gone so far as to ask to see his Patronus for a bonus point. Harish cast it, receiving a cheer from the dotty old man. On Wednesday, they had the herbology exam. Harish got off with only one bite from the venomous tentacula. Then, on Thursday was their transfiguration exam. That one was by far the hardest, but they all trudged through it. Then, on Friday, the trio had their potions exam. Finally it was the weekend. They studied some more and spent the entire time indoors, but Harish enjoyed the chance to sleep in a little. On Monday they had the day off, as their astronomy exam was that night. Harish remembered all of the stars well, as he knew most people that were named after them. Then, on Tuesday they had their ancient runes exam. Harish was sure he had mistranslated Awas, mistaking it for Avas. Wednesday, they had care of magical creatures where they had to list how to handle a clabbert, how to approach a hippogriff, and how to take care of bowtruckles. Then, they had their divination exam last. Harish completely lost his head. He was already tired from 2 weeks straight of late studying, but the heat of the tower hadn't helped. Harish had ended up saying that his examiner was going to meet a foggy, wet stranger the next day. Professor Trelawney was sitting outside her classroom, jotting down grades for her third-year classes. When Harish walked out, she stopped him. How did you think you did? Trelawney asked in a misty voice. Harish shrugged. The fates had told me that this year would not be a good one academically for some students. Harish shrugged again. Harish turned awkwardly to leave, but then an odd, raspy voice came from behind him, making him jump nearly straight out of his skin. It will happen tonight. Harish whirled around. Trelawney had gone rigid in her chair, her eyes were unfocused, her mouth sagging. It looked slightly scary, if Harish was to be honest. Excuse me, Harish asked. Trelawney hadn't seemed to have heard him. Her eyes started to roll. Harish stood there, torn between disgust and horror. She looked as though she was about to have some sort of seizure. He hesitated, thinking of running away and trying to forget the whole thing, but then she spoke in the same harsh voice. The Dark Lord has been secluded all these years, hidden away. His servant has been chained for 12 years. Tonight, before midnight the servant will be set free to be short-lived. The Dark Lord will rise, greater and more powerful than ever before. Beware the light, beware the phoenix will be set free. Master, beware. Trelawney's head fell forward onto her chest. She made a grunting sort of noise. Then, quite suddenly, her head snapped back up again. I'm so sorry, dear boy, she said. Must have drifted off. Are you quite all right? Harish nodded wordlessly and ran down the stairs out to the lawns where he found the twins sitting. Finally, the exams were over, but Harish was feeling slightly unnerved by his encounter with Professor Trelawney. Then, as they were laying on the grassy lawns near the Forbidden Forest, they saw the minister arrive. He walked up to the castle, along with the executioner. Buckbeak's in it now. Ron and Neville went down to Hagrid's as soon as they found out that Buckbeak had lost his appeal. Ron set to making tea, as it was what his mother did when he was upset. Then, he had almost jumped out of his skin. Scabbers! He suddenly cried out. What? Neville asked, confused. Look, Scabbers. And sure enough, Scabbers was there, hiding in the milk jug. Ron tipped it upside down and the rat came tumbling out with a squeak and much scrambling to return inside. He grabbed the struggling rat and held him up to the light. He looked worse than ever. He was thinner and so much fur had fallen out that he looked nearly bald. He writhed in Ron's hands as though desperate to free himself. "It's okay, Scabbers," Ron said. "No cats. There's nothing here to hurt you." Hagrid suddenly stood up, his eyes fixed on the window. His normally ruddy face was very white. "They're comin'. So dramatic. There you three are," Hermione said, a hint of a scold in her voice. "We've been looking all over for you." "We?" Harish asked. "Draco, Daphne, and I," Hermione replied. "The other two are looking inside for you. Come on. It's about time to return to the castle, or we'll be in trouble." Harish stood up and stretched. Then, Dumbledore strode outside, the dying sun gleaming off of his white beard. Behind him was the minister and then the executioner, McNair. Harish recognized him as one of his father's followers. The three men were striding down the hills to Hagrid's cozy cabin. "What's this?" Harish asked. "I think they are going to execute the hippogriff," Hermione replied in a whisper. The four of them froze to watch as the official men stopped at Hagrid's door. They could tell that the giant man said something, but it was so faint they couldn't hear what it was. Then, just as the men entered the cabin, Harish saw two heads poke out the back door. Soon, Ron and Neville had exited, keeping low so that they wouldn't be seen. Then, once they had gotten far enough away, they straightened up and began walking the rest of the way. Darkness was falling fast, and the four Slytherins had started making their way to the castle. "Here," Harish said, pulling out his cloak. "Get under here so we won't be in trouble when we come back in." The four of them got underneath the cloak. Harish was fairly sure their ankles showed, but it was so dark, it would have been hard to spot them. There was a soft padding noise as something ran past them. Then, just as they reached the front steps of the school, they heard a shout, a bark, and a low growl. "Ron!" Both of the twins shouted. Fred threw off the cloak, heading toward the dark figures. One of them had just been knocked over by a huge animal of some sort. And the creature grabbed the other and disappeared. When George saw Ron disappear, he ran after his twin. "Hey!" Harish called after them, ridding himself of the cloak as well. "Wait!" But they continued running. Harish growled and ran after them. After a moment's hesitation, Hermione followed. Hermione, more Slytherin than them all. Ron and Neville went out the back of Hagrid's cabin and kept low so that they wouldn't be seen. Then, they straightened up, Ron clutching a struggling Scabbers. Then, Ron suddenly stopped as they went off the side of the cabin, away from the window and the door. "Ron," Neville hissed. "It's Scabbers, he won't stay put." Ron was bent over, trying to keep Scabbers in his pocket, but the rat was going berserk, squeaking madly, twisting and flailing, trying to sink his teeth into Ron's hand. "Scabbers, it's me, you idiot." "It's Ron," Ron whispered. They heard a door open behind them and men's whispers. "Ron, let's move," Neville said. "They're going to do it." "Okay, Scabbers, stay put." They walked forward a couple steps. Ron was completely intent on Scabbers, who was still struggling. Neville was trying his hardest not to listen to the rumble of voices behind them. Ron stopped again. "I can't hold him, Scabbers, shut up, everyone'll hear us." The rat was squealing wildly, but not loudly enough to cover up the sounds coming from the other side of Hagrid's hut. There was a rumble of indistinct, male voices, a suddenly silence, and then, without warning, the unmistakable swish and thud of an axe. Neville swayed on the spot. A body, low to the ground, was slinking towards them. Neville could make out familiar eyes, the eyes of the devil cat. Scabbers writhed more violently and then, "Ouch! He bit me." "No, shoo, go away," Neville said, trying to get rid of the cat, but it was getting nearer. "Scabbers, no." Too late, the rat had finally slipped through Ron's fingers and scampered away. In one bound, the ginger cat was after it before either boy could stop it. Ron darted after his rat, only just managing to grab him as he skidded to a halt against the trunk of a tree. "Gotcha. Get off, you stinking cat," Ron muttered, shoving the evil creature off of his chest. Before Neville could catch his breath, there was the pounding of gigantic paws. Something was bounding toward them out of the dark, a huge, pale-eyed, jet-black dog. Neville reached for his wand, but the dog had made an enormous leap and the front paws hit him in the chest, knocking him over. Dazed, Neville sat up just in time to see the dog grab Ron and drag him through a gap in the roots of the tree. Ron hooked his foot around a root, trying to stop the dog from taking him, but with a snap of broken bone, they were gone. Neville stood up but, whop! Something had hit him hard in the face, sending him back 10 feet, unconscious. It was right at that point when the twins ran up, skidding to a halt just beyond the reach of the tree Ron had been dragged under, the Whomping Willow. Lumos, Harish said. His wand lit up, throwing their surroundings into light, making the grass shine silver, and causing the trunk of the Whomping Willow to gleam. Where'd your Ron go, then? Harish asked. There, the twins said, pointing to the gap in between the roots. I guess you expect us to get in there somehow to help him? Harish queried helplessly. The twins nodded. Why? I mean, it's Ron we're talking about. He's still our brother, George replied. Harish stamped a foot. He thought that he had squashed any Gryffindor tendencies out of them. Apparently he had not. The twins started forward, but jumping over branches and ducking to avoid being hit, but soon they were both thrown back near Neville, bleeding. Then, a cat slunk up to the tree, slithering beneath the branches. Crookshanks! Hermione exclaimed. Crookshanks placed his front paws on a knot on the trunk. Abruptly, as though the tree had turned to stone, it stopped. Not a leaf quivered or shook. How did he know? Hermione asked, clutching Harish's arm. He shook her off and shrugged. Then, he helped the twins up. George went first, pulling himself head first down the hole. Fred followed next and then Hermione. With a sigh, Harish finally went down. He slid feet first down an earthy slope to the bottom of a very low tunnel. Crookshanks was a little way ahead, his eyes flashing in the light from Harish's wand. This way, George breathed, following Hermione's cat. Where does this tunnel come out? Hermione questioned. I am not sure, Harish replied. It's on the map, but the tunnel goes off the edge of it. I think it goes to Hogsmeade, though. George led them along at a very quick pace, or at least, as quick a pace they could go while bent completely double. Crookshanks's tail bobbed in and out of view ahead of them. On and on the passage went. Harish was sure it was as long as the one to Honeyduke's. His back was beginning to hurt from being in an awkward position, his head bumped the roof of the tunnel every now and then. His breaths coming in sharp, painful gasps. And then the tunnel began to rise. Moments later it had twisted, and Crookshanks was gone. Instead, Harish could see a dim patch of light through a small opening. George paused, causing the other three to crash into him. With Ns, they all got back up and held their wands ready for whatever they might meet when they exit the tunnel. The four Slytherins crawled through a hole, staring around at a deserted room. A door stood to their right, leading into a shadowy hallway. Hermione grabbed Fred's arm, her eyes wide. They roamed over the boarded-up windows, and then she whispered, I think we're in the Shrieking Shack. Harish looked around. His eyes fell on a wooden chair near them. Large chunks had been torn out of it, one of the legs had been ripped off entirely. Ghosts didn't do that, he said slowly. At that moment, there was a creak overhead. Something had moved upstairs. All four of the teenagers looked up at the ceiling. Quietly as they could move, they crept out into the hall and up the crumbling staircase. Everything was covered in a thick layer of dust except the floor, where there were tracks of something being dragged upstairs. They reached the dark landing. Knocks, Harish whispered, his light going out. Only one door was open. As they crept toward it, they heard movement from behind it, a low and then a deep purring. The four of them exchanged a few last looks before Harish kicked the door wide open, his wand clutched tightly in his hand. On a magnificent four-poster bed was Crookshanks, purring loudly at the sight of them. On the floor beside him, clutching an ankle that was at an odd angle, was Ron. The twins walked over to him and Harish and Hermione followed more slowly. What are you doing here? Ron asked. I don't know, Harish replied, turning to the twins. What are we doing here? Helping Ron. Of course. Ron regarded them suspiciously. Where's the dog? Hermione asked. There is no dog, Granger. It's a trap, Ron replied. His teeth were gritted in pain. What do you mean? Harish asked. It's him. He's not a dog, he's an animagus. Harish wheeled around to see a tall, very thin man shut the door to the room with a snap. He had filthy, matted hair that hung near his elbows. If eyes Hadn't been shining out of his deep, dark sockets, he might have been a corpse. The waxy skin was stretched so tight over his face that it resembled a skull. His yellow teeth were bared in a grin. It was Sirius Black. Expelliarmus. He croaked, pointing Ron's wand at them. All 4 of the Slytherins' wands shot out of their hands and Black caught them. Then he took a step closer. His eyes were fixed on Harish. "I thought you'd come for your friend," he said hoarsely. He sounded as though he hadn't used his voice in a while. "Your father would have done the same for me. Brave of you not to run for a teacher. I'm grateful, it'll make everything easier." "My father?" Harish asked. His father didn't seem the type to run after anyone. Ron stood up shakily on his one good leg. Something flickered in Black's shadowed eyes. "Lie back down," he said quietly to the boy. "You will damage that leg even more." Ron didn't move. Harish walked over and forced the boy down before setting himself on the dusty bed, across from where Black was still standing. "I think we have much to talk about," Harish said. "No," Black said, starting to move toward Ron. "No time to talk. I've waited too long." Before Black could take another step, there was another sound. Muffled steps were echoing up through the floor. Someone was downstairs. Every single person in the room froze and listened as they drew nearer. Then, the door swung open to reveal Lupin, standing there, his face bloodless. The professor's eyes took in the room before him. He glanced at Hermione and the twins standing in the corner, then his eyes moved to Ron, who was clutching a squealing Scabbers, to Harish on the bed, and then finally to Black, who was standing in the center of the room. Lupin then lowered his wand, walked into the room, shut the door behind him, and embraced Black like a brother. Then, he spoke in an odd voice that shook with some suppressed emotion. "Where is he, Sirius?" Black didn't say a word. Slowly he lifted a wasted hand and pointed a thin finger at Ron. "But then," Lupin muttered, "why hasn't he shown himself before unless you switched without telling me?" Very slowly, Black nodded. Harish drew his eyebrows together, confused. What was going on here? "I trusted you," Hermione suddenly exclaimed. "I kept your secret. And all this time, you've been his friend." She turned to the others. "He's a werewolf. That's why he's been missing classes." "How long have you known?" Lupin asked. Though he was pale, his voice was oddly calm. "Since I finished Professor Snape's essay," Hermione replied. Well, you really are the brightest witch in your year, but not up to your usual standards. You only got 1 out of 2 right. I have not been his friend, but I am now." Lupin pulled the wands out of Black's hand. "Here," Lupin said, tossing their wands back. "You're armed and we're not. Now will you listen?" They all nodded. "How did you know he was here?" Harish asked. "The map," Lupin replied. "The Marauder's map. I was in my office examining it." "You know how to work the map?" Harish asked. "Of course I know how to work it," Lupin replied impatiently, waving his hand. "I helped write it. I'm Moony, that was my friend's nickname for me in school." "You wrote?" the twins asked in awe. "The important thing is that I was in my office looking at it, because I had an idea that Ron and Neville might try to sneak out of the castle to visit Hagrid before his hippogriff was executed. And I was right, wasn't I?" Harish glanced at Ron before turning back to Lupin. Lupin had started to pace up and down the room. Little patches of dust rose at his feet. "You might have been wearing your father's cloak." "My father's? How do you know about it?" "The number of times I saw him disappearing under it," Lupin replied dismissively. "Anyway, I could still see the 4 of you on the map as well." Then when Ron and Neville left Hagrid's hut, they were joined by someone else. "What do you mean?" Ron asked. "We weren't joined by anyone. There was just the 2 of us." "No, the 3 of you," Lupin plowed on. "And I couldn't believe my eyes. I thought the map was malfunctioning. No one was with us." Ron insisted. "And then I saw another dot, moving fast past you and towards the 3 near the willow, labeled Sirius Black. I saw him collide with Neville. I watched as he pulled 2 of you into the willow." "One of us," Ron said angrily, but Harish was beginning to understand who the 3rd person was. "No, Ron, 2 of you," Lupin replied. He had finally stopped pacing and was now staring at Ron. Then he asked evenly, "Do you think I could have a look at that rat?" "What?" Ron squawked. "What's Scabbers got to do with it?" "Everything," Lupin replied. "Could I see him please?" Ron hesitated before holding Scabbers up. The rat was now thrashing so wildly that Ron had to grasp him by his smooth tail. Crookshanks stood up and let out a low hiss. Lupin moved closer to Ron, his eyes fixed on the rat. Ron held Scabbers close to him again. What? He repeated. What's my rat got to do with anything? That's no rat, Sirius Black suddenly croaked. What do you mean? Of course he's a rat. No, he's not, Lupin said quietly. He's a wizard. An animagus, Black clarified, by the name of Peter Pettigrew. You're both mental, Ron finally said. Harish couldn't help but think back to that day where he had seen Pettigrew's name on the map. When he should have been face to face with him, there was no one there, but he couldn't have been face to face with him if the man had been a rat at the time. It all made sense. Another piece of the puzzle was just put onto the board. Black bared his yellow teeth and suddenly darted forward, trying to pull the rat out of Ron's fingers. Ron yelled with pain as Black's weight fell on his injured leg. Sirius, no, Lupin yelled, launching himself forward and dragging Black away from them again. Wait, you can't just do it like that, they need to understand, we've got to explain. We can explain afterwards, Black snarled, trying to throw his friend off. One hand was still clawing at the air as it tried to reach Scabbers, who was squealing like a piglet. They've got a right to know everything. Lupin panted, still trying to restrain Black. Ron's kept him as a pet. There are parts of it even I don't understand. And Harish, Harry, you owe Harry the truth, Sirius. Harish froze. Harry. Black froze as well, though his hollowed eyes were still fixed on Ron's rat, who was still clutched in Ron's bitten, scratched, and bleeding hands. All right then, Black said without taking his eyes off Scabbers. Tell them whatever you like. But make it quick, Remus. I want to commit the murder I was imprisoned for. You're both nutters, Ron said, standing up shakily. Lupin pointed his wand at the boy. You're going to hear me out, Ron, he said quietly. Just keep a tight hold on Peter while you listen. He's not Peter, he's Scabbers. Ron yelled, trying to force the rat back into his pocket. Harish got up, shoved Ron back down, grabbed the rat out of his hands, and then rapped him hard on the head. Ron slumped over. Harish then pulled out his wand and stupefied the struggling rodent. There, he said, stuffing the rat in his pocket. Now you can continue. All right, Lupin said. You'll need to help me, Sirius. I only know how it began. Lupin broke off. There had been a loud creak behind him. The bedroom door had opened of its own accord. All six of them stared at it. The Lupin strode toward it and looked out. No one there. This place is haunted, Hermione muttered, isn't it? It's not, Lupin said, still looking at the door with a puzzled expression. The shrieking shack was never haunted. The howls and screams the village used to hear had always been made by me. Lupin ran a hand through his graying hair, looking even more tired than ever. That's where this all starts, with my becoming a werewolf. None of this would have happened if I hadn't been bitten, and if I hadn't been so foolhardy. I was a very small boy when I was bitten. My parents tried everything, but back then there was no cure. The potion I have been taking is a recent invention. It makes me safe, you see. The week before every full moon I take the potion, and during the full moon I keep my head. When I transform I am able to curl up, a harmless wolf, and wait for the moon to wane again. Before the wolfsbane potion was invented, I became a fully fledged monster once a month. It seemed impossible that I would ever be able to go to school. Other parents weren't likely to want their children exposed to me. But then Dumbledore became headmaster, and he was very sympathetic. He said that as long as we took certain precautions, there was no reason I shouldn't come to Hogwarts. Lupin sighed and looked directly at Harish. I told you months ago that the Whomping Willow was planted when I came to school here, but it was actually planted because I came here. It and the Shrieking Shack were both built for my use. Once a month, I was smuggled out of the castle, into this place, to transform. The tree was placed over the entrance of the tunnel to stop anyone coming across me while I was dangerous. Harish couldn't exactly see where this was going, but he listened with rapt attention. The room was completely silent as every head was turned to the shabby professor. My transformations in those days were terrible. It is very painful, to turn into a werewolf. I was separated from humans to bite, so I bit and scratched myself instead. The villagers heard the noise and the screaming and thought they were hearing particularly violent spirits. Dumbledore encouraged the rumor. Even now, when the house had been silent for years, the villagers don't dare approach it. But apart from my transformations, I was the happiest I had ever been in my life. For the first time ever, I had friends, 3 great friends. Sirius Black, Peter Pettigrew and, of course, your father, James Potter. But Harish started, but Lupin continued, ignoring his interruption. Now my 3 friends could hardly fail to notice I disappeared once a month. I made up all sorts of stories. I told them my mother was ill, and that I had to go home to see her. I was terrified they would desert me the moment they worked it out, but they didn't desert me at all. Instead, they did something for me that would make my transformations easier. They became animagi. Harish nodded. It seemed as if another puzzle piece had just been added. It took them the best part of 3 years to work out how to do it. Your father and Sirius here were the cleverest students in the school, and lucky they were too, because the animagus transformation can go horribly wrong, one reason why the ministry keeps such a close watch on registered animagi. Peter needed all the help he could get from James and Sirius. Finally, in our 5th year, they managed it. They could each turn into a different animal at will. But how did that help you? Hermione asked, sounding confused. They couldn't keep me company as humans, so they kept me company as animals, Lupin replied. A werewolf is only a danger to people. So, they snuck out every month under the invisibility cloak, and though the knot that freezes the tree, the would slip down and join me. Under their influence, I became less dangerous. My body was still wolfish, but my mind seemed to become less so while I was with them. Hurry up, Remus, Black snarled. He was staring at the lump in Harish's pocket with a horrible sort of hunger on his face. I'm getting there, Sirius, I'm getting there. Well, highly exciting possibilities were now open to us now that we could all transform. Soon we were leaving the Shrieking Shack and roaming the school grounds and village by night. Sirius and James transformed onto such large animals that they were able to keep a werewolf in check. I doubt whether any Hogwarts students ever found out more about Hogsmeade and Hogwarts than we did, and that's how we came to write the Marauders map, and signed it with our nicknames. Sirius is Padfoot. Peter is Wormtail. James was Prongs. All this year I've been wondering why I haven't told Dumbledore about Sirius being an animagus. But now I know why. I was too cowardly. It would have meant telling him that I had betrayed his trust while I was at school, admitting that I'd led others along with me, and Dumbledore's trust has meant everything to me. He let me into Hogwarts as a boy, and he gave me a job when I have been shunned all my adult life for what I am. And so I convinced myself that Sirius was getting into the school using dark arts, so in a way, Snape's been right about me all along. Snape? Black asked, his eyes narrowing. What's Snape got to do with it? He's here, Sirius, Lupin told him. He's teaching here as well. The man turned to the students in the room and said, Professor Snape was at school with us. He fought very hard against my appointment as teacher here. He has been telling Dumbledore that I am not to be trusted. He has his reasons, you see. Sirius here played a rather nasty trick on him that had nearly gotten him killed, a trick which had involved me. Black made a derisive noise. It served him right, he sneered. Sneaking around, trying to find out what we were up to, hoping he could get us expelled. Severus was very interested in where I went every month, Lupin told the Slytherins. We were in the same year and we, didn't like each other that much. He loathed James especially anyway. Snape had seen me crossing the grounds with Madame Pomfrey one evening as she led me toward the Whomping Willow to transform. Sirius thought it would be amusing to tell Snape that all he had to so was prod the knot on the trunk with a stick and he'd be able to get in after me. Well, of course he tried it. If he'd got as far as this house, he'd have met a fully grown werewolf, but your father went after Snape and pulled him back, at a great risk to his life. Harish mouthed, my father. Once again in confusion, Snape glimpsed me at the end of the tunnel. He was forbidden by Dumbledore to tell anyone, but I know from that time on he knew what I was. So that is why Professor Snape dislikes you so much, Harish replied slowly, because he thought you were in on the joke. That's right, sneered a cold voice from the wall behind Lupin. Severus Snape was pulling off the invisibility cloak, his wand pointed directly at Lupin. Hermione shrieked in surprise. Black jumped to his feet. Harish felt as though he'd received a huge electric shock. I found this at the foot of the stairs, Snape said, throwing the cloak aside, careful to keep his wand pointing directly at Lupin's chest. Very useful, Potter, thank you. Harish had finally had enough. Could someone please tell me exactly what's going on here? First of all, my name is Harish Blake. Not Harry. Not Potter. Blake. Second of all, my father would never act as heroic as you two. He pointed his wand at Lupin and Black are saying. His name isn't James, either. It's Blake. And not a Blake. Everyone in the room looked at Harish in shock. No one looked more shocked than Sirius Black. No, he cried out, lunging forward. Your name is Harry Potter. You can't tell me I don't know my own best friend's son when I see him. I'm not. Harish shouted. Harish, Hermione whimpered as green sparks shot out the end of his wand. Enough. Snape snapped. Quit babbling on so. I have you now, and that's all that's important. Oh, how I hoped I would be the one to catch you. Severus, you're making a mistake, Lupin said urgently. I can explain. Sirius is not here to kill anyone. 2 more for Azkaban tonight, Snape said with a gleam in his eyes. I shall be interested in how Dumbledore takes this. He was so convinced you were innocent, a tame werewolf. You fool, Lupin said softly. Is a schoolboy grudge worth putting an innocent man back in prison? Bang. Thin, snake-like cords shot out of Snape's wand and twisted themselves around Lupin's mouth, wrists, and ankles. He overbalanced and fell to the floor. Black gave a roar of rage and started forward. But Snape pointed his wand straight between Black's eyes. Give me a reason, he whispered. Give me a reason to do it, and I swear I will. Black stopped dead. It would have been impossible to say which face displayed more hatred for the other. Come on all of you, Snape said. With a click of his fingers, the ropes that bound Lupin flew to his hands. I'll drag the werewolf. Perhaps the Dementors will have a key, for him too. Before he had registered what he was doing, Harish had crossed the room in 3 strides and blocked the door. So this is why you were so adamant about finding out every little thing I've done, he said. Get out of the way, boy, Snape said. You're in enough trouble as it is. If I hadn't been here to rescue you. What? Harish asked. What would have happened? Nothing. Even if they were trying to kill me, do you think they would succeed? After everything I've been through, Quirrell tried to kill me, look where it got him. Silence. I will not be spoken to like that. Snape shrieked. He looked madder than ever, his eyes were wild and sparks were shooting out the end of his wand. Like father like son, Potter. I have just saved you neck, you should be on the ground thanking me. You would have well been severed if he'd killed you. You'd have died like your father, too arrogant to believe you might be mistaken in Black. Now get out of the way or I will make you. Get out of the way, Potter. My name is not Potter. Harish roared as his eyes flashed a bright, emerald green. With a swish of his wand, Snape was blasted back into the 4-poster bed with such force that dust shook from the ceiling and the bed nearly collapsed. You shouldn't have done that, Black said. You should have left him to me. Harish continued panting. I don't care. Black bent over Lupin, who was struggling to escape his bonds. The man cut his friend free. Then, Lupin stood up, rubbing his wrists. Thank you, Harish, he said. Now, Black said. It's high time we offered you proof. He held out his hand. Give me Peter. Harish pulled the rat out of his pocket and handed it to the escaped criminal. Nice touch, by the way, Black said. With the stunning hex. I do have one more question, Harish said. Out of all the rats in London, how did you know that this one was Pettigrew? You know, Sirius, that is a very good question, Lupin said. How did you find out where he was? Black put a claw-like hand into his filthy robes and pulled out a crumpled piece of paper. He smoothed it out and showed it to them. It was the picture of the trip to Egypt. On one end was Harish and the twins, and on the other was Ron, a rat sitting on his shoulder. How did you get this? Lupin asked, thunderstruck. Fudge, Black replied. When he came to inspect Azkaban last year, he gave me this paper. And there was Peter, on the front page on this boy's shoulder. I knew him at once. How many times had I seen him transform? My God, Lupin said softly. He stared at the picture of the rat, then glanced at the actual thing in Sirius's hand. His front paw, he's got a toe missing. All they could find of Pettigrew was his finger, Black said. And the caption said the boy would be going back to Hogwarts too. He broke off and looked up at Harish, his finger resting on where the 5th year was standing in the picture. You have your mother's eyes, Sirius finally said. Harish felt his eyes prick a little. He had never, in his whole life, heard anyone mention his mother before. Black's eyes were full of tears. I just about killed them, he said in the merest of whispers. I thought that if I was their secret keeper, Voldemort would suspect me and come after me. I didn't trust myself enough not to crack under torture, so I suggested they switch to Peter at the last moment. They, meaning Lily and James Potter. Harish finally asked. Sirius nodded. But now I will reveal Peter for the first time in 12 years. Lupin held his wand up to the rat and Black retrieved Snape's wand. Together? He asked. I think so, Lupin replied. On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. A flash of blue light erupted from both wands and hit the rat. For a moment it was suspended in midair, quivering, but then it began to grow larger and larger. Its nose shortened, its arms elongated, and its fur shrank into its body. A moment later, where Scabbers had been, a man now stood wringing his hands. He was a very short man, hardly taller than Hermione. His thin, colorless hair was unkempt and there was a large bald spot on top of his head. He had a shrunken appearance. As if he had once been very plump, but had lost all of his weight suddenly. His skin looked grubby, almost like Scabbers' fur, and something of the rat lingered around his pointed nose and his very small, watery eyes. He looked around at them all, his breathing fast and shallow. Harish saw his eyes dart from Sirius to the door, to the window, and back again. Well, hello, Peter, Lupin said pleasantly, though the cheeriness didn't quite reach his eyes. Long time no see. Sirius R. Remus, Pettigrew squeaked. Again his eyes darted toward the door. My friends, my old friends. Black's wand arm rose, but Lupin seized him around the wrist, gave him a warning look, and then turned again to Pettigrew. We've been having a little chat about the night Lily and James died. You might have missed the finer points while you were squeaking around down there. Remus, Pettigrew gasped. Harish could see little beads of sweat break out of his pasty face. You don't believe him, do you? He tried to kill me, Remus. So we've heard, Lupin said, more coldly this time. I'd like to clear up one or two little matters with you, Peter, if you'd be so. He's come to try and kill me again. Pettigrew squeaked suddenly. He pointed with his middle finger as his index finger was missing. He killed Lily and James and now he's going to kill me too. You've got to help me, Remus. Black's face looked more horrible than ever as he stared at Pettigrew with his fathomless eyes. I would rather die, Sirius shouted. I would rather die than betray my friends. Lily and James only made you secret keeper because I suggested it, he hissed so venomously that Pettigrew took a step backwards. I thought it was the perfect bluff. Voldemort would be sure to come after me, would never dream. They'd use a weak, talentless thing like you. It must have been the finest moment of your miserable life, telling Voldemort you could hand him the Potters. Ah, Mr. Black, Sirius? Hermione asked. Black jumped at being addressed like this and stared at Hermione as though being spoken to politely was something he'd long forgotten. If you don't mind me asking, how did you get out of Azkaban, if you didn't use dark magic? Thank you. Pettigrew gasped, nodding frantically at her. Exactly. Precisely what I. But Lupin silenced him with a sharp look. Black was frowning slightly at Hermione, but not as though he was annoyed with her. He seemed to be pondering his answer. I don't know how I did it, he said slowly. I think the only reason I never lost my mind was because I knew I was really innocent. That wasn't a happy thought, so the Dementors couldn't k it out of me, but it kept me going. It kept me knowing who I was, so when it all became too much I could transform in my cell, become a dog. Dementors can't see, you know, he swallowed. They feel their way toward people by sensing their emotions. They could tell that my feelings were less human, less complex. When I was a dog they would have just thought that I had gone insane like the rest of the prisoners. But then I saw Peter in that picture. I realized he was at Hogwarts with. He broke off once again before he said the name Harry. He wisely knew that the boy wouldn't be happy if he was addressed by this name. Then, he continued on. So, you see, I had to do something. I was the only one who knew Peter was alive. Harish remembered what the twins had said on the train at the beginning of the year. Dad says that before he escaped, he was muttering in his sleep, he's at Hogwarts. Black hadn't been talking about Longbottom after all, but Scabbers, Pettigrew. It was as if someone had lit a fire in my head, and the Dementors couldn't destroy it. It wasn't a happy feeling, it was an obsession, but it gave me strength, it cleared my mind. So, one night when they opened my door to bring food, I slipped past them as a dog. It's so much harder for them to sense animal emotions that they were confused. I was thin, Very thin enough to fit through the bars. I swam as a dog to the mainland. I journeyed north and slipped into the grounds here as a dog. I've been living in the forest ever since, except when I came to watch the Quidditch match, of course. You fly well. He looked at Harish, who did not look away. Another puzzle piece had been fit into place. That was why he had seen the dog in the stands, he hadn't been imagining it. Believe me, Sirius said. Please believe me when I tell you that you are Harry Potter. I don't know why you look different, but your eyes are the same. I know deep down that Harry isn't dead and that you are him. Sirius pulled another piece of paper out of his robes. This one was a picture of a woman and a man. The woman had bright red hair and emerald green eyes. Though they were different shades, he knew that they were the same shape. Harish looked away and everyone in the room stared at him with bated breaths. The final piece of the puzzle was then put on the table, completing the whole picture. His unknown mother, his flashing eyes, the blob on the map, the mystery memory he relived every time he got near a Dementor, it all made sense now. Finally, he looked back at Sirius, surprised to find that there were now tears in his own eyes, and nodded. No. Pettigrew finally howled. Everyone turned to look at him. Sirius seemed to have only just remembered that he was there. He walked forward and grinned. Shall we kill him together? He asked. I think so, Lupin replied grimly. Wait. Harish called out as they both raised their wands. Both men turned and looked at him in surprise. Harish, Lupin said. This man, I know what he is, but you can't kill him. If you do, no one will believe that you are innocent. You will be sent back to prison. We'll take him up to the castle. Then, the Dementors can have him. Sirius stepped back, shocked. He obviously hadn't thought of that. Very well, he said. Incarcerus. Ropes shot out of Lupin's wand and the next moment, Pettigrew was wriggling on the floor, bound and gagged. Right, Lupin said, suddenly businesslike. I can't mend bones, so we'll just have to take Ron up to the hospital wing. What about Professor Snape? Hermione asked. There's nothing seriously wrong with him, Lupin said, bending over to check his pulse. You were just a little overenthusiastic, Harish. Still out cold. Perhaps it will be best if we don't revive him until we're safely in the castle. We can take him like this. He muttered, Mobilicorpus, pointing his wand, first at Snape, and then at the still unconscious Ron. As though invisible strings were tied to their wrists, neck, and knees, the two unconscious figures was pulled into a standing position, heads lolling unpleasantly. Lupin picked up the invisibility cloak and handed it to Harish, who tucked it into his pocket. And two of us should be chained to this, Black said, nudging Pettigrew with his toe. Just to make sure. We'll do it, the twins said. Black conjured heavy manacles from thin air and soon Pettigrew was upright again and chained to Fred's right hand and George's left. Crookshanks leapt of the bed and led the way out of the room, his bottlebrush tail held jauntily high. In all of Hogwarts, there had never been a stranger-looking group. Crookshanks led the way down the stairs and into the tunnel once more. Behind him was Lupin, causing Snape and Ron to float about behind him. Ron, he was careful not to let hit the ceiling, Snape he was a bit more careless with. Behind those three were Fred, George, and Pettigrew. They had to walk sideways, with Pettigrew in between them. Behind them was Hermione, and Sirius and Harish brought up the rear. You could come and live with us, Harish finally said. Your place is probably gone by now, since you were in prison for so long. I don't know if you would want to, but you could always stay with me and my father. Why wouldn't I want to? Sirius asked. Harish didn't reply, instead chose to shuffle along. His jaw was moving slowly as he pondered on how he should phrase what he was about to say. Finally, he replied quietly so that only Sirius could hear, I was adopted by Lord Voldemort. What? Sirius shouted, straightening up and banging his head on the roof of the tunnel. Everyone ahead of them stopped and shot Sirius a look of confusion. Once they started moving again, Harish said, yes, now would you please keep it down. It's not like he mistreats me or anything. He actually had grown to care for me over the years. Yes, but he killed your parents, Sirius hissed in return. Harish shrugged. It honestly doesn't make that much of a difference to me. I mean, I never knew them, did I? I am perfectly happy with my new father. Sirius took a deep calming breath. As surprising as it is, he said. I would honestly rather live with you and him than lose you again. So, if you'll have me, I'll stay. So you wouldn't mind living with the man who killed your best friend? Well, Sirius said, I certainly wouldn't like it, but I'd manage to get through. I don't have much against the dark side. The only reason I went to the light was because I was wanting to rebel against my family. Harish shot him a questioning look. My mother wasn't the nicest person. Harish snorted. Plus, Sirius continued, I wouldn't want to return to the light side now. Dumbledore knew the whole time I was innocent and left me in prison to rot. They fell into an uneasy silence. Then, Sirius broke the silence one last time. Would it be all right if I still call you Harry? Harish turned to look at the man, his godfather, and didn't know what to say. If someone heard the man calling him Harry, they might be able to find out who he really was, but Harish couldn't say no as Sirius looked at him with hope, resembling a dog that's waiting to be adopted. Sure, Harish finally replied. Sirius's gaunt face broke into the first smile Harish had ever seen upon it. It was startling how much difference that one smile made. Sirius appeared at least 10 years younger. They did not speak again until they had reached the end of the tunnel. Crookshanks darted up first. He had evidently pressed his paw on the knot on the trunk, because Lupin exited without any sound of savaging branches. Once this was realized by everyone else, they all followed. At last they were all out. The grounds were very dark now. The moon was covered by clouds and the only lights came from the distant windows of the castle. Without a word, they set off. Pettigrew was still wheezing and occasionally whimpering. Harish's mind was buzzing with a mixture of confusion and contentment. He had a godfather who knew about his mother, no less, but at the same time Harish wondered, if he wasn't really Harish Blake, but Harry Potter, who was he, really? His whole life had been a lie. Silently they tramped through the grounds, the castle lights growing slowly larger. Snape was still drifting weirdly ahead of Lupin, and so was Ron. And then, a cloud shifted. There were suddenly dim shadows on the ground. Their party was bathed in moonlight. At once, Snape and Ron fell to the ground and the twins and Pettigrew collided with Lupin, who had stopped abruptly. Sirius froze and flung out an arm to make Harish and Hermione stop. Harish could see their professor, silhouetted against the moon. He had gone rigid. Then, his limbs began to shake. Oh, my, Hermione gasped. It's the full moon. He hasn't taken his potion. He's not safe, Harish finished in a horrified whisper. Run, Sirius muttered. Run, now. What about the twins? He asked. Leave it to me, run. Harish didn't need to be told twice. He grabbed Hermione and dragged her away, running as fast as he could. Behind them, there was a horrible snarl. Lupin's head was lengthening, so was his body. His shoulders were hunching. Hair was sprouting visibly on his face and hands, which were curling into paws. Crookshanks's hair was on end again, he was backing away. As the werewolf reared, Sirius was gone, replaced by a huge black dog. The twins frantically back away as Padfoot leapt straight over them and began battling the werewolf. Do you have your wand? Fred asked. Not where I can reach it. Both boys groaned. George crawled forward, finding a rock and beginning to hit the chain he was bound with. The chain broke and he reached for his wand. Then, there was a flash of light. Both twins turned in time to see Pettigrew standing there, holding Lupin's wand. George slashed his wand down, breaking the chain that held his brother, and then they both raised their wands and pointed them straight at Peter's chest. Don't move, they shouted. There was another flash of light and George fell to the ground beside Ron. A second later, Pettigrew was gone with a flash of a bald tail. Fred turned to see the werewolf bound away into the woods. He's gone, Fred shouted to Sirius. Pettigrew escaped. The dog was bleeding from a slash across his muzzle and a gash on his back, but instantly he scrambled to his feet and was gone in an instant. The sound of his paws faded away across the grounds. Fred dashed over to George. His eyes were only half closed, his mouth hung open. He was definitely alive, but he didn't seem to recognize his twin brother. After a moment of decision, he began to run up to the castle. Then, he dropped to the ground as a spell hit him square in the back. Just Harish and Hermione left. Harish and Hermione ran deep into the forest. Then, they stopped by a rather large tree near the lake, panting heavily. What do you think is going on? Hermione asked. Harish shook his head. Do you think it is safe to return to the castle? I don't know, Harish muttered. He slid down the trunk of the tree and rested his chin on his knees. Then, there was a howl nearby. Hermione jumped and both of their hearts started pounding in their chests. "Is that him?" she squealed. Harish motioned for her to be quiet. Then, he peeked out from behind the tree. Just 10 feet away was Lupin. Then, the werewolf bounded away as a horrible cold swept over them once again. Harish ran to where the wolf had been standing. From there he could see the shores of the lake. Lying down there on the rocks was Sirius. He had transformed back into a man. The two Slytherins walked over to him and the temperature dropped dramatically. Harish then glanced up and saw that there were hundreds and hundreds of Dementors swooping down towards them. The familiar icy fog was swirling into his brain, obscuring his V-zone. "Hermione, think of something happy," he said, blinking furiously to try to clear his vision. Then, he began to chant, Expecto Patronum. Expecto Patronum. He tried, but no memories would come. How was he supposed to be happy if he didn't even know who he was? Expecto Patronum, Hermione said, copying his movements. A tiny wisp of silver shot out of her wand. Black gave a shudder, rolled over, and lay motionless on the ground, pale as death. Expecto Patronum. Expecto. Harish was forced to his knees. Fog was completely clouding his vision. Beside him there was a small thump as Hermione fainted. He was alone, he was completely alone. Expecto Patronum. A Dementor drew close to him, halted by his small Patronus. A small slimy hand protruded from its cloak and it made a gesture, as though to sweep the Patronus aside. Expecto. He could feel them watching him, hear their rattling breath like a horrible, freezing wind around him. The nearest Dementor seemed to be considering him. Then, it raised both its rotting hands, and lowered its hood. Where there should have been eyes, there was only skin, thin scabbed skin stretched blankly over empty sockets. But there was a mouth, a gaping, shapeless hole, king the air with the sound of a death rattle. A paralyzing fear filled Harish so that he couldn't move or speak. His Patronus flickered and died. White fog was blinding him, he couldn't see, and in the distance he heard a familiar scream, steadily growing louder. A pair of strong clammy hands suddenly attached themselves around Harish's neck. They were forcing his face upward, he could feel its breath, it was going to get rid of him first. His mother was screaming in his ears, she was going to be the last thing he ever heard. And then, through the fog that was drowning him, he saw a silvery light growing brighter and brighter. He felt himself fall forward onto the grass. Face down, too weak to move, sick and shaking, Harish opened his eyes. The Dementor had released him. The light was blinding, illuminating the grass around him. The screaming had stopped and then blackness closed in on him as his head hit the ground, and he fainted. Tear-filled, emerald green eyes looked down at him. A strand of red hair fell into the most beautiful face he had ever seen. He wanted to ask her if she was an angel, but he couldn't move even his mouth. "I love you," she whispered in a choked voice. "Always remember this, Harry. Mama loves you, Dada loves you." He felt safe, safer than he had ever been in his life. A pair of arms closed around him in a hug and tears flowed down his cheeks. He had never cried that much in his life, but right then, he didn't care. Then, there was high laughter and a flash of green light. Black is in Flitwick's office, where he can't escape. It's in a tower, you see. Yes, that is very well thought out, Minister. Shocking business, shocking miracle, none of them died, never heard the like, by thunder, it was lucky you were there, Snape. Thank you, Minister. Order of Merlin, 2nd class, I'd say. 1st class, if I can wangle it. Thank you very much indeed, Minister. Nasty cut you've got there, Black's work I suppose. As a matter of fact, it was Mr. Blake, Minister. No. Black had bewitched him, I saw it immediately. The others as well. A confundus charm to judge by their behavior. They seemed to think he was innocent. They weren't responsible for their actions. On the other hand, their interference might have permitted Black to escape. They obviously thought they were going to catch Black single-handed. They've got away with a great deal before now. I'm afraid it's given them a rather high opinion of themselves, Blake especially. Ah, well, Snape, I'm sure you are exaggerating slightly. No child in their right mind would go after a man like that. Blake especially. I have met him before, you know. He is Lucius Malfoy's nephew. Harish lay listening with his eyes shut very tight. He felt very groggy. The words he was hearing seemed to be traveling very slowly from his ears to his brains, so that it was difficult to understand. His arms and legs felt like lead, his eyes glued shut. He wanted to lie there forever, on that comfortable bed. What amazes me most is the behavior of the Dementors. You've really no idea what made them retreat, Snape. No, Minister. By the time I had come round they were heading back to their positions at the entrances. Extraordinary. And yet Black, and Harish, and the girl. All unconscious by the time I reached them. I bound and gagged Black, naturally, conjured stretchers, and brought them all straight to the castle. There was a pause. Harish's brain seemed to be moving faster now, and as it did, a gnawing sensation grew in the pit of his stomach. He opened his eyes. The first thing he noticed was that his face was wet. He wiped his tears on the sleeve of his robes. The second thing he noticed was that it was very dark still. He was lying in a bed in the hospital wing. To his left, slumped over in chairs, were Daphne and Draco. Daphne had dark circles under her eyes. Her chest was rising and falling in a slow pattern. At the very end of the ward, Madame Pomfrey was standing with her back to him, bent over a bed. Harish could just make out a shock of red hair, but he couldn't tell which Weasley it was, as the matron was blocking his view. Harish moved his head over on the pillow. In the bed to his right lay Hermione. Moonlight fell across her bed, illuminating her open eyes. She looked petrified, and when she saw he was awake, she pressed a finger to her lips, then pointed to the door. It was ajar, letting a dim yellow light pool into the room, and the voices of Cornelius Fudge and Severus Snape were coming through it from the corridor outside. Madame Pomfrey now came walking briskly up the dark ward to Harish's bed. He turned to look at her. She was carrying the largest block of chocolate he had ever seen in his life. It looked like a small boulder. "Ah, you're awake," she said briskly. She placed the chocolate on his bedside table and began breaking it apart with a small hammer. "How are the twins?" both he and Hermione asked at the same time. The last time either of them had seen the boys were when a werewolf was rampaging feet away from them. "Both of them knocked out," she replied. "As for you two, you'll be staying here until I'm satisfied you're— Blake, what do you think you're doing?" Harish was sitting up, grabbing his wand off of the bedside table. "I need to see someone," he said. "Fudge, Dumbledore, anyone." "Blake," Madame Pomfrey said soothingly, "it's all right. They've got Black. He's locked away upstairs. The Dementors will be performing the key any moment now." "What?" Harish jumped out of bed and Hermione did the same. His shout woke Daphne and Draco, as well as it had been heard in the corridor outside. Next second, Fudge and Snape had entered the ward. Harish, what's this?" Fudge asked, looking irritated. "You should be in bed. Has he had any chocolate?" "Minister, listen." Harish started. "Sirius Black's innocent. Peter Pettigrew faked his own death. We saw him tonight. You can't let the Dementors do that thing to Sirius, he's—" But Fudge was shaking his head with a small smile on his face. Harish, you're very confused. You've been through a great ordeal. Lie back down, now, we've got everything under control." "No," Harish shouted. "You've got the wrong man." "Minister, listen, please," Hermione said. She had hurried to Harish's side and was gazing imploringly at Fudge's face. "I saw him too. It was Ron's rat, he's an animagus, Pettigrew, and—" "You see, Minister," Snape said. Confounded, both of them Black's done a very good job on them. "We're not confunded," Harish roared. "Minister. Professor." Madame Pomfrey exclaimed angrily. "I must insist that you leave. Blake is my patient and he should not be distressed." "I'm not distressed, I'm trying to tell them what happened," Harish replied furiously. "If they'd just listen." But Madame Pomfrey suddenly stuffed a large chunk of chocolate into his mouth. He choked and she seized the opportunity to force him back onto the bed. "Now please, Minister, these children need care. Please leave." As Harish sat, thinking and chewing, he suddenly realized that Sirius needed to stay a secret. If Dumbledore knew that he was innocent, then he would try to get the man back on his side. He may even find out who Harish really was. There was no way he could let that happen. As he realized this, Dumbledore himself walked into the ward. Harish swallowed his chocolate with great difficulty and stood up again. "Professor Dumbledore, Sirius Black. For heaven's sake," Madame Pomfrey said hysterically. "Is this a hospital wing, or not? Headmaster, I must insist. My apologies, Poppy, but I need a word with Mr. Blake and Miss Granger." As they began to argue, Harish stepped over to stand beside Hermione and whispered in her ear, "They must not know he's innocent." Hermione shot him a confused look, but Harish raised an eyebrow before turning back to the headmaster. I suppose Black's told you the same fairy tale he's planted in the children's minds. Snape spat. Something about a rat, and Pettigrew being alive. That, indeed, is Black's story, Dumbledore replied, surveying Snape closely through his half-moon glasses. And does my evidence count for nothing? Snape snarled. Peter Pettigrew was not in the Shrieking Shack, nor did I see any sign on him on the grounds. Dumbledore sent him a glance. Harish let his head go limp before snapping it back up again. I would like to speak to Harish and Hermione alone, Dumbledore said sharply as Snape opened his mouth to say something else. Cornelius, Severus, Poppy, Mr. Malfoy, Miss Greengrass, please leave us. Headmaster. Madame Pomfrey sputtered. They need bed rest. This cannot wait, Dumbledore said calmly. I must insist. And so, with a few last words, each of the adults slowly left. Then, Draco and Daphne followed silently. Then, Dumbledore shut the door behind them. Now, to get down to business, he said, walking over to them. Harish shot Hermione a look that told her to leave the talking to him. Is Sirius Black innocent? I don't know, sir, Harish replied, sounding and looking completely innocent. He pushed his memory of confusion, and not knowing who to trust to the surface of his mind. The rest of it, he locked away where Dumbledore wouldn't be able to see it. Did you see Pettigrew? No. What about Mr. Weasley's rat? It was there. Was it missing a toe? No. Harish felt as though he was being X-rayed. Then, Dumbledore said, very well. I trust you. Now, I am going to lock you in. I advise you to get some sleep, both of you. And with that he walked out of the room, thinking that Sirius Black was just deluded from his time in Azkaban. As soon as he was out of the room and the door was shut once more, Hermione walked over to Harish. She pulled something out of her robes and threw it around their necks. What are you? Hush, we don't have much time before Madame Pomfrey returns, she said, turning a little hourglass as she spoke. She turned it 3 times. Harish reached out a hand to bring it closer so that he could see what it was, but Hermione slapped his hand away. Do you have a watch? She asked. It's 5 minutes to midnight, he said, checking it. She nodded. When he looked up, a blur of colors were rushing past them. It felt as if he was flying backwards. Harish's ears were pounding. He tried to yell, but he couldn't hear his own voice. And then solid ground was beneath his feet again and everything had come into focus. He was standing next to Hermione in the deserted entrance hall and a stream of golden sunlight was falling across the paved floor from the open front doors. He looked wildly around at Hermione, the chain of the hourglass cutting into his neck. Hermione, what? In here? Hermione seized his arm and dragged him across the hall to the door of a broom closet. She opened it, pushed him inside among the buckets and mops, then slammed the door behind them. What? How? Hermione, what happened? We've gone back in time, Hermione whispered, lifting the chain off of Harish's neck. 3 hours back. Harish found his leg and gave it a hard pinch to make sure he wasn't still unconscious and dreaming. But, shish, listen, someone's coming. I think it might be me. Hermione had her ear pressed against the cupboard door. Footsteps across the hall. Yes, I think it's me going outside to look for you. Are you telling me that we're in this cupboard? We're outside too? Yes, Hermione said, ear still glued to the door. I'm sure it's me. It doesn't sound like more than one person and I'm walking quickly so that I can get you 3 goons inside before we all get in trouble. She trailed off, still listening intently. I've gone down the front steps. Hermione sat down on an upturned bucket, looking desperately anxious, but Harish wanted answers to his questions. Where did you get that thing? It's called a time turner, she whispered, and I got it from Professor McGonagall on our first day back. I've been using it all year to get to my classes. Professor McGonagall made me swear not to tell anyone about it. She had to write all sorts of letters to the Ministry of Magic so I could have one. She had to tell them I was a model student and that I'd never, ever use it for anything. Except my studies, but now you have betrayed her trust. Hermione nodded miserably. Look, can't we get somewhere where we can see what's going on? No, Hermione exclaimed. We cannot be seen. I have my cloak. Hermione looked hesitant. Look, we'll need to go out there, anyway. Why? When I first woke up, Fudge was telling Snape that they put him in Flitwick's office so that he can't escape. His office is in the North Tower, about 5 floors up. We need to get Buckbeak, unless you think all 3 of us can fit on a broom. Fine, Hermione replied. We'll rescue Buckbeak, but we can't mess our timelines up any more than that. Harish nodded and pulled the cloak out of his pocket. He threw it around the 2 of them and they exited the cupboard. Once they had gotten outside, they saw that the sun was slowly crawling toward the bottom of the sky. We need to go around the right side of the cabin, Hermione whispered as they walked slowly toward it. Neville and Ron exit the left side. I believe I can safely say that this is the weirdest thing I have ever done, Harish whispered in return. Let's move along a bit, Hermione muttered. We need to get closer to Buckbeak. They crept over to the trees behind where the hippogriff was. Harish started forward, so that they could get the hippogriff and be done with it. No, Hermione whispered. We can't get him until the minister sees him. Otherwise, he'll think that Hagrid set him free. Harish groaned. I don't care if the gamekeeper's blamed. If we don't get it now, we'll only have about 60 seconds to set it free. He started forward again. Hermione tugged at his arm. Just then, the minister walked outside along with Dumbledore and the executioner. See, Hermione hissed. If you had gone then, they would have seen you. Harish rolled his eyes, but stayed put. The men walked down to the cabin and knocked on the front door. I'll be there in a minute. Hagrid called out. His back door swung open and Ron and Neville poked their heads out of the back. Harish looked up the hill to see himself, Fred, George, and Hermione turned to look at the cabin. This is so weird, he muttered. Hermione shushed him and he rolled his eyes again. Ron and Neville were out of sight now, as they were creeping along the opposite side of Hagrid's hut. Hagrid then stomped to the door and let the men inside. Where is the beast? Came the cold voice of McNair. Outside, Hagrid croaked. McNair's face appeared at Hagrid's window, staring at Buckbeak. Then, they had fudge. We, have to read you the official notice of execution, Hagrid. I'll make it quick, and then you and McNair need to sign it. McNair, you're supposed to listen too, that's procedure. McNair's face vanished from the window. It was now or never. Wait here, Harish whispered to Hermione. I'll do it. He took the cloak off and stuffed it into his pocket again. Hermione ducked behind a tree so that she couldn't be seen. As Fudge's voice started again, Harish darted out from behind his tree, vaulted the fence into the pumpkin patch, and approached Buckbeak. It is the decision of the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures that the hippogriff Buckbeak, hereafter called the Condemned, shall be executed on the 6th of June at sundown. Careful not to blink, Harish stared up into Buckbeak's fierce orange eyes once more and bowed. Buckbeak sank to his scaly knees and then stood up again. Harish slashed the rope tying Buckbeak to the fence with a cutting spell. Sentenced to execution by beheading, to be carried out by the committee's appointed executioner, Walden McNair. Come on, Buckbeak, Harish murmured, come on, we're going to help you. Quietly. As witnessed below. Hagrid, you sign here. Harish threw all his weight onto the rope, but Buckbeak dug his front feet into the dirt. Well, let's get this over with, came McNair's reedy voice. Hagrid, perhaps it will be better if you stay inside. No I won, Terby with him I don. Won, I am Terby alone. Footsteps echoed from within the cabin. Move, Buckbeak, Harish hissed, getting out his cloak, just in case. He tugged harder on the rope around the hippogriff's neck. It began to walk, rustling its wings irritably. They were still 10 feet away from the forest, in plain view of Hagrid's back door. One moment, please, McNair, Dumbledore said. You need to sign too. The footsteps stopped. Harish heaved on the rope. Buckbeak snapped his beak and walked a little faster. Hermione's white face was sticking out from behind a tree. Hurry, Harish, she mouthed. Harish could still hear Dumbledore's voice talking from within the cabin. He gave the rope another wrench. Buckbeak broke into a grudging tort. They had reached the trees. Quick, Hermione Ned, darting out from behind the tree to help. She seized the rope and the 2 of them pulled on it to make the hippogriff go faster. Harish looked over his shoulder, they were now blocked from sight. They couldn't see Hagrid's garden at all. Stop, he whispered to Hermione. They might hear us. Hagrid's back door opened with a bang. Harish, Hermione, and Buckbeak all stood quite still. Even the hippogriff seemed to be listening intently. There was silence for a moment then. Where is it? Fudge asked. Where is the beast? It was tied here. McNair shouted furiously. It was just here, I saw it. How extraordinary, Dumbledore said, with a hint of amusement in his voice. Beaky, Hagrid said huskily. There was a swishing noise, and the thud of an axe. The executioner seemed to have swung it into the fence in anger. Then came the howling, and this time they could hear Hagrid's words through his sobs. Gone, gone. Bless his little beak, he's gone. Must have pulled himself free. Beaky, yay clever boy. Buckbeak started to strain against the rope, trying to get back to his master. Harish and Hermione dug their heels into the ground to stop him. Then, with some difficulty, they dragged him back and tied the rope around a tree for the moment. Someone untied him. McNair was snarling. We should search the grounds, the forest. Shouldn't we search the skies? Fudge asked. I mean, he is a winged beast after all. Do what you must, Dumbledore said. But I would like something to drink, Hagrid. A cup of tea would do. Or a large brandy. Oh, course Professor, Hagrid replied. His voice was weak with happiness. Come in, come in. Harish and Hermione listened closely. They heard footsteps, the soft cursing of the executioner, the snap of the door, and then silence once more. Now what? Harish asked, untying the rope from the wide tree trunk. It was odd, asking that question. Usually he was the one being asked. We'll have to hide in here, Hermione said, who looked very shaken. We need to wait until they've gone back. Then, we can wait until it's safe to fly Buckbeak up to the castle. Sirius won't be there for another couple of hours. Oh, this is going to be difficult. She looked nervously over her shoulder into the depths of the forest. The sun was setting now. We are going to have to move, Harish said. We will need to see the Whomping Willow so that we can see what is going on. Okay, Hermione said, getting a firmer grip on Buckbeak's rope. But we've got to stay out of sight. Yeah, I know. They moved around the edge of the forest, darkness falling thickly around them, until they were hidden behind a clump of trees through which they could make out the willow. There goes Ron, Harish said, pointing to where Ron sprinted toward the willow after Pettigrew. Gotcha. Get off, you stinking cat. There's Sirius, Hermione exclaimed. A giant black dog bounded out of the forest, past the entrance to Hogwarts, and to Ron, knocking Neville over in the process. He and Ron disappeared out of sight with a shout, and Hermione winced when the boy's foot was broken. There are the twins, Harish muttered. The twins had seemingly appeared out of thin air and were darting towards the willow. Then, Harish and Hermione appeared before dashing after them. Hey, wait, the other Harish called. It looks even worse from here, doesn't it? He asked, watching as Neville was thrown back. Ouch, look, George just got walloped by the tree, and so did Fred. This is weird. The Whomping Willow was creaking and lashing out with its lower branches. They could see the twins darting here and there, trying to get closer to the trunk. Harish was standing out of reach of the branches with Hermione. Then, the tree suddenly froze. That was Crookshanks pressing the knot, Hermione said. And there we go, Harish muttered. We're in. The moment they disappeared, the tree began to move again. Seconds later, they heard footsteps quite close by. Dumbledore, McNair, and Fudge were making their way up to the castle. Wow, Harish said with a laugh. Look how close we were to getting caught. Right after we had gone into the passage. Hermione said. They watched the three men climb the castle steps and disappear from view. For a few minutes, the scene was deserted. Then, here comes Lupin, Harish said as they saw another figure sprinting down the stone steps and herring toward the willow. Harish looked up at the sky. Clouds were obscuring the moon completely. They watched Lupin levitate a branch from the ground and prod the snow with it. The tree stopped fighting, and Lupin disappeared as well, right into the gap in its roots. If only he had grabbed the cloak, Harish said. It's just lying there. You're not going out there to get it, Hermione told him. Of course not, Harish said, holding up his own version. I still get it back. A moment later Hagrid made his way up to the castle, singing at the tops of his lungs, and weaving slightly as he walked. A large bottle was swinging from his hands. Harish said, wrinkling his nose. Is he drunk? Hermione shook her head before straining to hold Buckbeak as he tried to get to Hagrid again. No, Buckbeak, she hissed. Harish grabbed the rope and helped her hold the hippogriff. They watched Hagrid meander tipsily up to the castle. Once he was gone, Buckbeak stopped fighting to get away. His head drooped sadly. Harish rubbed his beak. Barely 2 minutes later, the castle doors flew open yet again, and Snape came charging out of them, running toward the willow. Harish laughed quietly when he slipped on the cloak. Then, the man looked at it a second, holding the liquid cloth in his hands, before throwing it on himself and disappearing. Harish and Hermione saw a long branch hover in midair, a lone hand holding the end of it. It prodded the knot on the trunk and then dropped to the ground. "So that's it," Hermione said quietly. "We're all down there now. All we do is wait," Harish said. Hermione tooled the end of Buckbeak's rope and tied it to the nearest tree. Then, she sat down on the dry ground, arms around her knees. Harish sat down beside her a moment later with a grunt. "There's something I don't understand," Hermione said after a minute. "Why didn't the Dementors get serious? I remember them coming, and then I think I passed out. There were so many of them." "Someone made them retreat," Harish replied. "Right before I passed out as well, all I could see was this blinding light that was forcing the Dementors back. It was really powerful, though. Then, something huge and silver flew out over the three of us." "Who cast it?" Hermione asked. "Well, no, it's crazy." "What's crazy? Who did you see?" "I thought I saw my father, but there is no way he could have been there." Harish looked over at where Buckbeak was digging worm out of the ground. He wasn't really watching, though. He was thinking. He was thinking about his real parents and his father, Voldemort. If Voldemort had killed his parents, intending on killing him, why hadn't he done it? Why did he choose to adopt him instead? Harish shook his head. It was too confusing to think about. The leaves rustled overhead in the breeze. The full moon drifted in and out behind the flowing clouds. Hermione sat with her face turned toward the willow, waiting. Harish let out a sigh and laid back with his hands under his head. And then, at last, after an hour of staring up at the sky, "Here we come," Hermione whispered. She and Harish got to their feet. Buckbeak raised his head. They saw Lupin, Ron, and Snape emerge from the tunnel, followed by Fred, Pettigrew, and George. Next came Hermione, Harry, and Black. They all began to walk up to the castle. Harish's heart started beating very fast. He looked up at the sky. At any moment the cloud was going to move to the side and uncover the moon. Harish watched with bated breath as the moon slid out from behind its cloud. They saw the tiny figures across the ground stop. Then they saw movement. "There goes Lupin," Hermione whispered. "He's transforming." "Hermione, we've got to move." "But we can't interfere, I know. But what if Lupin comes our way?" Hermione gasped before scrambling up to untie Buckbeak. "Quick, Shimo.Ned. Quick, where are we going to go? Where could we hide? The Dementors will be coming any moment." "Back to Hagrid's," Harish exclaimed. "It is empty now, come on." They ran as fast as they could, Buckbeak cantering behind them. They could hear the werewolf howling behind them. The cabin was in sight. Harish skidded to the door, wrenched it open, and ushered Hermione and Buckbeak inside. Then he followed and shut the door quickly behind him. Fang the boarhound barked loudly. "Shish, Fang, we won't hurt you," Hermione exclaimed, hurrying over to quiet him. "That was really close," she said to Harish. "Yeah, it was," he agreed, pointing out the window. Over by trees, sniffing where they had just been sitting for the past hour, was the werewolf. "You don't think he'll follow our scent here?" Hermione asked worriedly. Harish shook his head. I mean the other we, would have been able to hear if he. Yeah. Buckbeak trotted over to the fire, laying down contentedly and folding his wings above his head. He seemed ready for a good nap. "I think I'd better go outside again, Harish said slowly. "I cannot see what's going on, we won't know when it is time." Hermione looked up suspiciously. "I'm not going to try to interfere," Harish said quickly. "But if we don't see what is going on, how are we going to know when it's time to rescue Sirius?" "Well, okay, then I'll wait here with Buckbeak, but Harish, be careful, there's a werewolf out there, and the Dementors." Harish shook his head as he stepped outside again and edged around the cabin. He could hear yelping in the distance. That meant the Dementors were closing in on Sirius. He and Hermione would be running into him any minute. Harry stared out toward the lake, his heart doing a kind of drumroll in his chest. Whoever had sent that Patronus would be appearing at any moment. For a fraction of a second, he stood irresolute in front of Hagrid's door. "You must not be seen." But he didn't want to be seen. He wanted to see. He had to know. And there were the Dementors. They were emerging out of the darkness from every direction, gliding around the edges of the lake. They were moving away from where Harry stood to the opposite bank. He wouldn't have to go near them. Harish began to run. He had just realized something. The lake was coming nearer and nearer, but there was no sign of anybody. It seemed as if Harish's hunch was proving to be right. On the opposite bank, he could see tiny glimmers of silver, his attempts at a Patronus. There was a bush at the very edge of the water. Harish threw himself behind it, peering through the leaves. On the opposite bank, the glimmers of silver suddenly vanished. A terrified excitement shot through him. It was a foreign feeling, something he had never felt before. Then, he leapt out and shouted, "Expecto Patronum." Out of the end of his wand burst his huge basilisk. It flew across the lake and stared the Dementors down, causing them to fly away back to their posts. Huge waves of light radiated out of his wand, going outwards. The Dementors were retreating. They were gone. The great serpent turned and came back toward Harish. It stopped on the bank. It left no trace that it was there, and it gave out light. It stared at Harish with its large eyes. Slowly, it bowed its head and disappeared. Then he heard hooves behind him. The teen turned just in time to see Hermione dashing toward him, dragging Buckbeak behind her. "What did you do?" she asked fiercely. "You said you were going to keep a lookout." "I just saved all our lives," Harish replied evenly. "Get behind here, behind this bush, I'll explain." Hermione listened to what had just happened with her mouth hanging open. "Did anyone see you?" "Yes, haven't you been listening? I saw me, but I thought I was my father. That's why I could cast the Patronus so well. I knew I could do it because, well, I had already done it. Does that make sense?" "I don't know, Harish, look at Snape." Together they peered around the bush at the other bank. Snape had regained consciousness. He was conjuring stretchers and lifting the limp forms of Harish, Hermione, and Sirius onto them. 3 stretchers floated behind him, each containing a shock of red hair. "What happened to the twins?" Harish asked, watching as Snape moved away toward the castle with the stretchers ahead of him. "I don't know," Hermione said, looking at her watch. "We've got about 45 minutes until we need to be back in the hospital wing again. We've got to rescue Sirius and get back into the ward before anyone realizes we're missing." They waited, watching the moving clouds reflecting in the lake. The bush next to them whispered in the breeze. Buckbeak, bored, was ferreting for worms again. "Do you think he is up there yet?" Harish asked, checking his own watch. He looked up at the castle and found Flitwick's office. "Look," Hermione exclaimed quietly. "Who's that?" "Someone's coming back out." The two of them stared through the darkness and watched as a man hurried across the grounds, toward one of the entrances. Something shiny glinted in his belt. "McNair," Harish whispered. "The executioner. He must be going to get the Dementors." Hermione put her hands on Buckbeak's back and Harish helped her up. Then, he placed his foot on a nearby branch, put his hands on Buckbeak's back, and swung himself onto the hippogriff in front of Hermione. He pulled Buckbeak's rope back over his neck and tied it to the other side of his collar like reins. "Ready," he whispered to Hermione. "You'd better hold on to me." He nudged Buckbeak's sides with his heels. Buckbeak soared straight into the dark sky. Harish gripped his flanks, with his knees, feeling the great wings rising powerfully beneath them. Hermione was holding Harry very tight around the waist. He could hear her muttering, "Oh, no, I don't like this, oh, I really don't like this." Harish urged Buckbeak forward. They were gliding quietly toward the upper floors of the castle. Harry pulled hard on the left-hand side of the rope, and Buckbeak turned. Harish was trying to count the windows flashing past. "Whoa," he said, pulling backward as hard as he could. Buckbeak slowed down and they found themselves at a stop, unless you counted the fact that they kept rising up and down several feet as the hippogriff beat his wings to remain airborne. "He's there," Harish said, spotting Sirius as they rose up beside the window. He reached out, and as Buckbeak's wings fell, was able to tap sharply on the glass. Black looked up. Harry saw his jaw drop. He leapt from his chair, hurried to the window, and tried to open it, but it was locked. "Stand back," Hermione called to him as she took out her wand. "Alohomora." The window sprang open. How? Black asked weakly, staring at the hippogriff. "I had a random resolve for Gryffindor tendencies," Harish replied as he helped the convict onto Buckbeak's back. "What?" Sirius asked. Harish and Hermione both laughed. "You've got to get out of here, the Dementors are coming, McNair's gone to get them." Black nodded and gripped the hippogriff firmly. Okay, Buckbeak, up. Harish said, shaking the rope. Up to the tower, come on. The hippogriff gave one sweep of its mighty wings and they were soaring upward again, high as the top of the west tower. Buckbeak landed with a clatter on the battlements, and Harish and Hermione slid off him at once. Sirius, you'd better go, quick, Harish panted. They'll reach Flitwick's office any moment, they'll find out you're gone. Buckbeak pawed the ground, tossing his sharp head. Just come to Ottery Street. Catchpole once summer starts. That's near where the twins live. I'll get you then and you can come and live with us. How can I ever thank? Go. Harish and Hermione shouted together. Sirius wheeled Buckbeak around, facing the open sky. He squeezed Buckbeak's sides with his heels. Harish and Hermione jumped back as the enormous wings rose once more. The hippogriff took off into the air. He and his rider seemed to become smaller and smaller as Harish gazed after them. Then a cloud drifted across the moon. They were gone. Finally Harish turned back to Hermione. How much time have we got? He asked. Hermione looked at her watch and her eyes widened. We've got exactly 10 minutes to get back down to the hospital wing without anyone seeing us, before Dumbledore locks the door. Okay, Harish replied. Let's go. They slipped through the doorway behind them and down a tightly spiraled staircase. As they reached the bottom of it, they heard voices. They flattened themselves against the wall and listened. It sounded like Fudge and Snape. They were walking quickly along the corridor at the foot of the stairs. Only hope Dumbledore's not going to make difficulties, Snape was saying. The key will be performed immediately. As soon as McNair returns with the Dementors. This whole black affair has been highly embarrassing. I can't tell you how much I am looking forward to informing the Daily Prophet that we've got him at last. I dare say they'll want to interview you, Snape, and once the children are in their right minds, I am sure they will want to give a statement about exactly how you saved them. Harish gritted his teeth. He had never had a problem with his head of house before, but now he didn't like the man at all. Even before, Snape acted suspiciously, like he had some sort of thought to what was going on within his house. He glimpsed Snape's smirk as he and Fudge passed Harry and Hermione's hiding place. Their footsteps died away. Harry and Hermione waited a few minutes to make sure the men had gone, then they started running in the opposite direction. Down one staircase, then another, along a corridor, then they heard a cackling ahead. In here, Harish muttered, grabbing Hermione's wrist. They tore into a deserted classroom to their left just in time. Harish peeked out to see Peeves bouncing along the corridor in boisterous spirits, laughing his head off. Peeves, Harish informed her. They listened to the cackling for a moment. He's horrible, Hermione said as his voice faded away. I bet he's all excited because the Dementors are going to finish off Sirius. Harish pulled out his invisibility cloak. We'll have to be under this so Dumbledore doesn't see us, Harish said. Do you think you can make a run for it under the cloak? Hermione nodded and the two of them got underneath the cloak. Then, Hermione exclaimed as she checked her watch, 3 minutes, Harish. Come on. And they broke into a run again, clutching the cloak. Afraid their feet were showing, Harish disillusioned himself and Hermione so that there was no chance their feet could be seen. Then he cast a spell that would muffle their footsteps. He only hoped it was enough to stop Dumbledore from knowing they were there. He half suspected that the old man could sense other people's presences. Hermione, what will happen if we don't get back inside before Dumbledore shuts us in? Harish panted. I don't want to think about it, Hermione replied, checking her watch again. 1 minute. They reached the end of the corridor with the hospital wing entrance. Okay, I can hear Dumbledore, Hermione said tensely. Come on, Harish whispered. The two of them crept slowly, quietly to the door of the ward. There, Dumbledore was holding it open saying, I trust you. Now, I advise you to get some sleep, both of you. As he was saying this, Harish and Hermione both ducked under his arm and got inside the ward. Then, they walked over to where they were pulling out the time turner, about to leave. Do you have a watch? Hermione asked as she turned the hourglass thrice. They started to disappear and the last thing they heard was Harish replying, it's 5 minutes to midnight. Then, the other Harish and Hermione pulled the cloak off and climbed into their beds. Harish stuffed his cloak into his shirt and lay back as Hermione slipped the time turner back underneath her robes. It was very odd, being back in the hospital wing like nothing happened, just after they had gone of a time-crunching rescue mission. Then, Madame Pomfrey walked out of her office and strode over to them. "Did I hear the headmaster leaving?" she asked, looking around at the silent ward. "Am I allowed to look after my patients now?" She was in a very bad mood. Harish and Hermione thought it best to accept their chocolate quietly. Madame Pomfrey stood over them, making sure they ate it. But Harish could hardly swallow. He and Hermione were waiting, listening, their nerves jangling, and then, as they both took a fourth piece of chocolate from Madame Pomfrey, they heard a distant roar of fury echoing from somewhere above them. "What was that?" Madame Pomfrey asked in alarm. Now they could hear angry voices, growing louder and louder. Madame Pomfrey was staring at the door. "Really, they'll wake up the whole castle. What did they think they're doing?" Harish was trying to hear what the voices were saying. They drew nearer and Harish listened intently. "He must have disapparated, Severus. We should have left someone in the room with him. When this gets out, he can't disapparate." Snape roared. Either he was shouting loud enough to wake the dead now, or they were getting very close. "You can't apparate or disapparate inside this castle. This has something to do with Blake. Severus, be reasonable, Harish has been locked up." Bang! The door of the hospital wing blasted open. Fudge, Snape, and Dumbledore all came striding into the ward. They all looked very angry. Harish had never seen Dumbledore without the twinkle in his eyes, and it was slightly disturbing. Fudge appeared more angry than him, as he was most likely hiding his anger under a mask. But Snape was beside himself. "Out with it, Blake!" he bellowed. "What did you do?" "Professor Snape," Pomfrey shrieked. "Control yourself. See here, Snape, be reasonable," Fudge tried. "This door's been locked, we just saw. They helped him escape, I know it." Snape howled, pointing at Harish and Hermione. His face was twisted, spit was flying from his mouth. Both of them looked alarmed. Their head of house had never acted this way to a Slytherin before. "Calm down, man," Fudge barked. "You're talking nonsense. You don't know him like I do." Snape shrieked, his voice climbing in pitch. "He did it, I know he did it." "That will do, Severus," Dumbledore said quietly. He was still angry that Black escaped. "Think about what you are saying. This door has been locked since I left the ward 10 minutes ago." "Madame Pomfrey, have these students left their beds?" "Of course not," Pomfrey shot back, bristling slightly. "I would have heard them." "Well, there you have it, Severus," Dumbledore said calmly. "Innocent until proven guilty. Unless you can offer some sort of proof." Snape stood there, seething. He was staring at Fudge, who looked thoroughly shocked at his behavior, to Dumbledore, who was obviously still trying to work out how Black escaped. Snape whirled about, robes swishing behind him, and stormed out of the ward. "Fellow seems quite unbalanced," Fudge muttered, staring after him. "I'd watch out for him if I were you, Dumbledore." "Oh, he's not unbalanced," Dumbledore replied, the twinkle returning to his eyes. "He's just suffered a severe disappointment. He's not the only one." Fudge puffed. "The Daily Prophet's going to have a field day when they learn of this. We had cornered Black and he slipped through our fingers once again. All I need now is for them to learn of the escaped hippogriff and I'll be a laughing stock. Well, I'd better go and notify the ministry." "And the Dementors?" Dumbledore queried. "They'll be removed from the school, I trust." "Oh, yes, they'll have to go," Fudge said, running his fingers distractedly through his hair. "Never dreamed they'd attempt to administer the key on an innocent boy completely out of control. No, I'll have them packed off back to Azkaban tonight. Perhaps we should think about dragons at the entrance." "Hagrid would like that," Dumbledore said as the two of them left the hospital. Once they had gone, Madame Pomfrey hurried to the door and locked it again. Muttering angrily to herself, she headed back to her office. There were low-mo NS coming from across from Harish and Hermione. The twins had woken up. "What happened? Why are we here? Where's Lupin? Where's Sirius?" Harish and Hermione looked at each other. "You explain," Harish said, helping himself to more chocolate. When Harish, Hermione, and the twins left the ward the next day, they were immediately greeted by Draco, Daphne and Ginny. Daphne hugged Harish and Ginny hugged both of the twins. The castle was deserted. The sweltering heat and the end of the exams ensured that everyone else went down to Hogsmeade for one last trip of the year. Neither Harish nor Hermione felt like going, so they stayed behind and explained to Daphne and Draco exactly what had happened the night before. They wandered the grounds, wondering to each other where Sirius was then, and where Pettigrew had gone since he had escaped. Harish highly doubted that his father would accept the rat back. How was he supposed to trust a man like that? The man was so useless. Harish wondered why his father let him become a Death Eater in the first place. Harish lost his train of thought as he sat on the edge of the lake, staring at the now blue-green water. A lazy tentacle drifted toward the surface. What did it matter that he was actually Harry Potter? He was Harish Blake now, and that was all that mattered. Harish Blake was beside himself with glee once the holidays actually started. He went over to the twins' house a couple weeks after they returned home to retrieve Sirius. Then, they went to Slytherin Manor. To Harish's surprise, Sirius actually got on pretty well with Voldemort. The Gryffindor seemed to forget who the man really was, as he had changed so drastically over the past 14 years. Harish talked to Sirius and sent letters to Hermione, explaining to the both of them how he had helped spread rumors that Hermione was Sirius's daughter, and the three of them agreed that Hermione should be magically adopted by Sirius in order to protect her. Sirius didn't mind at all, thinking it was some sort of joke. Hermione, on the other hand, had been really worried that her parents would be upset at first. Then Harish had explained to them why it was so important that Hermione be known as the daughter of Sirius Black in the wizarding world. So, he sent Hermione a potion to take via his father's owl, Augustus, and Hermione took it. On top of that, Voldemort had stayed true to his word the year before and bought them tickets for the Quidditch World Cup. It wasn't a big stretch to change the tickets for 3 to tickets for 4. Voldemort was actually kind of glad that Sirius was going to the World Cup with his son, so they would be chaperoned at least a little. Harish also didn't mind the presence of his godfather, as he wanted to get to know the man anyway. Normally he would have kicked up a fuss, saying that they could do well enough on their own, as they were almost 16 and had passed their owls. As it turned out, the Weasleys had gotten tickets to the World Cup as well. So, at 5 o'clock the week before they were going to arrive, Harish, Draco, and Sirius flowed to the Burrow. Draco was going to be staying with them at the tournament as well. His parents had been invited by the minister, but they weren't staying any nights. They were just going to be there for the opening of the match. Sirius was put under heavy disguises and was armed with a brand new wand. The Weasleys had asked about him, minus Ginny and the twins, and the Slytherins had all told them that the new man was Harish's uncle, Rorata Blake. A couple days after they arrived at the Burrow, Sirius woke Harish up early. Well, it was early for the 16-year-old standards. In reality it was only 7 o'clock. Rise and shine, Sirius exclaimed. Harish mo.ned and buried his face in the pillow. Come on, his godfather whined. The twins and Draco are already awake. Don't tell me you woke them up, too, Harish mumbled into his pillow. I won't say a word, Sirius said with a grin. Harish split one eye open and looked at him. Then, with a heavy sigh, he sat up. Fine, he huffed. I'm up. Now what do you want? We are going sightseeing, Sirius exclaimed. 10 minutes later, Harish, Draco, and the twins were standing on the front lawn of the Burrow, dressed in Muggle attire. Sirius was marching back and forth in front of them. We are going to be observing Muggles today, boys, he was saying. Draco was looking at the jeans he was wearing in disgust. You want me to wear trousers in public? The 14-year-old boy whined. That's barbaric. No, Sirius replied. It's blending in. Before you leave Hogwarts, you need to learn how to function in the Muggle world. If you go traipsing around in robes, the Muggles will get suspicious, endangering the statue of secrecy. Now, Sirius said with a grin. Let's go. And he began walking briskly down the path to the village nearby. The twins followed eagerly and Harish and Draco followed more reluctantly. As they entered the village, Harish and Draco gaped around, staring at the cars and the electricity. Rule 1, Sirius said. Don't gape. People will certainly notice if you do. Rule 2, no comments about how different their society is. The word Muggle is a forbidden word in their world. Then, Sirius walked up to the nearest Muggle. Excuse me, he said, tapping her on the shoulder. I am new to town. Can you tell me where the nearest restaurant is? The woman nodded and pointed out a shop along the left side of the road. Sirius grinned. Come on, boys, he said. They went inside the restaurant, which turned out to be something Sirius called a pizzeria. The 5 of them went inside, got a table, and each got some pizza. Both Harish and Draco, who had never tasted pizza before, were astonished. Who knew they could make such good food? Draco exclaimed happily. I don't think I have ever eaten something with so much grease. Harish added. Sirius laughed at them. The twins were too busy stuffing their faces to do anything. Then, they began to talk in low voices about Sirius. As almost everyone in the burrow didn't know Sirius was innocent, they could not ever mention his name while they were there. So, the five of them took the advantage to talk about what Sirius was going to do about the ministry. You should just make your disguise permanent, Harish suggested. Then you wouldn't have to worry about reapplying spells. I don't know, Sirius replied hesitantly. Don't worry, Sirius, Draco said in a joking manner. Your new appearance is just as handsome as your previous one. Do you think so? The man asked overdramatically, sweeping a hand through his shoulder-length, dark brown hair. The color of it resembled Harish and his father's. As Harish had pale green eyes, and Voldemort's had pale blue ones, they kept Sirius's eyes the same color, but altered the shape of them to the same as the Dark Lord's. Another thing about the disguise, was that Sirius had completely lost his shrunken, haunted, unkempt look. Harish personally preferred the new one over the old one. No, Sirius finally said. I would miss my old appearance. It isn't too much of a hassle to apply glamours while we're out in public. Harish pouted at the fact that his idea was turned down. The five of them soon threw away their trash and got up to pay for their meal at the front counter. When the man working there said how it would cost, Sirius frantically searched his pockets before he realized that he had no muggle money. Then, the muttered, confundus, and the man's eyes glazed over. Then he quietly wiped his memory. Sirius rushed them out of the shop and they were so afraid someone would know that Sirius Black did magic in Ottery Street. Catchpole, that they didn't notice the small family of three standing outside the restaurant until Harish walked straight into them. What do you think you're doing? The man asked. He was largely obese with a thick, toothbrush mustache and small, beady eyes. His son was even more obese, and was looking at them with his little piggy eyes. The man's wife stood behind her husband. She was tall and thin. She had a horse-like face and large, bony hands. Sorry, Harish said sarcastically. I didn't see you there. Draco snorted. It was a wonder that was even possible, they were so large. The man huffed, turning purple and opened his mouth to say something. His wife was staring at Harish unpleasantly, looking him up and down. She was making a face as if she had just swallowed a particularly sour lemo. It was impossible to tell which face held more disgust, Harish's or the woman's. Then, the twins dropped tons of candies, that were in their pockets. They began scrambling to pick them up, and stuffed them in their pockets. Harish knew what those candies were, but he didn't say anything. Before the pig of a muggle could say anything, Sirius grabbed Harish's shoulders and steered him away from the family. Then, behind them, they could hear a gagging sound. They all turned to see the obese boy bent over, gagging and sputtering on a foot-long, purple, slimy thing that was protruding from his mouth, his tongue. The twins fought of grins and Harish watched with interest. Sirius looked like he was about to pass out from panic, but Draco simply looked confused. Oh, Sirius said weakly. He must have had an allergic reaction to the sweet The woman had fallen to the ground and was clutching her son, trying to pry his arms away from his head. Dudley. Diddykins. She squealed. Diddykins, what's wrong? Harish was now fighting off laughter as well. People all along the street were stopping to stare. Here, Sirius said, finding something for Dudley to eat. Make him eat this, it's anti-swelling. The obese man threw himself in front of his wife, shielding her and his son from view. Now really, Sirius exclaimed. I'm trying to help. You can fix him. The man growled, jabbing a meaty finger to his son. Sirius nodded. The man moved his wife after she had just managed to pry Dudley's hands from his face. His tongue was huge now. Sirius managed to get him to eat whatever he had pulled out of his robes, and while the boy was chewing, Sirius discreetly cast a spell that made the tongue shrink back into the boy's mouth. Then, he grabbed Harish and the twins and rushed them out of the town, Draco straggling along behind. On the pathway to the burrow, Sirius was muttering, that was close, that was really close. What? Harish asked. We didn't even know them. I don't think they could tell we were wizards. You did some pretty good acting. That's not what we would need to worry about, Sirius said. What do you mean? I thought we went there to learn how to blend in the first place. I mean, she already knows about magic. Sirius replied quietly. What? All four boys asked. That was your aunt, Harry. Your mother's sister. My mother's. Yes, Petunia. She never liked magic. She thought that any person who was able to perform magic was some sort of freak. So that was why she was looking at me like that. Harish exclaimed. She must have recognized me. Exactly, Sirius replied. A couple days later, 2 more Weasleys arrived. One of them was Charlie. He had been one of the ones that had kicked up a fuss when the twins were sorted into Slytherin. He didn't look much different, just a bit more freckled, and his hands were now hard and calloused. The other one was most likely the oldest Weasley brother, Bill. He had long red hair, tied back in a ponytail. He had a dragon tooth earring and dragon hide boots. Harish decided that he liked Bill. He was much more laid back than Ron, Percy, and Charlie. Then, that evening Neville Longbottom arrived. He was invited by Ron. The Weasleys had bought him tickets to the cup since Harish's father had already bought tickets for the twins. The next day, they all ate dinner out in the garden. Bill and Charlie moved 2 large tables outside, where they were draped in tablecloths and laden down with food. Then, once everyone was seated, conversation bounced back and forth. I'm almost done with my report, Percy stated to no one in particular since no one wanted to listen. Oh yes, your report for Cauldron Bottoms, Ron said sarcastically. It'll change the world, it will. Percy frowned, his ears turning very red. A little further down the table, Mr. Weasley was saying, this year's cup is going to be Ireland versus Bulgaria. Ludo Bagman helped to get us such good tickets. I did him a bit of a favor. His brother, Otto, got into a spot of trouble, a lawnmower with unnatural powers. I smoothed the whole thing over. Oh, yes, Bagman has no trouble getting Quidditch tickets, Percy said, but how he ever got to be head of department when I compare him to Mr. Crouch. I can't see him losing a member of our department and not trying to find out what's happened to them. You realize Bertha Jerkins had been missing for a month. Mr. Crouch, Fred said, leaning over to Harish. Percy worships him. Always, Mr. Crouch, this and, Mr. Crouch, that. Yes, I was asking Ludo about that, Mr. Weasley was saying, frowning. He says Bertha resigned. Sent in a letter. She was on vacation. Percy said. What reason did she have to resign? She never even came into the office to resign, and especially resigning while we're setting up a big organization. Percy cleared his throat significantly and looked down the table to where the twins were sitting. You know which one I'm talking about, Father. He raised his voice slightly. The top secret one. The twins both rolled their eyes and George leaned over muttering, he's been trying to get us to ask what it is all summer. Oh, that. Draco asked. I know what it is, I'll tell you later. In the middle of the table, Mrs. Weasley was arguing with Bill about his earring. With a horrible fang on it too. Really, Bill, what did they say at the bank? Mum, no one at the bank gives a damn how I dress as long as I bring home plenty of treasure, Bill replied patiently. And your hair's getting silly, dear, Mrs. Weasley said, fingering her wand. I wish you'd let me give it a trim. I like it, Ginny said. She was sitting beside Bill. You're so old-fashioned, Mum. Anyway, it's nowhere near as long as Professor Dumbledore's. On the right side of them, Ron and Charlie were talking animatedly about Quidditch. It's got to be Ireland, Charlie said thickly through a mouthful of potato. They flattened Peru in the semifinals. Bulgaria has got Victor Krum, though, Ron replied. Krum's one decent player, Ireland has got 7, Charlie said shortly. I wish England had got through. That was embarrassing, that was. On Bill's left, the twins were talking with Sirius about pranks and joke products. So Harish tells me that the 3 of you are pranksters, Sirius said. The twins nodded. It kind of reminds me of myself, James, and Remus. We got into so much trouble when we were at Hogwarts ourselves. I remember one time we got detention on the first day of the term one year for putting whizzing worms in Snape's trunk. Before he found them, he had thought that it was on fire. Yeah, we're making joke products, Harish told his new godfather. Really? Sirius asked, looking astounded. Really, the twins replied. We've been having trouble naming them though, Fred said. We thought of calling them Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. But Harish isn't a Weasley. What about Weasley and Company? It has a nice ring to it, Sirius suggested. Weasley and company, huh? Harish asked. What are you planning on doing with your joke products? Sirius asked. Well, first we are going to sell them at Hogwarts, Harish said. And then we're gonna start a joke shop, the twins said in unison. The garden grew dark soon and Mr. Weasley conjured up candles to light the table. Then, they ate homemade strawberry ice cream, and by the time they had finished, moths were fluttering low over the table, and the warm air was perfumed with the smells of grass and honeys. Clee. As everyone was growing sleepy, Mr. Weasley looked at his watch. Look at the time, he said. You children should be in bed, the whole lot of you. You'll be up at the crack of dawn to get to the cup. Harish, if you leave your school list out, I'll get your things for you tomorrow in Diagon Alley. I understand Draco already has his. I'm getting everyone else's. There might not be time after the World Cup, the match went on for 5 days last time. Wow, I hope it does this time. Harish said enthusiastically. Every child at the table was secretly hoping that it would last long enough for them to miss some school. Well, I certainly don't, Percy said with a sniff. I shudder to think what the state of my in-tray would be if I was away from work for 5 days. Yeah, someone might slip dragon dung in it again, Perce. Fred asked. That was a sample of fertilizer from Norway. Percy said, going very red in the face. It was nothing personal. It was, George muttered as they got up from the table. We sent it. For the record, Harish did not like waking up early. Once he had nearly thrown Draco out the window. He was on the 3rd floor in a room that overlooked the grassy hills surrounding his manor because the boy had woken him up too early on Christmas morning. Another time, he had smacked Dobby across the room because he slept in when he was supposed to be having lessons with his father. Harish had no idea why he liked to sleep so late, but it was absolute torture for him to get up before he absolutely had to. So, the next morning, it had felt like Harish had only just laid down to sleep when he was being shaken awake by Draco. Why was it always Draco? Harish vaguely wondered this before rolling over and closing his eyes again. Harish! Draco exclaimed, poking the older boy. Harish lashed out, and then fell back asleep. The next moment, he was being shaken again. He slid his eyes open. Above him were Fred and George. Draco was standing behind them, sporting a swiftly swelling black eye. What happened to you, Draco? Harish yawned, sitting up. Why did he smack me, but not you? Draco howled, holding a cold, wet rag up to his face. I smacked you? Harish asked, laughing. He's known you too long, George muttered. Too much. Draco. Fred broke off and he and his twins shuddered. Come on, they both said. Draco and Harish followed them down the zigzag of stairs down to the kitchen. There Mrs. Weasley was stirring the contents of a large pot on the stove, while Mr. Weasley was sitting at the table with Sirius, checking a sheaf of large parchment tickets. Sirius was reading a copy of the Daily Prophet, his own stack of 5 tickets sitting beside him. The two men looked up as the boys entered and spread his arms so they could see his clothes more clearly. He was wearing a golfing sweater and a very old pair of jeans, slightly too big for him and held up with a thick leather belt. What do you think? He asked. We're supposed to be going incognito, do you think I look muggle enough? Harish nodded, smiling at Sirius as they both remembered their trip into the muggle world. Where are Bill and Charlie and Percy? George asked, failing to stifle a huge yawn. Well, they're apparating, aren't they? Mrs. Weasley replied, heaving the large pot over to the table and starting to ladle porridge into bowls. So they can have a bit of a lie-in. So they're still in bed? Harish asked grumpily, pulling a chair up next to Sirius. The 3 other Slytherins smirked at him. Why can't we apparate, too? Fred asked. Because you're not of age yet and you haven't passed your test, Mrs. Weasley snapped. And where has Ginny gotten to? She bustled out of the kitchen and they could hear her climbing the stairs. We'll be 17 in April, George said moodily, slopping some porridge back into his bowl. You're lucky, Harish mumbled. I'll be 16 the whole year. Don't worry, Sirius said with a smile. Apparating isn't all it's cracked up to be. Mr. Weasley nodded, gulping some porridge down. I threw up the first time I managed it, he said. Of course, then there's splinching, Sirius added. Everyone at the table winced. Splinching was when you apparated, but left a bit of yourself behind. But Bill, Percy, and Charlie can all do it without being splinched. Harish asked. Charlie had to take the test twice, Fred said with a grin. He failed the first time. Apparated 5 miles south of his original destination, right on top of some poor old dear doing her shopping, remember? Yes, well, he passed the second time, Mrs. Weasley said, marching back into the kitchen amid the hearty sniggers. Percy only passed 2 weeks ago, George continued. He's been apparating down the stairs just to prove he can. There were footsteps down the staircase and Ginny, Ron, and Neville came into the kitchen, looking pale and tired. Why do we have to be up so early? Ginny asked, rubbing her eyes and sitting down next to George. We've got a bit of a walk, Mr. Weasley said. Walk? Harish asked faintly. We're walking to the cup. Oh, no, that's miles away, Mr. Weasley said dismissively. No, we're only walking up the hill to our portkey. We'll be meeting with the Diggories as well. They live nearby. Oh, yeah, Harish said. Isn't the reason we came here in the first place was because no portkeys could be arranged near the manor? Sirius nodded. Our tickets were bought in the same section as the Weasleys, since their sons are coming with us, so we were sent to Stoatshead Hill. George, Mrs. Weasley exclaimed suddenly. George jumped and clutched his wand, staring at his mother. What? He squawked. What is that in your pocket? Nothing. Don't you lie to me. Mrs. Weasley pointed her wand at George's pocket and said, Accio. Several small, brightly colored sweets zoomed out of his pocket. He made a grab for them, but missed, and they sped into Mrs. Weasley's outstretched hand. We told you to destroy them, she said furiously, holding up what were unmistakably Tung-Tung toffees. We told you to get rid of the lot, forbid you from selling them at school. Empty your pockets, both of you. It was horrible to watch. Harish helped make them after all. The three of them had tried to smuggle as many as they could. The twins had even sent dozens of different joke products to Harish's house by night. Accio! 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 Mrs. Weasley shouted. The toffees zoomed from pots, the lining of George's pocket, the turn-ups of Fred's jeans, and even from under Harish's shirt, which had been tucked into his pants to keep the toffees from falling out. We spent 6 months developing those. Fred shouted at his mother as she threw the toffees away. You can't do that. Harish howled. I'm not even your son. Well, it seems high time you were disciplined properly. All in all, it was not a friendly atmosphere as they left. Mrs. Weasley was still glowering as she keyed Mr. Weasley goodbye, and all three boys were fuming. The twins had hoisted their rucksacks and walked out without a word to her. Well, have a lovely time, Mrs. Weasley said. And behave yourselves. She called after the twins' retreating backs. They still did not respond, but Fred slammed the door to the house behind him. It was chilly and the moon was still out. Only a dull, greenish tinge along the horizon to their right showed that the sun was crawling its way to the sky. He walked in between the twins. All three of them were still silently seething, Harish especially, as he had not failed to notice Mrs. Weasley's jab at his father's parenting skills. For a Dark Lord, he was doing very well raising him, in Harish's opinion. They walked in silence for a few minutes. Where are we going? Neville asked finally. There, Mr. Weasley responded, pointing to a large black mass that sat behind Ottery Street. Catchpole. Stoatshead Hill. They trudged through the dark, dank lane toward the village. The silence was broken only by their footsteps. It was a good thing it was so early. If it was much later, Harish was afraid they might have run into the Muggles again, his aunt, uncle, and cousin apparently, and gotten the twins into more trouble. And who knew after what their mother had said? She might find some way to punish Harish as well. The sky slowly lightened as they made it to the other side of the village, its inky blackness diluting to a deep, deep blue. Harish's hands and feet were freezing. If he wasn't near so many adults, he would have cast a spell to warm them. They didn't have breath to spare as they began to climb Stoatshead Hill. Mr. Weasley kept checking his watch periodically. Occasionally, one of them would slip or trip over a rabbit hole. Each breath began to feel like needles in their chests and Harish's legs began to seize up as the hill leveled out. Phew, Mr. Weasley panted, taking off his glasses and wiping them on his sweater. Well, we've made good time. We've got 10 minutes now, we just need to find the portkey. Harish looked around the hill, but he didn't see anything that was portkey material. They were normally formed out of some sort of trash, something muggles weren't likely to pick up by mistake. Still, there had been some cases where a muggle grabbed a portkey and had to be obliterated and sent back home. Over here, Arthur. Over here, son, we've got it. Two tall figures were silhouetted against the starry sky on the other side of the hilltop. Amos. Mr. Weasley exclaimed, smiling as he strode over to the man who had shouted. The rest of them followed. He was shaking hands with a ruddy-faced wizard with a scrubby brown bear, who was holding a mangy old boot in his other hand. This is Amos Diggory, everyone, Mr. Weasley said. He works for the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. And I think you know his son, Cedric. Cedric was an extremely handsome Hufflepuff that was a sixth year as well as Harish and the twins. He was captain and seeker of the Hufflepuff House Quidditch team at Hogwarts. Also, as they were both seekers for their teams, that made him and Cedric proper rivals. Hi, Cedric said, looking around at them all. Everyone said hi back except Harish, who merely nodded at the lad. It wouldn't do to appear too friendly with him, even if he did like him. Long walk, Arthur? Amos asked. Not too bad, Mr. Weasley replied. We live just on the other side of the village there. You had to get up at 2, didn't we, Seed? I tell you, I'll be glad when he's got his apparition test. Still not complaining. Quidditch World Cup. Wouldn't miss it for a sackful of galleons, and the tickets cost about that. Mind you, looks like I got off easy. Cedric's father peered good-naturedly around at the three Weasley boys, Harish, Draco, and Neville. All these yours, Arthur? Oh no, only the redheads, Mr. Weasley said, pointing out his children. Blake here, he clapped Sirius on the back, is taking Harish, Draco, and the twins, so we took Ron's friend, Neville. They couldn't get a portkey arranged nearby, so they came with us. Merlin's beard, Amos muttered, his eyes widening. Neville Longbottom. Everyone turned to look at Neville. Why yeah, he stammered. After 2 years, Neville had grown accustomed to people staring at him, but it still made him feel uncomfortable. Must be nearly time, Mr. Weasley said, breaking the silence. He checked his watch again. Do you know whether we're waiting for any more, Amos? No, the Lovegoods have been there for a week already and the Fawcett's couldn't get tickets. There aren't any more of us in this area, are there? Not that I know of, Mr. Weasley said thoughtfully. Yes, it's a minute off, we'd better get ready. With difficulty, owing to their bulky backpacks, the 10 of them crowded around the old boot held out by Amos Diggory. They all stood there, in a tight circle, as a chill breeze swept over the hilltop. No one spoke. It suddenly occurred to Harish how odd they would look if a muggle were to walk up there. Just then 10 people, 3 of them grown men, clutching a moldy old boot in the semi-darkness, waiting. 3, Mr. Weasley muttered, looking at his watch. 2-1. It happened immediately. Harish felt as if a hook just behind his navel had been suddenly jerked forward. His feet left the ground. He could feel Draco pressed on one side of him and Sirius on the other, their shoulders banging into his. They were all speeding forward in a howl of wind and swirling color. His forefinger was stuck to the boot as though by a magnet. Then his feet slammed into the ground. Draco staggered into him, knocked him into Sirius, and fell over. The portkey hit the ground near them with a heavy thud. Harish looked around. He, Mr. Weasley, Mr. Diggory, Cedric, and Sirius were all standing upright, though appearing slightly windswept. Everyone else were sprawled on the ground. 5:07 from Stoatshead Hill, said a voice. The twins disentangled themselves from Draco and got to their feet. Harish, who was swaying from Draco falling into him, was helped by Sirius to regain his balance. They had arrived on what appeared to be a deserted, misty moor. In front of them was a pair of tired-looking wizards. One of them was holding a large gold watch, the other a thick roll of parchment and a quill. Both were dressed as muggles, though inexpertly. The man with the watch had a brown tweed suit and knee-high galoshes, his colleague, a kilt and a poncho. Morning Basil, Mr. Weasley said, picking up the boot and handing it to the man in the kilt, who threw it in a large box that held used portkeys. Inside it, there was already a newspaper, an empty drink can, and a punctured football. Hello there, Arthur, Basil replied wearily. Not on duty, It's all right for some, we've been here all night, you'd better get out of the way, we've got a big party coming in from the Black Forest at 5:15. Hang on, I'll find your campsite Weasley Weasley, he consulted his parchment list. About a quarters-mile walk from here, first field you come to. Site managers called Mr. Roberts. Diggory second field asked for Mr. Payne. And who are you? He asked Sirius. Blake. Blake your field one as well. They all nodded, said a quick thanks, and walked over across the deserted moor. After about 20 minutes, a small stone cottage next to a gate appeared out of the fog. Beyond it, Harish could just make out the ghostly shapes of hundreds and hundreds of tents, rising up the gentle slope of the hilly field toward a dark wood on the horizon. They said goodbye to the Diggorys and approached the cottage door. A man was standing in the doorway, looking out at the tents. Harish knew at a glance that this was the only real Muggle for several miles. He was the only one that wasn't dressed in insane fashion. When he heard footsteps, he turned his head to look at them. "Morning, Mr. Weasley said brightly. "Morning," the Muggle replied. "Would you be Mr. Roberts?" I would, Mr. Roberts replied. "And who are you?" "Weasley, and this is Blake, 2 tents booked a couple days ago." Mr. Roberts replied, consulting a list tacked to the door. "You've got a space up by the wood there. Just the one night." "That's it, Mr. Weasley said. "And Blake is over to the right a bit. Staying 3 nights, correct?" Sirius nodded. "You'll be paying now, then?" Mr. Roberts asked. Right, certainly Mr. Weasley fiddled with several Muggle bills in confusion, then Ron nudged him as Sirius walked up with his own stash of money. "Here's a 10 and a 5 of and here's another 15 for my friend. He's foreign. He's not the first one who's had trouble with money, Mr. Roberts said as Mr. Weasley walked up to join them. "I had to try and pay me with great gold coins the size of hubcaps 10 minutes ago." "Did you really?" Mr. Weasley asked, concerned. Mr. Roberts rummaged around in a tin for some change. "Never been this crowded," he said, suddenly looking out over the misty field again. "Hundreds of pre-bookings. Most people just turn up." "Is that right?" Mr. Weasley asked, holding his hand out to take the change. Mr. Roberts didn't give it to him. He said thoughtfully. "People from all over. Loads of foreigners. And not just foreigners. Weirdos, you know. There's a bloke walking round in a kilt and poncho. Shouldn't he?" Mr. Weasley asked, sounding really worried now. "It's like some sort of rally. They all seem to know each other. Like a big party." At that moment, a wizard in +4s appeared out of thin air next to Mr. Roberts's front door. "Obliviate," he said sharply, pointing his wand at the Muggle. Instantly his eyes slid out of focus, his eyebrows unknotted, and a look of dreamy unconcern fell over his face. Harish recognized the symptoms of a modified memory. "2 maps of the campsite for you, Mr. Roberts said placidly. "And your change." "Thanks very much, Mr. Weasley replied. The wizard in +4s accompanied them to the gate of the campsite. He looked exhausted. There were deep purple shadows under his eyes and he kept running a hand over his face. Once out of earshot, he muttered to them, "Been having a lot of trouble with that one. Needs a memory charm 10 times a day. And Ludo Bagman isn't helping." Parading around in his robes, talking about Quidditch and bludgers at the top of his voice, not a worry about security. "Blimey, I'll be glad when this is over. See you later, Arthur." Sirius walked over. "Here," he said, pulling Mr. Weasley's Muggle money over where he could see it. "These are 1s, these are 10s, he grabbed a couple of 1s. "That's what you owe me." "Thank you, Mr. Weasley replied hurriedly. "What box will you be in?" "Top box," the other man replied. Mr. Weasley nodded. "I'll see you all later then. Boys," he turned to the twins. "Please behave. I don't know what your mother will do if you get into more trouble." "Desones, most likely," George muttered as they turned and headed down a row of tents to the right while Mr. Weasley, Ron, Ginny, and Neville went straight ahead. Harish followed Sirius, glancing around. Finally, they came to a stop at a wooden post that read, "Blake." "Well," Sirius said, clapping his hands together and pulling his backpack off. "This is us." He pulled a bundle of cloth, poles, and strings out and set it on the ground. "Now, strictly speaking, I know you're not supposed to be doing magic, but everyone here will be doing some. We are completely out of sight of the Muggle, and it sounds as if he'll be obliviated again soon. So if you could just help me with this tent, Draco, you might want to step back. Harish, Fred, and George pulled out their wands as Draco moved out of their way. Then, the tent was soon hovering slightly. As it got higher into the air, it stretched out and the poles snapped into place. They lowered it, and little mallets appeared, pushing stakes into the ground and holding the tent down. While Sirius checked and made sure the tent was secured properly, the boys went inside. Honestly, Harish had expected it to be a lot smaller, as he had thought they had a Muggle tent. It appeared Muggle on the outside, but it was rather large inside. There was a small kitchen area with an old-fashioned stove in the back of the tent. On the other side were 6 bunks. 3 were stacked against the wall and the other 3 were about 2 feet away. On the wall of the tent in between them were 3 bedside tables, floating in between 2 bunks each. Straight back, in between the kitchen and the beds, was a bathroom. Then, at the front of the tent were a couple chairs and couches. In the very center was a coffee table with a chessboard on it and a pack of exploding snap. Everything was new and shiny. Harish had a sneaking suspicion that Sirius had bought it solely for that occasion. The boys went inside the tent and sat on the couches around the coffee table. Once there, they began rummaging through their rucksacks. Harish and the twins pulled out their merchandise lists. At the top, Harish wrote, "Weasley and Company." The twins did the same on the other forms. Sirius walked in while they were doing this. "So you invented all of this yourselves?" Sirius asked, picking up one of the forms. They nodded. "We started about 4 years ago," Harish replied. Sirius nodded. "What's this?" he asked, pointing to one of the sheets. In folding string, Harish read aloud. He reached into his bag and pulled out a pair. He tapped each of the orbs and waved his wand around, causing the string to zoom around the tent. Sirius looked impressed. "Too bad Mum took all of our Tung-Tung toffees," George said moodily. Sirius grinned at them. "Do you want me to show you something I learned a little while back?" he asked. "What?" Harish asked, slightly concerned. Sirius lazily flicked his wand. With a little pop, dozens of orange sweets appeared one by one. "How did you do that?" the twins asked, gaping. "All I had to do was summon them. You'd best put these somewhere safe." Harish nodded and put them in his own backpack. Sirius clapped him on the back as he stood up and looked around the kitchen. "We'll need water," he muttered, looking at the empty kettle. "There is a tap marked on this map the Muggle gave us," Harish said, looking at their map. "It is on the other side of the field. Well, why don't you boys go get some water while I grab some wood for a fire?" "But we have a stove," Harish said, pointing to the object in the kitchen. "It's more fun cooking on a campfire," Sirius replied with a grin. Harish shook his head and led the others out of the tent. The sun had finally peeked over the horizon. It was large and orange, tinting the sky with reds, pinks, and purples. Directly overhead was still a blue color, but as the sun rose, it got lighter and lighter. The fog had cleared away, and the boys could properly see the city of tents that stretched in every direction. They slowly made their way through the rows, staring around. Their fellow campers were starting to wake up. Families with small children were the first to rise. Harish had never seen that many young children before in one place. A few little boys were brandishing twigs at each other, or riding toy brooms, their toes skimming the grass. One ministry worker spotted them, hurrying past the Slytherins muttering distractedly, in broad daylight. Parents having a lie-in, I suppose. Older witches and wizards were appearing as well. A few were casting furtive glances about, starting their fires magically. Others were striking matches, looking doubtful that anything would happen. It was a fairly amusing sight. Harish noticed that several students that he knew were there as well. He saw Daphne and her parents. They also ran into Marcus Flint, who had graduated Hogwarts the year before. On the next row over, they found where the rest of the Weasleys were staying the night. In a shabby old tent with a post out front that read, "Weasley." There were people from other countries as well. Some of them were sporting their colors. A national flag here, some sort of banner there. "Is it just me, or has everything gone green?" Draco asked, rubbing them vigorously. It wasn't just his eyes. They had walked into a patch of tents that seemed like they were part of the landscape. They were covered in a thick growth of shamrocks. Grinning, painted faces could be seen poking out of the flaps of the tents. Then, as soon as they passed through, they found the site where all of the Bulgarians were staying. A large flag was fluttering in the breeze, white, red, and green. Instead of smothered in plant life, each tent had a large poster attached to it. It seemed that a surly face with thick eyebrows and a heavy scowl blinked at them from every direction. "That's their seeker, Victor Crumb?" Harish asked. "Isn't he only 18? The twins nodded. Finally they reached the tap. There was already a group of people, milling about as they waited for water. Farther up in the line, Harish could make out a shock of red hair, most likely Ron and Ginny. Right behind them was a pair of men who were having a heated argument. One of them was wearing a flowery nightgown and the other was dressed more fashionably. He was also holding a pair of pinstriped trousers and practically crying with exasperation. "Just put them on, Archie, there's a good chap. You can't walk around like that, the muggle at the gate's already suspicious." "I bought this at a muggle store," Archie replied stubbornly. "It's for muggles. It's for muggle women." Just behind them and right in front of the group of Slytherins, were a pair of African wizards. They were each wearing long white robes and jabbing quickly in some foreign language. Harish sighed as the line crept slowly forward. Once they finally got their water, they had to move more slowly as each of them were carrying buckets that were nearly filled to the brim. On their way back they ran into more friendly faces. There was Luna Lovegood, looking as dotty as ever. Next they were hailed by Ernie Macmillan, a Hufflepuff fourth year. When they finally reached their tent again, Sirius was stoking a roaring fire. Above the fire sat a tray that held a metal pan. Sizzling inside it were sausages and bacon. The boys dropped their water off on the tables inside before returning outside and sitting around the fire. After a few minutes, the food was done and they sat there, eating and listening while Sirius pointed a few people out to them. Most of them he knew because he used to be on the Auror Force with them, or because they had helped capture him on the night Voldemort had gone into hiding. Some of them he knew from school. Once they finally finished, and were lounging around lazily, a man walked up. He had a happy, boyish face and was wearing a pair of Quidditch robes that were black and yellow striped. On the front of them was a picture of a wasp. "Ahoy there," he called. He was walking as though he had springs attached to his feet. "Me name's Ludo Bagman. And who might you be?" "My name is Arata Blake," Sirius replied. "And this is my nephew Harish, and his friends, Draco Malfoy, Fred, and George Weasley." "Weasleys, eh?" Bagman asked. "I thought I recognized your hair. Anyway, fancy a flutter on the match." He jingled a pouch of what seemed to be a large amount of gold. Sirius stood up and began digging money out of his pockets. "How about 2 galleons on Ireland to win?" he asked. "2 galleons?" Bagman asked, taking the money. "Any other takers?" "We'll bet 37 galleons, 15 sickles, 3 nuts," Fred said as he and George pooled all of their money, "that Ireland wins, but Victor Crumb gets the snitch. Oh, and we'll throw in a fake wand." Bagman took the fake wand and his boyish face lit up with delight as it squeaked and changed smoothly to a rubber chicken. Then, he roared with laughter. "Excellent. I haven't seen one that convincing in years. I'd pay 5 galleons for that." The twins and Harish beamed from the praise. "You reckon Ireland will win but Crumb'll get the snitch?" "Not a chance, boys, not a chance. I'll give you excellent odds on that one. We'll add 5 galleons for the funny wand, then, shall we?" He whipped out a notebook and jotted down their names. "Cheers," George said, taking the slip of paper Bagman handed him and tucked it away carefully. Just then, a man wearing a suit and tie apparated to their campfire. Sirius's face suddenly scrunched up and Harish shot him a glance. The man had never looked that unhappy to see someone before. "I've been looking all over for you, Ludo," the man said. "The Bulgarians are insisting we add another 12 seats to the top box." "Oh, is that what they're after?" he asked as he followed the man away. "I thought they were asking for a pair of tweezers." "Who was that?" Harish asked once they were out of earshot. "Barty Crouch Sr." Sirius replied with distaste. "Senior?" Harish asked. "Yes, his son was named after him. Sent him to Azkaban, at least he got a trial." "What do you mean? Didn't you know? I was sentenced to life in Azkaban without trial. They had passed a law that any Death Eater wouldn't get a trial if they didn't think they deserved it. It was old Barty that said it." "But wasn't Barty Crouch Jr. a Death Eater?" the twins asked. Sirius nodded. "Accused of torturing the Longbottoms. He was in a cell near me for a while. He used to cry out in his sleep that he didn't do it before he went quiet anyway." "Went quiet?" Most of them do, in Azkaban. They lose the will to live. Sirius stared into the fire before shaking his head. Draco then said, "Oh, I forgot to tell you." "Tell us what?" Harish asked, confused. "About what the other event is that's happening this year. Here, let's go inside." So they went inside and sat on the couches around the table again, where the order forms were still laying out. "So what is this top secret event no one's supposed to know about?" "This year Hogwarts is hosting another Triwizard tournament." "You're joking," both twins said. Draco shook his head, grinning. "How do you know?" Harish asked. "My father works at the ministry, remember? He told me ages ago." Harish laughed, and soon the others joined in. Triwizard tournaments had been abandoned years ago when too many people were injured. It was a huge surprise that they were attempting to have another one. They all sat around and chatted about joke products and previous tournaments as they waited for the match to begin, then they finally headed out toward the woods as the sun began to set. As everyone was getting ready for the match that evening, they gave up all hope of hiding magic. Ministry workers apparently gave up as everyone was blatantly showing magic everywhere. Salesmen were apparating every few feet, carrying trays and pushing carts full of merchandise. There were luminous rosettes, green for Ireland and red for Bulgaria, which were squealing the names of players. There were pointed green hats bedecked with dancing shamrocks, Bulgarian scarves adorned with lions that really roared, flags from both countries that played their national anthems when waved, and much, much more. Harish couldn't help the grin that spread across his face at the infectious atmosphere. He and Draco rushed forward, eager to spend their money. The twins, who had gambled all of their allowances, only followed to have a look. Draco bought an Irish rosette and hat, model Firebolt, along with a model of Victor Crumb. The player strolled across the palm of Draco's hand and scowled at the green rosette above him. "Look at these," Harish said, walking over to a cart piled high with what looked like brass binoculars, only they were covered with all sorts of weird knobs and dials. "Omnioculars," the sales wizard informed them eagerly. "You can replay action, slow everything down, and they flash up a play-by-play breakdown if you need it. Bargain, 10 galleons each." "Wish I hadn't bought all this now," Draco said, gesturing to his own belongings. "4 pairs," Harish told the wizard firmly. "What?" all of the other boys asked at once. "Don't bother. We don't need. I could just get more money from father. Take it as a Christmas gift," Harish said, shoving a pair of omnioculars into each of his friend's hands. "Though, it will have to last you about 10 years. "Fair enough," the twins replied, grinning. Then they heard a deep, booming gong and green and red lanterns blazed into life among the trees, lighting a path to the field. "Come on, boys," Sirius said. "It's about to start." They all hurried into the wood after Harish's godfather, clutching their purchases. They could hear the sounds of thousands of people moving around, shouts and laughter, snatches of singing. They walked through the wood for half an hour, talking and joking loudly, until at last they emerged on the other side and found themselves standing in the shadow of an immense stadium. Though Harish could only see a fraction of the ginormous gold walls surrounding the field, he could tell that 10 manners would fit comfortably inside it. "Seats 100,000, Harish heard someone nearby say. Draco gaped. "Prime seats," the ministry witch informed them at the entrance when she checked their tickets. "Top box. Straight upstairs, and as high as you can go." The stairs into the stadium were carpeted in rich purple. The group of 5 climbed upward with the rest of the crowd, which slowly filtered away through doors into the stands to their left and right. The party of Slytherins and Sirius kept climbing, and at last they reached the top of the staircase and found themselves in a small box, set at the highest point in the stadium and situated exactly halfway in between the golden goalposts. About 20 purple chairs stood in 3 rows, clad in purple cloth, and Harish led them into the front seats. Below them were thousands and thousands of witches and wizards. Some of them wore flashing green rosettes and the roar of voices drifted up to the sky. A billboard, which was hovering opposite them, had golden writing dashing across it as though a giant's invisible hand was scrawling across it. Harish watched it a moment, before turning to see who was sharing the box with them. So far it was empty, except for a tiny creature sitting in the second from last seat at the end of the row behind them. The creature, which Harish immediately could tell was a house elf, had legs that were so short that they stuck out in front of it on the chair. It had long, bat-like ears and its nose was large and round. As soon as it noticed Harish watching, it hid its face in its long fingers. "Whose elf are you?" Harish asked. "My name is Winky, sir." The elf squeaked, looking up and quivering slightly. Winky does not like heights, but Winky's master told her to save him a seat, so Winky did. Harish was about to retort that the elf didn't answer properly, but it glanced at the edge of the box and hid its face again. "So that's a house elf?" Fred asked as they turned back around. "They're weird things, aren't they?" George commented. "Dobby, our house elf, is weirder," Harish replied. Harish was suddenly jerked forward as someone slid down the row behind them. "I see you are still bragging about your money, Blake," someone said from behind them. Harish turned to see Ron sitting down behind them. "I see your manners are as non-existent as ever, Weasley," Harish said coolly as Neville sat down beside his friend. Ron opened his mouth angrily, but Mr. Weasley slid into the row next. "Not arguing, are we, boys?" he asked. "No," Harish replied smoothly. If glares could burn holes, Harish would have been a pile of ashes. Neville looked nervously between the two of them. A moment later, Bill slid into the row, followed by Percy and Charlie. Harish nodded his greeting and turned back around. A few minutes later, Draco's parents arrived and sat on the last two seats of the front row. They were followed by the Minister of Magic and a group of Bulgarian politicians. "Ah, fudge," Lucius said as he turned around and shook the minister's hand. "How are you? I don't think you've met my wife, Narcissa. Or our son, Draco." How do you do, how do you do?" Fudge said, smiling and bowing to Lucius. "And allow me to introduce you to Mr. Oblonsk, Mr. Well, he's the Bulgarian Minister of Magic, and he can't understand a word I'm saying either, so never mind. And let's see who else, you know Arthur Weasley, I dare say." It was a tense moment. Mr. Weasley and Mr. Malfoy looked at each other. Even though their children were friends, they weren't exactly on the best of terms themselves. Lucius's cold gray eyes swept over Mr. Weasley, and then up and down the row. "Good Lord, Arthur," he said softly. "What did you have to sell to get seats in the top box? Surely your house wouldn't have fetched this much." It was much like one of those moments when one of your parents says something annoying or blunt to one of your friends. Fred and George began looking angry while Draco looked slightly embarrassed. He tried to get his father to sit down, but he was ignored. Harish patted his friend's shoulder for his valiant effort. Fudge, who wasn't listening and hadn't noticed this interaction, was saying, "Lucius has just given a very generous contribution to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, Arthur. He's here as my guest." How nice, Mr. Weasley said with a strained smile. Draco tugged on his father one last time. Swatting Draco's hand in annoyance, Lucius sat down, clutching his cane tightly. "Sorry about that," Draco whispered to the twins. They nodded at him and sent him a look that told the boy that it wasn't his fault. Next moment, Ludo Bagman charged into the box. "Everyone ready?" he asked, his round face gleaming with excitement. "Minister, ready to go." "Ready when you are, Ludo," Fudge replied comfortably. Ludo whipped out his wand, directed it at his own throat, and said, "Sonorous." And then spoke over the roar of the crowd. His voice echoed over them, booming into every corner of the stands. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Welcome to the final of the 422nd Quidditch World Cup." The spectators screamed and clapped. Thousands of flags waved, adding their discordant national anthems to the racket. The huge blackboard opposite them was wiped clear of its advertisement for Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and now showed Bulgaria 0, Ireland 0. And now, without further ado, allow me to introduce the Bulgarian national team mascots. "What have they brought?" Sirius asked, leaning forward in his seat. "Vila," he said, before hurriedly plugging his ears. "What?" But before Harish could ask about his godfather's strange antics, 100 Vila were gliding onto the field. Harish's jaw dropped open as he stared at the Vila, the most beautiful women Harish had ever seen. Sirius handed Harish's a pair of earplugs and he distractedly put them in. As the Vila's song was cut off completely, all daring thoughts that had been crossing his mind disappeared. Sirius raised an eyebrow at him before turning to look out at the stadium. Harish turned to see the twins. One had a foot propped up on the wall of the box, and the other was gazing dumbly at the Vila. Draco, however, did not seem affected by them. He nearly kept George from standing up while Harish pulled Fred back into his seat. Serious motion that it was safe, and Harish pulled his earplugs out. The music had stopped and angry yells were filling the stadium. The crowd didn't want the Vila to go, but they were lining up on the side of the field. And now, Ludo Bagman roared, "Kindly put your wands in the air for the Irish national team mascots." Next moment, what seemed to be a great green and gold comet came zooming into the stadium. It did one circuit of the stands, then split in two smaller comets, each hurtling toward the goalposts. A rainbow arched suddenly across the field, connecting the two balls of light. The crowd oohed and awed appropriately. Now the rainbow had faded and the balls of light reunited and merged. They formed a great shimmering shamrock in the sky. Something like gold rained down on the stands as the shamrock zoomed around them. "Excellent!" Ron yelled behind them as it soared over them, and heavy gold coins rained from it, bouncing off their heads and seats. Squinting up at the shamrock, Harish saw that it was actually made of hundreds of tiny bearded men with red vests, each carrying a green or gold lamp. "Leprechauns," Mr. Weasley said over the tumultuous applause of the crowd, many of whom were fighting to get to gold coins that were under their chairs or in their neighbors' hats. "There you go," Draco said, stuffing fistfuls of coins into Harish's hand. "Now you've got to buy me a Christmas present." The great shamrock dissolved as the leprechauns soared down and settled themselves cross-legged on the field, opposite the Vila. "And now, ladies and gentlemen, kindly welcome the Bulgarian national team." And Bagman announced each of the players' names as S. Arlet figures shot onto the field, to wild applause of Bulgarian supporters. Then, he did the same for the Irish. Harish watched, his omnioculars pressed to his face. He zoomed in and out, fiddling dials, and causing the announcement to replay. Before he sped it back to regular time, he caught a glimpse of the word, Firebolt, engraved in silver on each of the players' brooms. The referee stepped onto the field wearing robes of gold that matched the stadium. He carried a box underneath his arm. Harish watched as the man released the balls and blew his whistle, signifying that the game had begun. It was Quidditch as Harish had never seen. The players flew at lightning speed, tossing the quaffle back and forth so fast that Bagman only had time enough to call out their names. Irish flew so well, it was as if they were reading each other's minds. Ireland scored 3 times within 10 minutes, causing the game to go even faster and much more tough. The Irish formation was forced to scatter as the Bulgarian beaters began smacking people with their clubs. Lynch was the victim of a Wronski feint, and Crumb was hit in the face by a bludger, resulting in a horribly bloody nose. Then, of course, the Vila and Leprechauns got into a fight and the Vila sprouted fangs. But still the game continued at a very fast pace, and Harish sat at the edge of his seat, omnioculars pressed so hard to his face they were cutting into his nose. He shouted whenever there was a foul and screamed every time there was a goal. It was incredibly exciting. Finally the match ended when Crumb, specks of blood trailing behind him, streaked into a dive and caught the snitch. The scoreboard was flashing: Bulgaria 160, Ireland 170. The twins jumped up and screamed, George clutching their betting slip. "I knew it," Fred shouted. "What did I tell you?" George bellowed. "What do you know?" Harish exclaimed gleefully, happy for his friends. "Ireland wins." Bagman roared, who like the Irish seemed to be taken aback by the sudden end of the match. "Crumb gets the snitch, but Ireland wins. Good Lord, I don't think any of us were expecting that." "What did he catch the snitch for?" Draco demanded. "He ended it while the Irish were still 160 points ahead. He knew they would never catch up." Harish shouted over the noise of the crowd. The Irish chasers were too good, he wanted to end it on his terms, that's all. Flags were waving all over the stadium once again, the Irish nation anthem blared on all sides. The Vila were shrinking back into their usual, beautiful selves, looking dispirited and forlorn. "Well, they fought bravely," a gloomy voice said behind them. Harish looked around. It was the Bulgarian Minister of Magic. "You can speak English," Fudge said, sounding outraged. "And you've been letting me mime everything all day." "Well, it was very funny," the Bulgarian minister replied with a shrug. Harish and the twins let out shouts of laughter. And the Irish team performs a lap of honor as the Quidditch World Cup itself is brought into the top box. Bagman roared. They were all suddenly blinded by a dazzling white light, as the top box was illuminated so that everyone in the stands could see inside. Squinting toward the entrance, Harish saw two panting wizards carrying a vast golden cup into the box, which they handed to Fudge, who was still looking disgruntled that he'd been miming all day for nothing. "Let's have a hand for our gallant losers, Bulgaria." And up the stairs came the 7 defeated Bulgarian players. The crowd below was applauding appreciatively. Harish could see thousands of omniocular lenses flashing in their direction. One by one the players filed between the seats and shook hands with their own minister and then Fudge. Crumb, who was last in line, looked a real mess. His front was all bloody and 2 black eyes were swelling on his face. He still clutched the snitch tightly. And then came the Irish team. Lynch was being supported by Moran and Connolly. The second crash seemed to have dazed his and his eyes looked strangely unfocused. But he grinned happily as Tory and Quigley lifted the cup into the air and the crowd below cheered. Harish's hands were numb from clapping, he had been applauding since the game had ended. Bagman pointed his wand at his throat and muttered, "Quietus. They'll be talking about that one for years," he said hoarsely. "A really unexpected twist, that shame it couldn't have lasted longer. Ah, yes, I owe you how much." The twins had just scrambled over the backs of their seats and were standing in front of Bagman with broad grins on their faces, their hands outstretched. Bagman dug around in his money pouch and poured gold into their hands. "Don't tell your mother you've been gambling, Mr. Weasley muttered as the two parties left together. "Don't worry, Dad," Fred said gleefully. "We've got big plans for this money. We don't want it confiscated." Mr. Weasley looked concerned for a moment, before he pressed forward to herd Ron, Ginny and Neville toward Bill, Charlie, and Percy. Harish grinned at the twins and congratulated them. That was more money to go into their joke shop funds. They were soon caught up in the crowds now flooding out of the stadium and back to their campsites. Raucous singing flew through the night air as they retraced their steps along the lantern-lit path, and leprechauns kept shooting over their heads, cackling and waving their lanterns. When they finally reached the tents, no one felt like sleeping at all. Since it was the 4 boys chaperoned by a marauder, they stayed up late, sipping hot cocoa and reliving the match over and over again. Finally, as everyone started to quiet down, Sirius insisted that they go to bed. Harish claimed the top buck on the left and Draco claimed the other one. The twins slept below them and Sirius slept on the bottom. From the other side of the campsite they could still hear much singing and the odd echoing bang. Harish stared at the canvas above him, watching the glow of an occasional leprechaun flying overhead. Harish thought of all of the moves he had seen that day, envisioning himself performing some of them. He had no idea when he had dropped off to sleep, his fantasies switching to dreams. All he knew was that he was suddenly being shaken awake again. Sirius was shouting, "Get up! Harish! Draco, come on now, get up, this is urgent." Harish sat up quickly, his now messy hair brushing the canvas above him. "Smatter?" he asked groggily. Dimly, he could tell something was off. The noises in the campsite had changed. The singing had stopped. He could hear screams, and the sound of people running. He slipped down from the bunk and reached for his clothes, but Sirius said, "No time. Just grab a jacket and get outside, quickly." Harish did as he was told and ran out, followed closely by Draco. They found Sirius as the mouth of the tent with the twins already outside, gaping around. By the light of the few fires that were still burning, he could see people running away into the woods, fleeing something that was moving across the field towards them. Something that was emitting odd flashes of light and noises like gunfire. Tents were being trampled and set afire as it came closer. Loud jeering, roars of laughter, and drunken yells were drifting toward them. Then came a burst of strong green light, which illuminated the scene. A crowd of wizards, tightly packed and moving together with wands pointing straight upward, was marching across the field. They were wearing masks and dark robes. The twins watched in horror and Harish turned to look at Draco. There was no doubt his father was among that crowd. "Father's going to be furious," was all Harish could manage to say. High above them, floating in midair, 4 struggling figures were being contorted into grotesque shapes. Harish could tell they were under the imperious curse. 2 of the figures were very small. "Your father's going to be furious?" the twins asked. "Our father's probably rushing over there to kill Draco's father." More tents were trampled and burned. The screaming grew louder. "I need you lot to go into the woods. Stick together," Sirius shouted. "I'm going to find Mr. Weasley and make sure he gets everyone out all right. But what about Ginny? Go. The twins dashed off, dragging Harish. Draco was straggling behind them. The colored lamps had been extinguished. Dark figures were blundering up the path to the stadium, through the trees. Children were crying, anxious shouts and panicked voices were coming from all around them in the cold night air. Harish was being pushed back and forth and he struggled to stay with the others. Finally he got fed up and lit his wand. The others lit their wands as well, and he dragged them into a cluster of trees. From there, they were far enough that they shouldn't be caught in the action, but close enough where they could look out for Sirius. Draco turned and watched the scene with revulsion. "I can't believe this," he muttered. "I knew there was a war before but I never knew they did this to innocent people." "Neither did I," Harish said quietly. His back was turned from the scene. His only reassurance was that he knew this hadn't been ordered by his father. The twins simply shook their heads. The four of them stood in silence for a moment before. "I've lost my wand." Harish was searching his pockets frantically. "Maybe you left it at the tent," Draco suggested. "No, I had it just now." Harish felt extremely vulnerable without his wand. Even when he knew he would be in no danger, being the son of Voldemort. A rustling sound nearby made them all jump. Winky the house elf was fighting her way out of a clump of bush. She was moving in a peculiar fashion, as though someone was holding her back. "There is bad wizards about," she squeaked. "People high in the air. Winky is getting out of the way." And she disappeared into the trees on the other side of the path, panting and squeaking as she fought the force that was restraining her. "What's wrong with her? She was disobeying orders," Draco said, finally turning from the scene beyond the trees. They waited uncomfortably in silence for a moment. Then, Bagman appeared with a pop. He was white in the face and beads of sweat were on his forehead. "What's going on? Why are you all here, alone?" They all looked at each other in concern. "There's sort of a riot going on in the camp," George replied, confused. Bagman stared at him. "What?" Draco turned and pointed to a gap in the trees where they could still see burning tents and four floating figures. Another bang issued from the Death Eaters. Screaming could be heard now that they were silent. Bagman cursed under his breath before apparating away again. They began to watch, wait, and listen again. The screams and noises seemed quieter, perhaps the riot was over. "I wonder where the others are," Fred whispered as they sat down to wait. Knowing that he was referring to his family, everyone remained silent. "I'm sure they're fine," George finally said. "Mad, though, to do something like this when the whole Ministry of Magic is out here," Harish exclaimed quietly. He knew Draco was thinking the same thing. He was looking very pale. "I mean, how did they expect to get away with it? Have they been drinking, or are they just—" He cut off and looked over his shoulder. He had heard someone staggering toward them. They waited, listening to the sounds of the uneven steps behind the dark trees. The footsteps then suddenly came to a halt. Harish got to his feet and looked around. Was it Sirius? If it was him, why wasn't he greeting them? He could just sense someone standing there, but it was too dark to see. "Hello?" Fred asked. Harish shot him a look. There was silence. The others got to their feet as well and everyone except Harish drew their wands. "Who?" George queried. Harish punched him in the side to get him to shut up. And then, without warning, the silence was broken by a harsh voice. "Mos Mordre." Something vast, green, and glittering erupted from the patch of darkness Harish's eyes had been trying to penetrate. It flew up over the treetops into the sky. "What?" the twins asked. Harish felt something hit his back. He quickly realized the green apparition was the dark mark, his father's mark, before he passed out. Harish sat up with a groan. His back ached. His eyes fluttered open to see that he was lying in the tent on the couch with a pair of worried gray eyes above him. It was Sirius, watching him. Just beyond Harish's godfather were the twins and Draco, each holding a mug of hot chocolate. "Harry!" Sirius exclaimed. "You're awake. What happened?" Harish asked, sitting up. "Why was I knocked out?" Everyone turned to Draco. "I'm not sure why you were knocked out," he said slowly. "Tell me everything that happened," Harish said. Draco jumped as Harish dropped to the ground beside him. "What happened to him?" the twins asked, turning around. "I don't know, he just—" There were a collection of popping sounds, and pounding of footsteps as 20 wizards appeared all around them. Draco stared at them in confusion before registering in his mind that they were all pointing their wands straight at Draco and the twins. "Duck!" One of the twins shouted as they both grabbed Draco, and pulled him to the ground beside Harish. Stupefy! Roared 20 voices. There was a blinding series of red flashes and Draco felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up as the spells passed above his head. Stop! Yelled a voice he recognized. Stop! Those are my sons. The spells stopped and Draco raised his head slightly to see that the clearing had gone dark, lit only by the eerie green glow of the dark mark. A dark figure in front of them had lowered his wand. Another figure walked up beside him. Draco sat up and saw that it was Mr. Weasley in Sirius Black. Fred, George, Mr. Weasley said, his voice sounding shaky. Are you all right? Draco and the twins got to their feet. Harish was still lying unconscious. Harry! Sirius exclaimed, leaping forward and grabbing his godson. What happened to him? I don't know. Draco started again. Out of the way, Arthur, came a curt voice. It was Mr. Crouch. He and the other ministry workers were closing in on them. Mr. Crouch's face was taut with rage. Which of you did it? He snapped. His eyes darted between them. Which of you conjured the dark mark? Wait, Harish said, interrupting the boy. He thought you guys did it. Yes, Draco replied. It was a bit annoying really. We didn't do that, Draco said, gesturing to the sky. Neither of us did, the twins said. And Harish didn't have his wand. He was conscious then? Sirius asked, looking up. His hand was still on Harish's wrist, checking his pulse. Draco nodded. Do not lie, sir. Mr. Crouch shouted, looking slightly mad. His eyes were popping and his wand was pointed at Draco's heart. You have been found at the scene of the crime. Barty, they're just kids, a woman nearby muttered. How could they have? What exactly happened? Mr. Weasley asked. We were sitting here, waiting on Mr. Blake when someone walked up over there. Draco pointed to the patch of darkness, which was now silent and still once again. The twins asked who it was, and they didn't respond. They cast some spell that conjured it. Then, Harish fell on my foot. Mr. Crouch still looked skeptical, but the others began to walk toward the dark patch, their wands out. None of them seemed to believe it was remotely likely either of them had conjured the skull. We're too late, the woman from before said, shaking her head. They'll have dissipated. I don't think so, said Amos Diggory. Our stunners went right through that clearing. There's a good chance we got them. Amos, be careful. A few of the wizards warned as Cedric's father squared his shoulders, raised his wand, marched across the clearing, and disappeared into the darkness. A few seconds later, they heard Mr. Diggory shout, Yes, we got them. There's someone here, unconscious. But, blimey. You've got someone, Mr. Crouch shouted, sounding highly disbelieving. Who is it? They heard snapping twigs, the rustling of leaves, and then crunching footsteps as Amos Diggory returned, a tiny limp figure held in his arms. It was the odd elf from before, Winky. Mr. Crouch did not move or speak as Diggory deposited his elf on the ground at his feet. The other ministry wizards were all staring at Mr. Crouch. For a few seconds, he remained transfixed, his eyes blazing in his white face as he stared down at Winky. Then, he seemed come back to life again. This cannot be, he said jerkily. No. He moved quickly around Mr. Diggory and strode into the place where Winky had been found. No point, Mr. Crouch, Cedric's father called after him. There's no one else there. But Mr. Crouch still rustled through the branches. Bit embarrassing, Diggory said grimly. Barty Crouch's house elf, I mean to say. Come off it, Amos, Mr. Weasley said quietly. You don't really think the elf could have conjured the dark mark, you know whose sign? That requires a wand. Yeah, Diggory replied. She had a wand. And he held up. My wand. Harish squawked. Where is it now? Sirius, who was sitting on the coffee table, picked it up from beside him and handed it to his godson. How'd she get my wand? We think someone might have taken it. Used it. And framed. Winky, the twins said. Harish nodded. So what happened next? There was another pop and Ludo Bagman apparated right next to Mr. Weasley. He was breathless and disoriented. He spun on the spot, goggling upward at the emerald green skull. The dark mark. He panted, almost trampling Winky as he turned to his colleagues. Who did it? Did you get them? Barty. What's going on? Mr. Crouch had returned empty-handed. His face was still ghostly white, and his hands and his toothbrush mustache were both twitching. Where have you been, Barty? Bagman asked. Why weren't you at the match? Your elf saved you a seat too, gulping gargoyles. Bagman had just noticed Winky lying at his feet. What happened to her? I have been busy, Ludo, mister. Crouch replied, still talking in that same, jerky fashion. And my elf has been stunned. Stunned? By you lot, you mean. But why? Comprehension suddenly dawned on his round face. He looked at the skull, down at Winky, and then at Mr. Crouch. No, he said. Winky. Conjure the dark mark. She wouldn't know how. She'd need a wand for a start. And she had one, Mr. Diggory replied. I found her holding one. If it's all right, Mr. Crouch, I think we should hear what she's got to say for herself. Crouch gave no sign that he had heard the man, but Diggory took his silent for assent. He raised his own wand, pointed it at Winky, and said, Renervate. Winky stirred feebly. Her great brown eyes opened and she blinked several times in a confused sort of way. She shakily sat up, the wizards watching her every move. She caught sight of Mr. Diggory's feet, and slowly raised her eyes to stare up into his face. Then, even more slowly, she raised her tiny, pale face to the sky. She gasped, glanced all around the clearing, and then burst into terrified sobs. Elf, Diggory said sternly, do you know who I am? I'm a member of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Winky began to rock backward and forward on the ground, her breaths coming in sharp gasps. As you see, Elf, the dark mark was conjured here a short while ago, Diggory continued. And you were discovered moments later, right beneath it. An explanation, if you please. I is not doing it, sir. Winky squeaked, fat tears rolling down her face. The dark mark was reflected in her large, shining eyes. I is not knowing how, sir. You were found with a wand in your hand. Cedric's father barked, brandishing it in front of her. You found this wand, Elf. And you picked it up and thought you'd have some fun with it, did you? I is not doing magic with it, sir. Winky squealed. Her tears were now glistening as they fell onto her chest. I is just picking it up, sir. I is not making the dark mark, sir, I is not knowing how. I don't think it was her, Fred slowly. What? The adults all asked, turning to the boy. Well, George said. Her voice is too high. The voice we heard was low. Definitely human, Draco added. Well, we'll soon see, Mr. Diggory said, looking unimpressed. Draco was angry. Why wouldn't they listen to the people that were actually there when the spell had been cast? There's a simple way of discovering the last spell a wand performed. Did you know that, Elf? Anyhow, prior incantato. A small serpent-tongued skull flew out of the wand where the two met. It was the ghost of the previous spell. Deletrius. Diggory shouted, and the smoky skull vanished in a wisp of smoke. So, Mr. Diggory said, triumph gleaming in his eyes. Winky immediately began squeaking her innocence, but he roared, you have been caught red-handed, Elf. Caught with the guilty wand in your hand. Amos, Mr. Weasley said loudly. Think about it, she could have picked that wand up anywhere. Winky, he asked kindly. Winky flinched as though he too had yelled at her. Where did you find Harisha's wand? I is finding there, sir, Winky said, raising a shaking hand to point to where she had been found. In the trees. But I is only picking it up. I is a good elf. You see, Amos, Mr. Weasley said. Whoever conjured the mark must have dissipated right after they'd done it, leaving Harisha's wand behind. A clever thing to do, not using their own wand, which could have betrayed them. And Winky, here, had the misfortune to come across it moments later and pick it up. But then, she'd have been only a few feet away from the culprit. Elf, did you see anyone? Winky began to tremble worse than ever. Her huge eyes flickered from Diggory, to Bagman, and onto Mr. Crouch. Then she gulped and said, I is seeing no one, sir, no one. Amos, Mr. Crouch said curtly. I am fully aware that, in the ordinary course of events, you would want to take Winky into your department for questioning. I ask you, however, to allow me to deal with her. Mr. Diggory looked as though he didn't think much of this suggestion at all, but it was clear that Mr. Crouch was such an important member of the ministry that he dare not refuse him. You may be assured that she will be punished, Mr. Crouch said coldly. Master, Winky stammered, looking up at Crouch, her eyes brimming with tears. Master, PP please. Mr. Crouch stared back, his face void of any emotion. There was no pity in his eyes. Winky has behaved tonight in a manner I would not have believed possible, he said slowly. I told her to remain in the tent. I told her to stay there while I went to sort out the trouble. And I find that she disobeyed me. This means clothes. No. Winky shrieked, throwing herself onto her master's feet, sobbing. No, master. Not clothes, not clothes. Winky was crying so hard her sobs echoed about the otherwise silent clearing. Mr. Weasley finally broke the silence, saying quietly, well, I think I'll head back to my tent, if no one objects, my children are waiting on me there. Amos, that wand's told us all it can, if I could take it, please. Mr. Diggory handed him Harish's wand. Come on you three, Sirius muttered, levitating Harish after them. There's one thing I don't get, Fred said finally. What is that? Harish asked, turning to his friend. Well, if those were, your father's followers out tonight, why did they disapparate when they saw the dark mark? Yeah, George agreed. They'd have been pleased to see it, wouldn't they? Harish shook his head. They have all been spending the past 14 years trying to stay out of Azkaban, he replied. So has my father, for that matter whoever conjured that mark wasn't like the rest of them he was unafraid to show his alliance to my father in front of the world. But the person who did conjure the mark, Draco asked. Were they doing it to show support, or to scare them away? Your guess is as good as ours, Sirius said. Listen, it's very late. I agreed with Arthur that we would all head out first thing tomorrow. We'll try to get a few more hours sleep, and then we'll catch an early portkey out of here. So, Harish climbed back into his bunk, his head buzzing. He ought to be exhausted, as it was nearly 3 in the morning, but he was wide awake. Who was it that had conjured the mark? Who had knocked him out, and why? Had they known who his father really was? Harish lay on his back, looking up at the canvas. No flying fantasies came to him now to ease him to sleep, and it was a long time after the others' breathing evened out that Harish finally dozed off. Sirius woke them after only a few hours of sleep. He used magic to pack up their tent and they left the campsite as quickly as possible, meeting up with the rest of the Weasleys at the entrance. They passed Mr. Roberts, the Muggle, at the door of his cottage. He had a dazed look about him and he waved them off with a vague, Merry Christmas. When they reached the portkeys, they found that there was already a great number of witches and wizards gathered around Basil, the keeper of the portkeys, all clamoring to get away from the campsite as quickly as possible. Mr. Weasley had a hurried discussion with Basil, they joined the queue, and were able to take an old rubber tire back to Stoatshead Hill before the sun had really risen. The walk back to the burrow was a lot easier than the walk through Ottery Street. Catchpole had been, as they were now walking downhill. They talked little, as they were exhausted, and thought wistfully of breakfast. Those sausages had been ages ago. As they rounded the corner and the burrow came into view, a cry echoed down the lane. Oh thank goodness, thank goodness. Mrs. Weasley, who had apparently been waiting for them in the front yard, came running toward them. She still wore her bedroom slippers, and her face was pale and strained, a rolled-up copy of the Daily Prophet clutched in her hand. Arthur, I've been so worried, so worried. She flung her arms around Mr. Weasley's neck, and the Daily Prophet fell out of her limp hand onto the ground. Looking down, Harish saw the headline, Scenes of Terror at the Quidditch World Cup, complete with a twinkling, black and white picture of the dark mark over the treetops. You're all right, Mrs. Weasley muttered distractedly, releasing Mr. Weasley and staring around at them all with wet eyes. You're alive, oh boys. And to everyone's surprise, she seized Fred and George and pulled them both into a hug that was so tight, their heads knocked against each other. Harish bit back a laugh as they bit out, ouch. Mum, you're strangling us. I shouted at you before you left. Mrs. Weasley sobbed. It's all I've been thinking about. What if you know who had got you, and the last thing I ever said to you was that you didn't get enough owls. Oh Fred George. Come on, now, Molly, we're all perfectly okay, Mr. Weasley said soothingly, prying her off the twins and leading her back toward the house. Bill, he added in an undertone, pick up that paper, I want to see what it says. They all crammed into the Weasleys' tiny kitchen and Ginny made her mother a cup of tea, which Mr. Weasley insisted on pouring a shot of Ogden's old fire whiskey. Then, Bill handed his father the newspaper. Mr. Weasley scanned the front page while Percy looked over his shoulder. I knew it, Mr. Weasley said heavily. Ministry blunders, culprits not apprehended, lacks security, dark wizards running unchecked. National disgrace. Who wrote this? Of course Rita Skeeter. That woman's got it in for the ministry. Percy said furiously. Last week she was saying that we were wasting our time quibbling about cauldron thickness when we should be stamping out vampires. As if it wasn't specifically stated in paragraph 12 of the guidelines for the treatment of non-wizard part humans. Do us a favor, Percy, Bill said, yawning. And shut up. I mentioned, Mr. Weasley said finally. Sirius was now reading the article over his shoulder as well with curiosity. Where? Mrs. Weasley sputtered, choking on her tea. If I'd seen that, I'd have known you were alive. Not by name, he replied. Listen to this. If the terrified wizards and witches who waited breathlessly for news at the edge of the wood expected reassurance, they were sorely disappointed. A ministry official emerged sometime after the appearance of the dark mark, alleging that no one had been hurt, but refusing to give any more information. Whether this statement will be enough to squash rumors of a body that was removed from the woods, well, there certainly will be rumors. How that she's printed that. Maybe whoever it was thought I was a dead body, Harish said. Does no one know how I passed out, still? Mr. Weasley let out a sigh. I don't know, and frankly I don't have time, Molly. I'm going to have to go into the office. This is going to take some smoothing over. I'll come with you, Father, Percy said importantly, and he bustled out of the kitchen, followed more slowly by his father. Sirius turned to Harish. Sorry, Harry, he said, standing up and clapping his godson on the shoulder. Try and get some rest. That afternoon, after everyone had gotten some more sleep, Draco flowed home. Later a letter arrived from Harish's father telling him to stay at the burrow, but ordering Sirius to come. Harish guessed that he most likely wanted to hear about what happened, but was angry enough that he didn't want his son around. And he had guessed right. To say that Voldemort was angry was an understatement. The Dark Lord was beyond livid. He had been spending the past 14 years creating himself a new identity, hiding in his home, and raising a child just so that he could lull the public into a false sense of security. And now it was all for naught. His Death Eaters, the ones that knew he was still alive, just happened to get drunk at one of the biggest events in all of Wizarding Britain. Then they had terrorized a camp full of ministry officials. After he had seen the newspaper, he had instantly sent a letter to Sirius Black, for he wanted to know what had happened. Sirius had told him what happened and he was even more angry. Now on top of his trouble with his Death Eaters, now he knew that someone had knocked his son out. Whether it was an attempt to kill him, or it was a message to Voldemort, it was not the best of news. And now he was going to have to fast forward all of his plans. Mr. Weasley and Percy stayed at the ministry all the next day and the day after that, only coming home at very late hours. The boys spent the next few days entertaining themselves by playing Quidditch. With Bill and Charlie forcing Ron to play as well, they actually had as close to a real game as they could get. Harish had fun practicing the Wronski feint, though Mrs. Weasley wasn't happy when she had to correct Charlie's broken nose. Finally, the Sunday evening before they were due to leave for Hogwarts, Percy returned home. It's been an absolute uproar, he said. For once, everyone was listening with interest. I've been putting out fires all week. People keep sending howlers, and of course, if you don't open it right away, it explodes. Scorch marks all over my desk and my best quill reduced to cinders. Why are they all sending howlers? Ginny asked, who was mending her copy of 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi on the living room rug. Complaining about the security at the World Cup, Percy replied. They want compensation for damaged property. Mundungus Fletcher's put in a claim for a 12-bedroom tent with ensuite jacuzzi, but I've got his number. I know for a fact he was sleeping under an old cloak propped on sticks. Mrs. Weasley sighed. Your father hasn't had to go into the office on weekends since the days of you-know-who, she said. They're working him too hard. His dinner's going to be ruined if he doesn't come home soon. Well, father feels he's got to make up for his mistake at the match, doesn't he? If truth be told, it was a tad unwise to make a public statement without clearing it with his head of department. First, don't you dare blame your father for what that wretched Skeeter woman wrote. Mrs. Weasley snapped, flaring up at once. If Dad hadn't said anything, old Rita would just have said it was disgraceful that no one from the ministry had commented, said Bill, who was playing chess with Ron. Rita Skeeter never makes anyone look good. Remember, she interviewed the Gringotts curse breakers once, and called me a long-haired pillock. Well, it is a bit long, dear Mrs. Weasley said gently. If you'd just let me. No, Mum. And remember what she said a couple years ago after the ministry break-in? Charlie asked, moving a night. About how they didn't have enough security then. And no one even made any statements or anything. What are you two up to? Mrs. Weasley asked suddenly, an eye on the twins. Harish looked up from counting the money they had raised so far. Homework, Fred said vaguely. Don't be ridiculous, you're still on holiday, Mrs. Weasley replied. Yeah, we've left it a bit late, George said. You're not by any chance writing out a new order form, are you? She asked shrewdly. You wouldn't be thinking of restarting Weasley and Company by any chance? Now, Mum, Fred said looking up at her. If the Hogwarts Express crashed tomorrow, and George and I died, how would you feel to know that the last thing we ever heard from you was an unfounded accusation? Everyone laughed, including Mrs. Weasley. Oh, your father's coming, she said suddenly, looking up at her clock. It told not the time, but where each person in the Weasley family was. Mr. Weasley's hand had suddenly spun from work to traveling. A second later, it shuddered to a halt on home with the others, and they heard him calling from the kitchen. Coming, Arthur, called Mrs. Weasley, bustling out of the room. A few moments later, Mr. Weasley came into the warm living room carrying his dinner on a tray. Mrs. Weasley followed him. Children, I think you'd best get upstairs and pack, she said. Come on, now, we'll have to leave at a reasonable time. So Harish walked up to the twins' room. His trunk had been sent over by his father earlier in the week. He repacked the jar of coins and then checked around the room to make sure he hadn't forgotten anything. Then George heaved a pile of packages onto his bed. This is all the stuff Mum bought you during the World Cup. Harish started unwrapping the parcels. Apart from his standard book of spells, grade 6, he had a handful of new quills, a dozen rolls of parchment, and refills for his potion-making kit. The rest of his books were all the advanced courses. He had stopped taking care of magical creatures, and had taken up arithmancy. There was a shout above them just as Harish was packing the rest of his clothes into his cauldron. That's Ron, the twins both muttered. What's wrong with him? Harish asked distractedly. His dress robes are a bit old, Fred replied. Lucky we bought ours using our joke shop funds before Mum could get them. Harish turned around. You used the joke shop funds to buy new dress robes? He asked, concerned. What? They both said indignantly. You have enough money in your account to buy 3 joke shops. Harish paused for a moment. Then he shrugged. Fair enough, he replied. He pulled out his own dress robes. They were a deep green with lighter green highlights. He packed the last of it all into his trunk, sat on it to get it to close, and then climbed into bed and went to sleep. The next morning the sky seemed to reflect the end of holiday's mood. Rain was falling heavily, darkening the sky and splashing off of windows. Harish changed into the muggle clothes his godfather had gotten him. They wouldn't be changing into their robes until they were on the train. He, Fred, and George had just reached the first floor hall on their way down to breakfast when Mrs. Weasley appeared at the foot of the stairs, looking strained. Arthur, she shouted up the staircase. Arthur, urgent message from the ministry. The 3 boys flattened themselves against the wall as Mr. Weasley came barging down the stairs. His face was half-shaved, his tie was undone, and his robes were on backwards. When the trio entered the kitchen, they saw Mrs. Weasley sifting through the drawers anxiously. I've got a quill here somewhere, she said, clutching a piece of parchment. In the fire, talking to Mr. Weasley was Amos Diggory's head. The flames were green, signifying that he was using flow powder to talk to them through fireplaces. He was talking very fast, not even noticing the flames that flickered by his ears. Muggle neighbors heard bangs and shouting, so they went and called those what do you call, M's, please men. Arthur, you've got to get over there. Here, Mrs. Weasley said, shoving a quill and parchment into her husband's hands. It's a real stroke of luck I heard about it, Mr. Diggory said. I had to come into the office early to send a couple of owls, and I found the improper use of magic lot all setting off. If Rita Skeeter gets hold of this one, Arthur. What does Mad Eye say happened? Mr. Weasley asked, his rumpled quill poised to take notes. Diggory's head rolled its eyes. Says he heard an intruder in his yard. Says he was creeping toward the house, but was ambushed by his dustbins. What did the dustbins do? Mr. Weasley queried, scribbling frantically. Made on hell of a noise and spewed rubbish everywhere, as far as I can tell, Diggory replied. Apparently one of them was still rocketing around when the please men turned up. Mr. Weasley groaned. And what about the intruder? Arthur, you know Mad Eye. Someone creeping into his yard in the dead of night. There's probably just some shell-shocked cat wandering around somewhere covered in rubbish. But if the improper use of magic lot get their hands on Mad Eye, he's had it. Think of his record. We've got to get him off on a minor charge. Something in your department. What are exploding dustbins worth? Might be a caution, Mr. Weasley said, still writing, his brow furrowed. Mad Eye didn't actually use his wand. He didn't attack anyone. I'll bet he leapt out of bed and started jinxing everything he could reach out of his window, but they'll have a job proving it. There aren't any casualties. All right, I'm off, Mr. Weasley said, wiping shaving cream off of his face, shoving the parchment into his pocket, and dashing out of the kitchen again. Mr. Diggory's head looked around at Mrs. Weasley. Sorry about this, Molly, he said calmly. Bothering you so early, but Arthur's the only one who can get Mad Eye off, and he's supposed to be starting his new job today. Why he had to choose last night. Never mind that, Mrs. Weasley said. Why don't you have a piece of toast before you go? Oh, go on, then, Diggory replied. Mrs. Weasley grabbed a piece and, using a pair of tongs, transferred it into Mr. Diggory's mouth. He said, thanks, before disappearing with a little pop. Mad Eye moody? George asked finally, grabbing a piece of toast for himself. Isn't he that nutter? Your father thinks very highly of him, Mrs. Weasley said sternly. Yeah, well, Dad collects plugs, doesn't he? Fred asked. Harish leaned over muttering, birds of a father. The twins grinned at him. In honesty, Harish didn't think very highly of Moody, and neither did his father. He was the reason so many of his father's followers were put behind bars. Harish just labeled him as a crazy old coot, and put him in the slightly dangerous section with Dumbledore. Moody was a great wizard in his time, Bill said. He's an old friend of Dumbledore's, isn't he? Charlie asked. Dumbledore's not what you'd call normal either, Fred added. I mean, I know he's supposed to be a genius and everything. Professor Dumbledore is the greatest wizard of all time, I'll have you know, Mrs. Weasley admonished, even sternly still. The conversation ended there and they all ate the rest of their toast in silence. Then Mrs. Weasley called up 2 Muggle taxis to take them to King's Cross Station. Harish was sure the drivers had been extremely unhappy by the time they arrived in London. Fred's trunk had exploded unexpectedly, causing a whole load of filibusters' fireworks to go off in the backseat. The driver had yelled and swerved into a curb. The trip was very uncomfortable, as they were all jammed in the back with their trunks on their laps. Then, once they finally got to the train station, the rain was coming down so hard that they were soaked completely. They couldn't cast any magic in front of the many muggles there, so Harish's only condolence was that he would be changing into dry clothes soon enough. Harish, Fred, and George had leaned on the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, chatting unconcernedly before they fell through and turned to see the magnificent red engine of the Hogwarts Express. There was steam billowing from it and a good number of students were already on the train. The 3 teens set off to find seats, and were soon stowing their trunks above their seats in the very back of the train. They didn't bother getting out and saying goodbye to the others. They were 16, after all. Not long after, Draco found them and joined them in the compartment. By the train pulled out of the station, rain battering the windows, the compartment was full of Harish, the twins, Daphne, Draco, Hermione, Ginny, Dean Thomas, and Angelina Johnson. Harish and Daphne started talking about politics again. Draco, Dean, and Ginny were all holding a discussion about the Triwizard Tournament. Fred and Hermione were talking about the older boys' plans for the joke shop. And Angelina and George were discussing Quidditch. It actually turned out that the two got along fairly well, even though they were from rival houses. The same went for Dean and the others. No one had noticed how Harish had changed the school, uniting the four houses, as it had been so gradual. Then Harish began talking about other schools, and everyone else joined in to listen. You know, my father actually wanted to send me to Durmstrang, Draco said. Harish nodded. Mine considered it as well, so that I wouldn't have to be in the same building as Dumbledore. Then, I guess he decided he didn't want to send me so far away. Where is Durmstrang? Fred asked. Well, no one knows, do they? Hermione said, raising her eyebrows. Why not? Dean asked. There's traditionally been a lot of rivalry between all the magic schools. Durmstrang and Beauxbatons like to conceal their locations so no one can steal their secrets. Well, Durmstrang must be somewhere cold, George said. Yeah, since they have furs on their uniforms, Fred added. Harish nodded. That is most likely. As they traveled north, the rain became even more heavier, if that was even possible. The sky was so dark and the windows so steamy that the lanterns were lit by midday. The lunch trolley came down the corridor then and Harish bought a few cauldron cakes to share with the twins. After a few hours, every tired of endless talk of Quidditch and previous Triwizard tournaments, and they finally spent the last hour of the ride in silence, either reading or watching blurs pass outside the foggy window. Finally, when they were nearly there, the two Gryffindors left to join up with more from their house. The boys shooed the girls out of their compartment to change. Then, the girls returned wearing their own Hogwarts robes. Finally the train came to a stop in the pitch-black Hogsmeade station. As the doors opened, there was a rumble of thunder overhead. With their heads bent and eyes narrowed against the wind, they all walked across the platform. The rain was coming down so heavily now that it felt as though ice-cold buckets of water were being poured out on them repeatedly. The wind was howling so loud that they could hardly hear the gamekeeper calling the first years as usual. It was so dark that they could hardly other the lantern of Hagrid's that was swinging to and fro. 100 horseless carriages were lined up and waiting on students to get inside. The group made their way over, splitting into two groups. The 3 girls went in one carriage, while the 4 boys went in another. Finally, the carriages left off and they were slowly making their way back to the castle. Harish shivered with anticipation as he could see a glimmer of golden that shone out of each of Hogwarts's windows. They were finally going back. Once all of them were seated in their usual seats at the Slytherin table, they sat uncomfortably. Harish dried himself and the twins did the same. The rest of the students were completely soaked. Come on, both twins Ned. I'm hungry, Fred said. Starving, George whined. Is food all either of you ever think about? Hermione asked. They paused. Fred considered her for a moment before replying cheerfully, pretty much. Harish shook his head and glanced up at the table. There were 3 empty chairs. One most likely belonged to Hagrid, who was seeing the first years across the lake. The other was Professor McGonagall's, who was waiting for them to take them to the sorting. But, it took Harish a moment to figure out who the third person was that was missing. Where is the defense against the dark arts teacher? He asked. Maybe they couldn't get another one, Hermione suggested. That would be nice, Harish said wistfully. Seconds later, the door burst and Professor McGonagall led the first years down the aisles in between the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff tables. They were tiny, shivering, and so soaked that it looked as though they had swam across the lake. One boy was wearing Hagrid's huge coat. Harish laughed softly as he saw the boy mouth, I fell in the lake. They seemed to be getting shorter every year, Fred whispered to Harish, referring to the size of them. I swear we were never that small, George muttered. The first years came to a stop in front of the stool that held the sorting hat. The sorting hat opened its brim and sang for a few minutes. Once the song had ended, McGonagall unrolled a large scroll of parchment. When I call out your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool, she told the first years. When the hat announces your house, you will go and sit at the appropriate table. Ackerley, Stuart, Ravenclaw. Stuart Ackerley took of the hat and hurried into a seat at the Ravenclaw table, where everyone was applauding him. Baddock, Malcolm, Slytherin. Harish's table erupted in cheers and the boy joined the first years at the edges of the table. A couple of the Gryffindors hissed, but most didn't mind. Branstone, Eleanor. Hufflepuff. Caldwell, Owen. Hufflepuff. Creevy, Dennis. The tiny boy in Hagrid's giant coat walked up to the stool, trembling from head to foot with excitement. He nearly tripped over the enormous coat, and then scrambled into the stool and crammed the hat onto his head. Gryffindor. The Sorting Hat continued. Boys and girls that had various degrees of fright on their faces were sorted one by one. When McGonagall reached the G's, Harish finally saw a familiar face. Greengrass, Astoria, she called. She had plain hair and rather plain face with blue eyes and rosy cheeks. She was also very tiny. She walked to the stool, her back straight, her nose held high. Harish recognized that this was the little girl's way of trying not to show her fear. The hat fell down over her head and was held up only by her still upturned nose. Slytherin. The hat shouted after a moment. Astoria took off the hat and ran over to the Slytherin table, her face flushed happily. She came straight over to them and stopped by Draco. "Can you move over for me, Draco?" she asked sweetly. Draco looked pained, but did as he was asked and slid to the side to let the first year sit on the bench next to him. It seemed that the only people that didn't mind her there were the twins and Hermione. Harish was slightly annoyed because he didn't want to be around his girlfriend's younger sister. Daphne was annoyed because she didn't want to be around her sister either. And Ginny was annoyed as well. The sorting moved on painfully slow. Then food finally appeared on their plates. Finally, the twins said, loading their plates down. "Who is this?" Ginny asked, gesturing toward Draco. Her voice contained a venom that surprised everyone. "I should be asking the same of you," Astoria replied with the same amount of resentment in her voice. "But I already know you're a Weasley." "This is Astoria Greengrass," Draco replied slowly. "Yeah," Harish said, his tone light and teasing. "His betrothed." Ginny choked on her glass of pumpkin juice. "His what?" she asked incredulously. Draco fidgeted uncomfortably and Astoria stared at him with a dazed expression. "His betrothed," Harish repeated. "The woman that was arranged by his parents for him to marry one day." "I think I know what betrothed means, thanks," Ginny snapped. There was an uncomfortable silence. "You know, betrothal is an extremely outdated tradition," Hermione said finally. Everyone nodded in agreement. Astoria snapped out of her love-struck daze and looked at Hermione, highly offended. "I think it's a wonderful tradition," she exclaimed indignantly. "I love Draco, after all." Draco looked even more uncomfortable and he began muttering incoherently under his breath. Harish could just make out him saying, "I don't, stupid, dumb, love, I don't." Harish snorted. Astoria didn't seem to notice. Soon she, Hermione, and Ginny were arguing. Hermione, mainly because she was Muggle-born. Ginny was arguing because it was now evident she did not like Astoria. Everyone ate in relative silence. Conversations only popped up occasionally through bites of turkey or potatoes. Finally, when the puddings and desserts had all vanished, Dumbledore stood to make his announcements. The buzz of chatter that filled the hall died away almost at once so that only the howling wind and pounding rain could be heard. "So," Dumbledore said, smiling at them all. Harish made a face. "Now we all are fed-watered, I must ask for your attention, while I give out a few notices. Mr. Filch, the caretaker, had asked me to tell you that the list of forbidden objects inside the castle had been extended to include screaming yo-yos, fanged frisbees, and ever-bashing boomerangs. The full list can be viewed in Mr. Filch's office, if anybody would like to check it." The corners of the old man's mouth twitched before he continued, "It is also painful duty that the Inter-House Quidditch Cup will not take place this year." Several people started at this news. Angelina, who was over on the other side of the room, exclaimed loudly, "What?" The twins were too appalled to form words. Instead, they were mouthing words soundlessly. Dumbledore went on, "This is due to an event that will be starting in October and continuing throughout the school year, taking up much of the teachers' time and energy, but I am sure you will enjoy it immensely. I have great pleasure in announcing that this year at Hogwarts." But at that moment, there was a deafening rumble of thunder and the doors to the Great Hall slammed open with a bang. A man stood in the doorway, leaning on a long staff, shrouded in a black traveling cloak. Every head in the Great Hall swiveled toward the stranger, suddenly brightly illuminated by a flash of lightning that flashed across the ceiling. He lowered his hood, shook out the long mane of grizzled, dark gray hair, then began to walk up toward the teacher's table. A dull clunk echoed through the hall with every other step he took. He reached the end of the top table, turned right, and limped heavily toward Dumbledore. Harish could see that he had a wooden leg. Another flash of lightning threw his face into relief. Every inch of it was scarred. The mouth looked like a diagonal gash, and a large chunk was missing from his nose. But it was the man's eyes that made him look frightening. One of them was small, dark, and beady. The other was large, round as a coin, and a vivid, electric blue. The blue eye was moving ceaselessly without blinking. It was rolling up and down, side to side, quite independently of his other eye, and then it rolled right over, pointing into the back of the man's head so all they could see was the whites of the large eye. The stranger reached Dumbledore. He stretched out a hand that was as badly scarred as his face, and Dumbledore shook it, muttering words no student in the hall could hear. Jay seemed to be making some inquiry of the stranger, who shook his head unsmilingly and replied in an undertone. Dumbledore nodded and gestured the man to the empty seat on his right-hand side. Finally Dumbledore spoke again. "May I introduce our new defense against the dark arts teacher? Professor Moody." Normally other teachers applauded when their new colleagues were announced, but they remained silent. Only Dumbledore and Hagrid clapped, but the sound sounded so dismal by itself and soon faded away, as they stopped fairly quickly. Everyone else seemed too transfixed by his bizarre appearance to do more than stare. "As I was saying," Dumbledore said after clearing his throat, "we are to have the honor of hosting a very exciting event over the coming months, an event that has not been held for over a century. It is my pleasure to inform you that the Triwizard Tournament will be taking place at Hogwarts this year." The tension that had formed when Moody had arrived suddenly broke. Nearly everyone laughed, and shook their heads. Dumbledore chuckled appreciatively. "I can assure you that I am completely serious," Dumbledore said. The students stopped laughing. The Triwizard Tournament was first established 700 years ago as a friendly competition between the three largest European schools of wizardry, Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang. A champion was selected to represent each school, and the three champions competed in 3 magical tasks. The schools took it in turns to host the tournaments once every 5 years, and it was generally agreed to be a most excellent way of establishing ties between young witches and wizards of different nationalities, that is, until the death toll mounted so high that the tournament was discontinued. "Death toll," Hermione whispered, looking slightly alarmed. "There have been several attempts over the centuries to reinstate the tournament," Dumbledore went on, "none of which have been very successful. However, our own magical cooperation and magical games and sports have decided the time is ripe for another attempt. We have worked hard over the summer to ensure that this time, no champion will find himself or herself in mortal danger. The heads of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will be arriving with their contestants in October, and the selection of the 3 champions will take place at Halloween. An impartial judge will decide which students are most worthy to compete for the Triwizard Cup, the glory of their school, and 1,000 galleons personal prize money." "I'm going for it," Fred hissed. Both he and George's faces were lit with enthusiasm at the prospect of such glory and riches. He was not the only one. Most everyone in the hall were turned to each other, whispering excitedly. When Dumbledore began to speak again, they reluctantly fell silent. "Eager though I know all of you will be to bring the Triwizard Cup to Hogwarts," he said, "the heads of the participating schools, along with the Ministry of Magic, have agreed to impose an age restriction on contenders this year. Only students who are of age, that is to say, 17 years or older, will be allowed to put their names in for consideration." This Dumbledore raised his voice as several students shouted in outrage. The twins looked furious. "We'll be 17 in April," they shouted. Harish couldn't help but feel disappointed. Not only would he not turn 17 until the summer, but he was also the last person in their year who would become of age. Still Dumbledore continued, "As a measure we feel is necessary, given that the tournament tasks will be difficult and dangerous, whatever precautions we take, and it is highly unlikely that students below 6th and 7th year will be able to cope with them." "I'm a 6th year," Harish exclaimed in protest. "Now, it is late, and I know how important it is for you all to be alert and rested for your lessons tomorrow morning. Bedtime." Chop, chop. Dumbledore sat down again and turned to talk to Mad-Eye Moody. There was a great scraping and banging as all of the students got to their feet and swarmed toward the entrance to the hall. "They can't do that," George howled, as he and his twin followed Harish. "First years," Harish called. "We'll be 17 in." Fred counted on his fingers, less than half a year. "Why can't we have a shot? First-year Slytherins, the common room is this way. They're not stopping me from entering," Fred continued. "The champions'll get to do all sorts of stuff you'd never be able to do normally." And 1,000 galleons prize money. Look, Harish said, finally turning to them as he paused in front of the staircase that led down to the dungeons. Are you going to keep on about this, or are you actually going to let me do my job as a prefect? So the twins went down in front of him, grumbling. All right, Harish said, herding all the short firsties together. Come on, you lot. The next morning the storm had blown itself out, leaving only clouds behind. While the fourth years were inspecting their new schedules, Harish and the twins had their heads bent together, discussing way to magically age themselves. We still have care of magical creatures with the Gryffindors, Draco muttered. Daphne and Hermione groaned. Harish finally looked at his own schedule. Arithmancy this afternoon, he said. But this morning we have potions down in the dungeons. In defense against the dark arts right afterwards. The twins chirped. But look at this. George exclaimed happily. We've got a free period now and after break and after lunch. Excellent. Both he and Fred finished together. So after lunch they went down to the dungeons and sat on a green couch in the common room. Harish leaned back, kicking his feet up onto the coffee table. The twins pulled out more order forms, putting the finishing touches on. So how will we hoodwink the impartial judge? Fred asked. Aging potion is always worth a shot, Harish replied. The other two nodded. After their free period had ended, they headed to potions. Snape had them brew the draft of living death. Then they had break and another free period, as George had proclaimed earlier. Then, the three of them had defense against the dark arts. They finally left the dungeons and headed for the other side of the castle. Once inside the classroom, they pulled out their books and chose seats at the back of the classroom. Soon they heard Moody's distinctive clunking footsteps coming down the corridor and he entered the room, looking just as strange as ever. You can put those away, he growled, stumping over to his desk and sitting down, those books. You won't need them. They returned their books to their bags and sat impatiently. Moody took out a register, shook his long mane of grizzled hair out of his twisted face, and called out names. His normal eye moved steadily down the list while his magical eye swiveled around, fixing on each student as he or she answered. Harish noticed that once he had finished, the blue eye fixed on him and remained there for some time. Right then, he said. I've had a letter from Professor Lupin about this class. Seems you've had a pretty thorough grounding in defense. There was a general murmur of assent. But you haven't had much experience in offense. Namely, dealing with curses. I'm here to bring you up to scratch on what wizards can do to each other. I've got 1 year to teach you how to deal with dark. Why aren't you staying? Terence Higgs asked. Special favor to Dumbledore, he replied. 1 year, and then back to my retirement. He gave a harsh laugh, and then clapped his gnarled hands together. So, straight into it. Curses. They come in many strengths and forms. Now, according to the Ministry of Magic, I'm supposed to teach you counter curses and leave it at that. As he said this, Harish sat up straighter. Did this mean they would be learning about more than defense garbage this year? Moody continued after a pause, you need to know what you're going to be up against. How are you supposed to defend yourselves against something you've never seen? A wizard who's about to put an illegal curse on you isn't going to tell you what he's about to do. He's not going to do it nice and polite to your face. You need to be prepared. You need to be alert and watchful. You need to not put that stick of chewing gum under your desk, Mr. Pusey. Adrian stopped, his hand was underneath the desk. That old codger can see straight through wood, he muttered, causing a few of them to laugh. So, Moody said, pretending as though he hadn't heard. Do any of you know which curses are most heavily punished by wizarding law? Several people raised their hands. Harish and the twins were among them. Weasley, Moody said, pointing to George. My dad told me about one, he said. The Imperious Curse. Ah, yes, Moody said appreciatively. Your father would know all about that one. Gave the ministry a lot of trouble at one time, the Imperious Curse. Moody got heavily to his mismatched feet, opened his desk drawer, and took out a glass jar. 3 large black spiders were scuttling around inside it. The professor reached into the jar, caught one of the spiders, and held it in the palm of his hand so they could all see it. He then pointed his wand at it and muttered, Imperio. The spider leapt from his hand on a fine thread of silk and began to swing as though on a trapeze. It stretched out its legs rigidly, then did a backflip, breaking the thread and landing on the desk, where it began to cartwheel in circles. Moody jerked his wand, and the spider rose onto two of its hind legs and went into a tap dance. Every was laughing except Moody. "Think it's funny, do you?" he growled. "You'd like it, would you, if I did it to you?" The laughter died away almost instantly. "Total control," Moody said quietly. "I could make it jump out the window, drown itself, throw itself down one of your throats." Years back, there were a lot of witches and wizards being controlled by the Imperious Curse. Some job for the ministry, trying to sort out who was being forced to act, and who was acting of their own free will. The Imperious Curse can be fought, and I'll be teaching you how, but it takes real strength of character, and not everyone's got it. Better avoid being hit with it if you can. Constant vigilance. He barked. Everyone jumped. Moody picked up the somersaulting spider and threw it back into the jar. Anyone else know one? Another illegal curse. Everyone there knew another one, probably at least from seeing it being performed by Harish 5 years previous. Finally, one of the girls raised their hands. "Yes?" Moody asked, his magical eye rolling over to fix on her. "There's one, the Cruciatus Curse," she replied in a shaky voice. Moody got another spider from the jar and placed it on the desktop, where it remained motionless. "The Cruciatus Curse," he said. "Needs to be a bit bigger for you to get the idea." He pointed his wand at the spider. "Engorgio." The spider swelled to the size of a tarantula. "Crucio." At once the spider's legs bent in upon its body, it rolled over and began to twitch horribly, rocking from side to side. No sound came from it, but they were all sure that it would have been screaming had it had a voice. Moody did not remove his wand, and the spider started to shudder and jerk more violently. Some students were covering their eyes, looking away, or watching Moody instead of the spider. Harish watched the spider, however. He seemed to be the only one either brave or horrible enough to watch the creature being tortured. Finally Moody raised his wand. The spider's legs relaxed, twitching every now and then. He shrunk it back to its original size and tipped it into the jar. "Pain," Moody said softly. "You don't need thumbscrews or knives to torture someone if you can perform the Cruciatus Curse. That one was very popular too. Right? Anyone know any others?" Harish raised his hand. Both of Moody's eyes fixed on him. "Yes?" he asked. "The Killing Curse," he replied evenly. "Yes, the last and the worst. Avada Kedavra, the Killing Curse." With his magical eye still remaining on Harish, Moody turned his normal one to the jar and pulled the last spider out. It scuttled frantically across the wooden surface as Moody raised his wand, and cried, "Avada Kedavra." There was a flash of blinding green light and a rushing sound. Instantly the spider was dead. Harish vaguely wondered if that was what it had been like when his real parents had been killed. He forcefully pushed that thought from his mind. It had been a time of war. Voldemort had simply done what he had to protect himself. Moody swept the dead spider off the desk and onto the floor. "Not nice," he said. "Not pleasant. And there's no counter curse. There's no blocking it. No one has ever been known to survive it. This curse needs a powerful bit of magic behind it. You could get your wands out now and point them at me and say the words, but I doubt I'd get so much as a nosebleed. But that doesn't matter. I'm not here to teach you how to do it. Now, if there's no counter curse, why am I showing you? You've got to appreciate what the worst is. You don't want to find yourself in a situation where you're facing it. Constant vigilance." He roared again and the whole class jumped. Now those 3 curses, Killing Curse, Imperious, and Cruciatus. The use of any one of them on another human being could result in a one-way ticket to Azkaban. That's what you're up against. That's what I've got to teach you to fight. You need preparing. You need arming. But most of all you need never ceasing, constant vigilance. Once class had let out, the 3 teens went down to the Great Hall for lunch. The others were already there. As Fred slid into his seat, he said, "Man. Moody's something. How cool is he?" "Beyond cool," George replied, plopping himself down. "Super cool," Harish added, squeezing between them. "What's he like?" Draco asked. "I'm not sure. Certainly not like any of the ones we've had before. He doesn't mind showing us things we ought to know. He's been there, man." After a final free period, they went to arithmancy and then turned in for the day. Ron and Neville sat in the Great Hall that Wednesday morning. As Ron buttered his toast, Neville glanced up at the staff table. "Snape seems to be in a foul mood," he said tentatively. "Yeah," Ron replied, stuffing the bread into his mouth. "And you know why. Moody, Neville supplied. Ron nodded in agreement. It's been 4 years now and he still doesn't have the job. First Quirrell, then the incompetent moron that was Lockhart, then a werewolf, and now an ex-Auror. He must be furious. Everyone knew that it was the Defense Against the Dark Arts position that Snape was after. Snape had displayed different degrees of dislike for their previous teachers, but now he showed a new animosity for Moody, almost as if he was wary of him. Snape often avoided the man's eye when they were around each other. I reckon Snape's a bit scared of him, Ron said finally. Neville looked skeptical. What? Everyone's got to be scared of someone. You know who was scared of Dumbledore. Snape scares you. Now Snape is scared of Moody. Neville shrugged. I guess that makes sense. After breakfast they headed out for their first defense class. Everyone was so eager to have their first lesson with Moody, that the corridor was filled up before the bell rang. As soon as it did, they all filed into the room. Ron and Neville chose seats toward the front and waited for their new professor to arrive. Moody then arrived, calling roll as he had in his other class. Then, he mentioned that the fourth years had had some learning in tackling dark creatures, before moving on to his speech on the 3 unforgivable curses. Finally, he asked the class who knew of any unforgivables. Several students tentatively raised their hands. Yes, Weasley. Moody asked. Ron said quietly. Well, my dad did mention one, the Imperious Curse, isn't it? Moody nodded. He pulled out a jar that contained 3 spiders once again. Ron's hair stood on end and he pressed back into his seat slightly as Moody imperioused it and made it dart around the classroom. The demonstration was over after a few moments and the spider returned to the jar. Anyone else know of any unforgivable curses? Moody asked. Neville slowly raised his hand. Yes, the Cruciatus Curse, he said, clearly, but very quietly. You're Longbottom, aren't you? Moody asked, his magical eye fixing on his roll sheet. Neville nodded, his face fixed on his desk. Moody nodded, clumping over to the desk. Then, he took out another spider and enlarged it. Ron dropped all pretense and moved his desk back several feet. Crucio. Moody barked. Neville watched, transfixed as the spider writhed with pain. His face held a look of horror and he painfully thought of his parents, lying in the hospital, unable to recover from the pain they had suffered. His hands clenched into fists in front of him and his eyes were wide. Stop it, Parvati Patil exclaimed. She was looking at Neville. Can't you see it's bothering him? Moody stopped casting the spell and continued with the class. Neville only vaguely registered that he had continued talking. He had been snapped out of his daze only for a moment when the spider had died, the killing curse cast upon it. Then, as soon as the bell rang, he gathered his things and rushed out of the classroom. He wanted to get out of that classroom and as far away from Professor Moody as he could. He stopped, to look out a window on the staircase. It was then that Ron caught up with him. Are you all right? He panted. Oh, yes, Neville replied. His voice was unusually high. Interesting lesson, wasn't it? I wonder what's for dinner. I'm starving, aren't you? Neville, are you all right? Ron repeated. Oh, yes, I'm fine, Neville gaggled in the same unnaturally high voice as Ron steered him down the staircase. Very interested dinner, I mean lesson, what's for eating? Are you sure you're all right? You know what, don't answer, I don't know what's for dinner, Ron said. Why don't we go back to the common room? They returned to Gryffindor Tower. Once there, Ron forced Neville to sit down on a couch. Neville rubbed a hand over his face and the absolutely terrified look slowly went away. Then, he said with his voice back to normal, I'm sorry. I guess I should have told you sooner, but, he trailed off. His voice returned to the unnaturally high tone again as he continued, my parents were tortured by Death Eaters. They were tortured for so long that they don't even know who I am anymore. I'm sorry, Neville, Ron said sincerely. It must be horrible. Neville shrugged. I still see them when I can. I tell Mum about my day. They trailed off into silence. Well, Ron said, I think we should get started on our divination homework. Neville nodded soundlessly. While the Gryffindor fourth years had an interesting Wednesday, the rest of the week passed uneventfully for the Slytherins until that Saturday. Harish had been enjoying his blissful sleep, but was rudely awoken by shouting. That filthy, lying, cheating, scum. Harish sat up rubbing his eyes to see Fred kicking his trunk. What's goin' on? He muttered. He, slow down, Harish said, putting out his hands in a stop sign. Who? Bagman. I looked in my trunk for the money he gave us at the match, but it was gone. What were you wanting money for? George was now awake, staring at his brother bleary-eyed. I was wanting to sneak to Hogsmeade today and buy more supplies for trick sweets. But the darn money wasn't there. You know kicking that trunk won't solve your problems, Harish said. I know. Fred exclaimed angrily, giving the trunk one last kick. Ow. He clutched his toe and hobbled over to his bed. See? Harish asked. Well, what do you suggest we do, oh mighty one? Send him a letter. I'm sure it was just a mistake. Just a mistake, and he said a rather ugly word that would have had Mrs. Weasley washing his mouth out. That evening they sat in the common room, trying to propose a letter. Every now and then one of them would scratch something out, saying something along the lines of, "No, that sounds like we're accusing him." Finally they went to bed that night, after completing the letter and sending it off with one of the school owls. The next morning, they all watched hopefully for an owl during the owl post. And, to the three teens' surprise, an owl landed in front of Harish. Is it him? Fred muttered. Bagman. George questioned. I haven't even gotten it untied yet. Harish exclaimed. He untied the letter and unrolled it. No, he said. He scanned the letter's contents quickly. What? The twins asked in disappointment. Who's it from? Sirius, Harish whispered. What does it say? Have a look, Harish replied. He held the letter out slightly and the two Weasleys leaned forward to read it. It read, Dear Harry, I thought that you might like to know that I am returning north. Your father wants someone to keep an eye on you this year. He reckons trouble is brewing. Dumbledore does too, if he has really appointed an ex-Auror as your teacher. I can't say much more here, in case this letter is intercepted. I hope you have had a good term so far. Love, Sirius. Trouble is brewing, the twins quoted. What kind of trouble? Harish shrugged. I don't know, but if it's worrying my father, I definitely think we should be worried as well. The sixth years noticed that all of their schoolwork was getting more and more difficult than it had ever been before. In defense against the dark arts, they were doing work on curses every other day. Any moment in between was spent reviewing spells they had already learned, but performing them without saying a word. Soon, all of their other classes were requiring nonverbal spells as well. Harish was also aggravated to find that each of their free periods were spent tackling the mounds of homework they were assigned in all of their classes. The fourth years were finding that their classes were becoming increasingly demanding as well. They did have owls coming up. But we don't take owls until fifth year. Dean complained as Professor McGonagall told them this. Maybe not, Thomas, but believe me, you need all the preparation you can get. Miss Granger remains the only person in your year who has managed to turn a hedgehog into a pincushion. I might remind you that your pincushion still squeaks and curls up in fright when it is approached by a pin. And Professor Moody's classes especially had become more demanding for the fourth years. This started when he had announced he would be performing the Imperious Curse on them. But you said it's illegal, sir, Hermione said uncertainly as Moody cleared away the desks. You said, to use it against another human was. Dumbledore wants you taught what it feels like, Moody growled, his magical eye swiveling onto Hermione and fixing her with an unblinking stare. If you'd rather learn the hard way, when someone's putting it on you so they can control you completely, fine by me. You're excused. Off you go. He pointed one gnarled finger at the door. Hermione looked down at her feet and mumbled about not wanting to leave. When the sixth years were told they would be put under the Imperious Curse, that was an adventure. You're not getting me, George said indignantly. Yeah, Fred agreed. I'd rather have my dignity remain intact. You will do as you are told, Moody said in an eerily calm voice. Unless you want to leave my class and not come back. Both of the redheads sniffed and dusted off their robes, sticking their noses in the air. Fine, but we're going last. And they went and stood in the back of the line. Everyone in their class laughed. Harish was already in line, toward the front. Then, each person was put under the Imperious Curse. Several students did silly things. They hopped around the room on one foot singing the national anthem, imitated squirrels, or did amazing feats of gymnastics that no one would be able to do normally. Finally, it was Harish's turn and he stepped forward. Imperio. It was the most wonderful feeling. Harish felt a floating sensation as ever thought and worry in his head was wiped gently away, leaving nothing but a vague happiness. He stood there, feeling immensely relaxed, only dimly aware of everyone watching him. Then, he heard Mad-Eye Moody's voice in the back of his head, "Jump onto the desk, jump onto the desk." Harish bent his knees obediently, preparing to spring. Jump onto the desk. Why though? Another voice asked. Stupid thing to do, really, said the voice. Jump onto the desk. No, I don't think I want to, thanks, said the other voice, a little more firmly. No, I don't really want to. Jump. Now. The next thing Harish knew was he was feeling a considerable pain. He had both jumped and tried to prevent himself from jumping. The result was that he had smashed headlong into the desk, knocking it over, and by the feeling in his legs, fractured both his kneecaps. Now, that's more like it. Moody growled. Suddenly the floating sensation disappeared and Harish's pain doubled. Look at that, you lot. Blake fought. He fought it, and he damn near beat it. We'll try that again, Blake, and the rest of you, pay attention, watch his eyes, that's where you see it. Very good, Blake, very good indeed. They'll have trouble controlling you. After class had ended, the twins had helped Harish hobble up to the infirmary. Moody had insisted on casting the spell on him 4 more times until he had finally managed to throw the curse off completely. Madame Pomfrey had TSKED at him once again, tapped her wand on his knees, and instantly they felt loads better. Thanks, he said before rushing out of the infirmary. Then he and the twins made their way down to the common room. As they passed the entrance hall, they found themselves unable to proceed owing to the large crowd of students congregated there. Harish, who was the tallest of the 3, stood on tiptoe and read the sign aloud for the 2 redheads. Triwizard Tournament. The delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will be arriving at 6 o'clock on Friday the 30th of October. Lessons will end half an hour early. Students will return their bags and books to their dormitories and assemble in front of the castle to greet our guests before the welcoming feast. Only a week away. Ernie Macmillan of Hufflepuff exclaimed, emerging from the crowd. I wonder if Cedric knows. I think I'll go tell him. Diggory is Hogwarts champion, Harish asked scathingly. The trio made their way down to the common room. Everyone was buzzing with the news of the foreigners arriving in a week. Are you going to go for it? One 7th year asked Harish. I'm not 17 yet. I won't even be of age until August. So, another student asked. If anyone in our house tries out, it should be you. Yeah, Daphne agreed, appearing at Harish's shoulder. Who cares about that stupid age limit? You're a 6th year anyway. So this got Harish thinking and he formulated a plan. On the morning of the 30th of October, they went up to breakfast to find that the Great Hall had been decorated overnight. Large silk banners hung from the walls, each of them representing a house. Red with a gold lion for Gryffindor, blue with a bronze eagle for Ravenclaw, yellow with a black badger for Hufflepuff, and green with a silver serpent for Slytherin. Behind the teacher's table was the largest banner of all, which bore the Hogwarts coat of arms, lion, eagle, badge, and snake united around a large letter H. Harish and the twins sat in the center of the tables, discussing about how Bagman hadn't sent them anything yet. They had put off sending the letter, trying to arrange for him to meet with them, but he kept shooting them down. It's a bummer, all right, George was saying as the 4th years sat down across from them. But if he won't talk to us in person, we'll have to send him the letter after all. Or we'll stuff it in his hand. He can't avoid us forever. Who's avoiding you? Draco asked as he sat down. Wish you would, Fred said irritably. The twins had been in a rather bad mood since they found out that Bagman had paid them in leprechaun gold. Have you guys had any ideas about the Triwizard Tournament, yet? Draco asked, hastily changing the subject. Thought any more about entering? I asked Professor McGonagall how the champions were chosen, George replied bitterly. Really? Draco asked with interest. What did she say? To shut up and mind his own business, Fred replied. I wonder what the tasks will be, Daphne said. They'll probably be something dangerous. Nothing we couldn't handle, Fred said. We've done dangerous stuff before, George added. Course, not in front of a panel of judges, Harish said. The 3 4th years looked confused. McGonagall says the champions get awarded points according to how well they complete the tasks, Fred specified. Who are the judges? Draco asked. Well, the heads of the participating schools are always on the panel, Hermione said. Everyone looked at her, rather surprised. All three of them were injured during the tournament of 1792, when a cockatrice the champions were supposed to be catching went on a rampage. She noticed them all looking at her and said, with her usual air of impatience as she stuck out her nose, "It's all in Hogwarts, a history." After breakfast, they all separated and went to their different classrooms. No one really paid attention in their lessons the entire day. Potions for the fourth-year Gryffindors was more bearable than usual, as it was half an hour shorter. The same went for the sixth-year care of magical creatures. It turned out that Hagrid had found a new kind of ferocious beast for his students to deal with, blast-ended scroots. They hadn't been so bad when they were about an inch or two long, but now they were almost a foot, and loved to shoot blasts of fire at any sixth year that came near. By the time the class had ended, Harish was nursing a burnt hand as they rushed to the common room to drop their bags off. Then, they hurried back upstairs and into the entrance hall. The heads of houses were ordering their students into lines. First years in front, Snape snapped. Taller students in the back, Blake, fix your hair. Harish scowled and straightened his hair, which he had rumpled up at the back. Then he gave his head a flick and his hair flipped out of his eyes. They filed down the steps and lined up in front of the castle. It was a cold, clear evening. Dusk was falling and a pale, transparent-looking moon was already shining overhead. They all waited, impatiently in Harish's case. They stared up at the starry sky for what seemed like ages. Finally, Harish cried, "I see something." Something large was hurtling across the deep blue sky, toward the castle. As it drew nearer, it grew larger and larger. "It's a dragon," one of the first years shrieked, losing their heads completely. "Don't be stupid," one of the Creevy boys said. "It's a flying house." His guess was closer as the gigantic shape drew closer, skimming over the treetops of the Forbidden Forest. They saw what it was, a gigantic, powder blue, horse-drawn carriage. There was about a dozen of the horses and each were huge and winged. Each was the size of an elephant. The front three rows of students drew backward as the carriage hurtled even lower, coming into land at a tremendous speed. Then, with a great crash that made Neville jump backward onto Hermione's foot, the horse's hooves hit the ground. A second later, the carriage bumped and slid to a halt. Harish had just enough time to see a coat of arms that consisted of two golden wands crossed and emitting 3 stars, before the door opened. A boy in pale blue robes jumped down, bent forward, fumbled with something for a moment on the carriage floor, and unfolded a set of golden steps. He sprang back respectively. Then Harish saw a shining, high-heeled shoe emerging from the carriage, a shoe the size of a child's sled, followed immediately by the largest woman Harish had ever seen. The size of the carriage and the horses was suddenly explained. A few people gasped. As she stepped into the light that spilled from the castle, she was revealed to have a handsome, olive-skinned face, large, black, liquid-looking eyes, and a rather beaky nose. Her hair was pulled into a bun and she was dressed in black satin. Dumbledore started to clap and everyone else slowly joined in. After the giant woman followed several students, each dressed in silk robes and shivering in the cool breeze. "Madame Maxime," Dumbledore greeted, dotting her hand. "Welcome to Hogwarts, Dumbledore," Madame Maxime said in a deep voice. "I hope I find you well." "In excellent form, then you," Dumbledore replied. "My pupils," Madame Maxime said, waving a careless hand to the boys and girls that stood, huddled by the carriage. They had wrapped themselves up in various scarves and shawls and were looking up at the castle with apprehensive looks on their faces. "Is Karkaroff arrived yet?" Madame Maxim asked. "He should be here any moment," Dumbledore replied. "Would you like to wait here to greet him, or would you prefer to warm up a trifle inside?" "Warm up, I think," Madame Maxime said. "But Orzes, our care of magical creatures teacher will be delighted to take care of them," Dumbledore said, the moment he had returned from dealing with some of our other charges. "Scroots," Draco muttered. Daphne and Hermione grinned. "My steeds require forceful handling," Madame Maxime said, looking as though she doubted any teacher at Hogwarts could be up for the job. "They are very strong. I assure you that Hagrid will be up for the job," Dumbledore said, smiling. "Very well," Madame Maxime replied, bowing slightly. "Will you please tell Z's, agreed Zat Z, Orzes drink single malt whiskey." "It will be attended to," Dumbledore said, bowing as well. Come, Madame Maxime said imperiously to her students. The Hogwarts crowd parted to allow them to pass up the stone steps. How big do you reckon Durmstrang's horses are going to be? One of the Gryffindors asked. Oh please, Harish said. Several students turned to him. They won't be coming by sky. That's already been done. So how will they be arriving? A Ravenclaw asked. Harish shrugged. I don't know everything. They waited, shivering slightly now, for Durmstrang to arrive. Some people still stared up at the sky while others looked all around them. For a few minutes, the silence was broken only by the stamping and snorting of Madame Maxime's horses. But then, can you hear something? Ron asked suddenly. Everyone else listened intently. An odd eerie noise was drifting toward them out of the darkness, a muffled rumbling in king sound, as though an immense vacuum cleaner was moving along the riverbed. The lake. Another Gryffindor cried. Look at the lake. From where they were, they had a clear view of the smooth black surface of the water, except that the surface was no longer smooth anymore. Some disturbance was taking place deep in the center. Great bubbles were forming on the surface, waves were now washing over the muddy banks, and then, out in the very middle of the lake, a whirlpool, and then Harish saw rigging of a ship. It's a mast, he said to the twins. Slowly, magnificently, the ship rose out of the water, gleaming in the moonlight. It had a strangely skeletal look about it, as though it were a resurrected wreck, and the dim misty lights shimmering at its portholes looked like ghostly eyes. Finally, with a great sloshing noise, the ship emerged entirely, bobbing on the turbulent water, and began to slide toward the bank. A few moments later, they heard an anchor splash as it was thrown into the shallows, and the thud of a plank being lowered onto the bank. People were disembarking. They could see their silhouettes passing the lights in the ship's portholes. All of them, Draco noticed, seemed to be built along the lines of Crabbe and Goyle, who were two boys Draco had been forced to play with as a child. As they drew nearer, it was revealed that their bulk was actually large fur cloaks, coarse and matted. But the man who was leading them up to the castle was wearing furs of a different sort, sleek and silver, like his hair. Dumbledore, he called heartily as he walked up the slope. How are you, my dear fellow, how are you? Blooming, thank you, Professor Karkaroff, Dumbledore replied. As he stepped into the light, they saw that Karkaroff was tall and thin like Dumbledore, but his white hair was short and his goatee, finishing in a small curl, did not entirely hide his rather weak chin. When he reached Dumbledore, he shook hands with both of his own. Dear old Hogwarts, he said, looking up at the castle and smiling. His teeth were rather yellow, and Harish noticed that his smile did not extend to his eyes, which remained cold and shrewd. How good it is to be here, how good. Victor, come along, into the warmth, you don't mind, Dumbledore. Victor has a slight head cold. Karkaroff beckoned forward one of his students. As the boy passed, Harish caught a glimpse of a prominent curved nose and thick black eyebrows. He didn't need the punch on the arm from Draco, or the hiss in the ear from the twins, to recognize that profile. Harish, it's Krum. As they walked back up the steps to the castle, everyone was whispering, or exclaiming loudly in Ron's case, about how Victor Krum was here, at Hogwarts. Most students were astounded that the best seeker was still in school. Most people don't join national teams until they leave school. But then again, most schools didn't have a four-sided, inter-house championship. As they recrossed the entrance hall with the rest of the students, Harish even saw a few people jumping up and down, trying to get a better look at Krum. Several sixth-year girls were frantically searching their pockets as they walked. Oh, I don't believe it, I haven't got a single quill on me. Do you think he'd sign my hat in lipstick? Really? Hermione said loftily as they passed the girls, now squabbling over the lipstick. She gave a haughty sniff and pranced inside the great hall. Harish followed with amusement. They made their way over to the Slytherin table and sat in the very center. The students from Durmstrang were still standing in the doorway, as if they were unsure where to sit. The Beauxbatons, on the other hand, had already placed themselves at the Ravenclaw table and were staring about the great hall glumly. 3 of them were still clutching scarves or shawls over their heads. It's not that cold, Hermione said defensively. Why didn't they bring cloaks? Finally, the Durmstrang lot were led over to the Slytherin table. Mind if they sit here? Krum said in a thick accent. Harish shrugged and gestured for him to sit. They did so, Krum sitting to Hermione's left. All of his buddies sat around him. Then they all began pulling off their furs and staring up at the starry black sky with expressions of interest. A couple of them were picking up the golden plates and goblets and examining them, apparently impressed. It's bewitched to look that way, Harish said, catching Crumb looking up at the sky. Crumb nodded. It must have taken some difficult spells to pull that off, he said. Harish shrugged again. I guess none of us have really thought about it much. You get used to it. Crumb had a dubious expression on his face, but he didn't say anything in reply. Harish glanced up at the staff table to see Filch adding chairs. He was wearing his moldy old tailcoat in honor of the occasion. Harish was surprised to see that he added 4 chairs, 2 on either side of Dumbledore's. Harish leaned over to George. Why is he adding those chairs, do you reckon? He asked. There are only 2 extra people. Well, some ministry workers will be judging, Fred replied. Dad was saying how worked up they all were, George added. Harish nodded. Once all of the students had entered the hall and settled down at their tables, the staff entered, filing up to the top table and taking their seats. Last in line were Professors Dumbledore, Karkaroff, and Madame Maxime. When their headmistress appeared, the pupils from Beauxbatons all leapt to their feet. A few Hogwarts students laughed. The French party seemed unembarrassed, however, and did not resume their seats until Maxime had sat down on Dumbledore's left-hand side. Dumbledore remained standing, and a silence fell over the great hall. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, ghosts and, most particularly, guests, Dumbledore said, beaming around at the foreigners. I have great pleasure in welcoming you all to Hogwarts. I hope and trust that your stay here will be both enjoyable and rather comfortable. One of the girls from Beauxbatons gave a small, derisive laugh. Hermione bristled angrily. The tournament will be officially opened at the end of the feast, Dumbledore continued. I now invite you all to eat, drink, and make yourselves at home. He sat down, and Harish saw Karkaroff lean forward at once and engage the old man in conversation. The plates in front of them filled with food as usual. Harish couldn't help but notice that there was a much more of a variety of food than usual, several of them definitely foreign. What's that? The twins asked, pointing at a large dish of some sort of shellfish stew that stood beside a large steak and kidney pudding. Bouillabaisse, Hermione replied. Bless you, Fred said, serving himself some chicken. A few of the Durmstrang students laughed, their mouths full of food. It's French, Hermione scolded. I had some on holiday summer before last. It's very nice. I'll take your word for it, Fred said, now dumping potatoes onto his plate. It seemed much more crowded than usual, even though there were barely 20 additional students. Perhaps it was because of their differently colored uniforms that stood out so clearly against the black of the Hogwarts robes. Now that they had removed their furs, the Durmstrang students were revealed to be wearing robes of a deep blood red. While Harish was talking with Hermione and Crumb, the twins were looking around at the foreign students. George caught sight of one girl and his mouth fell open. She had long, silvery long hair, clear blue eyes, and perfectly straight teeth. He wordlessly poked Fred in the back and pointed. Then Fred made a face identical to his twins. She's a Vila, George said hoarsely to his twin. Harish turned and looked as well. He thought she looked rather pretty, though he didn't react the way the twins had. Hermione and Draco turned as well. Of course she isn't, Hermione said tartly. I don't see anyone else gaping at her. But she was quite right about that. As the girl walked to her table, carrying a dish of something, many boys' heads turned and some of them seemed to have become temporarily speechless. I'm not so sure about that, Harish said, laughing and pointing to Ron, who had gone purple in the face. Well, Draco isn't. Goggling at her, Ginny added. Hermione nodded. Well, he doesn't exactly count, does he? Harish asked, cutting his meat. Why's that? Ginny, Hermione, and Daphne asked. At the same time Harish replied, he's part Vila, Astoria said sweetly, he has me. Everyone turned and looked at her. Draco looked uncomfortable again. Look, he said, pointing to the staff table and trying to change the topic. Look who just arrived. The 2 extra seats were now filled. One by Ludo Bagman, who was by Karkaroff, and the other was filled by Barty Crouch, who sat by Madame Maxime. They must the other judges, Harish said. Not long after the last of the judges arrived, the golden plates were wiped clean after the students had devoured 3 courses and a plate full of desserts. Then, Dumbledore stood up again. A pleasant sort of tension seemed to fill the hall now. Everyone felt a thrill of excitement, wondering what was coming. The twins were staring at Dumbledore with great concentration, and Harish was staring at him with great interest. Draco, on the other hand, was practically vibrating in his seat from excitement. "The moment has come," Dumbledore said, smiling around at the sea of upturned faces. "The Triwizard Tournament is about to start. I would like to say a few words before we bring in the casket just to clarify the procedure that we will be following this year. But first, allow me to introduce Mr. Bartemius Crouch, head of Department of International Magical Cooperation." There was a bit of polite applause, and Mr. Ludo Bagman, head of Department of Magical Games and Sports. The applause was much louder this time, either because of his fame for being a beater, or simply because he looked so much more likable. He acknowledged it with a jovial wave of his hand. Mr. Crouch did not smile or wave when his name was announced. His toothbrush mustache and severe part looked very odd next to Dumbledore's long white hair and beard. Mr. Bagman and Mr. Crouch have worked tirelessly over the last few months on the arrangements for the Triwizard Tournament, Dumbledore said, and they will be joining myself, Professor Karkaroff, and Madame Maxime on the panel that will judge the champions' efforts. At the mention of the word, champions, the attentiveness of the listening students seemed to sharpen. Perhaps Dumbledore had noticed their sudden stillness, for he smiled and said, "The casket, then, Mr. Filch." Filch, who had been lurking in a corner of the hall, now approached Dumbledore carrying a great wooden chest encrusted with jewels. It looked extremely old. A murmur of excitement interest rose from the watching students. The instructions for the tasks the champions will face this year have already been examined by Mr. Crouch and Mr. Bagman, and they have made the necessary arrangements for each challenge. There will be 3 tasks, spaced throughout the school year, and they will test the champions in many different ways: their magical prowess, their daring, their powers of deduction, and their ability to cope with danger. At this last word, the hall was filled with a silence so thick that no one seemed to be breathing. "As you know, 3 champions compete in the tournament," Dumbledore went on, "one from each school. They will be marked on how well they perform each of the tasks, and the champion with the highest total after the 3rd task will win the Triwizard Cup. The champions will be chosen by an impartial selector, the Goblet of Fire." The old man took out his wand and tapped the casket 3 times. The lid creaked open slowly. The headmaster reached inside it and pulled out a large, roughly hewn wooden cup. It would have been entirely unremarkable had it not been full to the brim with dancing blue-white flames. Dumbledore closed the casket and placed the goblet carefully on top of it, where it would be seen clearly around the hall. Anyone wishing to submit themselves as champion must write their name and school clearly upon a slip of parchment and drop it into the goblet. Aspiring champions have 24 hours to put their names forth. People began whispering excitedly. Tomorrow night, Halloween, the goblet will return the names of the 3 it had judged most worthy to represent their schools. The goblet will be placed in the entrance hall tonight, where it will be accessible to all those wishing to compete. To ensure that no underage student yields to temptation, I will be drawing an age line around the Goblet of Fire once it has been placed in the entrance hall. Nobody under the age of 17 will be able to cross this line. Harish and the twins growled. Finally, I wish to impress upon any of you wishing to compete that this tournament is not to be entered into lightly. Once a champion has been chosen, he or she is obliged to see the tournament through to the end. The placing of your name in the goblet constitutes a binding, magical contract. There can be no change of heart once you have become champion. Please be very sure, therefore, that you are wholeheartedly prepared to play before you drop your name into the goblet. Now, I think it is time for bed. Good night to you all. So they all returned to the common room. Everyone came up around Harish, asking if he was going to enter the tournament. Harish nodded and set his plan into action. That night, 3 boys over the age of 17 left the Slytherin common room and put 3 slips into the goblet. The next morning, the Great Hall was decorated with a cloud of live bats and leering pumpkins that floated in every corner. As they sat down, they discussed the Goblet of Fire. All of the Durmstrang students had already put their names in, along with Cedric Diggory of Hufflepuff. Then, they all stopped as there was a cheering out in the entrance hall. They all turned to see Angelina Johnson coming into the hall. Not long after that, each of the Beauxbatons students stepped across the age line and dropped their slips of parchment into the blue-white flames. Then, everyone returned for the Halloween feast. Harish didn't enjoy it as much as he normally would have. Maybe it was because it was the second feast they had had within the past 2 days, or maybe they all were simply impatient to find out who the 3 champions that had been chosen were. All the same, the feast seemed to go on for ages. All around the hall, Harish could see craning necks, edgy faces, fidgeting, and students even standing up to see whether Dumbledore had finished eating yet. At long last, the golden plates finally emptied, returning to their original spotless state. There was a sharp upswing in noise, which fell instantly as Dumbledore got to his feet. On either side of him, Karkaroff and Madame Maxime were looking as tense and expectant as all of the students. Bagman was beaming around at them, and Crouch simply looked bored. "Well, the goblet is almost ready to make its decision," Dumbledore addressed then. "I estimate that it requires 1 more minute. Now, when the champions' names are called, I would ask them to please come up to the front of the hall and go into the next chamber." He indicated to the door behind the staff table where they will be receiving their first instructions. He took out his wand and extinguished all of the candles with one wave, plunging them into darkness. The only light was coming from the blue flames that were dancing along the brim of the goblet. It was almost painful to look at as it seemed even brighter. Everyone watched, waiting. A few people checked their watches. Then, the flames in the goblet suddenly turned red. Sparks began to fly from it. The next moment, a tongue of flame shot into the air, a charred piece of parchment fluttered out of it, the whole room gasped. Dumbledore caught the slip of parchment and held it in the light of the flames, which had turned blue once more. "The champion for Durmstrang," he read in a strong clear voice, "will be Victor Krum." A storm of applause swept through the hall as Krum stood up. Harish shook his hand before he headed off down the aisle, along the staff table, and into the door that led out of the hall. "Bravo, Victor!" Karkaroff boomed, loud enough that everyone could hear him over the applause. "Knew you had it in you." The clapping and chattering died down as the goblet turned red again. A second piece of paper shot out of it, propelled by the flames. "The champion for Beauxbatons," Dumbledore read, "is Fleur Delacour." "It's her!" Fred shouted hoarsely. Harish rolled his eyes and clapped his hands together slowly as the twins applauded furiously. Hermione rolled her eyes as well, at almost the exact same moment. Then, she glanced over at the Ravenclaw table. "Oh look," she said. "They're all disappointed." "Disappointed?" Harish asked, glancing over at them. "Don't you think that is a bit of an understatement?" And it was true. A few of them had laid their heads down on the table and their shoulders shook with sobs. When Fleur Delacour had disappeared as well, silence fell again. This time it was so stiff with excitement you could almost taste it. The Hogwarts champion would be next. And the goblet of fire turned red once more, sparks showering out of it, the tongue of flame shot high into the air, and from its tip Dumbledore pulled the third piece of parchment. He stared at it for the briefest of seconds. The heat cleared his throat and read, "Harish Blake." The hall was so silent, that this could be heard perfectly well by all. Harish put on a confused look, but on the inside he was not surprised. He was perfect after all, how could anyone else be chosen? The teen was lost for a few seconds as he relished in his victory. Then, he was shaken back into awareness when Dumbledore called, "Harish Blake." Harish finally stood up and swallowed visibly for show. No trace of his ecstasy was visible. Then, a heartbeat later, all of the Slytherins began screaming and stamping, clapping and cheering. Dean Thomas joined in, and soon a few others from other houses did as well. The only student who looked unhappy was Ron. But, as Harish made his way up the aisle, he caught a glimpse of Dumbledore's face. It was slightly disconcerting as the twinkle was completely gone from the man's eyes. He was watching Harish with suspicion and anger. The rest of the staff was as well. As Harish passed him and the goblet, the hall suddenly became silent. On the floor, the light emitted from the goblet changed from blue to red. Harish saw this, turned, and looked at the goblet as it spat out a fourth and final piece of paper. Dumbledore took it in his hand and opened it up. "Harish Blake," he read, almost to himself. Harish hesitated for a minute, before going ahead and walking past the staff table into the next chamber. As he pushed the door open, the other 2 champions turned to look at him. They were standing in front of a roaring fire. Harish smiled briefly at them before closing the door behind him. "So you made it?" Krum asked. Harish nodded. "Well done." "Thanks," Harish said, walking forward to join them. There was silence. Then, the door opened with a bang and a scurrying of feet echoed behind them as Bagman, Crouch, Dumbledore, Karkaroff, and Madame Maxime entered the room. "Did you put your name into the goblet of fire?" Dumbledore asked, seizing him by the arm. Harish closed his mind, but looked him in the eye. "And no," he stammered, still keeping a look of confusion. "Did you get an older student to put it in for you?" Dumbledore questioned again. "No. That thing's just broken. It's broken, I say. How else could my name have come out twice?" TVIs. Fleur Delacour and Victor Crumb both parroted. "Yes," Bagman replied, wiping his shiny face. The staff finally entered behind the others. "Lady, gentlemen, may I introduce the third and fourth champion, Harish Blake." Both of the foreign students straightened up and stared at Bagman. Crumb glanced to Harish, silently asking if this was true, receiving a nod. Fleur, however, tossed her long silvery hair and scoffed. "Oh, very funny joke, Mr. Bagman." "I am afraid it is no joke," Professor McGonagall replied seriously. "His name just came out of the goblet of fire, twice no less." "Surely it is broken," Crumb said finally. "Yes," Fleur agreed. "Evidently there has been a mistake." Harish nodded. "There is one way the boy's name could have gotten into the cup," a voice growled near the door. There was a dull clunk as Moody walked forward. "Someone could have put Blake's name into the goblet and to ensure he made it, put it under another school as well." "Yes, obviously, he wanted the odds fixed in his favor," Madame Maxime exclaimed. "Only dark magic could have hoodwinked an object as powerful as the goblet of fire." McGonagall shot back. "Anything beyond a student here could do. If anyone's got reason to complain, it's Blake, as he didn't put his name in the first place." "But why should he complain?" Fleur asked, stomping her foot. Is Z chance to compete, hasn't he? We haven't you all been hoping to be chosen for weeks and weeks? Z honor for our schools. 1,000 galleons in prize money, Z's is a chance many would die for." "Maybe someone's hoping Blake is going to die for it," Moody growled. The silence that followed these words was extremely tense. Harish stood there awkwardly. Moody had just voiced what he had been wondering ever since his name had come out the second time. Sirius's words that he had sent in his letter weeks before echoed around the inside of Harish's head. "Your father wants someone to keep an eye on you this year. He reckons trouble is brewing." Ludo Bagman was looking very anxious, bouncing up and down on his toes. "Moody old man," he muttered. "What a thing to say. We all know Professor Moody considers the morning wasted if he hasn't discovered 6 plots to murder him before lunchtime," Karkaroff said loudly. "Apparently he is now teaching his students to fear assassination as well. Imagining things, am I? Seeing things, eh? It was a skilled witch or wizard who put the boy's name in that goblet." "Ah, what evidence is there of that?" Madame Maxime asked, throwing up her huge hands. "Why is this such a big deal?" Crumb asked all of a sudden. The others turned toward him. "There are 3 champions, aren't there?" Fleur asked. "What does these matter?" Harish noticed that both of them had stepped forward to where they were standing slightly in front of him. "Why don't they just get on with the procedure so they can return to our beds for the night? I honestly see no reason of why Z's is so important. Z's Blake can compete, for all I care." Everyone was staring at the two of them in surprise, even Harish. There was a tense silence before Bagman rubbed his hands together and smiled. "Well, shall we crack on, then?" He looked around the room. "Got to give instructions, haven't we? Barty, want to do the honors?" Mr. Crouch seemed to come out of a deep reverie. "Yes," he said, "instructions. Yes, the first task." He moved forward into the firelight. Close up, Harish thought he looked ill. There were dark shadows beneath his eyes and his skin looked paler and thinner. "The first task is designed to test your daring," he told Fleur, Crumb, and Harish, who had stepped forward to join the others, "so we are not going to tell you what it is. Courage in the face of the unknown is an important quality in a wizard, very important. The first task will take place on November the 24th, in front of the other students and the panel of judges. The champions are not permitted to ask for or accept help of any kind from their teachers to complete the tasks in the tournament. The champions will face the first challenge armed only with their wands. They will receive information about the second task when the first is over. Owing to the demanding and time-consuming nature of the tournament, the champions are exempted from end-of-year tests. Mr. Crouch turned to look at Dumbledore. I think that's all, is it, Albus? I think so, Dumbledore said. He was looking at Crouch with mild concern. Are you sure you wouldn't like to stay the night, Barty? No, Dumbledore, I must get back to the ministry, Mr. Crouch replied. It is a very busy time at the moment. I've left young Weatherby in charge, very enthusiastic, a little overenthusiastic, if truth be told. Harish snorted, knowing that the man was talking of the twins' older brother, Percy. Everyone started to file out. Madame Maxime had her arm around Fleur's shoulders and the two of them were talking in rapid French. Most of the teachers had left as well. Karkaroff motioned for Crumb to follow. The slightly older boy paused and nodded to Harish before leaving as well. Not eager to be left alone with Dumbledore, Harish hurried out after them. Then he crossed the entrance hall and went down the many flights of stairs to the dungeons. As he went, he brooded about what Moody had said. Then, as the entrance to the common room opened up, there was an ear-splitting noise that caused Harish to jump out of his skin. Next thing he knew, the twins had seized him and wrenched him down the steps into the common room. All around him, people were screaming, applauding, and whistling. Then, people forced food into his hands. Someone had even unearthed an old Slytherin banner from somewhere and tied it around him like a cloak. Harish was only able to get away after half an hour, insisting he needed to go to bed. He looked at the twins pointedly and they followed him down to their dorm. Why did it come out twice? They asked him as he leaned tiredly onto his bed. The 16-year-old shook his head. I mean, I know I had Avery put it in, he said. But I don't know who put the other one in. Wait, so someone else put your name in too? Harish nodded. Old Mad, I reckon someone put it into the goblet under another school. The twins nodded. That does make sense, Fred muttered. And you remember what Sirius sent me in his letter? Harish added. Trouble is brewing, maybe my father suspected this. I think you should write him about this, George said. Him. And Sirius, Fred added. Harish nodded. He rummaged for a second in his trunk before pulling out his quill and a piece of parchment. As he scribbled a letter down, the twins continued mulling over that night's events as they got ready for bed. But why put your name in again? George asked as he tugged a pajama shirt over his head. Harish paused briefly, glancing up at them before shrugging and continuing to write. Maybe, well, do you reckon someone has it in for Harish? Fred wondered aloud, smothering his toothbrush in white paste. That's what Moody thinks, Harish muttered. Huh? Both twins asked, pausing. George was halfway through putting on a pair of trousers while Fred had a toothbrush sticking out of his mouth. Harish huffed slightly and set his quill down. That is exactly what old Mad Eye thinks, that someone is trying to kill me. Probably thinks the tasks alone are dangerous enough to do it for me. The twins snorted. Whoever it was must not know you too well, mate, they said. With that they slid into their beds. Harish set finished letter aside and climbed into bed, fully clothed. What the twins said was true. While they might not have known who put it in, at least Harish had the comfort that whoever it was had no idea how determined and prepared for anything he was. Sunday morning, after Harish woke up, it took him a moment why he felt so worried and had gone to bed fully clothed. Then the events of the previous night hit him like a sledgehammer and he wrenched his hangings aside, grabbing his letter he had written. He duplicated it and grabbed a cloak. He passed the twins, who were still snoring softly. Then, he headed out to the Ollery. Once there, he convinced an owl to take the letters, one to his father and the other to Sirius. The 16-year-old watched the owl disappear, pulling his cloak tighter around him. It was beginning to grow chilly, the nip of winter coming in. The grounds were covered in dew and mist lay in little billows, rolling across the lake. The Durmstrang ship was shadowed, docked by the nearest lake. Over by Hagrid's cabin, where smoke furled out of the chimney, the Beauxbatons powder blue carriage sat. Harish stood there and admired it all, staring down at the still, quiet, empty space. No one had risen yet. No one was bothering him. The Slytherin let out a sigh and turned to leave. Just then, the door to the Ollery opened to reveal Daphne. She wore a cloak as well and her cheeks were slightly pink from cold. In her hands was a stack of steaming toast, wrapped in a napkin. I thought I might find you here, she said with a smile. You want to go for a walk? Harish nodded. Good idea, he said. The two of them exited the Olary together and made their way across the entrance hall. Then, they walked along the edge of the lake. As they passed the Durmstrang ship, Daphne handed Harish some toast. I brought this for you, by the way, she said. Thanks, Harish said with a smile, biting into the toast. I figured you wouldn't want to go in there this morning, she said, talking about the Great Hall. Everyone knows you had your name put in the goblet, of course. None of the Slytherins care, but the rest either hate that you made it, or think that there was some sort of fluke because your name came out twice. I do not care what they think, Harish replied, finishing his piece of toast. Daphne handed him another. I know that, but about your name being put in the twice. I have no idea who else put my name in. I only put it in once. Daphne nodded. I know. Hermione and I were talking about it last night, and she thinks that someone else put it in as well. And, Harish Daphne came to a halt. Whoever did it is no friend of ours. Now it was Harish's turn to nod in agreement. The twins and I talked about it too. We came to the same conclusion that whoever put it in must be trying to do me in. And you are not worried about it? She asked, her voice climbing in pitch. Why should I be? Whoever put it in must not really know me. They must not know that I would win no matter what. And certainly not who my father is. But that's the thing, Daphne said, stomping her foot on the ground. Her voice was shaking. Maybe they put it because they knew who your father is. You can't strut around the castle thinking that no one's out to get you, because obviously they are. Harish opened his mouth in anger, but Daphne kept on. Chances are, if you aren't killed by the tournament, whoever put your name in will find some other way to kill you. And, Daphne broke off, looking away at the lake. Harish's eyes softened as he realized the only reason she was speaking angrily with him was because she was worried about him. Harish tossed his last piece of toast into the lake and they both watched as a pale tentacle scooped it under the water. Then, the sixth year finally said, Don't worry. I will take care. And Sirius is coming up here to make sure I am all right. Daphne wiped her eyes and smiled at him. Now come on, before anyone misses us, Harish said, taking her hand and leading her back to the castle. The next day showed Harish how exactly accurate Daphne was when she had said that most of the castle was either angry with him or angry with the goblet. There were a few people outside of Slytherin that didn't mind, such as Dean, Neville, Angelina, Luna, and a few others. The rest of them shot him glares across the Great Hall or whispered about him as he passed in the corridors. The Hufflepuffs were especially annoyed. They never got any glory. Because of this, all of them had been hoping that Cedric would make it. Now a Slytherin who wasn't even of age had stolen their champion's thunder. It was ironic, as Cedric didn't really mind all that much himself. Harish was amused at first by the others' reactions, but by the end of the week it had gotten old. Another person that was really bothered with having Harish as the school champion was Ron. Whenever they were near each other, Ron would insult him or make some snide remark. Whenever they weren't together, Ron would talk loudly about him to Neville where the fourth-year Slytherins could hear him. Hermione and Daphne would grit their teeth in anger while Draco would come up with a few clever insults. Meanwhile, Sirius still hadn't written back. It was beginning to worry Harish. He was half afraid that the man had gone and gotten himself caught. He was still a fugitive after all. It was driving Harish insane, not knowing what was going on and not being able to do anything about it. Then, a few days after that chaos broke out. The Slytherins and the Gryffindors were outside the dungeons, waiting for their double potions class to start. Hermione, Daphne, and Draco were leaning up against the wall. Ron and Neville were over by the door, well within earshot. And, I mean, he's not even good, Ron was saying. He's just an overconfident, good-for-nothing, son of a Death Eater. Daphne clenched her teeth, Hermione rolled her eyes at Ron, and Draco muttered, I am really getting sick of hearing him go on about this. The others nodded in agreement. I tell you, he's going to end up going bad, like all other Slytherins. It would just be better if he died during the tournament. It would save us, but whatever it would save them from, no one ever found out, for at that moment Daphne had heard enough. Not caring that they were surrounded by half their year, she whipped out her wand and pointed it at Ron. Ron noticed and broke off, pulling out his own wand. Confringo! Daphne cried. Densagio! Ron shouted. Both of their wands emitted jets of light, which collided with each other in midair and ricocheted off in separate directions. Daphne's narrowly missed Neville's head and tore a chunk out of the wall. Ron's curse hit Hermione. Hermione whimpered in panic and clutched her mouth. Hermione! Daphne and Draco both exclaimed, jumping forward. They hurried over to see what was wrong with her. Draco dragged her hand away from her mouth and Daphne gasped, moving to shield her friend from sight. Hermione's front teeth, already larger than normal, were now growing at an alarming rate. She was looking more and more like a beaver as her teeth elongated, past her bottom lip, toward her chin. Panic-stricken, she felt them and let out a stricken cry. And what is all this noise about? Snape had arrived. Everyone was shouting explanations. Snape pointed a long finger at Malfoy and said, "Explain." "Weasley attacked us, sir. We attacked each other at the same time." Ron shouted. "And he hit Granger, look." Snape examined Hermione as she tried to hide her teeth again, but failed as they were now past her chin. "Hospital wing, Granger," Snape said calmly. Hermione nodded her thanks and dashed off. Greengrass tore a chunk off the wall. "Look!" Ron exclaimed. 5 points from Gryffindor. While this going on, Harish was sitting in History of Magic. His head was resting on his arms and he was staring out the window, watching the Whomping Willow. The twins were snoring on either side of him. Suddenly the door to the classroom opened to reveal a tiny third year with honey-colored hair and a good resemblance to the tiny Dennis Creevy. Everyone in the room turned to look at the boy and his eyes widened slightly in fear. Professor Binns did not notice anything. I'm supposed to be fetching Harish Blake," he squeaked nervously. Binns still didn't notice. "What for?" Harish asked quietly. "Mr. Bagman wants all of the champions," but that was enough for Harish. He stood, shouldered his bag, and made his way to the door. "You may go, Blackthorn," Binns said as Harish walked straight out of the classroom without hesitation. "Isn't it neat, your name coming out of the goblet twice?" the boy asked. Sure," Harish replied. The third year was practically bouncing. "Dean says he knows you. Dean Thomas. Do you know him? He thinks you'll do really well." Almost got into a fight with Ron Weasley over it. Harish finally realized that he had seen this boy before at the mention of Dean. It was Colin Creevy, the boy that turned up in the hospital wing, petrified, while Harish and Dean were recovering from a tough Quidditch match a couple years previous. They came to a stop outside a classroom. "Good luck," Colin chirped. Harish knocked on the door and entered. The other champions were already in the room, along with Ludo Bagman, a man with a camera, and A.B. owned Witch. Harish recognized her as Rita Skeeter, the Daily Prophet reporter that liked to kick up a fuss everywhere she went. Bagman leapt to his feet when he spotted Harish and said, "Come on in, the wand weighing ceremony will start in a moment." "Wand weighing?" Harish asked in curiosity. "We have to make sure your wands are fully functional before the tournament starts, of course." Bagman informed him. "The expert's upstairs with Dumbledore as we speak. And there's going to be a little photo shoot. This is Rita Skeeter," he gestured toward her. "She's doing a small piece for the Daily Prophet." Harish's lip curled. "I know," he replied without any emotion. While they waited on Ollivander, Skeeter did a quick interview on the three of them. Then, Madame Maxime and Karkaroff seated themselves in empty chairs by Ludo Bagman. Finally, Ollivander and Dumbledore arrived. "May I introduce Mr. Ollivander?" Dumbledore asked, gesturing toward the wandmaker and talking to the champions. "He will be checking your wands to ensure that they are in good condition for the tournament." Ollivander looked the same as he had 6 years previous when Harish had gotten his own wand. He had large, ever-knowing, pale eyes that still gave the 16-year-old the creeps. The main thing that made him uneasy around the wandmaker was that he had known that his father was Voldemort. He had also informed Harish that his wand was his father's wand's brother. At this thought, Harish looked down at his wand with pride. Harish emerged from his thoughts to discover that Ollivander was already inspecting Fleur's wand. "Yes," he was saying quietly, 9.5 inches inflexible rosewood and containing Dear Me. An heir from Z, EAD of Avila, Fleur finished for him. "One of my grandmothers." Harish made a mental note to tell the twins that Fleur was indeed Avila as they had suspected. "Yes, Mr. Ollivander said, "Yes, I never use Vila hair myself, of course. I find it makes for rather temperamental wands, however, to each his own, and if this suits you." Ollivander ran his hand up and down the wand, checking for blemishes, then he muttered, "Orchideus." And a bunch of flowers burst from the wand tip. Very well, it's in fine working order, Mr. Ollivander said, scooping up the flowers and handing both them and the wand back to Fleur. Mr. Crumb, you next. Crumb slouched forward and thrust his wand into the wandmaker's hands. This is a Grigorovich creation unless I'm much mistaken. Ollivander asked, receiving a nod. A fine wandmaker, though the styling is never quite what I however. He lifted the wand and examined it closely, turning it over and over, inches from his face. Harish was sure that he would go cross-eyed soon, but then the wandmaker lowered the wand and glanced at Crumb. Yes, hornbeam and dragon heartstring. Crumb gave a curt nod again. Rather thicker than one usually sees, quite rigid 10¼ inches Avis. The wand let out a sound much like a cannon and a number of small, twittering birds flew out of the wand and through an open window into the watery sunlight. Good, Mr. Ollivander said, handing Crumb his wand back. Which leaves Mr. Blake. Harish stepped forward and handed his wand over. Ah, yes, one of my own creations, Ollivander muttered, his pale eyes glinting oddly. Yes. How well I remember. Do you take good care of it? He glanced up at Harry before staring at the wand. I polished it just last night, Harish said proudly. Sure enough, his wand gleamed from the polishing. Ollivander hummed and twiddled the wand between his fingers. A fountain of wine shot out of it. He then handed it back to Harish, who stowed it away in his wand holster. Thank you all, Dumbledore said, standing up. You may go back to your lessons, or perhaps it would be quicker just to go down to dinner, as they are about to end. Harish, who had sat down on the edge of one of the chairs, jumped up and quickly made his way to the door. Before his hand even reached the doorknob, the portly reporter jumped to his feet and cried, "Photos, Dumbledore." What about the photos? The photos took ages. Madame Maxime cast everyone else in shadow wherever she stood, and the photographer couldn't stand far enough back to get her in the picture. Eventually, she had to sit while the others stood around her. Karkaroff kept twirling his goatee around his finger to give it an extra curl. Crumb, who Harish thought might have been used to photos, skulked at the back. The photographer was keenest to have Fleur at the front of the group, but Rita Skeeter kept dragging Harish forward. Then, she insisted on separate shots of all three champions. When they were finally finished, Harish went down to dinner. There, he noticed an empty seat. Where is Hermione? He asked. Oh, I expect she's still having her teeth fixed, Draco said, unconcernedly. Having her teeth fixed? Fred asked. What did she do to them? Oh, she didn't do anything, Daphne replied. It was your brother who did it. George turned and both the twins were torn between curiosity and annoyance. What did he do this time? Harish asked for them. Draco told them a vague version of the tale. He purposely left out what exactly Ron said, just hinting that he had been insulting one of them, and he described the very short duel in satisfying detail. When he was done, the trio were applauding an embarrassed Daphne who was pointedly not looking at any of them. After dinner, they went down to the dungeons. Once there, Harish discovered he had an owl. How it got down into the dungeons was beyond Harish, but he wasn't overly worried about that, especially not after he saw that the letter was from Sirius. Dear Harry, it read. I can't say everything I would like to in a letter, it's too risky in case the owl is intercepted, we need to talk face to face. Can you ensure that you are alone by the fire in the Slytherin common room at 1 o'clock on the morning on the 22nd of November? I know better than anyone that you can look after yourself, but please stay alert. I have already mentioned that Dumbledore and Moody suspect that something is afoot. Someone has already had a good try of hurting you by putting your name into that goblet. You guessed correctly when you wrote that they may be trying to kill you. Be on the watch, Harry. I still want to hear about anything unusual. Let me know about the 22nd as soon as you can. Time seemed to pass annoyingly slow. Harish was never a patient sort of person, so he grew increasingly irritable as it got closer to the 22nd. Rita Skeeter's newspaper came out as well, making him even more angry. The entire article was a whole load of gossip about Harish. The other champions were hardly even mentioned. Now, being the only one in the paper did not annoy Harish. What did annoy him was Rita Skeeter writing about he and Daphne's relationship. After the article came out, people laughed at him and teased him about it. Harish trudged through the week, ignoring everyone except his own group of friends. When the Saturday before the first task finally came, Harish was fully ready for an excuse to get out of the castle. There was a Hogsmeade trip. The sixth year set off for the 3 broomsticks and ordered himself a butterbeer. He sulked happily, enjoying being alone. Then, the silence was interrupted as the twins slid into the booth with him. "If you're done pouting about the article, we have something you might be interested in," they said. "Unless it's something about the first task or revenge on Rita Skeeter, I do not want to hear it." "It's about the first task," both twins said. "Really?" Harish asked loudly. Several people turned and looked at him. "We'll explain on the way," George said as Fred pulled Harish to his feet. "On the way where?" Harish asked, slightly concerned. "You'll see," Fred replied. Harish groaned and allowed himself to be steered out of the pub. "Have you got your cloak?" they asked together. "Yes," Harish replied, more warily still. "Put it on," Fred ordered. Harish pulled it out of his bag and threw it over himself. They returned to the Hogwarts grounds and he followed the twins, heading for the Forbidden Forest. "Hang on," Harish said. "Are we going into the forest?" "Yes," George said. "Lead on," Harish exclaimed. The twins laughed slightly and they entered the forest, walking along the very edge of it. The 3 teens walked along the edge of the forest for a while until finally they began heading deeper into the forest. Just as Harish was beginning to wonder if this was some sort of prank, he heard shouting up ahead. The young men went around one last clump of trees that revealed what seemed, at first, to be dozens of fires with men running around them. Then, Harish's mouth fell open. Dragons. 4 fully grown, enormous, vicious-looking dragons were rearing onto their hind legs inside an enclosure fenced with thick planks of wood, roaring and snorting, torrents of fire were shooting into the sky out of their fanged mouths, 50 feet above the ground on their outstretched necks. One was smooth and green. Another was red with odd spikes around its head, puffing mushroom-shaped flames into the air. Finally, the one nearest them was black and looked more lizard-like than the others. At least 30 men were around the dragons, 7 or 8 to each one, and were pulling tightly on ropes that bound them. Harish watched the fire, mesmerized. He glanced up slightly and saw the eyes of the black dragon, with vertical pupils like a cat's, bulging with either fear or rage. It was making a horrible noise, a yowling, screeching scream. One of the men saw them and jogged over, stretching his arms out in front of them. It took Harish a moment to recognize him, but after a moment it was hard to miss the flaming red hair and freckled face. It was Charlie Weasley, the twins' brother. "I'm afraid you can't come any closer," he told them, pushing the twins back slightly. "They can shoot fire at a range of 20 feet. I've seen this Horntail do 40. "Horntail?" George asked, craning to peer around his brother's shoulder. "The black one," Charlie replied, jabbing a finger toward it. "There's also a common Welsh green, Chinese fireball, and—" "That's nice," Fred interrupted. "So how have you been lately?" "I've been fine. How are Mum and Dad getting along?" "Well, Dad's enjoying work," George replied. "Like that's a surprise," Fred muttered. Charlie let out a laugh. "Well," Fred said, his hands in his pockets. "It was nice seeing you," George finished and they strolled off. Harish followed. The moment they got out of the forest, Harish wrenched the cloak off of himself. "Dragons?" he asked incredulously. "That's the first task." The twins nodded. Harish let out a breath, looking around. It was beginning to grow dark. He and the twins began walking up toward the castle. They went inside and down to the common room. Then the long wait for it to clear out began. By about midnight, the twins fell asleep. Harish sat there in between them until finally Draco went to bed. Then, at 1 o'clock, the flames turned green and Sirius's head appeared in the fire. "Sirius, how are you doing?" Harish asked, getting down on his knees in front of the fire. Sirius's appearance was back to normal as he was no longer needing to act the role or Arata Blake. His face was fuller than it was when he had first escaped Azkaban, but his eyes still had not lost their haunted look. "Never mind me, how are you doing?" Sirius asked. "I'm fine," Harish replied. "Now, let's start at the beginning," Sirius said. "What exactly happened?" So Harish told him about how he had gotten a 7th year to put his name in for him, how it came out twice, how Moody hinted that someone might be trying to do him in, that all his friends agreed, and then finally about Rita Skeeter's article and the dragons. Sirius looked at him in concern. He had let Harish talk into silence without interruptions. Then, He said, dragons we can deal with, Harry, but we'll get to that in a minute. Your father has allowed me to tell you that he is fairly certain that you passing out at the match was indeed an attack on your person. But why? It is hard to keep a secret like your father's identity hidden. We think someone found out and is trying to get to him through you. We had already theorized this before school started, but your name coming out of the goblet twice sealed the deal. So you agree with us as well, then? Harish queried. Of course, but listen, if your name was put in by someone else as well as you, that means that whoever the attacker is, they had to have had access to the goblet. This means that the rat is in the castle. I cannot stress how important it is to your father that you take care. You need to keep your eyes and ears peeled for anything. We need to get to the bottom of this. I've been reading the Daily Prophet. Harish groaned. And I saw about Moody being attacked right before school started back. I don't think that attack was faked. Someone did not want an XOR coming to school this year. But what about the dragons? Harish asked impatiently. I will just tell you this, play to your strengths. You are a bright kid, I am sure you'll come up with something good. Harish forced a smile. Thanks, he said. Now, Sirius said. I have got to go. Call me if you need anything. Harish nodded and Sirius's head disappeared with a pop. The teen let out a sigh and leaned against the couch behind him. Why did his life have to be so complicated? Harish told the others about what Harish had said to him. He talked with the twins about the assassination attempts and he talked with Hermione and Daphne about the first task. It was slightly annoying to him. Talking to Hermione was like talking to a brick wall, or he at least got as much inspiration from her as he would a wall. One example was a conversation they held 2 days after he had spoken with Sirius. So what did Sirius tell you about the first task? Hermione asked. Play to my strengths, Harish grumbled. But I don't know how that would help me. Hermione rolled her eyes. Honestly, she said, you can be so thick. What are you really good at? I dunno, Harish complained. That's why the advice is no use. But Daphne's response was really different. Play to your strengths, she asked. Well, you are amazing at Quidditch. Harish, who had been thumping his head on the table, bolted upright and exclaimed, Daphne, you are a gem. How could I have not thought of that? Daphne beamed. Well, 2 heads are better than 1, she supplied modestly. So that night he and the twins plotted about how they were going to defeat the dragon by flying. So, all you need is your broom, they said. But we aren't allowed anything but our wands, Harish said. The twins cracked 2 identical smiles. Exactly. So the morning of the first task arrived with Harish feeling prepared and slightly nervous. The atmosphere was thick with excitement. Lessons were to stop midday, giving all of the students time to get down to the dragon's enclosure, though of course, no one but Harish and no doubt the other champions, for Harish was sure Maxime and Karkaroff would do anything to get one on Dumbledore, and he didn't blame them, knew what they would find there. Everyone was either wishing him good luck or hissing, I'll have a stretcher ready. Harish rolled his eyes, their jabs not bothering him a bit. Nonetheless, the twins still aimed their bodyguard glares in every direction. Harish trudged through all of his classes, mentally planning out what to do in his head. He did not pay attention in the slightest in any of his classes. The next thing he knew, he was sitting down at lunch, picking through his food. The whole thing was slightly more nerve-wracking than Quidditch, though the young man would never admit he was nervous. Then, Professor McGonagall was hurrying toward him. Everyone was watching. Blake, the champions have to come down now, she said. You must get ready for your first task. Yes, ma'am, he replied, standing up instantly. His fork fell to his plate with a clatter. Good luck, Harish, Daphne said quietly. You'll be fine, Hermione whispered, though it was unclear whether she was trying to reassure Harish or herself. You got this, the twins exclaimed, before Harish followed McGonagall out of the Great Hall. He was led out onto the grounds in silence until a tent was visible. Around a clump of trees. You're to go in there with the other champions, McGonagall instructed him. And wait your turn, Blake. Mr. Bagman is in there. He will be telling you the procedure, good luck. And she strode away. Harish suspected that the woman was not very happy with having him as the Hogwarts champion. The teen shrugged before entering the tent. Fleur Delacour was sitting in a corner on a low stool. She did not look her usual composed self, but pale and clammy. Victor Crumb looked even surlier than usual, which Harish supposed was his way of showing nerves. And Harish himself did not betray any of his nervousness other than the fact that his eyes were wider than normal. Bagman turned and spotted Harish. "Blake," he exclaimed, clapping his hands together. "Good oh." Harish noticed that the man was wearing his old Quidditch robes again, the Wimborne Wasps. They were slightly stretched as he seemed to have gained a few pounds since his youth. "Well, now we're here, time to fill you in," he exclaimed brightly. "When the audience has assembled, I'm going to offering each of you this bag." Held up a sack of purple silk and shook it at them, from which you will each select a small model of the thing you are about to face. There are different, varieties, you see. And I have to tell you something else too. Yes, your task is to collect the golden egg." Harish nodded and leaned against the wall. The other two did not react at all. Fleur simply looked down at the ground again and began rocking in her seat while Crumb looked surly as ever. In no time at all, hundreds of feet could be heard passing the tent, their owners talking excitedly, laughing, joking. Harish felt very separate from them as he anticipated which dragon he would receive. He went over the plan once more in his head before the tent flap opened and Bagman walked over, opening the neck of the silk bag. "Ladies first," he said, offering it to Fleur. She put a shaking hand inside the bag and drew out a tiny perfect model of a dragon, a Welsh green. It had a number 2 around its neck. Fleur showed no surprise, but a determined resignation. When Crumb pulled out a model of the Chinese fireball with a number 1 on it, he had just blinked, sat down, and stared at the ground. This confirmed Harish's suspicions that the other champions would find out about the dragons before the task. Knowing what was left, Harish gritted his teeth, stuck his hand into the bag. He pulled out the model of the Hungarian horntail. It had the number 3 around its neck and was spewing fire into the air. "Well, there you are," Bagman exclaimed. "You have each pulled out the dragon you will face, and the numbers refer to the order in which you are to compete, do you see? Now I'm going to have to leave you in a moment, because I'm commentating. Mr. Crumb, you're first, just go out into the enclosure when you hear a whistle, all right?" And with that he left. Minutes later, a whistle sounded and Crumb left the tent. Harish and Fleur shared a glance for just a moment before Fleur stood up and began pacing. Harish leaned against the wall of the tent once again and listened to the commentation of how Crumb was doing. "Very daring," Bagman was shouting. Harish could hear the Chinese fireball emit a horrible, roaring shriek, while the crowd drew a collective breath. "That's some nerve he's got there, and, yes, he's got the egg. And now the marks from the judges." He didn't shout the marks, which annoyed Harish slightly. He would have liked to know how the others did before he went on. Still, he supposed the judges must have been holding the scores up and showing them to the crowd. 1 down, 2 to go. Bagman yelled as the whistle blew again. "Miss Delacour, if please." Fleur was trembling from head to foot as she exited the tent. But, she still held her head high and her hand aloft. Then, the process started all over again as Harish found himself alone in the tent. "Oh, I'm not sure that was wise." They could hear him shouting gleefully. "Oh, nearly. Careful now, good lord, I thought she'd had it then." 10 minutes later, Harish heard the crowd erupt into applause once more. Fleur must have been successful too. A pause, while her marks were being shown, more clapping. Then, for the 3rd time, the whistle blew. Harish walked to the entrance of the tent, now beginning to feel slightly sick. The young man shook his head and forced himself to look confident. He walked past the trees through a gap in the enclosure fence. And there was the horntail, at the other end of the enclosure, crouched low over her clutch of eggs, her wings half furled, her evil, yellow eyes upon him. The crowd was making a great deal of noise, but Harish paid them no attention. It was just him and the horntail at that moment, just as it had been 2 years ago in the Chamber of Secrets when he had been facing the basilisk. The only thing was, he did not have that certainty that he had had then that the creature would not harm him. Then, he slowly raised his wand. "Accio Firebolt," he shouted. Harish waited, knowing that the broom would reach him. And then he heard it speeding through the air behind him. He turned and saw his firebolt hurtling toward him around the edge of the woods, soaring into the enclosure, and stopping dead in the air beside him, waiting for him to mount. The crowd was making even more noise. Bagman was shouting something, but Harish's ears were not working properly anymore. Listening was not important. He swung his leg over the broom and kicked off from the ground. A second later, something miraculous happened. As he soared upward, the wind rushed through his hair, and the horntail shrank to the size of a dog. he realized that the dragon was nothing more than a big ugly Quidditch team that he had to get past to reach the golden egg. At that thought, he looked down at the clutch of eggs and spotted the prize egg gleaming against its cement-colored fellows, residing safely between the dragon's front legs. Okay, Harish told himself, diversionary tactics, let's go. He dove. The Horntail's head followed him. He knew what it was going to do and pulled out of the dove just in time. A jet of fire had been released exactly when he would have been had he not swerved away, but Harish did not care. That was no more than dodging a bludger. Great Scott, he can fly, Bagman shouted as the crowd shrieked and gasped. Are you watching this, Mr. Crumb? Harish found himself grinning widely as he soared higher in a circle. The Horntail was still following his progress, its head revolving on its long neck. If he kept this up, it would be nice and dizzy, but better not push it too long, or it would be breathing fire again. Harish plummeted just as the Horntail opened its mouth, but this time as he avoided the flames, the dragon's spiky tail came up to meet him in the shoulder, ripping his robes. He could feel it stinging as the crowd screamed and groaned, but the cut did not seem too deep. Now he zoomed around the back of the Horntail and a possibility occurred to him. The Horntail did not seem to want to take off, she was too protective of her eggs. Though she writhed and twisted, furling and unfurling her wings and keeping those yellow eyes on the teen, she was too afraid to move too far from them, but he had to persuade her to do it, or he would never bet near them. The trick was to do it carefully, gradually. He began to fly, first this way, then the other, not near enough to make her breathe fire, but still posing a sufficient threat to ensure she kept her eyes on him. Her head swayed this way and that, watching him out of those vertical pupils, her fangs bared. He flew higher. The Horntail's head rose with him, her neck now stretched to its fullest extent, still swaying like a snake before its charmer. Harish rose a few feet more and she let out a roar of exasperation. He was like a fly to her, a fly she was longing to swat. Her tail thrashed again, but he was too high to reach. Now she shot fire into the air, which he dodged. Her jaws opened wide. Come on, Harish hissed, swerving tantalizing above her. Come on and get me up, you get now. And then she reared, spreading her great, black, leathery wings at last, and Harish dove. Before the dragon knew what he had done, or where he had disappeared, he was speeding toward the ground as fast as he could go, toward the eggs that were now unprotected by her clawed front legs. He had seized the golden egg, and with a huge spurt of speed he was off, soaring over the stands, the heavy egg safely under his uninjured arm, and it was as though someone had turned the volume back up. For the first time he became aware of the noise of the crowd, which was screaming and applauding as loudly as the Irish supporters at the World Cup. Look at that, Bagman was yelling. Will you look at that? Our youngest champion is the quickest to get his egg. Well, this is going to shorten the odds on Mr. Blake. The Horntail was subdued and Harish waited for his scores, which were sent up moments later. An 8 out of 10 from Madame Maxime, 9 out of 10 from Dumbledore, full marks from Bagman, and a 4 from Karkaroff. When he saw this, Harish narrowed his eyes and scrutinized the man. Was he marking down because he was from a different school, or was it because the man knew who his father was? Harish wasn't given much time to ponder this as McGonagall strode over and forced him to go to the healer's tent. Harish couldn't help but grin. He would face Madame Pomfrey's wrath any day if it meant winning first place at the first task. After he was allowed to return to the castle, Harish met up with Hermione, Ginny, Daphne, and Draco. They informed him of how the others did, mentioning that Crumb had points deducted because his dragon smashed all of the real eggs, and that Fleur's skirt had caught on fire. While they talked, Harish led them up to the Ollery and he sent a letter to both Sirius and his father using school owls. Then, Hermione said, "We should probably go on down to the common room for your party." Party? Harish asked. Hermione nodded. I expect the twins should be back from the kitchens by now. Sure enough, when they entered the Slytherin common room, it exploded with cheers and yells again. There were mountains of cakes and flagons of pumpkin juice and butterbeer on every surface. The twins had also set off some filibusters fireworks, so that the air was thick with stars and sparks. The twins ambushed their friend and dragged him into the common room, congratulating him all the while. Then, they all dug into the cakes. Merlin, this is heavy, Draco said, picking up the golden egg Harish had left on the table. Open it, Harish, go on. What is inside it? He's supposed to work the clue out on his own, Hermione said swiftly. It's in the tournament rules. Oh, come on, Hermione, Ginny said. I'm sure it will be fine if we just see it. We won't necessarily be helping him. Draco passed the egg to Harish, who dug his fingernails into the groove that ran all the way around it and pried it open. It was hollow and completely empty, but the moment Harish opened it, the most horrible screaming wail filled the room. The teen had never heard anything like it in all of his 16 years. Shut it. Fred bellowed, his hands over his ears. Harish slammed it shut. What was that? Astoria asked, repugnance on her face. Sounded like a banshee, Draco said. Maybe you've got to get past one of those next. I thought it sounded rather like Percy singing, George said. Maybe you've got to attack him while he's in the shower. Want a jam tart, Hermione? Fred asked. Hermione looked doubtfully at the plate he was offering her. Fred grinned. It's all right, he said. I haven't done anything to them. It's the custard creams you've got to watch. Ginny, who had just bitten into a custard cream, choked and spat it out. Fred laughed. Just my little joke, Ginny. Hermione took a jam tart. So you got all of this from the kitchens? She asked. Well, Fred said, rubbing the back of his head. Not exactly the butterbeers. Hermione fixed him with a look and Fred finished, we got the butterbeers from Hogsmeade. Hermione opened her mouth to say something, but Fred was spared as Ginny turned into a large canary. Oh, sorry, sis. Fred shouted over all of the laughter. I forgot, it was the custard creams we hexed. Within a minute, Ginny had molted and once all of her feathers had fallen off, she reappeared looking entirely normal. She even joined in on the laughing. Canary creams. Fred shouted to the crowd. Harish, George, and I invented them, 7 sickles each, a bargain. It was nearly 1 in the morning when Harish and the twins finally went down to the dormitory. Harish set his little model of the Hungarian horntail on his side table and it curled up with a little yawn. Then, the teen drifted off to sleep with dreams of talking dragons that kept turning into enormous canaries. The start of December brought wind and sleet to Hogwarts. Drafty though the castle always was in the winter, Harish was glad of its fires and thick walls every time he passed the Durmstrang ship on the lake, which was pitching in the high winds, its black sails billowing against the dark skies. He thought the Beauxbatons caravan was likely to be pretty chilly too. Another thing about December was the fact that it meant that the holidays were drawing nearer. There was a lot of discuss about gifts and about the Yule Ball. Professor Snape had held them back after potions class one day and had explained that the Yule Ball was a tradition of the Triwizard Tournament. The Yule Ball is approaching, Snape said. It is a traditional part of the Triwizard Tournament and an opportunity for us to socialize with our foreign students. The ball will be open to 4th years and above, although you may invite a younger student if you wish. Several girls giggled and looked pointedly at Harish. Snape didn't seem to notice but continued. Dress robes will be worn and the ball will start at 8 o'clock on Christmas Day, finishing at midnight in the Great Hall. Now, the ball is for your enjoyment, but that does not mean that we will be relaxing the standards of behavior we expect from our students. I will be seriously displeased if a Slytherin embarrasses the school in any way, and you will be facing suspension if you do. You are dismissed, except for Blake. Everyone rushed out of the room and the twins spared Harish a sympathetic glance. Harish stood and looked at Snape, who seemed to be waiting for the room to empty. Once everyone else had gone, Snape said, Blake, the champions and their partners. What partners? Harish asked. Snape regarded the teen suspiciously, as though he suspected that Harish was trying to be funny. Your partners for the Yule Ball, Mr. Blake, he said coldly. Your dance partners. Oh, Harish said, swallowing. Those partners. He hated dancing, and anything social, for that matter. As the Dark Lord's heir, he had always been expected to entertain others and he hated that. But, since this wasn't a party filled with Death Eaters and their children, things may be different. Traditionally, Snape said, interrupting the 16-year-old's thoughts, the champions and their partners opened the ball. So Harish was stuck having to find a partner for the ball, as he had to go. That wasn't all that bad, Harish thought as he watched Daphne at lunch. The only problem was asking her. After Snape had told them all about the ball, it was all anyone talked about, what they were going to wear, who they were going to ask, or who they wanted to ask them. While Harish was trying to figure out how to ask Daphne, her little sister, Astoria, was waiting for her betrothed to ask her to the ball. She finally got impatient after it had been a week and she still had no results. That, unfortunately, wasn't very good for Draco. When the girl had finally cornered him, he was standing in the courtyard talking to Ginny and Hermione. Harish was sitting against a tree a few feet away, reading, and the twins were off doing who knows what. Astoria walked up to Draco and tapped him lightly on the shoulder. "Yes?" Draco asked, glancing at her over his shoulder. "Is there anything you would like to ask me?" she asked. It seemed that everyone except Draco knew the first year was hinting at the Yule Ball. Ginny was looking particularly sour. No," Draco replied. Astoria burst into tears and dashed off. If it was possible, Draco looked even more confused and concerned. Everyone else watched with amusement. But still no one had a date until Saturday, nearly a week later. Harish was sitting in the common room reading a book on the dark arts that he had disguised as a transfiguration book. Daphne was sitting on the couch beside him, working on her charms homework. Draco was trying to get Harish's model of a dragon to set fire to a piece of paper, and Ginny was dozing in an armchair. After a few minutes, Daphne snapped her book shut and walked over to Ginny's armchair muttering, "Can't sleep there all night," and she woke the younger girl up, steering her into the dormitory. The room became silent once more as they were the only ones in the common room. Most everyone was outside in the courtyards talking about the ball. Harish vaguely wondered if they were going to do that until curfew. Then, the silence was broken as Fred walked into the common room. "Well," he said. "Just did it." "Did what?" Harish asked, looking up from his book. "Got a date for the ball, of course," Fred replied. "Who?" Harish and Draco asked at the same time. "Hermione," Fred replied, a deep flush creeping up his neck. "Really?" Draco asked. "What, did you ask her out in the library?" "As a matter of fact, I did," Fred replied, sticking his nose in the air. "Well, I think you did good, mate," Harish said, patting Fred on the arm as he walked past. Fred hummed skeptically. He went down to the dormitory with a wide smile on his face. Once he was out of earshot, Harish and Draco turned to each other. "We'll both have partners by the end of tomorrow," Harish said. "Deal. Deal," Draco replied. So, the next morning Harish approached Daphne at breakfast. Draco was sitting to her left and Hermione was sitting in between Daphne and Ginny. "Would you?" Harish started as he sat down across from her. He paused as everyone nearby turned to watch. His cheeks flushed. "Don't you all have your own conversations?" Daphne snapped. They all turned back to their food. "Yes, Harish. What were you going to tell me?" "Well, I was wondering if you would like to go to the Yule Ball with me." "Oh, sure," Daphne exclaimed happily. "I would be glad to." Harish nodded and began piling eggs onto his plate. That wasn't as bad as he had suspected. Draco looked annoyed that Harish had beat him to asking someone out. Fred sat down next to Harish a moment later and whispered, "Good job, mate." The teen nodded before asking, "Where's George?" "See for yourself," the Weasley replied, nodding toward the Gryffindor table. Harish peered around Daphne to see George talking to Angelina Johnson. Both of them were smiling. "Is he asking her to the ball?" he queried. Fred nodded, cutting his pancake in half. Just then a rustling was heard overhead as the mail was delivered. An owl swooped down and landed in front of Harish. He took the letter off and saw that there was a paw print on it. "Who's it from?" Fred asked. Harish looked down the table before whispering, "Serious?" Fred nodded knowingly. Harish looked up to see the others staring at him. "I'll tell you later," he said. They nodded. George then sat down on Harish's other side, grinning widely. "What's for breakfast?" "I'm starving." After breakfast, they all headed back to the common room. Then, they all sat down in front of the fire. Harish pulled out his book once more and Draco sat next to him, fidgeting. "What is the matter with you?" he finally snapped. "Nothing," Draco replied, who was in fact mentally planning how he was going to ask a girl. Then, after a minute of silence he stood and walked over to Ginny. "Ginny?" he asked. "Yes," she asked, looking up at him. "I was, wondering, well I wanted to know, Yes," Ginny prompted. Draco tugged at his collar. "My father will kill me if he hears of this," he thought. Harish watched with amusement, thinking the exact same thing. "Yes," Ginny asked again. "Do you wanna go ballwim?" Draco asked in one breath. Then, he winced. "What?" Ginny asked. "Do you want to go to the ball with me?" Draco repeated, much slower. He was now as red as Ginny's hair. "Oh," Ginny exclaimed, looking surprised. "Well, sure. I would love to. Are you sure?" Draco asked. "'Cause if you don't want, I've been such a prat." Harish practically face-palmed. "No really," Ginny said, blushing. "I would love to." Draco looked immensely relieved. Then, he leaned over to Harish. "My father cannot hear about this," he said. "Or my mother," Ginny said, eyeing the twins. "She would have a right fit." The twins looked insulted. "You think we would do that to you?" Fred asked indignantly. "We've had enough trouble with her alone," George added. They both shook their heads and said, honestly. Harish finally opened the letter from Sirius once they were in the privacy of the dormitory. It read, "Dear Harry, congratulations on getting past the Horntail. Whoever put your name in that goblet shouldn't be feeling too happy now. I am impressed with the way you devised to get past it. Using your firebolt. I never would have thought of that. Don't get complacent, though, Harry. You've only done one task. Whoever put you in for the tournament has plenty of time to kill you. Keep your eyes open, particularly when the person we discussed is around, and concentrate on keeping yourself out of trouble. Keep in touch, I still want to hear about anything unusual. Sirius. P.S. If you want to talk more, meet me in our usual way next Saturday night." The next day, Harish told the others about the letter he received from Sirius. Hermione agreed with the man, saying that it was very possible that there might be another murder attempt before the year was out. This worried Daphne, though she did not say anything. The twins, however, thought that Harish would be able to manage anything that was thrown at him. Harish himself did not exactly know what to think. It was much like when Sirius had first escaped Azkaban, when they had no idea that he was innocent. Harish had not been very afraid that the man was coming to the castle, even though he had known he should be. It was much like that now. Except this time, Harish did not know who the culprit was, only that they were already in the castle. Still, the last week of the term passed by very quickly, and Harish found himself looking forward to seeing his godfather. When Saturday finally arrived, Harish waited impatiently for the common room to clear out. Then, Sirius's head appeared 5 minutes after the last person had left. "Sirius," Harish exclaimed. "Harry, how are you?" Sirius asked. "Good," Harish replied. And he began talking. In his letter, he had vaguely told Sirius how he had gotten past the dragon, but had focused more on the scores he had received. Now, he gave Sirius a blow-by-blow account of what exactly happened. Sirius looked impressed that Harish had gotten off with only one scratch. Then, Harish had proceeded on telling his godfather about the Yule Ball. "So who'd you ask?" Sirius questioned the teen. "Daphne Greengrass," he supplied. "Really?" Sirius asked. "Is she pretty?" Harish rolled his eyes. "Yes," he answered. "And smart. Are you happy?" Sirius asked. "Not as happy as Draco," Harish said, before covering his mouth at his slip-up. "What? Malfoy's kid? Who did he ask?" "No one," Harish backtracked. Sirius raised an eyebrow. "Fine," Harish huffed. "But you can't tell anyone. Draco would kill me. He is taking Ginny Weasley." Sirius's head began laughing almost hysterically. "A Malfoy and a Weasley?" he asked. "I would pay to see that." "Exactly why you can't tell anyone," Harish said. "Ginny would be grounded for life if her mother knew, and if Uncle Lucius found out, well, I don't doubt that he would disown Draco." "Nor do I," Sirius said, laughing still. "This is serious," Harish exclaimed, but that only seemed to make the man laugh harder. The teen rolled his eyes. "Well," Sirius said, wiping his eyes. "I need to go. Make sure you take care. Your father wants me to tell you that he would be willing on helping you with the second task." "Thanks," Harish replied, and Sirius's head disappeared with a pop. The next day Voldemort received a fire call from Sirius. He had been sitting at his desk in his study, a fire crackling merrily in the fireplace. Voldemort dipped his quill in an inkwell and began writing a letter to Yaxley. Over the years, the Dark Lord had been trying his best to slowly overtake the Ministry of Magic. It was slow work, depending mostly on his having at least one follower in every department. And, as Voldemort was being forced to fast-forward his plans, he was slowly rebuilding the connection to the dark mark of the rest of his followers. He had only contacted his most devoted followers during Harish's first few years at Hogwarts. Now, as he thought he might start an open war again, he was contacting the rest. The Dark Lord figured that his son would be ready for the war, now that he was almost 17 and had his owls. Suddenly, the fireplace flared green and Sirius's head appeared in it. "What do you want?" Voldemort asked, without bothering to glance up from the letter he was writing. "I can't just speak with you about Harry when I want to," Sirius questioned in return. Voldemort glanced up and lifted an eyebrow at the dog Animagus. Yeah, I know," Sirius said. "You're the Dark Lord. Blah, blah, blah." "Exactly," Voldemort said, looking back down at his parchment. "And his name is Harish. Not Harry." "He told me I could call him that," Sirius protested. A vein ticked in the Dark Lord's forehead. "What do you want?" Voldemort finally repeated. "Harish found a date to the ball," Sirius replied, waiting eagerly for a response. He was sorely disappointed. Daphne Greengrass. Voldemort was inwardly pleased, although he did not say anything. He did not show any emotion on his face either. Instead, he said, "That's good." Draco found a date as well, Sirius continued after a pause. "Apparently both he and Miss Ginny Weasley have developed a liking toward each other." Voldemort's eyes snapped to Sirius. "You are joking," the man said slowly. "Nope," Sirius said gleefully, popping his page. "You can ask Harry, if you deem it necessary." Voldemort hardly noticed that the man was still calling his son, Harry. His thoughts were racing a mile an hour at the possibilities this brought. For starters, Voldemort knew for sure he would have an alliance in the Weasley girl. He quickly entered Sirius's mind to confirm that the Animagus was telling the truth. Then, he stood, turned, and said, "If what you say is true, I am sure we can welcome the girl into our arms. I could see to it that her status as a blood traitor is resolved." Sirius nodded and the green flames dispersed as his head disappeared with a pop. Then, Voldemort smiled a rather twisted smile. He grabbed some flow powder of his own and threw it into the flames. "Lucius," he called out. Lucius appeared seconds later. "Yes, my lord," the bee-owned asked. "You will never believe what a little pixie informed me of, just now." "Oh," Lucius asked, raising an aristocratic eyebrow. "Your son has apparently invited Miss Ginny Weasley to the Yule Ball," Voldemort replied. "What?" Fortunately for both Draco and Ginny, neither of them received any howlers. Harish had simply assumed that it was because Sirius did not tell anyone about the two of them. But, the real reason was, of course, Voldemort. Although the Dark Lord would have found it amusing if Draco had been disowned, he really wanted to keep the boy as an ally. If Harish's friend was disowned, there was a possibility that Harish would find it unfair and they all joined the light side. Because Voldemort could not let this happen, he managed to calm his most trusted follower down and convince him that Draco did not need disowning. After several calming drafts, a cup of tea, and a promise from Voldemort that the girl and her twin brothers would be absolved of their blood traitor status, Lucius finally decided that he did not have to send his son a howler either. For if everyone knew about the two, Molly and Arthur would surely find out and the girl might be kept from going to the ball. If that happened, then the girl would never be given the excuse to properly join Voldemort. Or at least, that was the reason Voldemort told himself to justify his actions. He would never admit that it was simply because Harish would get angry and throw a tantrum, and Voldemort hated it when his son was upset. So, they all reached Christmas without a hitch. Everyone remained in the castle once the holidays started. On Christmas Eve, Harish and his friends all stayed up rather late, sitting in front of the fire and roasting marshmallows the twins brought up from the kitchens. On Christmas morning, Harish blinked his eyes awake to find a face inches from his own. "Arg!" Harish cried, jumping and falling off his bed. "Master!" Dobby squeaked. He ran over and saw the teen on the floor. Then, he promptly began banging his head on Harish's bedside cabinet. "Harish, are you all right?" Within seconds, the twins were standing over Harish and helping him up, saying, "We thought you were being attacked, mate. Gave us a right scare." Harish turned and realized Dobby was still throwing himself against the bedside cabinet. The teen rushed forward and pulled the insane elf off of the cabinet. "Dobby, stop!" Harish exclaimed. Dobby stopped and mumbled. "Dobby had to punish herself, sir. Dobby made young Master Harish hurt herself." "What are you doing here, Dobby?" Harish asked. Dobby came to bring Master Harish his presents. Sir. Why were you in my face? Dobby was deciding whether he should wake young Master, or not. Well, Harish said after a second. I am awake. Dobby left you's presents there, the elf replied, pointing to the foot of his master's bed. Very well, Harish said. You are dismissed. Dobby nodded and disappeared with Pop. Harish shook his head and turned to the presents. The gift that Dobby brought turned out to be a book from his father titled, Magical Water Plants of the Highland Lochs. Inside the front cover was a note that read, I thought that you might need this in the near future. Harish looked at it in confusion, before flipping through it and setting it aside. Then, he went through all of the other packages that were sitting at the foot of his bed. In all, he received a book from Hermione called Quidditch Teams of Britain and Ireland, a bulging bag of dyed dung bombs from Fred, a fanged frisbee from George, a handy penknife from Sirius that was supposed to open any lock, and the usual hand-knitted sweater from Mrs. Weasley. Harish and the twins met up with the others in the common room and went down to breakfast together. Then, they spent most of the morning in the dungeons, where everyone was enjoying their presence. They returned to the Great Hall for a magnificent lunch, which included at least 100 turkeys and Christmas puddings, and large piles of Cribbage's wizarding crackers. They went out onto the grounds in the afternoon. The snow was untouched except for the deep channels made by the Durmstrang and Beauxbatons students on their way up to the castle. Hermione, Daphne, and Draco decided to watch while Harish and the three Weasleys engaged in a snowball fight. At one point, Draco was finally dragged into the fray when Harish hit him with a rather soggy snowball at the back of his head. At 5 o'clock, the three girls all returned to their dorms to get ready for the ball. The others finally abandoned their fight at 7 o'clock, when it had become hard to aim properly. They trooped back to the common room, casting multiple warming and drying charms. The four boys then changed into their dress robes. The twins had matching deep blue robes and Draco had black robes that had a high collar, which made the boy look like a vicar. The common room looked strange, full of people wearing different colors instead of the usual mass of black. Daphne, Hermione, and Ginny were waiting for the boys at the tops of the stairs. George had already agreed to meet Angelina in the entrance hall. Daphne was wearing robes of a very pale green. Her plain hair was loose, and she had done something to it that made it curl slightly, falling over her shoulders in gentle waves. You look lovely, Harish said as he walked up to her, offering her an arm. Thank you, Daphne said, beaming. Hermione looked lovely as well. In fact, she looked nothing like her normal self. She had done something to her normally bushy hair. It was now sleek and shiny, drawn up into an elegant knot at the top of her head. She was wearing robes made of a floaty, periwinkle blue material, and she was holding herself differently, somehow, or perhaps it was merely the absence of the 20 or so books she usually had slung over her shoulder. She was also smiling and Harish thought that there was something different about that smile. The teen smirked as Fred gaped at Hermione, adoration reflecting in his blue eyes. Hermione, he said. You look, he made gestures toward her mouth, but then decided not to say anything. Instead he finished by saying, astounding. Hermione smiled even wider, and Harish realized that her teeth were smaller and straighter. He had no idea how he noticed it before. As Fred led Hermione out of the common room, Harish followed with Daphne. Behind the two of them were Draco and Ginny, and George brought up the rear. Harish glanced back with a smirk to see Astoria watching them glumly, sitting on a couch. Then, he exited. When they arrived in the entrance hall, they found Angelina waiting on them. George walked over to her. Fred and Hermione followed. Draco stood awkwardly in between Harish and Ginny, tugging on the collar of his robes. Then, Professor McGonagall's voice called, "Champions over here, please." "See you later," Harish muttered to Draco. The younger boy nodded, looking pale. Harish shook his head, knowing that Draco knew that soon everyone would know that he loved Ginny. Then, he led Daphne over to McGonagall, who was wearing dress robes of red tartan. She told them to wait outside the doors while everyone else went inside. They were to enter the Great Hall in procession when the rest of the students had sat down. Fleur Delacour and her date, Roger Davies, stationed themselves nearest the doors. Davies looked so stunned by his good fortune in having Fleur for a partner that he could hardly take his eyes off her. Crumb and his date stood near Harish and Daphne. Harish did not know who the girl was, but he guessed that she was from Beauxbatons. Once everyone else was settled in the hall, Professor McGonagall told the champions and their partners to get in line in pairs and to follow her. They did so, and everyone in the Great Hall applauded as they entered and started walking up toward a large round table at the top of the hall, where the judges were sitting. The walls of the hall had all been covered in sparkling frost, with hundreds of garlands of mistletoe and ivy crossing the starry black ceiling. The house tables had vanished and were replaced by about 100 smaller, rounder, lantern-lit ones. Each seated about a dozen people. Harish caught sight of his friends sitting at one table together. To his delight, Ron was only a few tables away, half gaping, half glaring at Ginny. Beside Ron was Neville, who was sitting in between the redhead and a small blonde girl with large eyes. She wore a pale blue robes and was gazing around the hall with a wide-eyed stare. If Harish had to guess, he would figure that she was in the same year as Ginny. Dumbledore smiled happily as the champions approached the top table and Harish had to resist the urge to roll his eyes. Karkaroff wore an expression of unhappiness, but Bagman was as jovial as ever, waving merrily to them. He was wearing robes of bright purple with large yellow stars. Madame Maxime was wearing a flowing gown of lavender silk and was applauding them politely. After a moment of scanning the judges' table for a second time, Harish realized that Barty Crouch was not there. The fifth seat at the table was occupied by Percy Weasley. When the champions and their partners reached the table, Percy drew out the empty chair beside him, staring pointedly at Harish. Harish, taking the hint, sat in the seat after pulling a chair out for Daphne. Then, he seated himself in between his partner and his friend's older brother. Although Harish would have much rather sat with the twins, he knew he would at least manage to talk civilly with the Weasley boy. Although he was one of the ones that had kicked up a fuss about the twins being placed in Slytherin, he wasn't all that bad to speak to. Besides, no matter how self-absorbed Percy was, it would be nowhere near as bad as would have been if Harish had been forced to sit beside Dumbledore. "I've been promoted," Percy said before Harish could open his mouth. "I'm now Mr. Crouch's personal assistant, and I'm here representing him. Why did he not come?" Another reason that it was good to sit next to Percy was that it would be a good chance to hear about the inner workings of the ministry. Having been raised by a Dark Lord, Harish naturally realized opportunities like these, and frankly, the Gryffindor would not even realize he was blabbing all of the ministry's secrets away until Harish mentioned that fact. "I'm afraid to say Mr. Crouch is ill. He hasn't been right since the World Cup. Hardly surprising, overworked. He's not as young as he once was, though he's still quite brilliant. Of course, the mind remains as great as it ever was. But the World Cup was a fiasco for the whole ministry, and then, Mr. Crouch suffered a huge personal shock with the misbehavior of that house elf of his. Naturally he dismissed her immediately afterward, but, well, as I say, he's getting on, he needs looking after, and I think he's found a definite drop in his home comforts since she left. And then we had the tournament to arrange, and the aftermath of the cup to deal with, that revolting Skeeter woman buzzing around. No, poor man, he's having a well-earned, quiet Christmas. I am just glad he knew he had someone he could rely upon to take his place." There was no food yet on the golden plates, but small menus were lying in front of each of them. Harish picked his up and read through it. Everyone at the table were looking surreptitiously around, not sure how they were supposed to order. Dumbledore, however, looked carefully down at his own menu, then said very clearly to his plate, "Pork chops." And pork chops appeared. Getting the idea, the rest of the table placed their orders with their plates too. Harish glanced around observing the other people sitting at his table. The Beauxbatons girl was speaking with Crumb, who Harish realized he had never heard speak much before. He was certainly speaking now, and very enthusiastically at that. "Well, they have a castle also, not as big as this, nor as comfortable, I am thinking," he was telling his date. "They have just 4 floors, and the fires are lit only for magical purposes. But they have grounds bigger than these, though in winter, they have very little daylight, so they are enjoying them. But in summer they are flying every day, over the lakes and the mountains." Now, Victor," Karkaroff said with a laugh that did not quite reach his cold eyes, "don't go giving away anything else, now, or your charming friend will know exactly where to find us." Dumbledore smiled, his eyes twinkling. "Igor, all this secrecy, one would almost think you didn't want visitors." "Well, Dumbledore," Karkaroff said, displaying all of his yellow teeth to their fullest extent, we are all protective of our private domains, are we not? Do we not jealously guard the halls of learning that have been entrusted to us? Are we not right to be proud that we alone know our school's secrets, and right to protect them? Oh, I would never dream to assume I know all Hogwarts secrets, Igor, Dumbledore replied with a smile. Only this morning, for instance, I took a wrong turning on the way to the bathroom and found myself in a beautifully proportioned room I have never seen before, containing a really magnificent collection of chamber pots. When I went back to investigate more closely, I discovered that the room had vanished. Meanwhile, Fleur was criticizing the Hogwarts decorations to Roger Davies. "These is nothing," she said dismissively, looking around at the sparkling walls of the Great Hall. "At the Palace of Beauxbatons, we Avenue ice sculptures all around the dining chamber at Christmas. They do not melt, of course they are like UGE statues of diamond, glittering around the palace. And the food is simply superb. And we, Avenue choirs of wood nymphs, who serenade us as we eat. We, Avenue none of these ugly armor in the halls, and if a poltergeist ever entered into Beauxbatons, he would be expelled like that." She slapped her hand onto the table impatiently. Roger Davies was watching her talk with a very dazed look on his face, and he kept missing his mouth with his fork. Harish snorted into his goulash at the ridiculous boy. He had the impression that Davies was too busy staring at Fleur to take in a word she was saying. "Absolutely right," he said, quickly slapping his hand onto the table in imitation of Fleur. "Like that, yeah." Harish shook his head and turned to Daphne, raising his eyebrow at her. As she had been listening in on their conversation as well, she giggled. "Are you enjoying yourself?" he asked. "Oh, yes," Daphne replied with a smile, scooting a piece of lettuce with her fork absent-mindedly. After the food had all been consumed, Dumbledore stood up and asked the students to do the same. Then, with a wave of his wand, all of the tables zoomed back along the walls, leaving the floor clear, and then he conjured a raised platform into existence along the right wall. A set of drums, several guitars, a lute, a cello, and some bagpipes were set upon it. As the lights on the tables dimmed and the dance floor was lit with bright spotlights, Harish held a hand out and said, turning to Daphne, "Could I have this dance?" "Of course," she replied with a radiant smile. He placed one hand on her waist, and grasped her hand lightly in his own. Then, they began dancing as the weird sister struck a low and mournful tune. After a few minutes, others came onto the dance floor and the champions were no longer the center of attention. Draco and Ginny were dancing nearby. Draco kept glancing around nervously. But, after a minute or so, Draco became more comfortable and really seemed to be enjoying himself. Dumbledore was waltzing with Madame Maxime, so dwarfed by her that his pointed hat barely tickled her chin. A few feet further, George and Angelina were dancing so exuberantly that the people around them were backing away in fear of injury. Harish heard the final, quavering note from the bagpipe and his hand fell away from Daphne's waist, though he did not even realize he was still holding her hand. "Shall we find the others?" he asked. Daphne nodded. "That would be nice." So, he led her out of the crowd. When Draco and Ginny saw them walking away, they followed. As he passed George, he tapped him lightly on the shoulder and the redhead followed as well. The three couples found themselves at a table at the edge of the room and sat down to catch up with each other. Then, after a few minutes, a certain red-haired cretin stomped up to their table. "Ginny," Ron spluttered. "What are you? Why what?" "It is none of your business who I decide to go out with, Ron," Ginny replied, sticking her nose into the air. "But that's Malfoy," Ron exclaimed. "I am aware that Draco is a Malfoy, thank you very much," Ginny stated, annoyance seeping into her voice. When his sister had called Draco by his first name, Ron had looked as though he had been slapped in the face. Then, his face grew very red as he became even angrier. "It just so happens," Ginny continued, "that I like Draco, and he likes me. So buzz off. He's just playing you. He's a dirty, stinking Slytherin who's as dark as his father. You'll regret falling for him, you will." Draco finally stood up. "I think you heard your sister properly," he hissed, standing his ground. "So why don't you buzz off and annoy someone else?" Ron glared at Draco, but wisely said nothing else. Instead, he harumphed and stomped away to where his date was sitting very sullenly. "What an idiot," Ginny muttered, shaking his head. "Moron," Draco stated, agreeing with his date. Hermione sat down at the table after the second song ended. "Where's Fred?" Harish asked. "He's gone to get us drinks," she said. She was smiling and her face was very pink from dancing. Harish leaned over, and sure enough, he could spot Fred holding 2 cups of butterbeers. Harish waved and Fred nodded, walking over to them. He handed Hermione her drink and sat down beside her. As another song started, Harish said, "Oh, this one sounds lively. Care to dance?" He offered Daphne his hand again. She took it with a smile and Harish pulled her to her feet before spinning her around. They began dancing once again, but this time they kept dancing until they were both so tired and so hot that they could hardly breathe. Laughing, Harish held onto Daphne's hand and the two of them left the great hall. The front doors of the castle were open, and the fluttering fairy lights in the rose garden winked and twinkled as they went down the front steps, where they found themselves surrounded by bushes, winding paths, and large stone statues. Here and there were benches with couples sitting on them. Harish and Daphne sat along one of the windy paths, walking in comfortable silence, but they hadn't gone far before they could hear voices. "Don't see what all the fuss is about, Igor. Severus, you cannot pretend this isn't happening." Karkaroff's voice sounded anxious and hushed, as though he was very keen on not being overheard. "It's been getting clearer and clearer for months. I am becoming seriously concerned, I can't deny it." "Then flee," Snape replied curtly. "Flee, I will make your excuses. I, however, am remaining at Hogwarts." Harish and Daphne glanced at each other, both wondering what was worrying Karkaroff so much. Harish put a finger up to his lips and crept forward. He leaned far enough past the corner of the pathway to see Karkaroff's back to him. He was holding his arm out and Snape was looking at it. Almost as if Snape had sensed movement, his eyes jerked over to where Harish had been peering. The teen backed away as quick as possible, stood by Daphne, and straightened his robes. Snape and Karkaroff came round the corner seconds later. Snape had his wand out and was blasting rosebushes apart, his expression most disagreeable. Squeals came from the many rustling bushes and dark shapes emerged from them. 10 points from Ravenclaw, Fawcett. Snape snarled as a girl ran past him. And 10 points from Hufflepuff too, Stebbins. As a boy went rushing after her. "And what are you two doing?" He rounded on Harish and Daphne. "Walking," Harish replied smoothly. "It's much more airy." "Well, keep walking," Snape hissed, and he brushed past them, his long black cloak billowing behind him. Karkaroff hurried away after the potion's master. Harish and Daphne continued walking down the path. Harish laughed, he thinks he is so dramatic. "I wonder what has gotten Karkaroff all worked up though." Daphne mused. "From what I observed, his dark mark is growing darker," Harish replied. They stopped walking. "What?" Daphne asked, turning to look at him. "Well," Harish replied slowly, "I guess it is about time my father starts the war back up again. I am old enough to fight in it." He knew that Daphne's family was neutral, so speaking of war made him uneasy around her. "So he is recalling his old Death Eaters?" Daphne questioned him. "I expect so, yeah," Harish replied. "But if my father really does restart the war, what will you do? I mean, I know your family is light and all, but mine is dark, so," Harish trailed off, looking down at the ground. This was one thing that worried him. He was half afraid that Daphne would leave him if he joined the war. "Why should that keep me from supporting you?" Daphne asked. Harish looked up at her, his face a mixture of shock, relief, and joy. Then, without thinking, he leaned forward and their mouths met. Then, as there was a loud shriek, the two broke apart. Both of them were in shock from their key, and flushing happily, too preoccupied to pay much notice when Madame Maxime's voice broke the silence of the pathway with a trumpet-like blast of noise. Avenue never been more insulted in my life. Alf Giant. Moi. Avenue Big Bones. And Madame Maxime came striding angrily past them. Under normal circumstances, the two would have been wondering about Hagrid being a half-giant, but both were still thinking of their key. Harish laughed at her after she had passed, and then said to Daphne, "Come on. It should be nearing midnight." So the two of them went down to the Slytherin common room. Harish bid Daphne good night before going into his dormitory, sit on his bed, and let out a great sigh. He fell back onto his bed and smiled happily, remembering the feel of Daphne's lips on his. And as Harish drifted off to sleep, he felt as though for once something was right with the world. After Christmas, everyone busied themselves with the homework that they had neglected the first week of vacation. Harish, who had already done his, was sitting on a couch with the golden egg in his lap. He was holding the book he had gotten from his father up to his nose, reading it. Then, he sighed and placed the book aside. How was he supposed to know what plant to use, when he didn't even know what he was using it for? The boy decided that there was no way around it, he would have to solve the screeching of the golden egg before the second task. Once Boxing Day passed, Harish was beginning to feel the press to prepare for the second task. Before, Harish had slacked off, knowing that it was ages away, but February 24th looked a lot closer on the other side of Christmas. Then, the teen began to ponder different mediums the eggs could be put in that would change the wailing. At first he had thought that maybe it was fire, as he had gained the egg from a dragon, but when he had opened it and placed it in the fire, there was no difference. So, that led Harish to wonder what else he could do to the egg. Another medium that he could put the egg in was water. So, with that, the teen decided his plan of action. As a prefect, Harish had many special privileges. One of them was the prefect's bathroom. It had a large pool-like bathtub with many soap-filled taps. Harish also suspected that the water was charmed to never cool. It would be the perfect place to test his theory, Harish decided. The only thing was, he would look like a fool, bathing with his egg. And he never really liked bathing in there when there were other people in the bathroom. So, Harish decided that he would make a nightly visit to the prefect's bathroom on the 4th floor. The next morning, the first day of the new term, the 6th years were pleasantly surprised by a large notice that had been pinned to each of the common room notice boards. Apparition lessons. If you are 17 years of age, or will turn 17 on or before the 31st of August next, you are eligible for a 12-week course of apparition lessons from a Ministry of Magic apparition instructor. Please sign below if you would like to participate. Cost: 12 galleons. Harish and the twins signed the notice and talked eagerly of apparition lessons all the way down to breakfast, where they sat down at the center of the Slytherin table. Again, Harish was feeling the soreness that came with the fact that his birthday was the latest of his year mates. While he sulked about this, an owl flew into their table. A copy of the Daily Prophet in its beak. Harish took the paper and paid the owl. Then, he opened the paper and dropped it in surprise. Then, he snatched it back up and scanned the article. What? Hermione asked. What is it? Daphne asked. Well, Harish said, setting the paper back down. Now we know what had gotten Madame Maxime so riled up at the ball. He handed her the paper. Hermione and Draco leaned over her shoulders to read as well. While they read, Harish explained to the twins about what he and Daphne had overheard at the ball. Sprawled across the top of the paper, the headline read, Dumbledore's Giant Mistake. Albus Dumbledore, eccentric headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, has never been afraid to make controversial staff appointments, writes Rita Skeeter, special correspondent. In September of this year, he hired Alistair, Mad-Eye, Moody, the notoriously jinx-happy ex-Auror, to teach defense against the dark arts, a decision that caused many raised eyebrows at the Ministry of Magic, given Moody's well-known habit of attacking anyone who makes a sudden movement in his presence. Mad-Eye Moody, however, looks responsible and kindly when set beside the part-human Dumbledore employs to teach care of magical creatures. Rubeus Hagrid, who admits to being expelled from Hogwarts in his 3rd year, has enjoyed the position of gamekeeper at the school ever since, a job secured for him by Dumbledore. Last year, however, Hagrid used his mysterious influence over the headmaster to secure the additional post of care of magical creatures teacher, over the heads of many better qualified candidates. An alarmingly large and ferocious-looking man, Hagrid has been using his newfound authority to terrify students in his care with a succession of horrific creatures. While Dumbledore turns a blind eye, Hagrid has maimed several pupils during a series of lessons that many of the students admit to being very frightening. Hagrid has no intention of ceasing his campaign of intimidation, however. In conversation with a Daily Prophet reporter last month, he admitted breeding creatures he has dubbed blast-ended scroots, highly dangerous crossed between manticores and fire crabs. The creation of new breeds of magical creature is, of course, an activity usually closely observed by the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Hagrid, however, considers himself to be above such petty restrictions. I was just having some fun, he says, before hastily changing the subject. As if this is not enough, the Daily Prophet has now unearthed evidence that Hagrid is not, as he has always pretended, a pureblood wizard. He is not, in fact, even pure human. His mother, we can exclusively reveal, is none other than the giantess Fridwulfa, whose whereabouts are currently unknown. Bloodthirsty and tough, the giants brought themselves to the point of extinction by warring amongst themselves during the last century. The handful that remained joined the ranks of He Who Must Not Be Named, and were responsible for some of the worst mass Muggle killings of his reign of terror. While many of the giants who served He Who Must Not Be Named were killed by Aurors working against the dark side, Fridwulfa was not amongst them. It is possible she escaped to one of the giant communities still existing in foreign mountain ranges. If his antics during care of magical creatures lessons are any guide, however, Fridwulfa's son appears to have inherited her tough nature. So Hagrid is half giant? Daphne asked after she had finished. And it seems as though he thought Madame Maxime was one as well, George added, thoughtfully. Well, Harish said, there is a very good chance that she is half giant and doesn't want to admit it for the fear of the same thing happening to her. I mean, Hagrid will be eaten up alive when this gets out. Parents will be afraid he'll attack their children. But Hagrid isn't vicious, Hermione protested. He is a very nice man. But the parents won't know that, Harish replied. Yeah, Draco agreed. And do you really admit that Hagrid is the best teacher? With all of the wild things we've had to care for. Not to mention that last class when Hagrid tried to get us to see if the Scroots hibernated, Daphne added. The 3 fourth years shuddered. And this is why I dropped the class and took up arithmancy instead, Harish said, smoothing his toast with butter. The twins nodded. They all finished eating breakfast and split up. Harish and the twins went off to the dungeons for potions and the trio of 4th years went out to the grounds for care of magical creatures. But instead of Hagrid waiting on them with some new monster, they were greeted by an old woman with a box full of what looked like bowtruckles. Hurry up, the woman barked. Who are you? Daphne asked. Professor Grubbly Plank. I will be teaching you while Professor Hagrid is unavailable. And for the first time, the trio of 4th years grinned, actually looking forward to a care of magical creatures lesson. That night Harish went down to the dormitory early. Everyone else was still up in the common room, hanging out. The young wizard emptied his school bag and put a towel, his egg, the Marauder's map, and his invisibility cloak in it. Then, he changed into his pajamas and climbed into bed. Then, he waited there until all of the other boys came in and went to bed. Harish listened as their breathing became steady and several boys started snoring. Then, he grabbed his wand, murmuring, Lumos. His wand lit up and Harish picked up his bag. He pulled the cloak out of it and put it on. The teen pulled up the hood, pulled out the map, and exited the dormitory. Harish checked to make sure that the coast was clear on the map before leaving the Slytherin common room. From there, he headed up to the 4th floor. When Harish reached a statue of Boris the Bewildered, he could see the door. The teen walked over to it and muttered, Pine fresh. The door creaked open and Harish winced. He glanced both ways before sidling through the door and shutting it behind him. The pool was glittering in the moonlight. All around it were golden taps that each had a different type of soap in it. There was a diving board at one end and at the other, against the wall, was a bench full of towels. Harish glanced up at the painting on the wall. In it was a mermaid that was fast asleep on a rock. Her hair fluttered every time she breathed out. Harish sighed in relief. She was rather annoying when awake, and Harish had no doubt that she would tell someone that he was out at night if she was. Harish pulled the cloak off and set it in his school bag by the bench in the corner that held numerous fluffy, white towels. Then, he pulled his pajamas off and stuffed them into his bag. Finally, he pulled out his egg and dropped into the pool. The teen set the egg on the side of the pool. The water came up to his neck. Harish was sure that if he was much shorter, it would have been rather hard for him to stand. Knowing he had all night, Harish then climbed out, and went over to the white diving board. He grinned and ran down it, before jumping off the end, doing a flip mid-air, and landing in the water. He had always wanted to do that, but being the son of Voldemort he had a reputation to uphold. Then, Harish swam over to his egg and twiddled all of the taps that were within an arm's reach. Soon the pool was full of all sort of bubbles. There were large bubbles, small bubbles, pink foam, green foam, and blue foam. Some of them were heavily perfumed as well. Finally, after he was sure he had been there at least an hour, Harish grabbed the egg of the side of the pool and split it open, then he submerged it under the water and plunged in after it. Come seek us where our voices sound. We cannot sing above the ground. And while you're searching, ponder this. We've taken what you'll sorely miss. An hour you have to look. And to recover what we took. But past an hour, the prospect's black. Too late, it's gone, it won't come back. Harish let himself float back up and let in a gasp of air when his head broke the surface. Water and bubbles were streaming down into his mouth and eyes. Harish flipped his wet hair back, away from his eyes. Oh, you got it very quick. A voice said from behind him. Harish jumped and turned around to see a ghostly girl sitting on one of the taps behind him. It was Ning Myrtle, the ghost that lived in the bathroom that held the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. I thought you stayed in the girls' bathroom on the first floor. Harish asked. We can go other places, you know, Myrtle said glumly. I've even been flushed once or twice into the Black Lake. So, Myrtle said, did you figure out your egg? It said, come seek us where our voices sound, we cannot sing above the ground. I'm guessing that means underwater, because you can't hear the song of the egg out of the water, so the Black Lake. And hang on, he went underwater and listened to it one more time before coming back out of the water and said, we have 1 hour to retrieve something from the Black Lake. Myrtle, there are not mermaids in the Black Lake, are there? Oh yes, Myrtle said even more glumly. They like to throw spears through me every time I get flushed into the lake. As if it's my fault. And she plunged away into the tap she was sitting on. Harish shook his head before climbing out over the water and drying off with one of the towels. Then, he put his pajamas on again and put the egg back into his book bag. The teen slipped the cloak over his head and left the bathroom. Out in the dark corridor, Harish examined the map to check that the coast was still clear. The dots belonging to Filch were in his office on the 3rd floor, Peeves was bouncing around the trophy room on the 5th floor, and there were no teachers patrolling the corridors. Harish took a step toward the dungeon before he stopped, realizing that Peeves was not the only dot on the map that was moving. There was someone moving around in Snape's office, but it wasn't Snape himself. It was a dot that was labeled, Bradward Jugson. Harish's eyes narrowed. What was Jugson doing in Snape's office? Harish decided that since his dormitory wasn't very far from Snape's office, there was nothing wrong with stopping by and investigating. The teen moved faster, still heading for the dungeons. He walked as quietly as he could, but as portraits, heads turned as the stairs squeaked, and his feet made little noises. Harish wished he knew a spell that would make them silent. Harish continued to creep along the corridor, pushed aside a tapestry about halfway along, and proceeded along down a narrower staircase, a shortcut that would take him down 2 floors. He kept glancing down at the map, making sure that Jugson was still there and that no one had come up behind him. And then, halfway down the staircase, not thinking about what he was doing as he was checking the map once more, Harish's legs suddenly sank down into the trick step that normally he subconsciously avoided. He gave an ungainly wobble and, still damp from the bath, his golden egg slipped from under his arm. He lurched forward to try to catch it, but it was too late. The egg fell down the long staircase with a loud bang on every single step that was as loud as a brass band. The invisibility cloak slipped and Harish wisely stuffed the map into his bag and grabbed at the cloak at the same time. The egg landed at the bottom of the staircase, fell through the tapestry at the end of the corridor, burst open, and began wailing loudly in the corridor below. Harish pulled the cloak back on and made sure that none of him showed. The teen stood stock still, listening, for surely someone could hear the horrible racket the egg was making. Harish was shamefaced as he thought of what his father might say if he knew he had been caught in such circumstances. And then, Harish was saved from his self-loathing when Filch bellowed, "Peeves." The teen could hear Filch's uneven, shuffling steps grow nearer, his voice wheezy in fury. "What's this racket? Wake up the whole castle, will you? I'll have you, Peeves, I'll have you, Yulin, what is this?" Filch's footsteps halted, there was a clink of metal on metal and the wailing stopped. Filch had picked up the egg and closed it. Harish stood very still, one leg still jammed tightly in the magical step, listening. Any moment Filch was going to pull aside the tapestry, expecting to see Peeves, and there was no Peeves, and there was a very good chance that he would walk straight into Harish if he tried to go up the stairs. "Egg," Filch wondered aloud. "My sweet Mrs. Norris was obviously with him. This is a Triwizard clue. This belongs to a school champion. Harish's heart was beating harder than it probably had his entire life. He had never been caught doing anything before. What would they do to him if he was caught out of bed past hours? Would there still be a chance that he might be able to get away? Peeves! Filch roared gleefully. You've been stealing. He ripped back the tapestry below, and Harish saw his face staring at the staircase that hid Harish, still stuck in the trick step. Hiding are you? He asked softly. I am coming to get you, Peeves. You've gone and stolen a Triwizard clue. Peeves, Dumbledore will have to put you out of here for this, you filthy, pilfering poltergeist. With nothing to lose, Harish wordlessly cast a spell that he hoped would free him from Magic Stare. He thought, Repeller, and pointed his wand at his leg. Miraculously, the young wizard's leg popped out and he carefully stepped onto the step below, making sure that the cloak didn't come up at his feet. Harish pressed himself up against the wall as Filch came nearer. Then, the man halted as another voice called from the foot of the stairs, Filch. What's going on? Filch stopped just a few steps below Harish and turned. Mrs. Norris rubbed against his pinstriped bed robe. Harish turned to look as well and saw his head of house at the foot of the stairs, someone who Harish certainly did not want to be caught by. He was wearing a long gray nightshirt and he looked livid. It's Peeves, Professor, Filch replied. He threw this egg down the stairs. Snape climbed up the stairs quickly and stopped beside Filch, right in front of Harish. The teen clenched his teeth in annoyance, but was afraid to move for fear of being heard. Finally, Harish began to sidle to the other side of the staircase. Peeves? Snape asked softly, staring at the egg in Filch's hands. But Peeves couldn't get into my office. This egg was in your office, Professor. Of course not, Snape snapped. I heard banging and wailing. Yes, Professor, that was the egg. I was coming to investigate. Peeves threw it, Professor. And when I passed my office, I saw that the torches were lit and a cupboard door was ajar. Someone has been searching it. But Peeves couldn't. I know he couldn't, Filch. Snape snapped again. I seal my office with a spell none but a wizard could break. Snape looked up the stairs and then down to the corridor below. I want you to come and help me search for the intruder, Filch. Yes, Professor, but... Filch looked yearningly up the stairs, as if he could see himself throwing Peeves out of the castle. Mrs. Norris walked over to Harish, staring at him with her lamp-like eyes. He began to quietly step down the stairs. The thing is, Professor, Filch said plaintively, the headmaster will have to listen to me this time. Peeves has been stealing from a student, it might be my chance to get him thrown out of the castle once and for all. Filch, I don't give a damn about that wretched poltergeist, it's my office that's. Clunk, clunk, clunk. Snape stopped talking abruptly. He and Filch both looked down at the foot of the stairs. Harish saw Mad-Eye Moody limp into sight through the tapestry. He was wearing his old traveling cloak over his nightshirt and leaning on his staff, as usual. Pajama party, is it? He growled up the stairs. Professor Snape and I heard noises, Professor, Filch replied at once. Peeves the poltergeist, throwing things around as usual, and the Professor Snape discovered that someone had broken into his office. Shut up, Snape hissed. Harish narrowed his eyes in confusion. Why didn't Snape want Moody to know that his office had been broken into? Wasn't Moody supposed to be one of the good guys for Dumbledore's side anyway? Meanwhile, Moody took a step closer to the foot of the stairs. Harish saw his magical eye travel across the two adults, and then unmistakably land on him. Harish then realized that old Mad-Eye could see through invisibility cloaks. He alone could see the full strangeness of the scene. Snape in his nightshirt, Filch clutching the egg, and Harish standing uselessly just below them in his pajamas and under an invisibility cloak. Moody's lopsided mouth fell open in surprise. For a few seconds, he and Harish stared straight at each other. Then, Moody closed his mouth and turned his blue eye upon Snape again. Did I hear that correctly, Snape? He asked slowly. Someone broke into your office. It is unimportant, Snape replied coldly. On the contrary, Moody growled, it is very important. Who'd want to break into your office? A student, I dare say, Snape said. Harish could see a vein flickering horribly in his head. It has happened before. Potion ingredients have gone missing from my private store. Students attempting illicit mixtures, no doubt. Reckon they were after your potion ingredients, Moody questioned. Not hiding anything else in your office, are you? You know I am hiding nothing, Moody, he said in a soft and dangerous voice, as you've searched my office pretty thoroughly yourself. Moody's face twisted into a smile. Auror's privilege, Snape. Dumbledore told me to keep an eye. Dumbledore happens to trust me, Snape said through clenched teeth. I refuse to believe that he gave you orders to search my office. Course Dumbledore trusts you, Moody growled. He's a trusting man, isn't he? Believes in second chances. But me, I say there are spots that don't come off, Snape. Spots that never come off, do you know what I mean? Snape suddenly seized his left forearm as though it had burned him. Harish, of course, knew that it was where dark marks were located. Did this mean that Snape was a Death Eater? It would make sense why Karkaroff would talk to him about his dark mark. It also made sense why Voldemort hadn't called him right away, because Dumbledore would be sure to find out if Voldemort did. Moody laughed. Get back to bed, Snape. You don't have any authority to send me anywhere. Snape hissed, letting go of his arm as though angry with himself. I have as much right to prowl this school after dark as you do. Well, prowl away, then, Moody said with a smile, though his voice was full of menace. I look forward to meeting you in a dark corridor sometime. And Snape stalked off with a huff. Harish almost laughed as he noticed that Snape looked less than half as menacing as he was when he had robes to swish dramatically. Now, Filch, Moody said, if you'll just hand me that egg. No, Filch exclaimed, clutching the egg to his chest. Professor Moody, this is evidence of Peeves' treachery. It's the property of the champion he stole it from, now hand it over. Filch handed the egg to Moody and disappeared from view, muttering, never mind, my sweet we'll see Dumbledore in the morning tell him what Peeves was up to. A door slammed. Harish was left waiting for Moody to give his egg back. Moody did so after moments' silence. Thanks, Professor, Harish muttered before walking down the rest of the stairs. Moody's voice halted him. Nothing like a nighttime stroll to give you ideas to solve the clue, Blake, Moody said with an odd expression. Harish nodded awkwardly before pushing through the tapestry and finding his way down to the common room. He walked past the green couches, pulling off the cloak. Then, he went down a flight of stairs to the sixth-year boys' dormitory. Once inside, he dropped onto his bed, and fell asleep. That had certainly been an experience he would not like to repeat. It took both Fred and George nearly half an hour to get Harish up in time for classes the next day. He ate breakfast quickly before hurrying back down to the dormitory where he put his school books back into his book bag and slipped magical water plants of the Highland Locks in as well. Then, the teen hurried up to meet with the twins and they went off to classes together. That day in Charms, Harish told them about his nighttime adventure. The twins were impressed that he had figured the riddle out so quickly, but agreed with him that he was stupid for getting stuck in that trick step. Then, they began discussing the second task once again. But, Harish, Fred said as they were dismissed from class. How are you going to breathe underwater? Well, Harish replied, we have been learning human transfiguration in class, but I don't think I am quite ready for that yet. I might do it wrong and end up horribly mutating myself. And of course, the next option would be the bubblehead charm, but that one I think is a bit overused and it won't really help for much but breathing. So, that's why I have this. He held up his book he had received for Christmas. Magical Water Plants of the Highland Locks. The twins both read the title aloud. I thought it might have something in here that would help, Harish replied. I've been reading through it. Harish put the book back into his bag as they entered their potions classroom and the three of them sat at a table at the back of the room. That evening Harish was reading through his plant book when he suddenly exclaimed, I found it. I found it. All of his friends all turned and looked at him with curiosity and Fred and George climbed over the couch to have a look. Found what? Draco asked. The key to breathing underwater for an hour. It's gillyweed. Gillyweed. Everyone asked. This here says that it causes someone to sprout gills, Harish said, and that their hands and feet web over like a frog's. That would work. The twins exclaimed. Gills would let you breathe, obviously, Fred said. And webbed feet would make you go faster. George added. The only thing is, Harish said. I don't have any gillyweed. Can you even buy gillyweed in your everyday apothecary? Draco asked. Everyone turned and looked at Hermione. Why are you looking at me? Hermione protested. You're the one that always knows everything, Draco replied. On the contrary, I do not know everything, Hermione harumphed, sticking her nose in the air. Maybe I could send a letter and ask my father, Harish said. Good idea, the twins said agreeably. If not, Hermione said as they left the room, I know Professor Snape has some in his private stores. Harish went down to his dormitory and wrote a letter to his father, asking about Gillyweed. He wrote one to Sirius while he was at it, telling him everything that was going on, including Snape's office being broken into. Then, the young wizard went up to the Ollery and sent them both off with a school owl. Finally, Harish returned to the common room just before curfew and went to bed. The next day, February started with a bang. The twins had calculated the weeks they would be taking the lessons and discovered that the apparition tests would be 3 weeks after they turned 17. Harish sulked. It also happened to be 16 weeks before his own birthday. The first day of the month also happened to be the first Saturday of the month, and it was the day of the first lesson. Harish, Fred, and George arrived in the Great Hall to discover that all of the tables had disappeared. Though it was still chilly outside, the snow had melted, signifying that the rainy season had begun. Because of this, rain lashed against the windows and the ceiling swirled with darkness as the sixth years assembled in front of Professors McGonagall, Snape, Flitwick, and Sprout, the heads of houses, and a small wizard whom Harish took to be the apparition instructor from the ministry. He was oddly colorless, with transparent eyelashes, wispy hair, and an insubstantial air, as though a single gust of wind might blow him away. Harish vaguely wondered whether his odd appearance was caused by him apparating so much, as Harish was sure he taught apparition every year, or whether it was just an ideal build for someone wishing to vanish. Good morning, the ministry wizard said, when all the students had arrived and the heads of houses had called for quiet. My name is Wilkie Twycross and I shall be your ministry apparition instructor for the next 12 weeks. I hope to be able to prepare you for your apparition tests in this time, by which time many of you may be ready to take your tests. As you may know, it is usually impossible to apparate or disapparate within Hogwarts. The headmaster has lifted this enchantment, purely within the Great Hall, for 1 hour, so as to enable you to practice. May I emphasize that you will not be able to apparate outside the walls of this hall, and that you would be unwise to try. I would like each of you to place yourselves now so that you have 5 clear feet of space in front of you. There was a great scrambling and jostling as people separated, banged into each other, and ordered others out of their space. The heads of houses moved among the students, marshalling them into position and breaking up arguments. Then, they called for quiet once again as everyone was situated. Thank you, Twycross said. Now then, he waved his wand. Old-fashioned wooden hoops instantly appeared on the floor in front of every student. The important thing to remember when apparating are the 3 Ds. Twycross exclaimed. Destination, determination, and deliberation. Step 1. Fix your mind firmly on the desired destination, Twycross informed them. In this case, the interior of your hoop. Kindly concentrate upon that destination now. Everyone glanced around furtively to check that everyone else was staring into their hoop, and then hastily did as they were told. Harish stared at the circular patch of dusty floor enclosed by his hoop and tried to think of nothing else. This was proving difficult, as he kept wondering whether his father had gotten his letter yet or not, as it had been 2 days since he had sent it. Step 2, Twycross said, interrupting Harish's thoughts, who hastily began focusing on his hoop once again. Focus your determination to occupy the visualized space. Let your yearning to enter it flood from your mind to every part of your body. Harish had no idea what the dotty old man had meant by that, so he tried to imagine himself disappearing with a pop and reappearing inside the circle. Step 3, Twycross called, and only when I give the command turn on the spot, feeling your way into nothingness, moving with deliberation. On my command, now 1. Harish glanced around again. There were a lot of people that looked absolutely distressed at being asked to apparate so quickly. 2. Harish tried to fix his thoughts on his hoop again. He had already forgotten what the 3 Ds stood for. 3. Harish spun on the spot, lost balance, and nearly fell over. He was not the only one. The whole hall was suddenly full of staggering people. Adrian Pusey had spun himself right into the person next to him. Marcus Belby had done a sort of pirouetting leap into his hoop and had looked momentarily thrilled before he had caught sight of Lee Jordan roaring in laughter at him. Never mind, Twycross said dryly, who did not seem to have expected anything better. Adjust your hoops, please, and back to your original positions. Harish forced himself to focus, as he knew his father would be disappointed in him. He returned to his spot, staring a hole into his hoop and repeating the 3 Ds once he had remembered what they stood for. Twycross began counting once again. 1. Harish stared into his hoop, his destination, and once again imagined himself appearing inside it. 2. Harish was certainly determined all right. He was determined to prove himself to his father. He braced himself and felt his magic flooding his body. 3. Harish turned on his heel, his magic pulsing through his body, with what he hoped was deliberation. He was still focusing on his hoop with all of his might. Suddenly, everything went black. For a moment, Harish thought he had made himself pass out. Perhaps he had forgotten to breathe because he had been concentrating too hard. As he thought this, he realized he still couldn't breathe. It felt as though he were being shoved through a rubber tube. There were iron bands tightening around his chest, his eyes were being forced into his skull, his eardrums felt as though they would burst, and then he gulped in great lungfuls of air and opened his streaming eyes. He swayed and fell over onto his butt, and then realized he was sprawled inside his hoop. Harish was congratulated for being the first to successfully manage apparition, and Twycross told him he could sit out the next attempt in order to catch his breath. The rest of the session, Harish was the only one who managed to apparate successfully. Alicia Spinnet had managed to apparate inside her hoop on the 5th try, but had accidentally splinched her ears. How that happened, Harish had no idea, but Twycross had said that it came from lack of determination. An hour later, Twycross fastened his cloak at his neck and said, "Until next Saturday, everyone, do not forget, destination, determination, deliberation." And with that, he waved his wand, vanishing the hoops, and walked out of the hall accompanied by Professor McGonagall. Talk broke out at once as people began moving toward the entrance hall. "Of course you were the only one to apparate," Fred muttered as he and his twin walked over to Harish. "I think the last time I tried, I felt something," George protested. "A kind of tingling in my feet." Harish laughed. "Lighten up," he said. "It is not the end of the world that you didn't manage the first day. Besides, at least you'll be able to take your test sooner than me. I have the lovely benefit of knowing that I can apparate, but I won't be allowed to until almost next fall." "What did it feel like?" both twins asked. "Like being eaten by the giant squid," Harish replied, massaging his ribs. "I couldn't breathe." The twins and Harish joined in a moment later. They were still laughing when they entered the common room. Draco looked at Harish as though his head had been cut off, only making them laugh harder. Days passed and Harish still had not received a reply from either Voldemort or Sirius. As it began to get closer and closer to the 24th of February, Harish began to worry, and wonder if the owl he had used had gotten lost or something. Time began to fly much like it had before the first task and Harish still had no letter. It was as though someone had bewitched all of the clocks in Hogwarts to go extra fast. There was a week to go before February 24th. There was still time. Another apparition lesson had passed and Fred had managed to apparate. There were 5 days to go. His father was bound to send a letter soon. Professor Moody made them cast very complex hexes nonverbally on rodents. Finally, when there were 3 days left before the second task, Harish received a very short letter from his father. "Don't worry. I have it covered." He had it covered. What was that supposed to mean? Did he have gillyweed? How was he planning on getting it to Harish? Then, the next day Harish received a letter from Sirius. This one was just as short, but had a slightly different note to it. "Send date of next Hogsmeade weekend by return owl." "Weekend after next," Fred said, as both of the twins had read the note over his shoulder. "Here," George muttered, "use my quill." And Harish scrawled the date of the next Hogsmeade weekend on the back of the slip of parchment and sent it back with the owl that had brought it. What does he want to know about the next Hogsmeade weekend for? The twins asked. Harish shrugged. He was still pondering what Voldemort meant, and was still very worried as there were 2 days until the second task and he still did not have any gillyweed. By the evening before the second task, Harish had sent his father multiple letters about what he meant, but had received no reply. He finally resigned himself to trusting that the Dark Lord knew what he was doing and he would just have to have faith in him. Still, he was too nervous to do any of his homework. He sat in the common room, staring at the fire. Everyone else went to bed early with an exception for the twins, who were in the library figuring out a new joke product. Draco and Daphne tried to convince Harish to go to bed, but they were unsuccessful. Go on down, Daphne, Draco said. I'll talk to him. Daphne nodded and went to her own dormitory. Then, Draco said, come on Harish, you'll need your strength for tomorrow. I won't be able to sleep anyway, Harish protested. I'm just too worried. What if I show up tomorrow for the task, unprepared and looking like a fool? You won't, Draco reassured him. Your father is a smart man. He's probably just been busy or something. Just then, the entrance to the common room opened and the twins came in. Draco, Professor McGonagall wants you, George informed him. Why? Draco asked. They shrugged. She was looking sort of grim, though, George replied. Grim? Draco asked, walking out of the common room. The twins then rounded on Harish. Without a word to him, they seized his arms and dragged him off the couch. Fine, fine, he snapped. I'll go to bed. And he followed them down the stairs to their dormitory and went to bed. He drifted asleep some time past 1 o'clock in the morning. Harish woke up to someone poking him. Stop it, he mumbled, rolling over and planting his face in his pillow. That hurts. Young Master Harish must wake up, sir. Stop poking me. Dobby must poke Master Harish, sir, he must wake up. Harish opened his eyes. His house elf, Dobby, was standing to the side of his bed. His hand was clenched around something that was dripping onto the floor. Dobby brought this for you. Dobby said happily, unclenching his hand and holding out something that looked like a dripping pile of worms. Is that gillyweed, sir? Dobby chirped happily. Master Blake told me to bring it to Master Harish, and Dobby was very glad to bring it, sir, for Master Blake said that you would need it to stay alive. Harish took the gillyweed from Dobby and stuffed it in his pocket. How much time have I got? Do you know? Master Harish is having 1 hour before his task. Harish breathed a sigh of relief. He would have plenty of time to get down there. Thanks, Dobby, he said. Master Harish is a good, kind master. Dobby squeaked happily. Yeah, Harish said as he pulled on a pair of sweatpants under his robes. Could you help me find my knife I got from Sirius? Dobby snapped his fingers and the knife appeared in his hand. Here you goes, sir. Harish took it and held it in his teeth. Thanks, he said again before dashing off down to the lake. He figured he would need the knife, because he knew it unlocked any lock and he had no idea whether the merpeople would protect the object they stole from him or not. When he arrived at the lake, he discovered that Crumb was already there, wearing a pair of swim trunks. Fleur was not there yet. Harish took off his robes, his socks, and his shoes and stuffed them into his bag. He made sure that the gillyweed was in the pocket of his sweatpants and took the knife out of his mouth and put it in his other pocket. You boys ready? Bagman asked. Both Harish and Crumb nodded. Fleur showed up a minute later. Bagman then began moving along the champions and spacing them each 10 feet apart from the other. Harish held his wand ready as he waited for the task to start. Sonorous, Bagman said and his voice boomed across the lake. Well, all our champions are ready for the second task, which will start on my whistle. They have precisely 1 hour to recover what has been taken from them. 1. Harish pulled the gillyweed out of his pocket. 2. He stuffed it in his mouth and began to chew vigorously. It was oddly rubbery. 3. Harish swallowed with much difficulty and began wading into the water, waiting for something to happen. The water was so cold he felt the skin on his leg searing as though it were on fire. He was waist-deep when he suddenly realized he couldn't breathe. It felt as though an invisible pillow had been pressed on his nose and mouth. He felt the side of his neck and discovered that he had gills. Without pausing to think, he did the only thing that made sense in that moment. He shoved his wand into his pocket and dove forward into the water. The first gulp of icy water felt like the breath of life. His head stopped spinning. The teen took another great gulp of water and felt it pass smoothly through his gills, sending oxygen back to his brain. He stretched out his hands in front of him and looked at them. They looked ghostly and green underwater and had become webbed. He twisted around to look at his bare feet, they were webbed too. The water didn't feel icy anymore, either, Harish realized as he kicked his legs, propelling himself forward with much more thrust than usual. The teen guessed that it was because of the flippers. He also noticed that he could see very clearly and no longer felt the need to blink. Harish soon had swum so far into the lake that he could no longer see the bottom. He flipped over and dove into its depths. Silence pressed in on his ears as he soared over a strange, dark, and foggy landscape. He could only see about 10 feet around him, so that as he sped through the water new scenes seemed to loom suddenly out of the darkness. He swam deeper and deeper, out toward the middle of the lake, his eyes wide and staring through the eerily gray-lit water around him to the shadows beyond where the water became opaque. Small fish flitted past him like silver darts. Once or twice he thought he saw something larger moving ahead of him, but when he got nearer, he discovered it to be nothing but a large blackened log, or a dense clump of weed. There was no sign of any of the other champions, merpeople, or larger sea creatures. Light green weed stretched ahead of him as far as he could see, 2 feet deep, like a meadow of very overgrown grass. Harish was staring ahead of him, trying to discern shapes through the gloom, and then without warning, something grabbed his ankle. Harish twisted around to see a Grindylow, a small, horned water demon, poking out the weed, its long fingers clutching Harish's leg very tightly, its pointed fangs bared. Harish stuck his webbed hand into his pocket and fumbled for his wand. By the time he had grasped it, 2 more Grindylows had risen out of the gloom, seized his trouser legs, and were attempting to drag him down. "Relatio!" Harish shouted, except no sound came out. A large bubble issued from his mouth, and his wand, instead of emitting sparks, released a jet of boiling water that left angry red patches on the Grindylow's arms. Harish pulled his ankle out of the Grindylow's grip and swam as fast as he could, occasionally sending more jets of boiling water over his shoulder. Every now and then he felt one of the Grindylows snatch at his foot again, and he kicked out, hard. He felt his foot connect with a horned skull and turned around to see a dazed Grindylow drifting down toward the weeds. Harish slowed down a little, slipped his wand into his pocket, and looked around, listening again. He turned full circle in the water, the silence pressing harder than ever against his eardrums. He knew he must be even deeper in the lake now, but nothing was moving but the rippling weed. "How are you getting on?" Harish thought he was going to have a heart attack. It was a good thing he had gills, because he was sure that if he hadn't, that he would have swallowed a huge mouthful of water. He whipped around and saw Ning Myrtle floating hazily in front of him, gazing at him through her thick, pearly glasses. "Myrtle!" Harish exclaimed in surprise, but no sound escaped. Just an especially large bubble. Harish's eyes narrowed in annoyance and made a mental note that he shouldn't try to say anything else. Ning Myrtle giggled at him. "You want to try over there?" she said, pointing. "I won't come with you, I don't like them much." Harish gave her a thumbs up to show that he understood what she said, and swam in the direction she had pointed. He was careful to swim a bit higher above the weed to avoid any more Grindylows that might be lurking in there. He swam for what felt like at least 20 minutes. He was passing over vast expanses of black mud now, which swirled murkily as he disturbed the water. Then, at long last, he could hear faint singing. "An hour long you have to look. And recover what we took." Harish swam faster and soon saw a large rock emerge out of the muddy water ahead. It had paintings of merpeople on it. They were carrying spears and chasing what looked like the giant squid. Harish swam on past the rock, following the mersong. "Your time's half gone, so tarry not. Lest what you seek stays here to rot." A cluster of crude stone dwellings stained with algae loomed suddenly out of the gloom on all sides. Here and there at the dark windows, Harish could make out faces. They were gray with dark green hair falling around them. Their eyes were as yellow as their broken teeth, and they wore thick ropes of pebbles around their necks. They leered at Harish as he swam past, and he sneered back. 1 or 2 of them emerged from their caves to watch him better, their powerful, silver fish tails beating the water, spears clutched in their hands. Harish sped on, staring around, and soon the dwellings became more numerous. There were gardens of wheat around some of them, and he even saw a pet Grindylow tied to a stake outside on door. Merpeople were emerging on all sides now, watching him eagerly, pointing at his webbed hands and gills, talking behind their hands to each other. Harish sped around the corner and a very strange sight met his eyes. A whole crowd of merpeople were floating in front of the houses that lined what looked like an underwater version of a town square. A choir of merpeople were singing in the middle, calling the champions toward them, and behind them rose a crude sort of statue, a gigantic merperson hewn from a boulder. 3 people were bound tightly to its stone tail. On the left was the girl that Crumb had taken to the dance, her black locks floating around her face. In between her and a tiny girl with clouds of silvery hair, which Harish guessed must be Fleur's sister, was a boy. His eyes were shut and his own hair was loose and swaying in the water. It was Draco. So that was what McGonagall had wanted him for the previous night. Harish swam forward and took the pocket knife Sirius had given him out of his pocket. He pulled out a sharp knife out of it and hacked the rope that was tied to Draco's ankles. Once he was free, he began floating toward the surface, still appearing to be unconscious. Harish grabbed him and began to pull him up to the surface. It was very difficult, as Draco was fully clothed and his robes were making him seem twice as heavy as usual, as they were full of water. Harish kicked, and he looked down and saw that there were no longer webs on his feet. He looked up and saw that the surface was no more than 10 feet away. It suddenly became a lot harder to breathe, and Harish was finding that the air was a lot wetter than it had been previously. At 5 feet to go, Harish felt his neck and discovered that the gills were gone. He held his breath. As the teen's lungs began searing in pain and all of his muscles began to protest, his head finally broke the surface of the water and he gasped in, cold air filling his lungs. His wet face stung from the sheer coldness of the air. Harish looked around to see that Draco had woken up and was swimming toward the shore. The crowd in the stands was making a great deal of noise. People were shouting and screaming, they all seemed to be on their feet. Harish clambered out of the water shakily after Draco and Madame Pomfrey bustled over. "Come here, you," she said, seizing the two boys and pulled them over to where Fleur was sitting, huddled under a blanket. She wrapped them in blankets and forced a measure of a very hot potion down their throats. Steams gushed out of the two teens' ears. "Gabrielle," Fleur said to Harish, "my little sister. Did you see her? Is she all right?" "She's fine," Harish replied. "I don't think Dumbledore will let any of them drown, don't you worry." He hoped that this would silence Fleur. But she seemed to be really chatty. "It was Z Grindylows they attacked me." "Oh, yeah," Harish said. "They attacked me too. I used Relatio. It worked rather well." "So did your father send you the gillyweed?" Draco asked. "Yes," Harish replied, laughing as he remembered how needlessly worried he had been. "Dobby brought some to me this morning." "You almost missed Z deadline," Fleur informed him. "I know," Harish replied. "When I got to where the captives were held, the merpeople were singing about how half of our hour was up. And it took at least 5 minutes to free Draco." "Look," Draco exclaimed. "There's Crumb." And, sure enough, they could see Crumb emerge out of the water. He was helping his girlfriend out of the water, who kept slipping on stones and moss. After they had reached the shore, dozens of merpeople emerged, smiling. Several of them were helping Gabrielle get to shore, as she was having trouble swimming. As soon as Fleur spotted her sister, she rushed over and helped her out of the water. Then, she and her sister began gabbing in French. Dumbledore walked over and talked to the chief, a fierce-looking mermaid. She was making screeching noises and Dumbledore was talking back and forth with her. It seemed as though Dumbledore could speak Mermish. Finally, he straightened up, turned to his fellow judges, and said, "A conference before we give the marks, I think." The judges went into a huddle. Madame Pomfrey had gone over to treat Gabrielle, as she had already given a pepper-up potion to Crumb and his lady friend. Bagman's magically magnified voice finally boomed across the lake once more, making all of the champions jump, and causing the crowd in the stands to go very quiet. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached our decision. Merchieftainess Muris has told us exactly what happened at the bottom of the lake and we have therefore decided to award marks out of 50 for each of the champions, as follows. Fleur Delacour, though she demonstrated excellent use of the bubblehead chart, was attacked by Grindylows as she approached her goal, and failed to retrieve her hostage. We award her 25 points. All of the students in the stands applauded politely. I deserved 0, Fleur said throatily, shaking her silvery hair. Harish Blake, who used gillyweed to great effect, was the first to return with his hostage with only 5 minutes to spare. Enormous cheers rose from the Slytherin crowd and some other Hogwarts students as well. Draco clapped him on the back. We award him 47 points. Finally, Victor Crumb used an incomplete form of transfiguration, which was nevertheless effective, and was second to return with his hostage. We award him 40 points. Karkaroff clapped particularly hard, looking very superior. The third and final task will take place at dusk on the 24th of June, Bagman continued. The champions will be notified of what is coming precisely 1 month beforehand. Thank you all for your support of the champions. Harish smiled, now that the task was finally over. Madame Pomfrey herded all of the champions and their hostages back up to the castle to change into dry clothes. Now Harish had the reassurance that he would be told what was coming in advance for the next task. Harish walked up to the castle happily and the rest of his friends were waiting on him when he and Draco arrived in the common room. They all happily spoke of a party that the twins were planning on throwing that night. Too bad Harish never made it to the party. The evening had started normal enough. Everyone in the Slytherin common room had wanted Harish and Draco to regale the story over and over again. Harish was quite enjoying himself, at first. Then, he started feeling a bit off color. Like that feeling you get when you are beginning to come down with something, feeling bad but not enough to identify the symptoms. Not wanting to really do anything or move much. Finally, Harish turned Pansy Parkinson down on another account of what had happened, and left the room full of people, saying that he needed air. Then, he went out to an abandoned courtyard and sat down under a tree. The teen sat there for a while, taking long, deep breaths. Then, Harish lifted a shaky hand and wiped his brow. His hand was wet. Harish figured that he must have been coming down with some sort of sickness, so he got up and walked slowly toward the hospital wing. The more time passed, the worse Harish began to feel, and the longer it seemed it was taking him to get to the hospital wing. Then, Professor McGonagall suddenly walked out in front of him and stopped at the sight of him. "Mr. Blake," she asked, "may I help you?" Harish blinked as the room began swaying. There was a horrible pressure behind his ears and somehow the words McGonagall was saying were not connecting to his brain properly. Harish tried to tell her that he wasn't feeling well, but nothing but a mumble came out of his mouth. "Mr. Blake, are you all right?" McGonagall asked. Darkness closed in on him as his eyes rolled up into his skull and he pitched forward, his mouth foaming. "Hawish. What's wrong with Hawish?" The twins returned from the kitchens loaded down with food, smiling widely. "The party's here," they exclaimed as the entrance to the common room was opened. Everyone else rushed forward, eager to celebrate their champions achieving first place, but as the twins glanced around the room, they saw that the champion they were celebrating was nowhere to be found. "Where's Harish?" George asked Fred. Fred shrugged. "Have either of you seen Harish?" Daphne asked as they joined the others. "We thought he was with all of you guys." "He left half an hour ago," Hermione said. "Yeah, he said he needed air," Draco added. "We thought he went to meet up with you guys, or something," Daphne explained. "No," both twins replied slowly. "We haven't seen him," Fred said. "At all," George added. "This isn't like him," Daphne pondered aloud. Everyone else nodded in agreement. It was certainly not like Harish to pass up an opportunity for food and attention. "Not at all, not at all." "Minerva," Madame Pomfrey gasped, bustling out of her office. She had heard the doors to the infirmary open and when she had stuck her head out of the door, she had seen McGonagall with her wand out, hovering a stretcher in front of her. Lying on the stretcher was Harish Blake, who was deathly pale. The Medowitch hurried over and said, "Put him on this bed." McGonagall did as she was told, transferring Harish from the conjured stretcher to the hospital bed. "How did he get like this?" Madame Pomfrey asked. Professor McGonagall explained about how she was leaving her office to send the last few straggling students to their common rooms, as it was almost curfew when Harish had walked up, pale as death and shaking all over. Then, she had proceeded to tell the nurse about how exactly Harish had passed out. While she did this, Madame Pomfrey examined the teen. His breathing was very shallow and his heart was pumping very fast. "Sounds as if he was poisoned," Madame Pomfrey mused. "Poisoned?" McGonagall asked in concern. Although Harish was not in her house, he still seemed like a nice boy and she was as concerned for him as she would be for any other student. The nurse nodded. Then, she went rummaging in a cabinet for a second. Then, she managed to get a bezoar down the boy's throat. As soon as it reached his stomach, Harish began coughing, before falling into a deep sleep. His breathing and heart rate had returned to normal. "Should I firecall his father?" McGonagall asked. Madame Pomfrey shook her head. "He doesn't need to have any visitors tonight. If he doesn't wake by tomorrow morning, I will call his father here. In the meantime, I think his friends and Albus need to be informed." And she cast a monitoring spell on Harish before bustling out of the infirmary with Professor McGonagall. Worried. Harish woke up with a groan. He blinked his eyes open with much difficulty to see a blurry shape in front of him. A second later, the shape came into focus and Harish realized that it was Madame Pomfrey, her back turned to him, fluffing pillows on an empty bed. Then, she turned around and caught sight of him looking at her. "Ah, Mr. Blake," she exclaimed. "How are you feeling?" "Like I got hit in the head with a bludger," Harish replied, his voice sounding odd and scratchy. "What happened to me?" "I believe you were poisoned," she replied. "Poisoned?" Harish squawked. Then, as he thought about it, it wasn't all that surprising. He shrugged. It seemed as if someone really had it in for him. Harish looked down to see that he was wearing a pair of pajamas. He glanced over to see that his wand was sitting on his bedside table. Harish grabbed up and shakily stood up. Searing pain shot up his legs. "And what do you think you are doing?" Madame Pomfrey asked. "Going to class," Harish exclaimed. "No," Madame Pomfrey scolded, pushing Harish back down onto the bed by his shoulders. "You need rest. You still need to recover from being sick." Harish kicked his legs back onto the bed with annoyance, leaned against his pillows, and crossed his arms with a huff. "Maybe if you agree to be good, I'll send your friends in with some books," she said. "Fine," Harish said through gritted teeth. Then Madame Pomfrey insisted he take a dreamless sleep potion before striding away. Harish was asleep before his head hit the pillow. When he awoke again, he found that he was feeling much better. The teen also made the pleasant discovery of a stack of books sitting on his bedside cabinet. He glanced around. It was dark in the ward and moonlight spilled in from the windows that lined the wall opposite his bed. Harish grabbed his wand and a book, muttering, "Lumos." His wand lit and he began reading with a sigh. It seemed as though he spent a lot more time in the infirmary than the regular student. He read for a few hours before falling asleep once again. He awoke the next morning rather late. He had missed breakfast and lunch, but Madame Pomfrey gave him a tray of food. Then, the teen was joined by his friends. "So, how are you feeling?" Daphne asked him. "Much better," Harish replied with a smile. "Do you know what happened to you?" Hermione questioned. "Well, Madame Pomfrey thinks I was poisoned." "Poisoned?" They all gasped. "Yeah," Harish replied. "Someone must have slipped me something the day of the second task at breakfast." "What exactly happened?" the twins asked. And Harish gave them his own account of what happened, telling them about how he had started to feel sick but ended up collapsing on McGonagall. "But who might have poisoned him?" Draco queried. "Whoever put his name in the goblet, that's for sure," Fred replied. "I still wish we knew the motive behind these assassination attempts, as well as who did it," Harish said glumly. Everyone nodded knowingly and Hermione patted him on the arm. "Don't worry, Harish," she said. "I am sure we'll catch them eventually." "Yeah," George said. "We might catch them with a hex or two. And force feed them sweets that make their nose bleed so much they die of blood loss," George proclaimed. Everyone else made a face and looked at him weird. "Ah," Draco said, voicing everyone else's thoughts. Harish shook his head and smiled. The next morning, Madame Pomfrey let him go after one more check-up, and Harish dashed to his class. He had a lot of work to make up on, which was not something anyone looked forward to. There was a lot of speculation that went around the castle while Harish was sick. All of it was about him, wondering where he was, whether he had died, whether he had left the school when Harish finally did return to school. Everyone had gotten him to regale both the second task and his near-death experience so many times that he was soon sick of it. That weekend he spent all of his time catching up on all of the work he had missed. Then, the week after that went by so slow that Harish was sure Saturday would never come. The Friday before their Hogsmeade weekend, Harish got another short message from Sirius. "Be at style at end of road of Hogsmeade past Dervish and Banges at 2 o'clock on Saturday afternoon. Bring as much food as you can." "You don't think he's come back to Hogsmeade, do you?" Fred asked over Harish's shoulder. Harish grabbed his school bag, cast a charm on it to keep food fresh, and began piling any food he could grab into the bag. "It does look like it, doesn't it?" George replied. "He has," Harish stated after a pause. "My father told him to." "Your father told him to?" Draco asked, who had been watching their interaction. "Why?" "He wants someone to keep an eye on me," Harish said. And it's a good thing, too, Hermione said. With yet another attempt to kill you. Harish rolled his eyes. Yeah, but it's not like he's in the castle. He certainly didn't prevent me from being poisoned. Not even Dumbledore could have prevented you from being poisoned, Hermione reasoned. I mean, how is Sirius supposed to know someone would be slipping poison into your morning pumpkin juice? Harish opened his mouth angrily to retort, but Daphne said quite suddenly, we're going to be late for potions. Hermione glanced down at her watch before leaping to her feet, exclaiming, Holy cricket, we are late. And she dashed off. Draco smirked and followed. Daphne gave Harish a smile and was the last to reach their potions class. They made to the class just before the bell rang and found their seats, panting heavily. Ron shot them glares from across the room and Neville was sitting next to him with a subdued expression on his face. They copied down the instructions that were on the board and began working on their potions for that day. Nothing unusual, or worth noting at all, happened until a knock sounded on the dungeon door. Enter, Snape said. The class looked around as the door opened. It was very unusual for anyone to interrupt potions classes. Professor Karkaroff came in. Everyone watched him as he walked up to Snape's desk. He was twisting his finger around his goatee and looking agitated. We need to talk, Karkaroff said abruptly when he had reached Snape. He seemed so determined that no one should hear what he was saying, that he was barely moving his lips. Luckily for Harish, Draco, Daphne, and Hermione were sitting at the very front of the room, directly in front of Snape. Most people didn't like being near the man, so that was the only table available as the three Slytherins had come in so late. Draco tried not to eavesdrop on his godfather, gently chopping his ginger roots, but failed miserably. I'll talk to you after my lesson, Karkaroff, Snape muttered, but Karkaroff interrupted him. I want you to know now, while you can't slip off, Severus. You've been avoiding me. After the lesson, Snape snapped. Pretending to inspect a measure of armadillo bile, Draco snuck a sidelong glance at the pair of them. Karkaroff looked extremely worried, and Snape looked angry. As the bell rang, Draco knocked Daphne's armadillo bile into the floor and said, Here, let me clean this up for you. I'll help you, Daphne exclaimed, and they both grabbed a rag and ducked under their table to listen. Hermione rolled her eyes and strolled out of the dungeon. What's so urgent? They heard Snape hiss at Karkaroff. This, Karkaroff said, still making every effort not to move his lips. Draco and Daphne both peered up through the legs of their table to see Karkaroff show Snape something on his left forearm. From the angle they were at, they could not tell what it was. But as both were raised in pureblood families, neither of them had any trouble guessing what it was. The dark mark. Do you see? It's never been this clear, never since. Put it away. Snape snarled, his black eyes sweeping the classroom. But you must have noticed, Karkaroff started, sounding even more agitated. We can talk later, Karkaroff, Snape spat. Greengrass, Malfoy, what are you doing? Both of them shot up, clutching their bile-covered rags. Cleaning up my armadillo bile, Professor, Daphne said, smiling innocently. And I was helping her, Draco added quickly. Karkaroff turned on his heel and strode out of the dungeon. He still looked worried, but now was showing traces of anger. Neither of them wanting to be stuck in the room with an exceptionally angry Snape, both Draco and Daphne rushed out to the courtyard to tell Harish all about what they had overheard. When they did tell him, Harish informed the others about what he and Daphne had overheard at the Yule Ball. The next day the 3 sixth years went to another apparition lesson before meeting up with the 3 third years and Ginny, who had been talking about what Harish and Daphne had heard at the Yule Ball. As they walked down to Hogsmeade, Draco asked, Wait, but what were you two doing there anyway? They both blushed, remembering their key. We just needed to cool off a bit from the dancing, Harish replied awkwardly. They walked in silence and the girls left to go buy more quills while the guys went to buy Quidditch supplies. What else happened while you were out there? Hermione asked Daphne curiously. Daphne shrugged, flushing deeper. You didn't, Key? Hermione asked. Daphne nodded. Hermione squealed and hugged her friend. So what was it like? Hermione asked. Wonderful, Daphne replied. The twins wheedled this information out of Harish as well. When they asked him the same question, he replied with, Well, I dunno, I guess, I mean, it was really nice, he finished with a happy sigh. The twins snorted. The two groups met up again and Draco and Ginny separated from the group to go to the 3 broomsticks. Hermione went back to the castle, as she had some last-minute homework to do. Then, the other four went to the end of the street to meet with Sirius. Towards the end, the cottages began to get fewer and fewer until finally they could see an enormous black dog that was carrying several newspapers in its mouth. "Hello, Sirius," Harish said quietly when they had reached him. The black dog sniffed Harish's bag full of food eagerly, wagged its tail once, and then turned away and began to trot away from them across the scrubby patch of ground that rose to meet the foot of the mountain. Harish, the twins, and Daphne climbed over the stile and followed. Sirius led them to the very foot of the mountain, where the ground was covered with boulders and rocks. It was easy for him, as he was on 4 legs, but the teens had trouble scrambling up the rocks and were soon out of breath. They followed Sirius higher, up onto the mountain itself. For nearly half an hour they climbed a steep, winding, and stony path, following Sirius's wagging tail. Harish cast a cooling charm on himself and switched his bag to the other shoulder as it started cutting into his skin. Then, at last, Sirius slipped out of sight, and when they reached the place where he had disappeared, they found a narrow cleft in the rock. The four squeezed into it and found themselves in a cool, dimly lit cave. Tethered at one end of the cave was Buckbeak the hippogriff. During the summer he had stayed in the stables at Slytherin Manor. Harish knew that at one point there had been horses there, but they had long since been gone since his ancestors had died out. The teens bowed to the creature, and after regarding them imperiously for a moment, Buckbeak bent one knee and allowed the twins to step forward slowly and pet his beak. Harish, however, turned to the black dog that had just transformed into his godfather. Sirius was wearing a set of robes Harish's father had bought for him, but he looked as unshaven and wild as when Harish had first met him. Other than that, his black hair was longer than it had been when Harish had last spoken to the man, and it was untidy and matted once more. He looked very thin. "Bacon," he said hoarsely after removing the old daily prophets from his mouth and tossing them aside. Harish pulled his bag open and handed Sirius fistfuls of bacon, a few chicken legs, and bread. "Thanks," Sirius said, eating 3 pieces of bacon at once. "I've been living off rats mostly. Can't steal too much from Hogsmeade without drawing attention to myself." He grinned at Harish, who grimaced. "What are you doing here?" he asked. "Fulfilling my duty as godfather," Sirius said, stripping meat off of a chicken leg with his teeth. "Your father sent me here." "I know that," Harish protested. "But why did he send you out here? It's not like you were in the castle to watch me." "You know I can't enter the castle," Sirius said with a hint of exasperation. He had been gnawing on his bone rather like a dog and was now waving around in aggravation. "Imagine if Dumbledore knew I was with you. Imagine if Dumbledore knew who you were. That would be disastrous." "I know," Harish grumbled. Sirius threw his bone to Buckbeak, who started crunching on it happily. "What your father did want me to tell you, after your poisoning and all, is to be careful. I know I told you before, but I am sure that you understand why I keep telling you." "Does father know who is trying to kill me?" Harish asked. Sirius gestured helplessly. "All I know is that whoever it is inside the castle, as I have told you before." "So he hasn't told you that he has a hunch, or that he has suspicions of who it may be?" "Harish," Sirius reminded him. "We are talking about Lord Voldemort. Of course he hasn't told me anything. But you have already told me all of this. Why did you bring me here to tell me again? I am afraid of our mail being intercepted. I wanted to talk in private, where there is no chance of anyone overhearing or anything. With the last letter you sent me, and then of course you being in the hospital wing, things are getting fishier. I've been stealing the paper every time someone throws one out, and by the looks of things, we aren't the only ones who are worried." "You and my father, you mean?" Harish asked, glancing at the pile of yellowing papers that Sirius pointed to. Daphne, who had already noticed the papers, was reading through a few of them. "That would be correct," Sirius replied with a smile. "So did you tell him about what I told you? About Jugson?" "Yes, I did," Sirius replied. He seemed rather concerned. "As you know, Jugson is a Death Eater, and Voldemort is quite certain that he did not send the man to the castle." Suddenly, Daphne interrupted their conversation by saying, "They make it sound as though he's dying." "Who?" Harish and the twins asked together. "Barty Crouch," Daphne replied. Harish noticed that Sirius was peering at her, trying to figure out who she was. "Oh," Sirius, this is Daphne Greengrass, Harish said, knowing that the two had not been formally introduced. Daphne, this is Sirius Black, my godfather. Pleased to meet you, Daphne said politely before returning to her newspaper. The pleasure is all mine, really, Sirius said with a wide smile. He shot Harish an approving look. Harish shook his head. Meanwhile, the twins were asking Daphne, what do you mean? Look, she said, handing the paper to them. Harish moved over to look at it over their shoulders. As Harish scanned the story, phrases like, hasn't been seen in public since November, house appears deserted street. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries declined comment, ministry refuses to confirm rumors of critical illness, jumped out at him. Our brother is Crouch's assistant, George said absently. He says Crouch is suffering from overwork, Fred informed them. Mind you, he did look ill last time I saw him up close, Harish said slowly, still reading through the article as well. It was the night the champions' names came out of the goblet of fire. Harish finished the article, and after the twins had as well, they set the paper down among all of the old daily prophets. Then, Harish muttered, still doesn't explain who's trying to have me killed. Or how Jugson got into the castle, Sirius said, agreeing with his godson. There was a moment of silence while everyone thought. Then, Sirius broke it by saying, you four had better return to the castle before you are missed. He turned to Harish and addressed him directly, I will be staying here until the end of the year. If you have an urgent message, I'll me, but don't use the same L every time. Harish nodded and the four of them squeezed out of the cave, heading back down the mountain. Sirius followed them as a dog. The trip down the mountainside was much faster than the trip up. Soon they were walking across the boulder-strewn ground, back to the stile. Here, Sirius allowed each of them to pat him on the head, before turning and setting off at a run around the outskirts of the village. Harish, the twins, and Daphne made their way back into Hogsmeade and up toward Hogwarts. I wonder if Percy's seen Crouch at all recently, Fred mused. You could always send him a letter and ask, Harish suggested. Yeah, George agreed. That's a great idea. How about we do that now? They walked up the stone steps into the entrance hall, where the delicious smells of dinner wafted toward them from the great hall. Poor old Snuffles, George said, breathing in the smell deeply. He must really like you, Harish. Imagine having to live off of rats. Harish and Daphne both shook their heads, before they caught each other's eyes and grinned. The twins went down to the common room to write a letter to their brother while Harish and Daphne headed inside the great hall and found their other friends already seated at dinner. Harish quietly told Draco, Ginny, and Hermione what they had talked about and where the twins were. The next day, Harish and the others agreed that they should send food to Sirius by owl. So, Harish and the twins went down to the kitchen later that day. Harish tickled the pear on the tapestry and it giggled, hardening into a handle. Harish turned the handle to see house elves all around, bowing and curtsying and bustling around making tea. No chance of any chocolates, is there? The twins asked. Soon, a platter of chocolates was zooming toward the three teens, supported by four house elves. Come on guys, we need to get stuff for Sirius, Harish said. The twins nodded, stuffing what chocolates they couldn't fit in their mouths into their pockets. Harish shook his head before turning to the elves and asking, could we have some extra food? They bowed delightedly and hurried off to get some more food. Harish glanced around the kitchen as a pudding was stuffed into his hands. Immediately one house elf stood out. Instead of wearing pristine white towels, like the rest of the Hogwarts elves wore, this one wore clothes that were so ragged, that they blended in with the blackened chimney behind it. The house elf sat on a stool in front of the fire, surrounded by butterbeer bottles. Harish walked over in disgust, and realized a second later that it was Crouch's old elf, Winky. Harish turned to call the twins over, only to discover that they had followed him. He then turned back to Winky. She was clutching a butterbeer, swaying, and staring into the fire. As they watched her, she gave an enormous hiccup. Winky hiccuped again and the elves that had brought the chocolates gave her disapproving looks as they returned to work. Hey Winky, Harish said, struck by a sudden realization. You don't know what Mr. Crouch might be up to, do you? Because he's stopped turning up to judge the Triwizard Tournament. Winky's eyes flickered. Her enormous pupils focused on Harish. She swayed slightly again and then said, Master is stopped. Coming. Yeah, Harish replied. We haven't seen him since the first task. The Daily Prophet is saying that he is ill. Winky swayed some more, staring blurrily at Harish. Master, hic, ill. Her bottom lip began to tremble. Master is needing his, hic, Winky. Master cannot, hic, manage, hic, all by himself. Well, I'm sure he is managing his housework fine, Harish said. Winky, hic, is not only, hic, doing housework for Mr. Crouch. Winky squeaked indignantly. That was the response Harish had hoped for. Master is, hic, trusting Winky with, hic, the most important, hic, the most secret. What? The twins asked in unison. Winky shook her head very hard, spilling butterbeer on herself. Harish shot them a glare. She had almost told them. Winky keeps, hic, her master's secrets, she said mutinously, swaying very heavily now, frowning up at the redheads with her eyes crossed. You is, hic, nosing, you is. Harish, who found himself losing patience, snapped, wizards don't nose. Mr. Crouch is no longer your master. Since you work here, we are your masters. I order you to tell us what secrets. You is nosing, hic, into masters, hic, private and secret, hic, Winky keeps her silence, hic, Winky is a good house elf, hic, people trying to, hic, pry and poke, hic. Winky's eyelids drooped and suddenly, without warning, she slid off her stool into the hearth, snoring loudly. The empty bottle of butterbeer rolled away across the stone-flagged floor. Half a dozen house elves hurried forward, looking disgusted. One of them picked up the bottle, the others covered Winky with a large checked tablecloth and tucked the ends in neatly, hiding her from view. We is sorry you had to see that, sirs. A nearby elf squeaked, shaking his head and looking very ashamed. We is hoping you will not judge us all by Winky, sirs. What is she doing here? Harish asked. Obviously she isn't doing any work. Master Dumbledore hired her out of pity, sirs, another elf told them. But she is drinking too many butterbeers to be working, sirs. House elves have no right to be unhappy when there is work to be done and masters to be served. All of the other elves nodded in agreement. It's all right, Harish said finally. You all do plenty of good work to make up for it. Thank you, sir. They all chimed. Harish had more food stuffed into his hands. Well, he finally said. We need to be off. Goodbye. Several of them squeaked. Harish left and he and the twins went straight up to the Ollery. That was no use, Harish finally said as he sent a whole ham off with 2 owls. The twins nodded. Harish leaned forward and looked out of the window, watching Hagrid dig around in a patch of ground in front of his cabin. It's too bad too, Fred said. We could have gotten good stuff about Crouch, George continued for him. If Winky had only not fainted after you ordered her to talk. Harish nodded and turned away from the window. Come on, he said. Let's go down. So the 3 of them went down to the common room. As the days passed, each growing closer to the Easter holidays, more and more work was piled on top of them. The 4th years were preparing to take owls the next year and the 6th years were preparing to take NEWTs in their next year, though Harish was seriously debating on whether he should return or not. It all depended on whether he won the tournament, which he had little doubt of doing so, and whether Voldemort started the war up before the school year started again. The start of April came and went. On the 1st the twins turned 17. Harish normally enjoyed seeing them celebrate their birthday, but this year he found it very hard to enjoy. Although it reminded him that he would be turning 17 last, he forced himself to put on a smile and enjoy the day for their sakes. As it got later into April, each Saturday they increased the distance between them and their hoops, preparing almost everyone for the apparition tests. Between that and the mounds of homework, Harish found time to send food to Sirius at least once a week. Although he had never been properly hungry in his life, the reason he kept sending food was because he didn't want to imagine it. With every package of food, he also enclosed notes to Sirius, telling him that all was well, and that they were still waiting for an answer from Percy. Hedwig didn't return until the end of the Easter holidays. Percy's letter was enclosed in a package of Easter eggs that Mrs. Weasley had sent. Harish, the twins, Hermione, Ginny, and Daphne all received ones that were as big as dragon eggs and full of homemade toffee. Draco received one as well, but it was smaller than a chicken egg. His face fell when he saw the others. Then, he shrugged and said, "It's surprising I received one at all." My dad probably convinced her to do it, Ginny said. Since she sent one to everyone else, it would have seemed rude if you hadn't received one. He nodded. Meanwhile, Harish had opened the letter from Percy and was reading it. It was short and irritated. As I am constantly telling the Daily Prophet, Mr. Crouch is taking a well-deserved break. He is sending in regular owls with instructions. No, I haven't actually seen him, but I think I can be trusted to know my own superior's handwriting. I have quite enough to do at the moment without trying to quash these ridiculous rumors. Please don't bother me again unless it's something important. Happy Easter. On the first week of May came the apparition tests, that both twins passed very well. That day there were only 3 or 4 students in each of the classes, so Harish had extra time to do homework. Although Harish didn't take the test, he congratulated them for their achievement. The start of the summer term would normally have meant that Harish was training hard for the last Quidditch match of the season. This year, however, it was the third and final task in the Triwizard Tournament for which he needed to prepare, but he still didn't know what he would have to do. Finally, in the last week of May, Professor McGonagall held him back in. Transfiguration. You are to go down to the Quidditch field tonight at 9 o'clock, Blake, she told him. Mr. Bagman will be there to tell the champions about the third task. Harish winced. They had been practicing human transfiguration that day and George, who had been Harish's partner, had not properly changed Harish back from a dog. He looked completely human, but he had a hunch that his senses were still slightly off. Everything seemed too loud to be normal. Harish intended to go to Madame Pomfrey after he went to the Quidditch field, if his senses still didn't seem right. At 8:30 that night, Harish left the others in the common room and went upstairs. He crossed the empty entrance hall and exited the building. He walked down the dark lawn to the Quidditch stadium, turned through a gap in the stands, and walked out onto the field. Instantly, Harish stopped and his jaw dropped. The Quidditch field was no longer smooth and flat. It looked as though someone had been building long, low walls all over it that twisted and crisscrossed in every direction. Harish bent over the nearest one and realized they were hedges. Hello there. A cheery voice called. Harish heard the as clearly as if its owner was standing right next to him. But the voice's owner wasn't. Ludo Bagman was standing in the middle of the field with Crumb and Fleur. Harish made his way toward them, climbing over the hedges. Fleur smiled at him briefly and Crumb looked as excited as ever, or really as bored as ever. Well, what do you think? Bagman asked happily as Harish climbed over the last hedge. Growing nicely, aren't they? Give them a month and Hagrid'll have them 20 feet high. Don't worry, he added, grinning, as he noticed the less than happy expression on Harish's face, you'll have your Quidditch field back to normal once the task is over. Now, I imagine you can guess what we're making here. No one spoke for a moment. Then, maze, Crumb grunted. That's right, Bagman said loudly, causing Harish to cringe. A maze. The third task's really very straightforward. The Triwizard Cup will be placed in the center of the maze. The first champion to touch it will receive full marks. We see amply avenue to get through the maze. Fleur asked. There will be obstacles, Bagman replied happily, bouncing on the balls of his feet. Hagrid is providing a number of creatures, then there will be spells that must be broken, all that sort of thing, you know. Now, the champions will enter the maze in order of how many points they have. So Mr. Blake will have a head start into the maze, Bagman grinned at Harish. Then Mr. Crumb will enter, then Miss Delacour. But you'll be in with a fighting chance, depending on how well you get past the obstacles. Should be fun, All of them nodded politely. Very well, if you haven't got any questions, we'll go back up to the castle, shall we? It's a bit chilly. They then made their way out of the stadium. Fleur walked briskly, taking long strides to get back to the Beauxbatons carriage. Bagman was behind her and Harish and Crumb walked behind him. Harish headed directly for the castle, and Crumb walked with him. You fly very well, he said, breaking the silence. I was watching at the first task. Thanks, Harish replied. I saw you at the Quidditch Cup. The Wronski feint, you really. He paused very suddenly and cocked his head. What is it? Crumb asked. I hear something, Harish replied, listening. It sounded as though someone was staggering around the woods. He could hear twigs snapping and low mumbling, but he couldn't make out any words. You look like a dog, Crumb pointed out. I know, Harish said with a scowl. George didn't transfigure me back properly. Then he froze as he heard more crashing. Coming from the woods. "Stay here," he said, turning toward the woods. The teen made his way over to the edge of the forest cautiously to see someone moving within the trees. Crumb followed with curiosity. Harish drew his wand and edged forward, motioning for Crumb to be quiet. Suddenly a man staggered out from behind a tall oak. For a moment, Harish didn't recognize him, then he realized it was Mr. Crouch. He looked as though he had been traveling for days. The knees of his robes were ripped and bloody, his face scratched, he was unshaven and gray with exhaustion. His usually neat hair and mustache were both in need of a wash and a trim. His strange appearance, however, was nothing to the way he was behaving. Muttering and gesticulating, Crouch appeared to be talking to someone that he alone could see. "Wasn't he a judge?" Crumb asked, staring at Mr. Crouch. "Isn't he with your ministry?" Harish nodded, hesitated for a moment, then walked slowly toward Crouch, who did not look at him, but continued to talk to a nearby tree. "And when you've done that, Weatherby, send an owl to Dumbledore confirming the number of Durmstrang students who will be attending the tournament. Karkaroff has just sent word there will be 12. Mr. Crouch?" Harish asked. His voice was tinted with both caution and curiosity. "And then send another to Madame Maxime, because she might want to up the number of students she's bringing. Now Karkaroff's made it a round dozen. Do that, Weatherby, will you?" "Will you?" "Will." Crouch's eyes were bulging. He stood staring at the tree, muttering soundlessly at it. Then, he staggered sideways and fell to his knees. "Mr. Crouch," Harish repeated. "What is going on?" Crumb asked quietly. "That's what I want to know," Harish replied. Mr. Crouch's eyes were now rolling in his head. Harish looked at Crumb, who was looking down at Crouch in alarm. "What is wrong with him?" Harish was starting to feel annoyed. "No idea," he said calmly. His voice betrayed no impatience. "Maybe one of us should go get someone." "Dumbledore." Mr. Crouch gasped. He reached out and seized a fistful of Harish's robes, dragging him closer, though his eyes were staring over Harish's head. "I need see Dumbledore." "God, his grip is tight," Harish muttered as he tried to pull himself away from Crouch. "I've done stupid thing, Mr. Crouch breathed. He looked utterly mad. His eyes were rolling and bulging, and a trickle of spittle was sliding down his chin. Every word he spoke seemed to cost him a terrible effort. "Must tell Dumbledore." "Well, get up," Harish said loudly. "I can't move with you on me." Crouch's eyes rolled forward onto Harish. "Who you?" he whispered. "I'm a student at the school," Harish said, looking around at Crumb for some help, but Crumb was hanging back. "You're not his," Crouch whispered, his mouth sagging. "No," he said without the faintest idea what the man was talking about. "Dumbledore's." "That's right," Harish replied. Crouch was pulling him closer. Harish tried to loosen Crouch's grip on his robes, but it was too powerful. "Warn Dumbledore." "I'll get Dumbledore if you let go of me," Harish said. "Thank you, Weatherby, and when you have done that, I would like a cup of tea. My wife and son will be arriving shortly. We are attending a concert tonight with Mr. and Mrs. Fudge." Crouch was now talking fluently to a tree again, and seemed completely unaware that Harish was there, which surprised Harish so much he didn't notice that Crouch had released him. "Yes, my son has recently gained 12 owls, most satisfactory, yes, thank you, yes, very proud indeed." "How? If you could bring me that memo from the Andorran Minister of Magic, I think I will have time to draft a response." Not sure what to do and not wanting to leave a clearly insane Barty Crouch with Crumb, Harish sent a Patronus to Dumbledore, hoping the man would get there soon. "He is mad," Crumb muttered, staring incredulously at Crouch, who was still gabbling to the tree, apparently convinced it was Percy. Harish stood up and noticed that it was growing dark. His movement seemed to trigger another abrupt change in Mr. Crouch, who seized him hard around the knees and pulled Harish back to the ground. "Don't leave me," he whispered, his eyes bulging again. "I escaped, must warn, must tell, see Dumbledore, my fault, all my fault, Bertha betrayed, all my fault, my son, my fault, tell Dumbledore, Harry Potter not dead, the Dark Lord returns, Neville Longbottom." Harish stared at the man incredulously. How did he know that Harry Potter wasn't dead? And how did he know that Voldemort was planning a return? This was very bad. Dumbledore couldn't know that. Harish glanced up at the table to see several dark figures come out of the castle. Crumb turned and looked as well. Then, Harish realized that it was unnaturally silent. He turned back to see that there was no sign of Mr. Crouch. Where did he go? He asked rather loudly. Crumb turned back as well to see that Crouch had disappeared. A minute later, Dumbledore appeared out of the now darkened grounds. He could hear a muttered, "Lumos," and suddenly a light was shining in his face. "What is this, Harish, my boy? What is going on?" I don't know, Professor," Harish said. "Where is Crouch?" asked another voice. Harish peered beside Dumbledore, but couldn't make anyone out. Because of the light shining in his face, all he could see was the silhouettes of two men. "I don't know," Harish replied. "He was just here, but he disappeared," Crumb said. "He was going on, talking to a tree and they turned to look at the castle. And when we looked back, he was gone." Dumbledore marched forward, holding out his wand. He lit up the trees in the general area, but no man was in sight. "He really was here," Harish said. Dumbledore looked at him over his half-moon spectacles for a long moment before saying, "I believe you." "What did he say?" "It was kind of hard to make out," Harish replied. "Something about something being his fault, his son, Bertha Jerkins, and he kept asking for you." Dumbledore looked very concerned for a moment. Then, the emotions cleared from his face, he turned toward Hagrid's cabin, and sent off a Patronus. The sound of thunderous footfalls reached them a few minutes later, and Hagrid came panting into sight with Fang at his heels. He was carrying a crossbow. "Professor Dumbledore?" he asked, his eyes widening. "Harish, what the—" "Hagrid, I need you to fetch Professor Karkaroff," Dumbledore said. "His student is out here with us. When you've done that, kindly alert Professor Moody." "No need, Dumbledore," said a wheezy growl. "I'm here." Moody was limping toward them, leaning on his staff, his wand lit. "I heard a commotion and saw you leaving the castle," he informed them. "What's happened?" "Snape said something about Crouch." "Crouch?" Hagrid asked blankly. "Karkaroff, please, Hagrid," Dumbledore said sharply. "Oh yeah, right, yare Professor," and he turned and disappeared among the dark trees, Fang trotting after him. "I don't know where Barty Crouch is," Dumbledore told Moody, "but it is essential that we find him." "I'm onto it," Moody growled, and he limped away into the forest. No one spoke and the forest remained silent until Harish could hear Hagrid and Karkaroff growing nearer. Soon they could see Karkaroff hurrying toward them. He was wearing sleek furs, and he looked pale and agitated. "What is this?" he cried when he saw Crumb, Harish, and Dumbledore. "What's going on?" "We have a stray student of yours, Igor," Dumbledore replied. "He may need some hot chocolate." He and Harish here had a rather nerve-wracking experience. Then he turned to Hagrid. "Please take Harish up to the castle, Hagrid," he said. Hagrid nodded, placing a giant hand on Harish's back and steering him to the castle. "I'll leave Fang with Ye, Headmaster," Hagrid said. "Stay Fang. Come on, Harish." They marched in silence for a while. Then, once they reached the castle, Harish asked, "Can I go to the hospital wing?" "What fare?" Hagrid asked. "I don't think George transfigured me back from a dog properly in class today," he replied. "That's why I heard Crouch from where I was." Hagrid nodded and said, "I'll take Ye there." Once they arrived in the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey asked, "What have you done this time?" Harish explained to her his predicament and she scanned him. Sure enough, his senses were still dog-like and she fixed that within seconds. Then, Hagrid took him to the Slytherin common room. Harish bid him a polite goodnight at the entrance to the dungeons, and hurried into the common room to tell the others what happened. While Harish was still wondering about Crouch and Jugson, the twins were still trying to get their money back from Bagman. He seemed to be full on avoiding them and Harish had even noticed how fast he had left the stadium, so that he wouldn't be stuck with Harish alone. Now, as it had been several months, the twins were debating on sending a letter to Bagman, demanding that they receive the money he owed them. It was rather annoying really. At first they had thought that perhaps Bagman had made a mistake, but now it was very clear that there had been no mistake. So when Harish went up to the Ollery early the next morning to send a letter to Sirius about the previous night's events, the twins followed, still arguing about whether they should send the letter saying that they were going to go to the ministry if they didn't get their money they had won. Fred was saying that it was blackmail, but since it was George's idea, he was trying to convince his twin to let him send it. "That's blackmail, that is," Fred protested. "We could get into a lot of trouble for that." "We've tried being polite, it's time to play dirty, like him," George reasoned. "He wouldn't like the Ministry of Magic knowing what he did." I'm telling you, if you put that in writing, it's blackmail. Fred exclaimed. Yeah, and you won't be complaining if we get a nice fat payoff, will you? Harish shook his head and opened the door to the Ollery. He froze once he entered, causing the twins to run straight into him. Already in the Ollery, standing by the window, were Ron and Neville. Ron had sent a letter to Percy, asking about Crouch. He had just heard that Crouch had been missing from work, but he didn't yet know that Crouch had been on the grounds. What are you doing here? Ron and Fred asked at the same time. Sending a letter, George and Neville replied in unison. What, at this time? Harish and Ron asked. Fred grinned. Fine, we won't ask you what you're doing, if you don't ask us, he said. He was holding up the sealed envelope that held their letter to Bagman. As the Slytherin caught his brother and Neville looking at it, he moved his hand to cover up the name it was addressed to. Harish did the same with his own letter, though he had written Snuffles as the receiving address. Well, don't let us hold you up, Fred said with a mock bow and pointing at the door. Ron didn't move. Instead, he asked, who are you blackmailing? The grin vanished from Fred's face. George half glanced at his twin, before smiling. Harish made sure that he busied himself with attaching his letter to a great gray's leg. He didn't want to be caught up in this. Don't be stupid, Fred and I were only joking, he said easily. Didn't sound like that, Ron said. Harish moved to a window and let the owl fly off before turning back to the others. The twins looked at each other. Then, Fred said abruptly, I've told you before, Ron, keep your nose out if you like the shape it is. Can't see why you would, but. It's my business if you're blackmailing someone, Ron replied. You were right, you two could end up in serious trouble for that. Like you would care, George sneered. Besides, Fred added, George told you we were joking. George walked over, pulled the letter out of Fred's hands, and began attaching it to the leg of the nearest barn owl. You're starting to sound a bit like our dear older brother, you are, Ron, he said. Carry on like this and you'll be made a prefect. No, I won't, Ron said hotly. George carried the barn owl over to the window and it took off. George turned around and grinned at Ron. Well, stop telling people what to do, then. See you later. Or hopefully not at all, Fred added. The two of them left and Harish followed. Once they were gone, Ron and Neville turned to each other. You don't think they know something about Crouch, do you? Neville asked. Would they tell someone if they did? I dunno if they would, Ron replied dully. They're kind of obsessed with making money recently. I noticed it this summer, when Blake was over. Yeah, but blackmail. It's this joke shop idea they've got, Ron replied. At first I thought they were doing it to annoy Mum, but they really mean it, they want to start one. They've only got a year left of Hogwarts, and they keep going on about how it's time to think about their future. Dad can't help them, and they need gold to get started. They wouldn't do anything against the law, would they? Neville asked. Wouldn't they? Ron repeated, looking skeptical. I dunno, they don't exactly mind breaking the rules, do they? Maybe you should tell Percy, Neville suggested. Are you kidding? Ron asked. Percy would probably do a Crouch and turn them in. But I thought you didn't like them, Neville replied, confused. I thought you said that they were going to join the dark side. Ron looked uncomfortable. Yeah, but I don't want them to go to prison. Meanwhile, the twins and Harish were making their way down to the dungeons. The twins were muttering angrily as they went, occasionally kicking things. Harish followed silently, pondering Ron and Neville. He ought to keep his nose where it belongs, Fred muttered angrily. Harish knew that Neville would be valuable to their side, as Dumbledore was making plans for him, but Neville was too busy following Ron. Imagine, him telling us what to do. George exclaimed. Ron was obviously against the twins, and therefore against Harish, which meant that Neville was against them as well. Nosy brat. The only way to gain Neville's allegiance would be to split them up, which would require Ron acting more like a turd than usual. Bossy fourth year. But it also meant that Harish himself would need to act nice to Neville in order to lure him in, not unlike the way he had treated Hermione in her first year. The twins fell silent and Harish's thoughts were interrupted as they finally reached the common room. Once inside, they found Draco, Ginny, Hermione, and Daphne. Harish sat down and explained to them why the twins were so angry. Then, Draco said, You told us about what happened in the forest, but you haven't told us what the third task is going to be. Oh, that? Harish asked. It's just a maze with obstacles and things. That should be right up your alley, then, George said. Yeah, we had to get past several obstacles to get the stone, Fred added. Harish nodded. That's why I haven't really worried about it much, he said. You should still practice, Hermione protested. Make sure you know plenty of spells. All right, Harish grumbled. He probably needed a spell that would help him find his way in the maze, anyway. Sirius sent their owl back the next morning. It fluttered down beside Harish at the same moment a tawny owl landed with the prophet. While Harish took off the letter from Sirius, Daphne grabbed the newspaper. She scanned the paper and exclaimed, "Ha! Rita Skeeter hasn't gotten wind of Crouch." And then turned to watch Harish read the letter from Sirius, the twins leaning over his shoulders trying to read as well. Harry, what do you think you are playing at, walking off into the forest with Victor Crumb? I want you to swear, by Return Owl, that you are not going to go walking with anyone else at night. There is someone highly dangerous at Hogwarts. It is clear to me that they wanted to stop Crouch from seeing Dumbledore, and I know that this may mean that they could be on our side, but we can't chance it, and you were probably feet away from them in the dark. You could have been killed. Your name didn't get into the Goblet of Fire by accident, and you definitely were not sent to the hospital wing accidentally either. Whoever is trying to attack you, this is their last chance. Stay close to your friends and do not leave the castle alone, especially not after hours. Arm yourself for the third task. Practice stunning and disarming. A few hexes wouldn't go amiss either. There's nothing you can do about Crouch or Jugson. Keep your head down and look after yourself. I'm waiting for your letter giving me your word you won't stray out of bounds again. Sirius, we were supposed to be out of the castle. Harish exclaimed in indignation. And it's not like I just wandered off with Crumb, I told him to stay put. He's worried about you, Hermione said sharply. Just like your father and all of us. So listen to them. No one's managed to kill me yet. Harish protested. Which is exactly why they will most likely try again before the year is out, Hermione replied, sticking her nose in the air. Harish floundered, his mouth opening and closing, trying to find a good comeback. He looked at the twins for help. George held up his hands, saying, "Leave me out of this, mate." When Harish looked at Fred, he replied, "Hermione's right. You need to watch yourself." Fine, Harish snapped angrily, rummaging in his bag for a quill to reply with. I won't be needing to leave the castle anyway. He jotted down a note quickly before sending it off with the owl. Then, he crossed his arms and asked, "Happy?" "Yes," everyone else said. Harish growled. To Hermione and Daphne's insistence, he found a disused classroom and practiced all the spells Sirius had mentioned. Then, he looked up a charm that would help him get through the maze. The incantation was, "Point me," and it was supposed to point the direction he told it to. He figured out that from where they would start, the cup would be north. Therefore, all he had to say was, "Point me, north," and he would know he was heading the right direction. He also looked up a few hexes that would help him that they hadn't learned in class, such as the impediment curse that was supposed to slow an object down. And he was checking his drink every meal to make sure it hadn't been poisoned. Harish thought that maybe he should take a leaf out of Moody's book and only drink out of a personal flask. But, of course, Harish had no need to be that paranoid, yet. He decided that he would start doing that if he found poison in his drink again. Somehow Harish knew that the man wouldn't be trying that again, however. The first time, he had cast a spell from behind him. Whatever spell it was, wasn't supposed to kill him but send a message to Voldemort which Voldemort received loud and clear. The second time the attacker had tried a different approach by poisoning Harish. Harish could feel in his gut that the attacker was going to try one last technique before the year was out. This put Harish on edge and, as he was practicing more and more for the third task, he began to neglect his studies once again. It was much like in his fourth year when the school was being attacked. The only difference this time was that Harish was the sole target of these attacks, making it even worse. And Harish was not the only one on edge. Dumbledore saw the signs and was clearly suspecting that Voldemort was planning a return. This was why he could be seen a few days after Crouch's sudden appearance and disappearance at the castle, talking to the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. But Fudge did not take Dumbledore's warnings well. "I am afraid, Dumbledore, that I fail to see what you are saying," Fudge said. "I do not see what the disappearance of Barty Crouch has to do with you-know-who. And what do you think happened to Barty Crouch, Minister? Moody growled. I see two possibilities, Alistair, Fudge replied. Either Crouch has finally cracked, more than likely, I'm sure you'll agree, given his personal history, lost his mind, and gone off wandering somewhere. He wandered extremely quickly, if that is the case, Cornelius, Dumbledore said calmly. Or else, well, Fudge seemed embarrassed. Well, I'll reserve judgment until after I've seen the place where he was found, but you say it was just past the Beauxbatons' carriage. Dumbledore, do you know what that woman is? I consider her to be a very able headmistress, and an excellent dancer, Dumbledore replied quietly. Dumbledore come. Fudge reasoned angrily. Don't you think you might be prejudiced in her favor because of Hagrid? They don't all turn out harmless, if, indeed, you can call Hagrid harmless, with that monster fixation he's got. Why don't you ask the eyewitness we have? Moody growled. After all, it would be rather hard not to spot either of them. Who? Fudge asked. Who was there? Harish Blake, Dumbledore replied. Ah! Fudge exclaimed. Let's bring him here then. I'm sure that young man could clear this matter up. Then you and I can go look down at the grounds. Dumbledore looked pained, most likely because he did not want to pull a student out of class. But, wishing to convince the minister that Voldemort really was returning, Dumbledore decided to humor him by summoning the boy. Please go get Harish Blake, Dumbledore said, turning to Moody. All right, Headmaster, Moody growled, and he stumped out of the office. The two men of power listened as the telltale clunk, clunk, clunk of Moody's wooden leg faded away. Then, after at least 10 minutes, the noise returned, accompanied by an extra pair of feet. Harish walked into the circular office, glancing around, followed by Moody. Moody then stopped at the back of the room and leaned back against the wall, one arm draped over his staff. I assume you know Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, Harish. Dumbledore asked as Harish came to a stop beside the minister. Harish nodded and then said, if you don't mind me asking, sir, why am I here? Cornelius would like to ask you a few questions about the day you found Mr. Crouch. Harish nodded and looked questioningly at the minister. Fudge then asked, what did Crouch do? Did he say anything to you? Well, Harish replied slowly. At first he kept talking to a tree, convinced it was Percy Weasley. He kept giving Percy orders and sounded as though he thought his wife and son were still alive. Then he suddenly grabbed me and started going on about how he had to see Dumbledore. He mentioned something about his son, Bertha Jerkins, and Neville Longbottom, saying it was all his fault. It was really hard to understand, really. And then he started going on about how he escaped from something, or someone, I guess. What did he look like? Like he had been wandering the woods for days. He was all scratched up and unshaven. And did you see anyone else there? No, sir, Harish replied. Just me, Victor Crumb, and Mr. Crouch. Very well, Fudge replied heavily. Dumbledore. If we could see where he was found, now. Of course, Dumbledore replied, still looking at Harish. Harish felt quite unnerved. Mr. Blake, you are free to go. Harish nodded and back out of the office. Then, he went down to the common room, as there wasn't much time left in class. The first thing Harish did when he returned to the common room was write a letter to his father, before running up to the Ollery and sending it off. When he returned to the dungeons, the others were there as their classes had let out. Harish, the twins called, waving him over. Why did you leave? In the middle of class. I had to speak to the minister about what happened the other night, and he told them about his most recent encounter with Dumbledore. Finally Draco asked, but, I don't understand, why is this such a bad thing? Because, Harish exclaimed, hopping up and pacing up and down in front of the couch where the others were sitting. If Dumbledore is having meetings with the Minister of Magic about these things, it means he knows, or at least suspects, that my father is returning to the wizarding world. No one said anything as this statement sunk in. The mood in the castle became excited and tense as May turned into June. Everyone was looking forward to the third task, which would take place 1 week before the end of term. Harish was practicing hexes every day. He felt more confident about this task than either of the others. Difficult and dangerous though it would undoubtedly be, Harish knew that the twins were right about him excelling in the tasks area, and not to mention the fact that he had time to prepare himself as well. Tired of walking in on Harish and at least one of his friends all over school, McGonagall allowed them to use her classroom during lunchtime. Harish had soon mastered the impediment curse, the reductor curse, and the 4-point spell. He was still sending messages to Sirius every day, and another message to his father and food to Sirius at least once a week. All of Sirius's replies were all about staying alert and reminding him that nothing mattered but the third task until that was over and done with. Harish's nerves mounted as the 24th grew nearer, but this time it was more of an excitement than it was nervousness. One reason was that he felt that he had prepared himself for this one in every way he thought possible. Another reason was that he knew that this was the final hurdle, and however well he did, the tournament would at last be over. This kind of saddened Harish, for he knew that it meant that he would have to do work again the next year, but he still felt some relief at knowing that he would no longer have to anticipate what was going to come next. Breakfast was a rather noisy affair on the morning of the task as owls flew in, delivering the mail. Harish received a good luck card from Sirius that consisted of a single piece of parchment that had been folded in half and bore a muddy paw print. A screech owl arrived with the Daily Prophet and Daphne took the paper off again. She unfolded the paper, glanced at the front page, and spat out a mouthful of orange juice all over it. "What is it?" Harish asked as Hermione siphoned the orange juice off. Daphne tried to shove the paper under the table, saying, "Nothing." Harish reached forward to grab it, but Draco, who was sitting beside her, snatched it out of his hands. He glanced down at it and said, "No way. Not today. That old cow." "What?" Harish asked impatiently. "Rita Skeeter again." "No," Draco replied, attempting to push the paper out of sight. Hermione leaned around Daphne to get a look at it. "It is about me, isn't it?" Harish asked. "No," Draco responded unconvincingly. Before Harish could demand to see the paper, Ron shouted across the Great Hall from the Gryffindor table. "Oi, Blake, Blake, why don't you go home to the Death Eaters where you belong? Sure you're not going to go mad on us?" Beside him, a sandy-haired boy was holding a copy of the Daily Prophet. Dean was on the other side of the boy from Ron and was looking both ashamed and angry at his fellow Gryffindor. Several students from all of the houses were sniggering and twisting in their seats to see his reaction. "Let me see it," Harish growled, leaning over the table and trying to wrestle it out of the own boy's hands. "Give it here." Very reluctantly, Draco handed over the newspaper. Harish turned it over and found himself staring at his own picture, beneath the banner headline. Harish Blake, disturbed and dangerous. A student at Hogwarts, and the school's champion in the Triwizard Tournament, Harish Blake, is unstable and possibly dangerous, writes Rita Skeeter, special correspondent. Alarming evidence has recently come to light about Harish Blake's strange behavior, which casts doubts upon his suitability to compete in an inter-school competition like the Triwizard Tournament, or even to attend Hogwarts school. Blake, the Daily Prophet can exclusively reveal, is student who enjoys being in the spotlight. He seems to get into all sorts of trouble at Hogwarts, but no one can offer proof substantial enough to punish him. It is reported that in the boy's third year, he held an unusual interest in a very valuable object that was being kept within the school, which was later stolen. We still do not know for sure who stole it, but it does seem very questionable. The very next year, he was caught out of bounds rescuing a girl from the Chamber of Secrets himself, and held an unusual amount of influence over the monster within. See page 2 for more information. And the year after that he was found by a professor of the school near the fugitive, Sirius Black, after a Dementor almost administered the key. The Daily Prophet, however, has unearthed worrying facts about Harish Blake that Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts, has carefully concealed from the wizarding public. Blake can speak Parseltongue, reveals Ron Weasley, a Hogwarts fourth year. There were a lot of attacks on students a couple years ago, and most people thought Blake was behind them after they saw him lose his temper at a dueling club and set a snake of another boy. It was all hushed up, though. But he's made friends with a bunch of Death Eaters too. We think he'd do anything for power. Parseltongue, the ability to converse with snakes, has long been considered a dark art. Indeed, the most famous Parselmouth of our times is none other than you-know-who himself. A member of the Dark Force Defense League, who wished to remain unnamed, stated that he would regard any wizard who could speak Parseltongue as worthy of investigation. Personally, I would be highly suspicious of anyone who could converse with snakes, as serpents are often used in the worst kinds of dark magic, and are historically associated with evildoers. Similarly, anyone who seeks out the company of Death Eaters and dark creatures would appear to have a fondness for violence. It is true that Blake and his two friends, the Weasley twins, have been terrorizing the school since their first year with horrible pranks. Albus Dumbledore should surely consider whether a boy such as this should be allowed to compete in the Triwizard Tournament. Some fear that Blake might resort to the dark arts in his desperation to win the tournament, the third task of which takes place this evening. Harish didn't know how to react to this article. While most of the information inside hadn't been proven, and most of it everyone inside the school already knew, but Harish knew that almost everyone in the wizarding world read the Daily Prophet and would know the information before the end of the day. How is she getting all of this information? Daphne mused. I thought she wasn't allowed on the grounds anymore. I would say she's using some sort of bugging, but electronics don't work in the castle. The magic interferes with it. Bugging. All of the pureblood wizards asked in confusion. Muggles have devices that they can talk to people over distances. Like the flow, but a lot smaller and easier to take everywhere. Hermione, bugging. Daphne exclaimed. The two girls shared a look before dashing away. All of the guys in their group looked confused and mildly concerned. They've finally gone mad, George muttered with a grin, earning glares from Harish and Fred. She must really hate that Skeeter woman though, Draco finally added after a moment of silence where they all continued to stare at the doors to the Great Hall. If she's willing to risk missing the beginning of our charms exam. Speaking of, the twins said. What are you going to do during our exam? Read again. I suppose, Harish replied, but just then Professor McGonagall came walking alongside the Slytherin table toward him. Blake, the champions are congregating in the chamber off the hall after breakfast, she said. But the task is not until tonight. Harish exclaimed, accidentally dropping eggs off of his fork, although he did not notice. I'm aware of that, Blake, she said. The champions' families are invited to watch the final task, you know. This is simply a chance for you to greet them. She moved away and Harish nodded, standing up and looking around the room. Fleur was already striding away from the Ravenclaw table toward the chamber. Crumb slouched off shortly afterward. Harish jogged to catch up with them. When he walked into the chamber, Crumb was in a corner, conversing with his dark-haired mother and father in rapid Bulgarian. He had inherited his father's hooked nose. On the other side of the room, Fleur was jabbering away in French to her mother. Her little sister, Gabrielle, was holding her mother's hand. Then, he saw his father and Bellatrix standing in front of the fire. A smile split his face and he had to resist the urge to laugh when he saw a large black dog standing beside his father, panting. He was wearing a spiked collar that had a leash attached to it, which Voldemort was holding. Here's the champion, Voldemort said with a smile. Harish let his father hug him before stepping back. Padfoot licked his hand. Harish looked down at the dog and grinned. Hello Snuffles, he said quietly. The dog wagged its tail. You have no idea how he pestered me to come, Voldemort said with a grin. Didn't want to be left out. Harish laughed as the dog wagged its tail. How are you? Bellatrix asked. I'm well, Harish replied simply. Did either of you see the prophet this morning? Voldemort's expression grew dark. Oh, I saw it all right, he replied in a low voice. Bellatrix put a hand on his arm and looked at him. In concern, Voldemort looked into her eyes before sighing. You were right, he said quiet enough to where the others in the room couldn't hear. I cannot go and hex that Weasley boy, however much I want to. Obviously wishing to change the subject, Bellatrix turned to Harish and asked, why don't you show us around? I haven't been inside Hogwarts since the day I left. Harish nodded and led them out of the chamber. Luckily exams had started for the day, for Harish was sure that there were some people that would have gotten nervous at the sight of Bellatrix Lestrange. Is the picture of that mad old knight still around? Sir Cadogan? Bellatrix asked as they left the building and began walking towards the lake. Oh yeah, Harish replied with a grin. He hasn't bothered me much since I threatened to burn his portrait. Bellatrix laughed, Sirius barked and wagged his tail again, and Voldemort smiled. Harish showed them the Beauxbatons carriage as they passed it and led them over to the Durmstrang ship for them to admire. This was what Harish enjoyed. The rare moments when his family seemed normal. He petted Sirius's head as he walked and talked happily with his parents about almost everything. They all laughed, or rather Harish laughed and Voldemort grimaced, as they watched Sirius romp around, barking at birds and chasing his tail every few paces. They returned to the castle for lunch, leaving Sirius outside. Everyone stared at Bellatrix and whispered. Although she was never sentenced to Azkaban, it was still rumored that she had been a Death Eater. Not to mention the fact that no one really knew of her divorcing Rodolphus Lestrange, so they were confused when they saw her with Harish's father. Harish introduced all of his friends to the two of them. He also introduced Hermione as Hermione Black, knowing how big Bellatrix was into blood purity. Bella had been intrigued when she heard Black, and he and Hermione had hastily explained that Sirius was her father. At this, Bella spent the rest of lunch picking out the features of Sirius's that Hermione had gained from the potion she took. Harish, his father, Bellatrix, and Padfoot spent the rest of the afternoon walking around the castle, and then returned to the Great Hall for the evening feast, save for Sirius, of course. Ludo Bagman and Cornelius Fudge had joined the staff table by then. Bagman looked quite cheerful, but Fudge, who was sitting next to Madame Maxime, looked stern and was not talking. Madame Maxime was too busy concentrating on her plate anyway, and Harish thought that her eyes looked a little red. Then, he noticed that Hagrid kept glancing along the table at her. There were more courses than usual, but Harish hardly seemed to notice as he was beginning to feel nervous. As the enchanted ceiling overhead began to fade from a blue to a dusky purple, Dumbledore rose to his feet at the staff table, and silence fell. Ladies and gentlemen, in 5 minutes' time, I will be asking you to make your way down to the Quidditch field for the third and final task of the Triwizard Tournament. Will the champions please follow Mr. Bagman down to the stadium now? Harish got up. All of the Slytherins, plus his friends in the other houses, began applauding him. Voldemort, Bellatrix, and his friends all wished him luck and he headed off out of the Great Hall with the other two champions. They walked onto the Quidditch field, which was now completely unrecognizable. A 20-foot-high hedge ran all the way around the edge of it. There was a tight gap right in front of them, the entrance to the vast maze. The passage beyond it looked dark and eerie. 5 minutes later, the stands had begun to fill, the air was full of excited voices and the rumbling of feet as the hundreds of students filed into their seats. The sky was a deep, clear blue now, and the first stars were starting to appear. Hagrid, Professor Moody, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Flitwick came walking into the stadium and approached Bagman and the champions. They were wearing large, red, luminous stars on their hats, all except Hagrid, who had his on the back of his moleskin vest. "We are going to be patrolling the outside of the maze," McGonagall informed the champions. "If you get into difficulty and wish you be rescued, send red sparks into the air, and one of us will come and get you, do you understand?" The three teens nodded. "Off you go, then," Bagman said brightly to the 4 patrollers. Bagman watched as the adults disappeared around the edge of the hedge, pointed his wand at his throat, and muttered, sonorous, and his magically enhanced voice echoed into the stands. "Ladies and gentlemen, the third and final task of the Triwizard Tournament is about to begin. Let me remind you how the points currently stand. In first place, with 85 points, is Harish Blake of Hogwarts School." The cheers and applause sent birds from the Forbidden Forest fluttering into the darkening sky. In second place, with 80 points, Mr. Victor Crumb, of Durmstrang Institute. More applause. And in third place, Miss Fleur Delacour, of Beauxbatons Academy. Harish could just make out his father and Bellatrix, surrounded by his friends, applauding politely. Sirius barked from beside Voldemort. Harish waved at them and they waved back. Padfoot moved a paw up and down and Voldemort grabbed the paw, stuffing it down where it couldn't be seen. He hissed words that Harish couldn't hear, but Harish laughed, knowing that he was reprimanding Sirius for acting too human. "So on my whistle, Harish," Bagman said. 3, 2, 1. He gave a short blast on his whistle, and Harish hurried forward into the maze. The towering hedges cast black shadows across the path, and, whether because they were so tall and thick or because they had been enchanted, the sound of the surrounding crowd was silenced the moment they entered the maze. Harish almost felt as though he were underwater again. He pulled out his wand and muttered, "Lumos." After about 50 yards, he reached a fork. Harish looked both ways, and clenched his wand tightly in his hand. Taking a gamble, Harish went left. The teen heard Bagman's whistle for the second time. Crumb had entered the maze. Harish sped up. His chosen path seemed completely deserted. He turned right, and hurried on, holding his wand high over his head, trying to see as far ahead as possible. Still, there was nothing in sight. Bagman's whistle blew for the third time. All of the champions were now inside, and Harish had yet to come across any obstacles. It unnerved him slightly, and he kept looking behind him. The old feeling that he was being watched was upon him. The maze was growing darker with every passing minute as the sky overhead deepened to a navy color. He reached a second fork. "Point me," he whispered to his wand, holding it flat in his hand. The wand spun around once and pointed to his right, into solid hedge. That way was north, and he knew he needed to go northwest for the center of the maze. The best he could do was to take the left fork and go right again as soon as possible. The path ahead was empty too, and when Harish reached a right turn and took it, he again found his way unblocked. Harish didn't know why, but the last of obstacles was now really unnerving him. Surely he should have met something by now. It felt as though the maze was lulling him into a false sense of security. Then, he heard movement right behind him. He held out his wand, ready to attack, but its beam only fell upon Crumb, who had just hurried out of a path on the right-hand side. He looked slightly shaken and his sleeve of his robe was smoking. "There are some beasts back there," he hissed. "They're enormous, shoot fire, I only just got away." He shook his head and dove out of sight, along another path. Keen to put plenty of distance between himself and the creatures, Harish hurried off again. Then, as he turned a corner, he saw his father. The man was ragged and looked as though he were dying. He staggered forward, whispering, "You were too late, they're all gone." He started coughing really hard and fell to his knees. Harish stopped, staring in fear. Then, he raised his wand and said, "Ridiculous." There was a loud crack and the boggart vanished from sight. Harish breathed in a shaky breath before raising his wand high above his head once more and setting forward. Left right left again twice he found himself facing dead ends. The team did the 4-point spell again and found that he was going too far east. He turned back, took a right turn, and saw an odd golden mist floating ahead of him. Harish approached it cautiously, pointing the wand's beam at it. It looked like some kind of enchantment. The wizard wondered whether he might be able to blast it out of the way. "Reducto," he said. The spell shot straight through the mist, leaving it intact. He supposed he should have known better. The reductor curse was for solid objects. Harish was still hesitating when a scream shattered the silence. "Fleur!" Harish yelled. There was no response. The teen stared all around him. What had happened to her? Her scream seemed to have come from somewhere ahead. He took a deep breath and stepped into the mist. The world turned upside down. Harish was hanging from the ground, his hair on end. The teen hung for a moment in shock. His feet seemed to be glued to the grass, which had now become the ceiling. Below him the dark, star-spangled heavens stretched endlessly. He felt as though if he tried to move one foot, he would fall away from the earth completely. "Think," he told himself as all of the blood rushed to his head, "think." He was certain he didn't know a spell that would help him. Well, he couldn't stand there all night. Harish squeezed his eyes shut and tried to convince himself he was still upright, then he wrenched a foot off the ground and stepped forward. Harish opened his eyes and saw that the world had right itself. He stood in shock for a long moment before hurrying forward, looking back at the golden mist as he exited it. He paused at the junction of two paths and looked around. There was no sign of Fleur and he couldn't help but think, one champion down. He did the 4-point spell once more and took the right fork. The cup was somewhere and it seemed as though Fleur was no longer in the running. As he realized that he Crumb were the only two left, he once again envisioned himself holding up the Triwizard Cup, splitting the 1,000 galleon prize between himself and the twins, using it to buy a joke shop. He met nothing for 10 minutes, but kept running into dead ends. Twice, he took the same wrong turn. Finally, he found a new route and started to jog along it, his wand light waving, making his shadow flicker and distort on the hedge walls. Then he rounded another corner and found himself facing an enormous creature. It was 10 feet long, looking like an odd sort of scorpion. Its long sting was curled over its back. Its thick armor glinted silver in Harish's wand light. As Harish stopped, the creature was shooting fire out its end at the hedges around it. Somehow, Harish knew that this was the creature Crumb was talking about. "Stupefy!" Harish shouted. The spell hit the creature's armor and rebounded. "Protega!" Harish exclaimed. hastily, and a shield popped up and absorbed the reflected spell. The Scroot turned towards him, or at least Harish guessed so, and scuttled bizarrely towards him. It shot a blast of fire out of its end again, and this time the fire headed straight for the champion. Harish darted out of the way of the fire, but it singed his legs slightly. Impedimenta. The teen yelled. The spell hit the creature's armor and once again ricocheted off. Harish staggered backwards a few paces and fell over. Impedimenta. The Scroot was inches from him when it froze. He had managed to hit its fleshy, shell-less underside. Panting, Harish pushed himself up and ran hard in the opposite direction. The impediment curse was not permanent, meaning that the creature would regain the use of its legs in only a minute or so. He took a left path and hit a dead end, a right, and hit another, forcing himself to stop. The wizard performed the 4-point spell again, backtracked, and chose a path that would take him northwest. Harish had been hurrying along the new path for a few minutes when he heard footsteps behind him. The teen turned to see Crumb behind him. His wand was out, pointed straight at Harish. As he advanced, Harish could see that something about Crumb was off. There was something absent behind his eyes, like he wasn't really in control of what he was doing. The two stared at each other long enough for Harish to realize that the other champion was imperious, and then Crumb shouted, "Crucio." Harish ducked under the spell and rolled. Then, he shouted, "Impedimenta." Not looking back to see if his spell had struck home, Harish turned to the hedge and exclaimed, "Reducto." It wasn't very effective, but it burned a small hole in the hedge which Harish was able to put a leg through. Kicking at brambles and branches until they broke and made an opening, he struggled through it, tearing his robes as he heard the impediment curse wear off of Crumb. Harish fell through the hedge and looked through the hole he had made to see Crumb pointing his wand at Harish once again, through the hedge. "Stupefy!" Harish exclaimed, scrambling backwards. Before Crumb had the chance to shoot another spell off at Harish, he had been stunned, sprawled on his back. Harish sat there, panting for a moment. Then, when he had regained his breath, he shakily stood up and continued on. Harish took a left and used the 4-point spell to make sure he was going the right direction. As he walked on, he knew that he was the very last champion. He was guaranteed to win. Every so often, Harish would hit dead ends, but he felt that he must be nearing the center of the maze as it grew darker and darker. Then, as he strode along his path, he saw movement once again. Raising his wand, he saw an extraordinary creature that he had seen once before, in his Care of Magical Creatures textbook. It was a sphinx. It had the body of an overly large lion, great clawed paws and a long tail ending in a brown tuft. Its head, however, was that of a woman. She turned her long, almond-shaped eyes upon Harish as he approached. He raised his wand, hesitating. She was crouched as if to spring, nor was she sitting at all. Rather, she was pacing from side to side of the path, blocking his progress. Then, she spoke in a deep voice. "You are very near your goal. The quickest way is past me. What do I have to do to get past?" Harish asked. The Sphinx smiled. "You must answer my riddle," she responded. "Answer on your first guess, I let you pass. Answer wrongly, I attack. Remain silent, I will let you walk away unscathed. What's the riddle?" The Sphinx sat in the middle of the path and recited. "First think of the person who lives in disguise. Who deals in secrets and tells naught but lies. Next, tell me, what's always the last that amend? The middle of middle and end of end. And finally give me the sound often heard during the search for a hard-to-find word. Now string them together, and answer me this. Which creature would you be unwilling to key? So, I have to solve each part of the riddle to name which creature I wouldn't want to key," Harish murmured, pacing back and forth. Then, he stopped and turned back to the Sphinx. "Could you give me the first few lines again?" She blinked at him, smiled, and repeated the first line or so. "A person in disguise," he muttered, staring at the ground. "Who lies that would be an imposter." "No, that's not my guess. A spy. I'll come back to that. Could you give me the next clue, please?" She repeated the next lines of the poem. "The last thing to mend," Harish repeated. He was still looking down and placed his hand on his chin thoughtfully. I have no idea about that one. Middle of middle," he thought for a second, before looking up at her in realization. "Middle of middle. That's the letter D. M-I-D-D-L-E. There's 2 D's in the middle of the word middle. Could I have the last bit?" She gave him the last 4 lines. The sound often heard during the search for a hard-to-find word, Harish repeated, thinking again. That would be hang on. Is a sound. The Sphinx smiled at him. Spy, spied spider. Harish stopped pacing and smiled at the Sphinx. A creature I wouldn't want to key, would be a spider. The Sphinx smiled even broader. She got up, stretched her front legs, and then moved aside for him to pass. Thanks, Harish muttered, sparing her one last glance before walking past her into the path beyond. Harish knew that he was very close. He whispered, point me. And his wand spun to point directly in front of him. The pathway curved, and then split into a fork once again. Harish did the 4-point spell one last time, breaking into a run as he took the right fork. The Triwizard Cup was gleaming on a plinth 100 yards ahead of him. Harish sped up, running with all of his might. Now that the cup was in sight, Harish felt a grin spread across his face. Then, something tripped him. The teen fell hard, skidding on his face. Harish was sure it was bleeding as he scrambled up, clutching a hand to it. He turned around to see a spider behind him. It was at least 10 feet tall. The only time Harish had seen one that was bigger was when he and the twins had snuck out to the forest in their 4th year and spoken to a giant spider that had to have been at least 20 feet tall. Harish backed away from it, crying, stupefy. Impedimenta. Stupefy. But it was no use, the spider was either so large, or so magical, that the spells were doing nothing more than aggravating it. Harish looked behind him to see that another spider had come out of the path that was across from his. Harish turned back around, and had one horrifying glimpse of the spider's enormous pincers before it was upon him. He was lifted into the air in its front legs. Struggling madly, he tried to kick at it. His free leg connected with the pincers that were holding his other leg, and the next moment he felt excruciating pain. As the spider bit down on his leg harder, he raised his wand and cried, Expelliarmus. The disarming spell made the spider drop the Slytherin. Unfortunately for Harish, there was a 12-feet drop beneath him, and he fell on his already bleeding leg. Harish Crab walked backwards and felt his head connect with something hard. Blinking the black spots from his sight and rubbing the back of his head, Harish turned to see that his head had hit the plinth that the cup was sitting atop of. The teen saw the spider advancing upon him, and in one last moment of desperation, Harish cried, Accio Cup. The Triwizard Cup zoomed into Harish's open arms, and the next moment he knew, he was lying on his back on the edge of the field. After the silence of the maze, the roar of the crowd was deafening. People were getting to their feet, clapping. Harish stood up unsteadily and raised the cup over his head with a grin. The noise of the crowd grew louder at this. It was complete confusion as people started appearing all around him. It was hard to hear a word of what anyone was saying over all of the clapping and cheering. Harish swayed, blinking hard. His leg was hurting so much it was hard to concentrate on anything. He's hurt, one person said. He needs to be taken to the hospital wing. Where's the prize money? Said another. Where's Crumb? Yet another voice asked. All around Harish, people were milling about. Most of them were adults. We'll be heading back, a voice said in Harish's ear. The teen turned to see his father, Bella, and Sirius behind him. Sirius let out a bark. We have to make some important plans, Voldemort said with a wink before disappearing into the crowd. Come on, son, another voice growled. Harish felt a strong hand on his back, leading him out of the stadium. Once they had exited the crowd, Harish turned to see Moody steering him toward the building. Harish had much difficulty walking, and Moody helped him. You need a hospital wing, Moody growled. Madame Pomfrey will fix you up. Harish did not remember the walk with Moody afterward. His leg was hurting more with each step, making him more and more non-apprehending. The next thing he remembered, Old Mad Eye had thrust a potion into his hands and he had downed it. His vision cleared and he saw Moody sitting in front of him, looking oddly excited. Harish looked around. They were not in the hospital wing at all. They were, in fact, in Moody's office. Harish was standing in front of the door, which was slightly ajar. Moody, who was sitting on a trunk in front of him, seemed to notice Harish looking around, for he raised his wand and said, Incarcerus. To say that Harish was surprised was an understatement. He was beyond confused. The teen looked down at the ropes that bound his body and found that he could only move his fingers. He looked back up at Moody. Then, Moody said, so here he is at my mercy, the infamous Harish Blake. You have no idea how long I have waited for this moment. Harish's eyebrows drew together in confusion. Now that he had taken that pain-relieving potion he was able to think clearer, but his reactions were still a bit too slow. What? Harish was interrupted as Mad-Eye leapt to his feet. How do you think your name came out of the goblet twice, he asked roughly. I put your name into that goblet in the hopes that you would die in the course of the tournament. Silly me, not realizing you would get through in first place. I don't understand. Understand? Moody roared. He took a deep breath and continued quieter. Why do you think you passed out at the Quidditch World Cup? How? Because I cast a spell on you, that's why, Moody said loudly, talking straight over Harish. My employer wanted me to send a message to your father. But, with that done, I was given a new mission, kill Harish Blake. But you, boy, are very determined to stay alive, too determined. Harish, whose pain was receding even faster, caught onto the word employer. The one time he had heard that word before, came out of the mouth of a man who had tried to kill Harish earlier that year, ex-Professor Quirrell. He heard the man's words echo in his ears as he remembered. That's what my employer seemed to think, didn't want me to draw attention to myself no matter. I would have killed you anyway, if I hadn't been distracted. What employer? He blurted out. Who are you? Finally caught on, have you? The man growled. Finally realized that I am not Professor Alistair Moody. Whether the man had planned it that way would never be certain, but at that moment he conveniently began to change. The scars were disappearing, the skin was becoming smoother, the mangled nose became whole and started to shrink slightly. The long grizzled mane of gray hair was withdrawing into the scalp and turning black. Suddenly, with a loud clunk, the wooden leg fell away as a normal one regrew in its place. The next moment, the magical eyeball had popped out of the man's face and a real eye had replaced it. It rolled away across the floor and continued to swivel in every direction. Harish was so transfixed by the man's sudden change in appearance that he hadn't noticed that he had been released. Very suddenly, it was no longer Professor Moody who was advancing upon Harish, but Bradward Jugson. You, Harish said, gaping. But you work for my father, you're a Death Eater. I was, Jugson corrected him. But when I saw what a madman he was and I found someone else, I felt it was time for my allegiance to change. To who? No one. Jugson snapped. If my employer wishes to remain a secret, then a secret she shall remain. She? Harish asked. Confringo. Jugson cried. Harish stumbled back into the edge of the door and narrowly avoided being hit by the blasting curse. Stupefy. The teen shouted. Jugson wordlessly pulled a shield charm up to block the spell. Everett Statham. Harish pulled up his own shield. The young man lowered it just long enough to shoot a finger-removing jinx. Jugson managed to avoid it. Then, he sent the entrail-expelling curse at Harish. The curse shattered Harish's shield and the teen backed out of the office. Bombarda. Jugson called. Harish slammed the door of the office shut and it splintered into a million pieces. Then Jugson pushed his way out of the office, forcing the younger man to back up even more. Jugson looked over Harish's shoulder and smirked. Harish turned and looked around, to see he was standing at the very edge of a 3-story staircase. Before Harish had a chance to turn around, he heard Jugson say, "Cedo," and Harish felt his feet pushed backwards, causing his knees to buckle. He fell onto his back, knocking the breath out of his lungs, slid down a few feet before his foot caught under the railing of the staircase, causing him to turn slightly and his already bleeding and most likely broken leg cracked. Then, he tumbled down the rest of the stairs, hitting himself in so many places that he could no longer tell what was injured and what was not. Finally, he blacked out as he rolled across the floor, having reached the foot of the stairs. Jugson, who knew that he could not be caught without the risk of exposing his employer, reached for an emergency portkey and disappeared in a blue hue. Then Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape hurried into the building, ready to apprehend whoever was pretending to be Alistair Moody, and found Harish lying bleeding, broken, and unconscious at the foot of the stairs. All three of them drew in a sharp gasp at the sight of him. Minerva, Dumbledore said, "Please take the boy to Poppy. Severus, if you feel the need, give him any potions that might keep him stable on the way to the infirmary." Both of the professor nodded. Dumbledore leapt over the Blake boy before dashing up the stairs. He got off on the landing where the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom was and ran straight into Mad-Eye Moody's office. He arrived there to discover that the office was empty. After Dumbledore dashed off, McGonagall conjured a stretcher and levitated Harish onto it. Snape uncorked a vial, opened the 16-year-old boy's mouth, and a potion slid down his throat. Then, the two of them hurried Harish to the hospital wing. Dumbledore found a ring of keys on the desk in the office, and concluded that they belonged to the chest that was sitting across from the door. The trunk was old and worn. There were 7 locks on it. Dumbledore inserted the first key into the first lock and opened the chest. Inside was a mass of spell books. Dumbledore closed the trunk, stuck the second key in the second lock, and opened it again. This time it contained an assortment of broken sneakoscopes, some parchment and quills, and a silvery invisibility cloak. He did the same thing for the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth lock until finally he came across what he was looking for in the 7th lock. The inside of the trunk had turned into a sort of pit, and lying on the floor some 10 feet below, apparently asleep, was the real Mad-Eye Moody. He looked very thin and pale. His wooden leg was gone, the socket that should have held the magical eye looked empty beneath its lid, and chunks of his grizzled gray hair were missing. Dumbledore scowled. He had arrived too late. Whoever had been acting as the insane ex-Auror was certainly gone by then. Just to make sure, Dumbledore checked the ward of the school and confirmed that whoever it was had indeed left. With a sigh of resignation, he went to see how young Harish Blake was doing. Dumbledore rushed into the infirmary to see Madame Pomfrey and Professor Snape bustling around a bed that no doubt held Harish Blake. Professor McGonagall was hovering near the doors, looking rather worried. As Dumbledore stepped closer, he could see the 6th year. He had already been changed out of his robes and was only wearing a pair of underwear. His leg had been put in a splint and was sitting on top of 3 fluffy pillows. His head was propped up by another 2 pillows. Currently, Poppy was doing spell work on an area of the boy's chest while Severus was brewing a potion for their patient. Albus! McGonagall exclaimed at the sight of the headmaster. Albus, what? I found Alistair, Dumbledore replied. I think he is fine where he is until Mr. Blake is no longer in critical condition, but he will be needing to visit Poppy as well. Would you like me to bring him here? Professor McGonagall asked. That would be appreciated, Dumbledore replied. I need to go fetch Mr. Blake's father, who is undoubtedly home by now. Dumbledore heard Minerva mutter about how horrible the circumstances were as she left the hospital wing. Then, he sighed heavily and went to his office. He threw flow powder into his fireplace and the flames turned green. Then he stuck his head in the fire and called, Anata Blake. The fire swirled and his head spun for a minute before an empty living room appeared. There were 2 deep green couches. One was directly opposite the fireplace and the other was against the right wall. Closest to the fireplace was a chair of the same green that had a cloak draped over one arm. While Dumbledore waited, he could hear an alarm going off somewhere within the house and Blake came running a moment later. Dumbledore! Blake exclaimed, jumping at the sight of the man. He composed himself and asked, What brings you here? I am afraid I have some bad news. What? Blake asked. Does this concern my son? Indeed it does, Dumbledore replied. Blake looked very, very worried at this. Dumbledore then said, I will ask you to step through in just a moment, but before you do I must tell you that your son is in rather bad shape. What happened to him? Blake asked as he hastily pulled his traveling cloak on. He was attacked, Dumbledore replied. Stiffly. He did not want to indulge any more information than that until he knew exactly what was going on. Blake swore under his breath, looking down and running a hand through his hair. Then, he turned to the headmaster and said, I'm coming. Dumbledore nodded and pulled his head out of the fire. A second later, Blake came walking through the fireplace, dusting ashes off of his cloak. He hardly looked at Dumbledore and barely said a word. All he said was, take me to him, before they were running through the castle to the infirmary. By then, students were flooding through the front doors from the Quidditch field. Voldemort saw a redhead or 2 as he passed through, and he wondered if Harish's own friends knew he was hurt. Several students seemed to notice them, though. At least 100 heads turned and stared at the sight of the headmaster running through the halls. Voldemort was taken straight to the infirmary. The doors to the infirmary had been shut, so when Voldemort arrived, he threw them open impressively. When he entered the ward his son was in, he looked around. On the first bed directly to the right, all Voldemort could really see was a stack of pillows and several locks of messy brown hair. The bed next to Harish's was occupied as well. As he walked closer, he realized that it was occupied by the infamous Auror, Alistair, Mad-Eye, Moody. Dumbledore watched as Blake walked over to his son's bed. Harish was now wearing pajamas, but it was hard to miss the splint on his leg, a sling on his left arm, and the very obvious scrapes that were on the boy's face and hands. Blake pulled a chair up beside his son's bed and looked down at him, obviously very distraught. At that moment, Dumbledore realized the full extent of their relationship. Not only were they father and son, but they were all each other had. Yes, this meant that Harish was very close to his father and adored him more than most children adored their own parents, but his father had no one else either. He had no wife, no other kids, and, as far as Dumbledore knew, no siblings. But, there were also some things about the relationship that Dumbledore did not, and probably would never, understand. Like the fact that Harish was the only thing Voldemort was capable of loving. This made Harish so important to him and for him that it was indescribable. Voldemort probably would never even know how much he depended on that boy now. Finally, Voldemort looked up at the old man and asked, "How did this happen?" "We aren't exactly sure quite yet," Dumbledore replied. "He was found at the base of the stairs up to Professor Moody's office. One can only guess that whoever was impersonating him attacked Harish and caused him to fall down the stairs. But, we cannot know for sure until Harish awakes." "When will that be?" Voldemort asked. His voice was oddly calm. "I would have to ask the school nurse, but I can guess that it will not be tonight." After a moment of uneasy silence, Madame Pomfrey walked out of her office and put curtains around Moody's bed. Before he could ask her about Harish, the sound of voices approaching the ward interrupted him. Seconds later, the doors opened and Ludo Bagman, Minister Fudge, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Flitwick entered the infirmary. Bagman was holding a sack of what could only be Harish's prize money. "Dear God," Fudge said, stopping when he caught sight of Harish. "What happened to him?" "That is something I would like to know," Voldemort said. "We are not exactly sure yet," Dumbledore clarified at Fudge's questioning look. "Well," Bagman said, "should I just leave this here, then?" He lifted the sack of gold slightly and pointed to Harish's bedside table. Voldemort nodded. "Poppy," Dumbledore said, halting Madame Pomfrey as she started back toward her office. "May I speak with you alone, please?" Madame Pomfrey nodded and he followed her to his office. While they were leaving, Fudge, Bagman, and Flitwick left the ward as well. Bagman left the castle, Fudge went to wait on Dumbledore in his office, and Flitwick went to guard the infirmary. Once they were away from prying eyes, Dumbledore asked, "How exactly is he doing?" "Mr. Blake is very lucky to be with us," Madame Pomfrey told him quietly. "I am sure the only thing that saved him was his magic. When he was first brought here, he was suffering from a severe concussion, a broken nose, several broken ribs, a sprained wrist, a broken arm, a broken leg and a good deal of bruising and scrapes all over his body, including one nasty cut that looked like he had gained it in the maze from a spider. What have you done to heal him, so far?" "I reduced the swelling inside his brain that was causing the concussion, and minimized his bruises as well as mended his nose and sprained wrist and healed up the cut he had on his leg. His broken arm and leg had to be dealt with differently, as bones are very particular about regrowing. I mended them as much as I could for now, but he will have to be wearing those casts for at least the rest of the summer. He may need the one on his leg even longer." "How badly was it hurt?" "Aside from the 4-inch hole, he had a complete fracture. From what it looks like, it was already fractured when he came out of the maze, but during his fall his leg snapped clean in two. His arm, on the other hand, is just a closed fracture. It was incomplete and no surrounding skin was damaged." Dumbledore winced. Meanwhile Fred, George, Daphne, Hermione, Draco, and Ginny were all returning from the Quidditch stadium. They had lost sight of Harish after everyone went down to where he was to probably talk to him about his win. Then, they had moved down as quickly as the crowd permitted. Unfortunately, the crowd was moving very slowly, so by the time they reached the ground, Harish had already left, though they didn't know that. They milled about for at least 10 minutes before realizing that he wasn't there and leaving. So where could he have gone? Daphne asked as they climbed the steps to the castle. "Probably went to get checked up by Madame Pomfrey," Hermione replied. "He looked pretty unstable on that leg." Everyone else nodded. "She probably had to wrestle him just to let her mend it," the twins said with a grin. The others muttered their agreement, as they all knew how much Harish loathed admitting he was hurt. So should we meet him there or wait for him in the common room? Draco asked. We should probably meet him there, Daphne replied. And if he has to stay longer than expected, we could always go down to the dungeons. Okay, they all said, and the 6 of them headed for the hospital wing. When they arrived, they were surprised to find the doors closed with Professor Flitwick standing outside. Can we go in to see Harish? Daphne asked apprehensively. Something must have happened, because normally professors didn't stand sentry outside. I am afraid that only his family is allowed in at the moment. Why? Daphne asked, concerned. What happened? He certainly wasn't hurt really bad when he came out of the maze. At the moment, I am afraid Mr. Blake could tell you that better than any of us could, Flitwick squeaked. I don't know what happened myself, yet. I suggest you run along to bed. Daphne nodded sullenly and they left, heading for their common room. Something must have happened, Draco stated, voicing her suspicions. Normally they aren't this secretive. Yet didn't his father leave? Ginny asked. They all nodded. Because I saw him running through the entrance hall with Dumbledore. Something definitely happened, Daphne agreed. Something bad, the twins added. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.